From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Slowly hit towards short. Triolo to second for one. The Pirates turn a double play to take 2 out of 3 in this series. So the Pirates win this game 5-1 and continue to play good baseball. They've won 5 of their last 6 and are now 34-29 on the year. The Astros fall to 28-36.
Yeah, there you go. Astros fall to 28-36. The update, we'll give it right out of the chute until it's inappropriate to. The Astros are 5.5 back in the division. They are still 3 games back in the wild card after last night. They lose 5-1 to the Pirates. We got a lot to get to today, not just with the Astros, but we got some Texans stuff to get to, some NFL stuff to get to. It's a Friday. Good to be with you. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne, a.k.a. Pope Zaza. Hello, my friend.
Hey, there's one thing. If you just ignore, if you just would take the highlights from this game and cut out any plays where people cross the plate, yeah. I feel like it was a pretty good game for the Astros. Oh, yeah. They just happen to be 0 for 8 with running position. Yeah. There was a lot of action.
Yeah, there was stuff going on.
We got something going here.
It's popping.
I remember at one point I wasn't paying close enough attention. I had some other stuff going on, and I remember looking up at one point when it was 3-0 Pirates, and I was like, I thought the Astros had scored 3 runs at this point. What's going on here anyway?
Yeah. They it wasn't great with runners in scoring position last night. Yeah, it was funny. You come in the morning. And if it's a weekday game, it's kind of nice because Colin Neal, who produces Area 45, and these guys are here till 11 o'clock at night doing a pseudo Astros post game, and Colin will have all the audio. He'll have all the highlights and all the Espada clips. And like the game 2 nights ago, it takes a while to sift through it because it was 11-9, and there was the comeback, and everybody's talking about it. This one this morning, there's like 5 cuts total with Espada and the highlights. You can tell what kind of game it was by what number highlight the final call is. Like the 11-9 game, final call was like cut number 11, which means there's all kinds of stuff going on. This morning, Astros play-by-play, cut number 2, final call. It was Paredes home run and the final call of the game. That's it.
Let me check something, too, because usually, like, for those West Coast games, a lot of times I wake up and I watch the YouTube highlights, if I decided to go to bed and get 5 hours of sleep.
Correct.
And yep. 9 minutes, 58 seconds long for these highlights. Usually the good games are like 16. Yeah, the highlights were 16 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, that's why.
Last night they were 9 minutes and 58 seconds.
And yet you still found some things that were popping for you last night in this game.
I don't know. Yeah. It was really. My attention was very divided, and I just happened to every now and then look up when Trammell was hitting a double that almost could have stretched it out to a triple and whatnot. But yeah, I think like. But Kaiwei Tang's really struggled against lefties, and you're going up against a good team in the Pirates. We have a boatload of lefties out there, and it looked like he'd settled in at some point, and then it looked like he unsettled again.
The same thing happened with Burroughs the other night. They both pitched 5 good innings, and then they came back out for the 6th, and everything just went to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
So that's what happened last night. So the Astros lose 5-1. This was the other wake-up call last night, too, with me for the Astros, Seth, was they pick up this Lamont Wade character. Yeah. And they bring Colin Price. They bring Colin Price. Lamont Wade, because he's a lefty who doesn't strike out all the time. That's his role. From what I was reading in Chandler Rome, and maybe I'm butchering that a little bit. And then they call up Colin Price. They DFA Cesar Salazar, the backup catcher, and they bring up Colin Price to be the backup catcher. And this was the wake-up call. I'm like, this is still a team that injury-wise and just level of talent-wise on this team, they're picking up guys off the street and they're batting them 4th or 5th in the lineup. Yeah. Like Lamont, they picked this guy up off the street and they put the lineup out and he's batting 5th. Taylor's been your cleanup hitter since he's come back. Like this is we are still in kind of dire straits with the talent level on this baseball,
and I know,
particularly the outfield.
As fond as you are of rehab assignments, I know that you love just seeing that Loperfido's raking down in AAA.
Yeah.
Game after game after game.
Right.
Like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if he can rake in the big leagues.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was the lineup comes out. I mean, I saw they picked this guy up. And then they picked him up, and I see the press release, and like he takes a spot on the MLB on the major league roster. I'm like, okay, well, I guess we'll see. This is some depth in the outfield. And then they drop the lineup, and the dude's batting fifth. Like, okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear any more griping and groaning from the broadcast crew about their road trips and their travel and how big their suitcases are. This team needs to get back out on the road.
Yeah, they do.
They're like railroad men, you know? You keep them at home too long, they start getting kind of antsy.
Yep.
Got to be out there riding the rails.
Yeah, the kids start to bug them a little bit, you know, like it gets a little hectic in the house. Like, you know what I need? A quiet hotel room. That's exactly what I need.
I read a book about the Edmund Fitzgerald last month, Sean. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
And that's what these Great Lakes sailors, that's what they're like, you know? They have a few months at home and just get kind of agitated.
Yeah.
I'd rather get sunk at sea than be here with this damn
these whining kids and this nag. Oh,
the
man.
gales of November never sounded as agonizing as this old hag.
That's great.
Hags of December are way worse than the gales of November.
Hags of December. So there was that. So there was the Lamont Wade guy, and then Colin Price catching last night. This was Joe Espada on Price calling the game for the Astros.
I think, he showed that he's familiar with some of those guys. I think he looked comfortable. Called a really good game. Came in, asked some questions, but I thought that it was on the same page with the game plan and with our pitchers.
This was the other thing too that jumped. There was not much in the game to jump out at me and come in on hot takes. It was one of these games that has become all too typical for the Astros the last couple of years, where they just don't get hit. Literally didn't get a hit with runners in scoring position last night. I saw Colin Price's post game availability. I don't know if it was a locker. I can't remember. It was a locker room. Like a clubhouse availability to the media, or if it was just Julia going one-on-one with him. It was an interview right after the game, his major league debut. And I think his family was there, and it's really, really cool. And he's just over the moon about his major league debut. He was super excited after the game about the whole thing. And I started thinking to myself, I'm like, this is one of the differences between football and really all the other sports, because of the scarcity of the games. You would have never caught somebody after their debut in the NFL over the moon at their locker over their debut. Like, this is where 162 games allow you to maybe be a little more honest when you're a player about how excited you were just to get the call up. Like, you wouldn't have, if you had just lost the equivalent of a 5-1 baseball game in the NFL, like if you just lost the game 28-6, something like that, and you're some guy that got called up off the practice squad, I don't think there's a smiley interview going on.
Oh yeah, no, there's no point this year where the Texans drop a game to the Cowboys or something, and they're like, hey, but Noah Whittington got 3 touches. Let's interview Noah Whittington. And Whittington's just beaming in his locker,
that would never happen.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it was really good to get my feet wet out there. It felt like we did some good things.
Am I a petty person because that's what was jumping out at me? Like, what the hell are you so happy about?
No, be petty.
Yeah, good.
Be petty,
okay,
damn it.
Good.
That's what it feels like. No, you know why, though, too? Because it does feel, when you and I reset the season, which is still a good move on our part.
They're still above 500 since the reset,
Yes.
I think.
It's been they're a better team ever since Payne and Pendergast reset the season. And yet, there's a little bit of a gut punch back to reality when you face a couple of the best teams from another division, and the Pirates and the Brewers.
Yeah.
And you realize, that's they're better baseball teams out there
right,
than,
like even
the Rangers and whatnot.
Well, and even they swept the Cubs, and the Cubs' record was fine. The Cubs' record at the time was better than the Pirates' record right now. But the Cubs had lost like 5 in a row and 9 of 11.
It was extending a miserable stretch.
It was like a bad version of them. So I'm pulling it up right now. When we reset
the Cubs are 33-30 right now.
Yeah. And that's so they've continued to lose. I feel like the Astros kind of kept their tailspin going.
Cubs right They must, because they're 4-6 right now.
Okay.
So since they lost to the Astros, they've
9-4, 9-5.
4-6 in their last 10. Sorry,
10-5. The Astros are 11-8 since the Payne and Pendergast reset.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's not bad.
What's that on pace for?
I don't know. Well, it would definitely make the playoffs in the AL because right now the final playoff spot is occupied by it's a tie between the Rangers and the team coming to town tonight, the Athletics, who are both 2 games under 500.
They're playing like a 94-win baseball team.
Of course they are. That's what I saw last night.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what?
11-8 would be on pace for 94 wins if that was the beginning of the season.
I don't care what that scoreboard says. This is a 94-win team. That's what I was saying to Amy last night as I was sitting in my chair. And I looked over at her on the sofa. I said, you know what? 5-1. I don't know. What I saw right there, that's a 94-win team to me right there.
That's right.
Yep. Yep. So they're 11-8 since the reset, and that's all we talk about on this show. All right.
Kai Tang's still got a 3.6 or 7 ERA right now.
He was fine till the 6th inning, and then he's
no. It is. They had 7 lefties in the lineup last night.
Yeah.
And that's his big obstacle this season.
That he made it to the 6th inning. We should be happy about that. I guess
that's where Espada kind of talks like that, and I don't 100% blame him for it. There have been so many times this year where just because a pitcher goes 6 or 7 innings, Espada's talking about it almost like it was a victory.
Yeah.
Like, hey, went 7 innings. Let up 11 runs. Well, look, our relievers are fresh.
Yeah.
I don't have to think too hard the next few days.
Yeah. I always love the consolation prize being whatever inning the guy got to when they.
And I can get back out there. He said, "Hey, I could give you 8 innings and 15 runs allowed."
That's okay, Kai. Go sit over there. Hey, if you're into the Jordan MVP candidacy, which I can't imagine if you're an Astros fan, you're not into it because it's tough to get into the standings right now. You're not.
Yeah.
It took a big step forward yesterday. Aaron Judge, stress fracture, out 4 to 6 weeks at least. That's the main Komsky-Tishkin right now, as Popeye
horrible
would say.
crying shame.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got great empathy.
We can't tempt the gods. That's right.
That's
right. Yeah, it's a shame.
What a tragedy.
It's a shame. And as an aside, that really helps Jordan's MVP candidacy. Yeah. He is, by the way, winning.
That's his laughter of pain.
Yeah, that's. Can we get a little Brandy action here? A little Brandy laughing action? There we go. Yeah. So Judge has a stress fracture.
To be clear to everybody that doesn't know, that's not her normal laugh. Okay, that's her making fun of me.
Can you imagine?
Wow, Seth's married to a husky gal.
That would suck being married to somebody with a horrible laugh.
But that is her genuine laugh when I tore my ACL for the 3rd time. That's what
she pointed at the knee. We knew exactly what she was laughing at.
It's the same laugh she gives when I threaten to hit her.
She's
like, yeah. You. She knows you.
Fancy lad.
Yeah. Like, I swear, Brandy, one of these days, to the moon.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah.
Whatever. Oh, my God. So the other thing I saw yesterday is we'll stick with the Astros. We'll get to the Texans at 6:23 or whenever we come, 6:25, because there was big doings at Texans practice yesterday, especially on the heels of something Nick Caserio said on this show on Wednesday. But the other Astros thing I saw yesterday, Seth, was and look, the longer we get into June and the longer the Astros trail in the playoff hunt, these are the conversations that are going to be had. Jeff Passan of ESPN had one thing that you can look at for each team as the trade deadline approaches next month.
Mm-hmm.
His for the Astros was Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena being the best asset the Astros have to move in a trade that's not Yordan Alvarez, because he concedes that Yordan is probably not going to be on the move. And he also concedes, Passan does, that, look, Jim Crane, I'm paraphrasing, but, Jim Crane will go down with the ship as long as they're in shouting distance of the playoffs in terms of trading off pieces in season. Obviously, they traded Kyle Tucker a couple of years ago in the offseason. They're going to be in a similar situation with Pena if he's still an Astro come next year. Of course, there's a work stoppage looming, so who knows how long that takes to resolve. But I got thinking about the Pena-Tucker dynamic and the emotional hit. Look, anytime you move on from any of these guys from that era of Astros baseball when they were winning World Series, there's an emotional element to it. George Springer was really probably the first one we had to experience that with. I know Charlie Morton left and Garrett Cole left. Springer was like the core drafted homegrown guy to leave, and that was hard.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa, hard. Maybe not as hard as George Springer, but that was tough. Alex Bregman a couple years ago, or 2 years ago, whatever it was. Payne and Tucker specifically, though, because these would be guys they traded away. They voluntarily said, we're going to get rid of these guys and we got to bring something. If they were to do this with Pena, I contend that Pena would be way more emotional than Kyle Tucker for the fan base to trade away, especially in season.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
But I think even in the offseason, too.
With Kyle Tucker, it was even, the people who were pro not trading Kyle Tucker away, you could almost, whenever you would talk to him about it, it would always be more of a, I sat down and I contemplated this for a while. And, if you gave people the either or of Kyle Tucker or Yordan Alvarez, the emotional attachment is 4,000% in favor of Yordan Alvarez. But if anybody came to the conclusion that they'd rather trade away Kyle Tucker, or they'd rather keep Kyle Tucker than Yordan, it was almost they would do it agonizingly. They'd say, well, I would just such and such and such and such. But I guess we have to keep Kyle. There was no emotional. There wasn't nearly the emotional bond with Kyle Tucker as there had been with any of those other guys.
Right. Well, because I think what's the great Kyle Tucker moment in the postseason?
Yeah.
Catching the final out of the World Series on a play that 8,000 other people could have caught a fly ball. Like, that's the only thing I think of with Kyle Tucker is him catching the final out of the 22 World Series. That's where the Pena comparison comes in for me. Like, Pena is a postseason hero. Kyle Tucker's a dud in the postseason, Pena, I think a shortstop is a position where it's like, oh, that hurts, whereas right field is a little bit more of a commoditized position.
Well, defensively, but I guess
corner outfielders are just a bigger commodity than middle infielders when it than shortstops when it comes to how they're valued and whatnot. And I also think
but ultimately it comes down to what you do at the plate, though.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, I'm not as worried about the defensive contribution as much.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that I'm not worried about it. It's just those kind of cancel each other.
Yeah, I'm just saying like Pena compared to Tuck, just comparing those two. And the ladies love Jeremy Pena also. He's got that look. Kyle Tucker looks like he got stood up on a lot of dates if they didn't know he was an athlete. I think Pena's a handsome fella.
Or it feels like he got cheated on a lot, even though his girlfriend wanted to go out with him because he was the star athlete,
star of the baseball team.
She was always looking elsewhere.
Yeah, man. Pena's got all those commercials too. You got HEB.
These are the things that matter.
Taquerias around us. Well, I'm just saying these are the things that matter to some fans, Like, it's the emotional attachment to the guy.
I don't know. I guess I've gotten kind of numb to...
Yeah, you seem a little empty inside about this right now.
Well, as far as... I don't know. Like, you've seen enough, you've parted ways with enough guys emotionally or what have you. And I think a lot of people now are looking back and thinking, man, boy... Because remember, Fromber was still really good at the trade deadline last year.
He was.
It was after the trade deadline that he fell apart.
Yeah.
I think you look back at that and you think, okay, if they had traded Fromber, that would have been the right decision, given that they missed the play. Fromber
100%
continued to have kind of these volatility issues.
Yeah.
And that I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit dead inside because I know that at some point with this barren pipeline that they have, that they're going to have to make some emotionally difficult decisions.
Yeah.
So it's already the war is already lost in terms of, okay, the right thing to do for this team at some point is to part ways with some guys that you love. But gosh, if you ever want to get back to where you were, I don't see how you do it without some pain along the way.
No question. But I mean, they're 8 or 9 games under 500 right now. It's not a good baseball team.
What's his name here on ESPN had brought up the prospect of Yordan Alvarez, but quote, opposing executives don't see that happening.
Then they shouldn't trade Yordan Alvarez, in my opinion. He's still under contract for 2 years. If you're of mind to trade Yordan Alvarez, you're going to have plenty of time to do it down the road.
Well, and the other thing about Yordan, too, is he's on an incredible contract.
Yeah.
That'll be the emotional. I mean, that's going to be the tough thing when it gets down to that 1 year remaining with Yordan.
Yes.
And there's a team out there that might be crazy enough to give him a really long contract. At an advanced age in injury history. Not an advanced age. He'll be what, 30?
Yeah, early 30s, 30.
He turns 29 in June.
Okay.
Late June.
So he'll be 30, 31.
Yeah, so 31, and look, there's teams out there that'll give a 10-year contract to a 31-year-old.
He's a DH. Yeah. He can hit until he's 50.
Yeah.
So, So they're off and running on a Friday. There's your Astros update or recap from last night. All right, there were visuals going on out at OTAs yesterday. One in particular that was making the rounds on the internet that I just choose to get excited about seeing this. I don't know where it's going to go, but we'll tell you what it is coming up next. I can tell you that I'm also very excited that Dr. Ben Salento came into my life a couple.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Appreciate you joining us. This was Texans general manager Nick Caserio with Seth and I the other day when we asked him, is Tank Dell going to return to practice at some point here?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
Okay, so that was on Wednesday. So out at OTAs yesterday, I got out there around 10:15, Seth, and they go to 11. And I got out there in the middle of the first couple team periods, and they're just doing 11 on 11. It was largely like it was a half-speed day yesterday. They weren't going full speed. A lot of walkthrough stuff. At about 10:45, 10:50, the media relations staff comes over to all the media folks and said, hey, why don't we start making our way over to the tent where we're doing all the press conferences and things like that. Maybe 10:55. It was getting close to the end of practice. So we're all starting to leave, and there runs Tank. Tank goes running from the big canopy they got there. He was underneath there doing something, and he's got his helmet. He's putting his helmet on, and he's running in to go do some 7-on-7 walkthrough stuff.
Tank Dell is walking through that door.
Tank Dell's music. By God, that is Tank Dell's walkout music.
Yeah.
And we were able, and I don't think they were kind of whisking us away so we didn't see anything with Tank. It's just
that's the normal procedure out there. They're still doing some stuff while they take everybody to the tent.
That's exactly right. So I want to make that clear that if anybody from Texans media relations staff is listening, I'm not saying that there was some nefarious thing going on with
not
you guys.
That we don't think you would do that.
That's right, yeah. But I don't think that was the case yesterday.
Yeah.
But we actually did see Tank catch a couple balls out there, too. And I'm going to tell you right now, I got a little excited watching Tank Dell in a helmet running around, catching a ball, keeping his feet in bounds, doing things like that.
Yeah, and all the internet exercise physiologists have gone to work on this. And
because the team did drop video of it.
You're right. They did. And, a lot of people out there pointing out that, that doesn't look like he's ready to play 100%. You're right, yeah.
It's... Were there people? Oh, I didn't see
yeah.
Oh, tell me more.
Tell me more. All this stuff and everything. And it was it was a half-speed drill. So yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, he was peeling fan faces and everything.
Yeah. I just didn't pay attention to any of it.
Yeah, it didn't look like vintage Tank Dell while playing in a football game.
Right.
So you got us there.
Yeah.
And I thought it was just really good to see him out there on a field.
Absolutely.
And people, a lot of people wondering the biggest thing I saw was people noticing that one leg was darker than the other, and without the people that didn't realize that he has a tattoo sleeve on the one leg.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he got inked up this offseason. Yeah.
So I mean that was cool to see. So I wouldn't. Caserio had told us that you expect to see him out there practicing at training camp. So I don't know if this is ahead of what Caserio was forecasting, whatever. What I'm looking forward to, and I think what we were talking about was, okay, in full speed, 11-on-11 drills, or as close to full speed as possible during OTAs. Caserio said they're probably targeting training camp.
Training camp, yeah. That's what I was encouraged about yesterday, as in watching what they had Tank doing. And again, it was just sort of walkthroughs where it's half speed. And helmets on, just jerseys, no pads, whatever. But he's out there doing stuff, so that was good to see. But when I pieced together what we saw with what we just heard from Nick, because Nick did also say that he is able to do some things that they're doing. Maybe one of those things he's referring to was walkthroughs. He's able to do those, which then makes me encouraged that what Nick was referring to with respect to training camp was being full go, was being a guy who's out there at practice and you don't know watching what they're having him participate in, that this is a guy who's coming back from an 18-month absence from a knee injury.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping that means. When Tank's out there doing stuff like that, the very day after Nick said what he said, that's what makes me hopeful, is that, okay, maybe what Nick was referring to at training camp then wasn't Tank's doing half the stuff at training camp and that counts as practice. Like, no, Tank's a Houston Texan full on again when training camp rolls around.
Yeah, and so a lot to be optimistic about there. I don't want to put any expectations on exactly what you should see when he gets out there. Him going back out and playing and potentially making a game day roster is a huge step, where a lot of people were speculating at the time that he might never play football.
That's
again.
exactly right, man. He's doing football stuff. I'll take that for now.
But that's a big swing in your playmaking ability, in your explosiveness if he gets back to if he can get to 95% of what he was before athletically, that's still a huge bonus in terms of things that defenses have to plan for.
It's like getting a first round pick. He was playing. I know he was a third round pick. He was playing like a first round pick when he got injured in his rookie year. And so it's like getting.
I guess, I mean, you wouldn't say he was playing like a first-round pick when he got injured in his second year.
Not in the second year, but I think but I'm saying it's in there. You know what I mean? Like it's in there somewhere. And so, hopefully that's the case. Like 95, I'd sign up for that right now. 95% of what Tank Dell was, the sum total of what he was when he was having his best game of the season when he took that hit from his teammate there from Jared Wayne. He was having a killer game against the Chiefs. Did you see the picture of Will Anderson at practice yesterday that was making the rounds?
Yeah, it was Adam Clanton, I think. It was a video he had taken when he was walking out.
Yeah, Wexler, yeah.
Or Wexler, excuse me.
Yeah, Wexler. I mean, I'm out there, and I'm like, I don't know if it was just the angle or whatever. Like, Will Anderson looks like a monster.
Was there a time when he didn't look like a monster?
No, but this one he looks particularly, of course not, but this one he looks particularly like he spent a lot of time in the weight room.
But we were saying the same thing when he came back for his second year.
I know,
like,
and
oh
he
my
looks
gosh,
even
look at how muscular
bigger.
he is.
Yes, and he looks even bigger now. He looks bigger than that.
I think he had probably just come out of he had probably done a more aggressive workout than you typically do before you come out to a practice.
So he's all pumped up?
He was only going to use a little bit, be used a certain amount. So he probably got a real good workout in or something.
Well, the tight white spandex shirt pops as well. Like that helps.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised that. I mean, no, it's impressive. It's an impressive photo. I'm not trying to act like it wasn't or anything. I don't know if it's any different than I've seen from him before. So I you know what? I'll credit Wexler for his photography skills.
Yeah, good photography.
I think he got everything just right.
Yeah, no, maybe I'm getting gaslit on this, but I'm like, he looks bigger.
No, I don't think you're being gaslit. I just don't know if I guess I don't know, from a lifetime of looking at people in various.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's a lighting that people manipulate before and after photos from workouts and everything. Where like there's a lot of stuff you can do where you can see like, okay, like the lighting and the imaging and everything makes a huge difference, and it doesn't change in my mind the way he's always looked.
No.
And other than that, from his rookie year until now, he has gotten he's gotten more adult and more chiseled and more all of that.
Well, the funny thing that was popping up was somebody found a picture of him in high school, like probably like at one of those camps.
Yeah.
His junior, senior year of high school, and he's compared to all the other high school kids, he's a big kid. But compared to an adult, he's skinny.
He was more linebacker than defensive end back then.
Yeah, so he just looked different. But they brought up the point, like, this is what the COVID year with all these guys playing 6 and 7 years of college football. You got these 23 and 24-year-olds going against
kids like young Will Anderson.
So they're putting old Will Anderson next to young Will Anderson. Like, this is what you got going on right now at some places in college football. You got these 24, 25-year-olds because they have 6 years of eligibility. Yeah,
BYU has been doing it for decades.
Yep. Here was Will Anderson Jr. He was on some fishing show with Randy Moss and Myles Garrett. The three of them out fishing and just talking football.
I think Randy Moss has a fishing podcast.
Yeah, okay, that may be what it is. But this is Will Anderson Jr. just talking some football with Randy Moss.
I see so far in my career is each year I'm getting better. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And as I look at, my tape, the things I need to get better at, I'm like, bro, it's just that 1%. And we was talking about it, man. If I could cut down some more space on some of my rushes, that's like an 18-sack season last year.
Okay.
because I missed my tape together of how many sacks I missed. I missed about 6 or 7 sacks last year. Like, hand-on quarterback, but just didn't dip enough. And so for me, that's why I love football, because I love the challenge. So now I'm presented with a new challenge. How much more space can we limit on your rushes? How much more can we get the ball out and get some more strip sacks? And I think that's where I want to see my game continue to go, man. Like, I honestly believe I can be an 18-sack guy easily. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my goal.
Okay.
And so this is, like, the perfect time for me to, start perfecting that. So each season for me, I want to be better than I was last season. But I kind of just stay in my lane, though. Like, we always be talking crap or whatever like that. And I'm like, bro, I'm laser focused looking forward. I'm looking ahead. I'm not looking left or right.
Run your own race.
Run your own race, man.
So and everything he's talking about there, yeah, I mean, that's something that he's been steadily working on since his rookie year.
3 years, yeah.
His rookie year, he missed a bunch of sacks because he was just he was running at 1,000 miles per hour, and it just didn't have the technique and the refinement. It's interesting because every year he talks about what he wants to work on this year, and the last couple of years, we go back and check the notes, and midway through the season, yep, what he said he's working on, that's exactly where he's made some improvements. And last year it was a lot of the same thing of finishing at the top of the rush, like when you're getting close to the quarterback, the getting away clean, and then attacking the quarterback from the right angle and everything. And he made a lot of improvements there, and I think he's just further refining that now. So this is where sometimes when people get in debates about whether pressures matter as much as sacks and everything, and there's depending on which lens or filter you're looking at it through, yeah, pressures are more important than sacks, but with individual players, there is a reason that some of them get a bunch of pressures but don't get sacks year after year, like Jadeveon Clowney, for instance.
Oh, Jared Verse, who just got traded to the Browns. Yeah.
Well, and Jared Verse was the same as Will was early in his career.
Yeah.
It was a lot of the finishing part of it that keeps him from getting the high sack total. So the cool thing is to see just that Will has worked on that over the last couple of years, and it does. If he had just stopped development after his rookie year and just kept doing everything the exact same way, he could have been a guy that was routinely getting 10 or 11 sacks per year. Boatload of pressures. People would be pointing out, yeah, but look at all his pressures. But refining it and becoming better at those last couple of steps is why some guys are able to take the leap. It's also why you see typically the guys who are sack leaders generally don't get a bunch in their first couple of years.
Yeah.
It's usually the vast majority of the time they really start hitting the double digits in their third and fourth and fifth years, and it's all just because of skill refinement and experience more than anything else.
All right, let's get to headlines in the next segment. Not a very headline-worthy performance by the Astros last night, but we will circle back to them. The coordinators met with the media yesterday, including Nick Caley. We'll hear from him in headlines. Game 2 tonight of the NBA Finals. We'll get to all that in headlines, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic, coming up next. But you folks out there, we're into June now, so you probably, if you have a backyard and you
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Slowly hit towards short. Triolo to second for one. The Pirates turn a double play to take 2 out of 3 in this series. Well, the Pirates win this game 5-1. Continue to play good baseball. They've won 5 of their last 6 and are now in 29 on the year. The Astros fall to 28 and 36.
Yeah, it was a dud last night. 5-1, the Astros lose. They were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Kai-Wei Tang was good for the first 5 innings, and then he came in the 6th, and kind of like Mike Burrows a few nights ago. Pretty good for the first 5 innings, and then the 6th inning was an issue. So that's happened with Peter Lambert a few times, too. We've had a few people text that in this morning. Like, maybe Espada needs to push the issue with some of these guys into the 6th inning sometimes.
No, that is 100%. I think that these are the ones where people get frustrated with Espada. It's like, man, you got a good thing going with a starting pitcher, and he just leaves them out for an inning too long.
Yeah.
I do. And I understand the bind that he gets in with the relievers and all of that, but there's times where you just got to recognize it. Look, Kai-Wei Tang, you're still trying to work him into being an actual starting pitcher.
That's right.
You go to Hunter Brown in his second appearance of the year his first appearance this year when he went so deep into that game and ended up pitching again, but then had that discomfort and just boom, who knows? I don't know.
Yep. So they lose last night. The A's come into town this weekend. This is a crucial series. I mean, this is one of the teams you're chasing. Forget about the Mariners for a minute, who are out in front by 5.5 games. If you want to eat what's on your plate, if you want to eat what's in front of you, catching the A's and the Rangers for the last playoff spot is the first order of business. You're still only 3 games out of the wild card, and you can catch at least one of the 2 teams that would be in the playoffs, or they're tied for that last point if you take care of business. But the A's have had the Astros number over the last couple of seasons, so we'll see how that goes. But that's what's happening this weekend over at Dyken Park. The coordinators met with the media yesterday out at Houston Texans OTAs, and it always seems like Nick Caley is the headliner because the offense is the point of angst for the fan base and the media the last couple of years.
I told you, though, too, aside from I searched C.J. Stroud this morning on YouTube. I was looking for a C.J. Stroud video, and, man, YouTube always tries to bring what's recent and what's timely up first. They want to push the new.
How'd that go?
I'd say 80% of the results when you search C.J. Stroud are all from January. It's people flipping out over C.J. Stroud's performance in the playoffs.
You and I talked about this earlier, but you just saying that right now, you know what that makes me think maybe hurts him a little bit?
Yeah.
And this is a shame because I think it's the right thing to do, is just how quiet he's been the last couple off seasons. If he'd done a few podcasts in March or April, or if he'd been on draft coverage with Micah Parsons and Adam Lefkoe again and done that, then there would naturally be reels, 2.5-minute reels of him opining on things that would have pushed that down.
Yeah.
He's been so off the radar that there's nothing out there about him recently.
Even then, though, too, it would just still, aside from adding fuel to the fire of people that worry about whether he was focused enough in the offseason, it still would, ultimately, the conversation all goes back to January.
Of course
and
it does.
the loss in the Patriots. For me, it was more just a reminder that, it's a rough business, man. You are only as good as the last time people saw you, and there's nothing you can do about it really until September.
Yep.
Hey, you can go out and have 2 brilliant drives in the preseason. Nobody's going to give a damn about that.
Nope.
It's really what do you do versus the Bills.
Here was Nick Caley, offensive coordinator, yesterday on his relationship with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've always had a good relationship with C.J. We always have transparent and honest conversations, but I think it's like anything. You're always trying to dive deeper, to continue to expand those the finer points of the relationship. But it's great. I mean, we get to talk ball. We're highly collaborative. He has great perspective on. He sees the game really, really well. And so I've had a blast being around him every single day, just like last year. And we've gotten to take it a step further. Just more time on task, more time in the film room, more opportunities to evolve and do some different things here from an offensive standpoint. And it's been a hell of a lot of fun.
Time on task is the big catchphrase there, and it's interesting because when I talked to people last year before the season, various people in the NFL, people that have experience in the Patriots offense, all of that, it's time on task comes up a lot. And for what they wanted CJ to do last year, there's a lot of time on task. You got to get the reps. You have to operate the machine a lot before you get really comfortable with it. We saw that with Deshaun Watson and Bill O'Brien. It really, by 2020, Deshaun had really figured that offense out. And that's when his ability to come up and dial up which play and protect and everything on it was really there. And obviously it was like 7 different ships passing each other in the night in terms of the circumstances. But I think that's the one thing to remember. It's that it's never going to be as simple as, okay, CJ's running a new offense, and then there you go, especially when he missed all of OTAs last year. So any optimism I have about this year really is that a lot of, at the very least, I'll be really surprised if the offense is somehow the same or worse than it was last year. I think it'll be a better offense. It's just a question of just how much better can they be.
Yep. Game 2 of the NBA Finals is tonight in San Antonio. San Antonio trying to avoid going down 2-0 in the NBA Finals and then having to go back to Madison Square Garden. The Knicks have not lost a basketball game since April 23rd. They haven't lost a basketball game, Seth, since the night of the NFL draft. The night that the Texans drafted Keelan Rutledge. Think about how long ago
that really
that feels.
puts it in perspective.
Yeah, think about how
like months ago.
How long ago it feels. The night that the Texans drafted Keelan Rutledge was the last time the New York Knicks lost a basketball game. They went on to win their next 3 against Atlanta in the opening round, and then they swept the Sixers. They swept the Cavaliers, and they're up 1-0 on San Antonio. So they're riding a 12-game winning streak right now.
I love this is going to be my favorite situation of how quickly a likable underdog becomes viciously hated. I feel like they're going to be about a 12-hour window because I kind of like the Knicks right now.
I do too.
And but I know. The Chiefs. When the Chiefs started winning, it was a while before you started getting sick of them.
Yeah.
You had to respect Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and everything they were doing, but then you got to the point where you despised them.
Of course.
The Knicks will be very, very quick.
I think it'll be quick. I think it'll be celebrity-driven, like some of the Chiefs' hatred was once old Tay-Tay came into everybody's lives there. I think that was a turning point for a lot of people. And it's a New York team. Like the Kansas City is a small town in the Midwest. New York is the object of everybody's hate outside of New York. So I just really like Jalen Brunson a lot. I like watching him play. There's anybody who's got that sort of gene that he's just so good, where he comes through in so many big moments down the stretch. It's hard not to at least respect the guy, if not like him. And I like the fact that he wasn't a high draft pick or anything like that. Hard work got him where he is. So that's tonight. Game 2 tonight of the NBA Finals. All right, those are your headlines. We will circle back to the Astros. Let's get to the Texans, though, here in the 7 o'clock hour. We've heard from a handful of guys out here at OTAs. We heard from the coordinators yesterday. I like hearing from the coordinators. That's okay. But I got a list of guys that I still need to hear from here. And I've got why I need to hear from them. I've got my power rankings of dudes on the Texans I need to hear from. We'll mix in some thoughts from the coordinators on each of these guys as we run through this here. We got a nice long segment coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. We appreciate you tuning in here on a Friday morning. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Go anywhere. We had Chris Canetti on yesterday.
KILT FM HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Hope you guys had a great week. Hope you got a nice weekend lined up. We've got plenty to get to here over the next few hours. Appreciate you tuning in with us and riding with us this morning. So far out at OTAs, we've heard from C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter. We had Will Anderson, Jaden Higgins, Nico Collins a few days ago. We sprinkled some of that in, and we will continue to, some of the things those guys are saying. I was hoping to get more players yesterday. I like hearing from the coordinators, and we'll hear from a couple of them here in just a minute. But there are definitely some players that I need some podium time with, Seth, coming up here, because there's things that I want to hear about with this team. And it seems like I just power ranked mine here, and I did a list, and it seems like I didn't do this intentionally. Like it seems like a lot of it's on the offensive side of the ball, guys I'm looking to hear from, because that's the side that is in the biggest need of repair right now, is the offensive side of the ball. My number one is I want to hear from Tank Dell, especially after yesterday when he worked his way back onto the practice field. If you missed it, Tank Dell did some walk-through half-speed stuff yesterday, which is more than we've seen him do in the last 18 months combined.
Yeah, I wonder with that. I think everything the team has done so far, it seems like they're being really careful not to put any pressure on him, but then also especially maybe I would imagine they're trying not to do anything that he might perceive as pressure, and that you got to really just try to be as conservative as possible. There's no reason to be in a hurry for anything right now, and I almost feel like anything that might feel like pressure to Tank Dell, even positive pressure, people excited to see him or anything, that they're probably I would not bet on him being available at the podium this coming week. Yeah. I guess we should lay that out for people. The Texans are done with OTAs. Yesterday was the last OTA session. They have scheduled 3 mandatory minicamp practices. Mandatory. Now, the only veterans I think that missed yesterday were Daniil Hunter and Sheldon Rankins. I think that was it. In terms of guys that just weren't there at all. There were plenty of guys that didn't practice because of various little bumps and bruises. But as far as guys that weren't at the facility yesterday, I think it was just those 2, if I'm not mistaken. So they're scheduled for 3. If history is any indicator, there'll probably be 2, and then they'll give them the last one off. So we'll definitely get some podium time with some people, I would think, Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. And that's what you're kind of referring to, Seth. You think that even putting Tank Dell in front of the media would be something that would at least have some modicum of pressure that would come with it. Yeah, or just, get railed.
It makes sense.
And the way Nick talked about it the other day, it sounded a little bit like what you would expect, which is, man, the Tank really wants to get out there, and the team has to kind of tell him, like, all right, man, we appreciate it. We know, really careful and go step by step on this, so that anything to maybe fuel his enthusiasm, even
right.
they're trying to avoid.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I agree with your prediction as well. There will probably be 3 players at each practice next week. I think even if they had all 3 practices, Tank probably wouldn't be one of them, let alone 2. So I agree with you on that. But aren't you super curious to hear from Tank? I mean, we haven't heard from him in 18 months.
A podcast here or there,
Has
or
he?
just I think he was on some gaming streamer or something. He was on during that. It hasn't been not an official sit down. Like, tell us exactly what your plans for the future.
Right. Where he gets like real media questions about what's it been like.
Yeah.
What I'm curious. Like not that I want him to relive this, but I'm genuinely, as a human, I'm curious. Like what were the darkest moments like through this whole thing? I mean, that was a major injury, and until until we see him play football again, I guess we could say until we see him play football, who knows, how he feels or how much of the old Tank is back. So he's number 1 on my list, and I don't think I'm going to get satisfaction. To your point,
right. Yeah, you're going to get it in doses.
Yep.
In doses.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, just from just looking at numbers and everything, like on my YouTube, anything with Tank Dell on it, it pops.
Yeah, people like Tank.
People are eagerly anticipating the return of Tank Dell.
That's why he's number one on my list.
He also has, I got to tell his parents this and compliment them when I see them next, is that he's got a very photogenic face, and I think a thumbnail with a Tank Dell face on it.
Yep.
So good job, Mr. and Mrs. Dell, on the genetics there.
Good job on the genetics. Number 2 on my list, and this is somebody that you and I, off the air, I think, the last few days said, I hope this guy's at the podium today, because we've seen some interviews with him, and he's new, and he's been really good in the interviews, and I love his energy, and it's David Montgomery, running back.
Yeah.
I want to hear from him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Like, he's a good interview, and I think the big thing too is I've seen people wonder, okay, what's it going to be like, the dynamic with him and Woody Marks? Because in Detroit, it seemed to be that he was frustrated with Jahmyr Gibbs taking the driver's seat in that running back duo room.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing he's said so far suggests that he has any issue at all with a 2 running back room. When he was on NFL Network or ESPN, I can't keep track of which is which anymore, about a month ago, he talked about Woody Marks and how much he's looking forward to playing with him, and then he also brought up Jawar Jordan and British Brooks and others. I think it's more of a matter of last year it was almost a deliberate pushback or tamping down of his touches in comparison to Jahmyr Gibbs, and I don't think it's going to be that way with Woody Marks and David Montgomery, because there's more of a clear distinction there.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs is
he's elite.
He's elite, and he's a bigger guy, a little bit bigger than Woody Marks, and it's a different dynamic where I think it's more clear cut here that, man, Woody's real value could be in certain situations in the run game, but also his threat as a receiver. I think David Montgomery is more of a threat as a receiver than people realize, and the Texans might lean into that. But it's going to be more of a traditional David Montgomery is your first and second down back, and then it's who anybody's guess on third down.
I'm guessing it's all about pecking order with him, and he got pushed to the back of the pecking order in Detroit, and here he's at the front of the line.
Yeah,
and that's it. And it's as simple as that. Here's Nick Caley yesterday on David Montgomery's impact so far.
It's been great. I mean, he loves football. He's very serious. He's a true pro. I've admired him, again, for a long time, dating back to when he was at Iowa State. He's a Cincinnati guy. But he's tough. Embodies everything that we want culturally here with our team and with our offense. Comes to work every single day. I'm really, really happy that he's a part of our team. I mean, he's made an impact. You can feel him, and he goes about his business the right way every single day. It's been great. Really, really, really happy he's in addition to our team.
He's one of their most important players right now, just because if something happens to him, then you're back with your same situation you had last year over the second half of the season where, you got to lean on Woody Marks again, and I don't know that Woody's suited for that.
I mean, if you look at the running back room right now, if you take the rookies out of it, because who knows what happens with, Pitzenberger or Noah Whittington more likely.
Yep.
But if you look at the veterans in the running back room right now, British Brooks, it's anybody's guess exactly even what position they really want to use him at. And Jawar Jordan you can only put him out there for so many carries per game. He's 185 pounds. So his health, his availability, his effectiveness, it's a huge X factor for the team this year. If you go back to Montgomery's second year in the league, he actually had, where did it go? He had 54 receptions that year.
Okay.
59 receptions. No, wait, sorry about that. 54. Thank you.
54, okay. That was with the Bears, right?
Yeah.
What year was that?
That was 2020.
Okay.
But I don't think all of a sudden he's going to turn into a 50-reception guy. But I think he does, because the Lions have had Jahmyr Gibbs as that option and that threat, they haven't really had to lean into that or anything, and he still gets 20, 30, 36 receptions in a year. But that is, I think people love the Sonic and Knuckles duo and the imagery of that enough that you think of David Montgomery as a guy that's just in there mashing it and breaking tackles up the middle, but he's good in space.
Well, it was funny, too. Caley had an answer to in his press conference yesterday And actually, I think we're going to play it here. You know what? I'll save it. I think we're going to play it when we get to Dalton Schultz. But it had people perk up their ears because it had something to do with running backs. We'll save it. Yeah. I'll continue with this list. So, yeah, these are guys I'm hoping to hear from at training camp next week that we haven't heard from yet. Tank Dell 1, Montgomery 2. Reed Blankenship's number 3 for me, in part because I've thought this offseason he's the acquisition – even with all the stuff that's going on offensively and all the stuff, the work they've put in to try to revamp this offensive line and trade for David Montgomery and revamp the tight end room as well, the idea of the Benson football shoring up one of its very few weak spots with a really good player in Reed Blankenship intrigues me. I've also seen interviews with him in the offseason where that intrigues me. I like his energy. Like, he's somebody who's still almost, it felt like when he signed here, was almost pinching himself. Like, I can't believe a defense this good wants me to be the safety for them.
They were interested in me? Yeah, they're pulling the old Molly Ringwald when Jake, when Jake's looking at her and he's,
She's like looking over her shoulder.
To see if she's, and she was at her house, which would have been like, what? No, what, your dad?
Can you imagine? He's like, no, your hot sister.
Yeah.
Let's get married. Yeah. Not you.
Your drugged up sister. That's who I want.
She was drugged up, yes.
Yeah, there's nobody else there that she could have been. It's a good moment. Right. So anyway, no, with Blankenship, I'm really intrigued by what this secondary can do to look even better than they already did, because you forget, I have to explain to people outside of Houston all the time that 20% of their secondary last year was an egg profile. Mm-hmm. It was just some guy. It was an NPC. You know, it was whoever was shuffling in there.
You know what it was? It was Lamont Wade, the 5-hole hitter for the Astros last night. Like, randos.
It's the best secondary in the sport.
Yep.
Wow, that must be 5 incredible guys. No, it was 4 incredible guys and 1 random dude.
Yeah, every time.
At any given time.
Could be anybody. Yes. Here's Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator for the Texans, on Reed Blankenship.
From a starting point, just the intellect, like savviness, like, again, he's played a lot of ball, played a lot of big games, obviously somewhat different scheme, but just like translating into how we play and stuff. I think it's been really cool to watch him just, like you watch out here, it's like he's been here for 4 years with us the whole time, you know what I mean? It's just, it didn't take him long to really fit in the room, just from a personality standpoint. He's all about ball, but just from a, like, he's got it. I mean, there's stuff that we're growing on and learning, but I mean, he picked things up really quickly, and just I think his, you know, what you alluded to, just sort of his history of playing and his experience allowed him to sort of like get into the groove pretty quickly, and like it's been very seamless, and excited to see him keep growing and get some real-time reps.
This is going to be fun, having another safety that knows what they're doing back there.
Yeah, well, if you think about that last year where, you know, at times the one thing that the coaches and the players will bring up is that they need to limit the number of explosive plays. As awesome as they were, there were just a few too many times where they let up some explosive plays, and usually that's because of either a misalignment, a mental error, some kind of technique error. And when you've got one guy, again, at a safety position that's either, you know, when Kayvon Wallace had been on the team for like 2 weeks, you got Jalen Reed back there as a rookie, you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's just doing whatever the hell he wants
MJ
to. And any
Stewart
particular
back
play,
there.
right, yeah. You go from, instead of having somebody that sometimes you're going to have to be given instructions to right before the snap, you got another veteran who's actually picking up all the pre-snap keys and communicating them himself. So it's really... It's got, you know, I don't want to do what we did the year that they had Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell, where you're looking at it on paper beforehand and you say, oh, wow, look at this.
Who's
going to be amazing,
stop this?
right?
Yeah.
The difference here is that you're integrating somebody new into a situation that was already really good, but it's not a position where you don't need one of your safeties to end up being an all-pro or whatever the equivalent of a 1,000-yard receiver is.
I would take it to coaching too. I think I just trust DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke to know how to integrate it versus second-year OC Bobby Slowick. Yeah. I think that's you know, DeMeco gives you confidence and stuff like that.
He's a third-year OC down there in Miami now.
He is, yeah. Well,
I mean, first time with them, but third year of experience.
Yep. So that should be interesting. So Tank Dell, David Montgomery, Reed Blankenship. I've got a couple more. Wyatt Teller. I want to hear from Wyatt Teller. Why?
Yeah, we haven't really, other than the initial phone call, we've seen some social media clips and everything. But other than that,
how's it going so far?
Yeah.
How's your wife and son enjoying this so far?
And he's got a lot of personality.
Right.
He's got ADHD, and he's not bashful about talking about it.
Yeah.
But so I don't think he'd be offended if I say that, yeah, he talks like he's got ADHD.
It's awesome.
He's going to tell you 7 different things in one sentence.
We need that.
And they're all interesting. Yeah, I look forward to hopefully him being part of an improved offensive line and him being able to talk about that and everything that goes into it, because he's an interesting person.
We played a clip yesterday that somebody, it might have been D'Amico, I forget who it was, but somebody was talking about audio that we played of Wyatt Teller. It might have been Will Anderson, I think, of like Wyatt Teller, helping the offense get lined up.
It was Anderson talking about that, but also picking up games, and that's where I got all perky.
Yeah,
started sweating.
Yeah,
I was like, you mean like they're picking up games better than high school kids? Holy crap!
It's
this time of year,
right?
Last year it took them until about week 8 before they started playing as smart as high school kids.
This is new.
They could be smarter than high school kids in June.
Yeah, it's that would be nice if they picked up some games in the preseason. If they were able to do that. So I'm Wyatt Teller, number 4 on my list. Last one before I got some honorable mentions. Dalton Schultz. I want to hear from somebody in this newfangled tight end room, and I want to hear him say dude several times.
Yeah.
I want to hear some bros. I want to hear some dudes. I want to hear him gush about C.J. Stroud, which I'm sure he will. I want to hear him gush about his new teammates in that tight end room.
I want to hear from was Foster Moreau the one we thought that sounded like a coach already?
Yes.
Because he said
like a media member.
They asked him what he felt about Nick Kalen. He said, "Good, strong handshake."
Yeah.
It sounded like he was evaluating a player.
That's right. That's right.
Foster Moreau's guy. He was on Texans All Access, and there's some good clips of him. I thought the fact that Will Anderson brought up Foster Moreau was interesting also. I got excited about the veteran players that Will Anderson talked about.
Yeah.
And with Dalton Schultz, Dalton was a huge advocate of Nick Caley last year, and with the way he coached and operated, and I guess, especially when you've got a former tight ends coach running the offense, he probably felt less neglected than tight ends sometimes feel by the offensive coordinators. But I think the important thing to remember with Dalton Schultz is he's a better blocker and a more willing blocker than you want to believe, and part of it's been because of injuries the last couple of years. I'm not saying he's a great blocker or anything, but he's a very willing blocker. The concern I would have is just, man, he plays through a lot of injuries, but that also means that he is getting injured a lot. Credit to him that he's playing through all of those injuries, but it's kind of hampered some of the things he can and can't do.
Yep.
Maybe with the addition of Foster Moreau and others, then it won't be as much of an issue. But which we should bring up, though, too, that Marlon Klein has been absent from practice the last
he was out there yesterday, but he wasn't
not
practicing.
absent, but not playing.
Not practicing. He was not practicing.
And they signed a rookie undrafted free agent,
Lewis Hanson.
Yeah, which I don't want to jump to conclusions there and tie those two exactly. There's going to be a lot of shuffling of undrafted rookie free agents, but I'm not saying it can't be related to Marlon Klein's injury.
Yeah, it's noteworthy. It was funny. Cody Stutes did his synopsis of practice yesterday, and I like Cody's because it's like 11 bullet points, and it's really easy to consume. But it was funny because I had it. I was reading it on my screen, and I think it was in an email form, so I wasn't able to like zoom in and see the font a little bit bigger. So he said that Lewis Hanson was the fastest of the tight ends out there. And my eyes looked at it, and I thought it said fattest of the tight ends out there.
Yeah,
like, damn,
no,
Cody.
that's Blake Fisher.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, damn, Cody. I texted Cody.
Okay, without getting too draft nerdy, it is really interesting because I've been listening to various people since the draft talk about the tight end position, and more tight ends were drafted this year than since 2004 or something ridiculous.
Well, there's like 9 that went within like 30 picks.
Right. Yeah. And I do think a big part of it when you listen to people that actually understand football, they're saying before you jump to conclusions or accuse teams of reaching for tight ends. Yeah, the league is evaluating tight ends differently, and the blocking tight end and all of those things is probably coming back more into vogue because teams are going to be using more multiple tight end sets. So the way that the way the draft evaluators are ranking some of these tight ends might be based on standards from 5 years ago, more so than what the actual NFL teams now are doing.
And hence Marlon Klein goes with the 59th overall pick to the Texans, right?
Yeah, well, the Jaguars and the Texans have both been getting crushed for, I think, probably just evaluating tight ends differently, really.
Yeah.
Everybody else are a glorified, a gigantic slot receiver.
Yep.
Where, no, I think the blocking tight end has more value right now than it did a few years ago.
Here's Nick Caley yesterday on the importance of tight end depth.
Yeah, well, I am a little bit biased there because my background with tight ends. But, you remember, it is important. I think you always want to be multiple. And to nobody's fault, last year, we got thinned out pretty early with Brev prior to us ever getting to the season. Cade goes down in the fourth quarter of the Los Angeles Rams game for, call it, two-thirds of the season. And we're in the jumbo world a lot. So, we want to be multiple. We want to have balance, 11, 12s, 13s, 20, etc. And I think that's always good to be able to do those things. So that's important. And we've got a really good group of receivers. We got a really good group of backs. We got a really deep room at tight end now, too, and we're healthy. So it's been a lot of fun just trying to mix those groupings here and evolve that.
Okay, and the thing that I was referring to earlier, Seth, that I said we would get to, that Nick Caley said right there, that made people's ears kind of perk up a little bit, was when he was going through all the numeric designations, 11, 12, and for those who don't speak fluent numeric stuff, the first number is the number of running backs you have on the field, the second number is the number of tight ends you have on the field, and obviously what's left over are wide receivers. So 12 personnel is one running back, two tight ends, 13 is three tight ends, blah, blah, blah. When he said 20 personnel, people were like, whoa!
Two running backs and three wide receivers.
Yeah, people, you know who I know is a big advocate of this? John Harris loves when they put two running backs out there that can hurt you, that the other team has to pay attention to. And that's intriguing to me. Going back to your point several minutes ago about David Montgomery, is that maybe he doesn't have the numbers to back it up in terms of sheer volume of catches in his career, but he's got that club in his bag, and he has been that guy at certain points early in his career, and we know that's why Woody Marks was drafted. So people were getting a little excited about that, like, ooh, David Montgomery and Woody Marks on the field at the same time.
And Woody Marks, by rookie standards, was much better in pass protection than most rookies are.
Yes.
So it does create – it's not as obvious if you've got Montgomery and Woody Marks back there who the receiving option is, and that you could trust that, okay – If people are playing the tendencies and they're more focused in on Woody Marks, all of a sudden, no, Woody Marks is staying into block, and David Montgomery will be the guy. The other thing there, though, too, is what Nick Caley said was we're in the jumbo world a lot. That means they were out there playing with 6 offensive linemen a lot. And I think some people were a little bit more impressed by the Texans' use of jumbo than they should have been, because it wasn't awesome for the Texans. It was just less worse. It was that they had issues on the offensive line. They were having trouble getting movement, and they sometimes you bring an extra offensive lineman in there just because it's not going to be an abomination at least.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like they were a rolling ball of butcher knives when Blake Fisher is out there, and then also he doesn't provide you anything as a receiving threat.
No.
So it makes you really one-dimensional.
Yeah.
So I think, when they bring in Foster Moreau, when they draft Marlon Klein, they would very much prefer to have a tight end in there instead of an offensive lineman. Yep. It's just like I think, because sometimes I'll hear, well, you got to keep Blake Fisher because he's your 6th offensive lineman. Like, no, I don't think that's going to factor in one tiny bit into whether Blake Fisher makes the team.
No, especially when they've gone out and gotten other tackles. He's got more competition in that room now than Blake Fisher does than he had before. Caley did not sound super stoked in that cut we just played about the era when they had to start going jumbo more.
We lived in the jumbo world a lot.
Yeah. Like he did not sound like somebody. He wasn't saying we got to live in the jumbo world a lot. It was like no, we had to live in the jumbo world. Whenever you
talk about living in a world or a land, it's like a fantasy land or
it's one extreme or the other. And this felt like it was in an extreme that felt like a world he did not want to live in.
No, but even that, like in fantasy, it's usually a negative though too. If you're living in fantasy land, you're living in wacky world or whatever. Yeah, it's not the world you want to be living in.
No. My honorable mentions, by the way, of guys I want to hear from: Kalen Bullock, Caden McDonald, because he's fun, and who knows what he's going to say. They may keep the rookies off the grid for a little bit. Aziz Ariante Ursary, just because we haven't talked about him a lot. Sheldon Rankins is a good interview. I don't have Daniil Hunter and Derek Stingley on my list because neither of them really say anything.
Derek's fun just because you can expect the 20-second answer to everything.
At best. 20
Who'd
seconds.
you say other than Stingley?
Daniil Hunter.
Oh, Daniil Hunter.
Yeah. They're both super quiet.
It's kind of like Danico Autry was like that too. Not rude or just doesn't really, he doesn't want to be there.
All business.
Daniil, you always feel like he's got a workout to get to.
You actually had a really good interview with Daniil last year when we were in West Virginia.
Yeah.
You got him talking about things. I was very impressed. The only two people I've seen Daniil Hunter start riffing a little bit with, Seth C. Payne and Kay Adams. The two sexiest people, the two sexiest people in broadcasting.
Same tactics.
You know
what I did with Daniil was I could tell as he was walking up to do this interview that I was like, man, he looks like he wants to get to his workout, because that's what it's like after practice, especially during training camp. Like you got all these things you want to do before you got to get to meetings and everything. And Daniil takes care of his body. He probably wanted to get in the cold tub and everything.
Yep.
So I just started in with just meathead bro gym talk for the first 3 minutes.
It worked, man. Yeah. It was a good conversation. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
I was very intrigued out. Remember last year he had said that he put on 5 pounds of muscle.
That's right. Yeah,
in an interview during OTAs, and everybody's like, "How the frick did you put on 5 pounds of muscle?"
Yep.
And he did. He did it. Pull-ups.
Yeah.
He just worked his back more.
That's it, man.
People don't realize how kids don't understand how powerful you are. If you're a big man that can do pull-ups,
dude,
you can be one of the strongest guys on the field, no matter what your bench press is.
Herschel Walker, sit-ups and push-ups. Supposedly, that was it. That's what he said he did. Just sit-ups and push-ups back in the day.
Well, I mean, Daniil's doing pull-ups with 50-pound weights strapped to his legs and everything. It wasn't. Yeah.
Yep. Did you have you seen the new Rocket uniforms?
I just thought they were going back to the ketchup and mustard.
Well, they are.
I didn't see the new version of the ketchup and mustard.
So they're going back to the ketchup. They're going back to the ketchup and mustard. The font of the Houston or the Rockets on the front is different. I guess there was some hang up where they couldn't go back to the exact same uniforms. But so they've got 3 uniforms. They've got a red with the white and yellow trim.
Oh, yeah.
They've got white with the red and yellow trim, and it's 2026, so you got to have a full-on black uniform with some of the hints of the red and the yellow in the numbering and the lettering on the uniform. Yeah. People like me who love the ketchup and mustard uniforms back in the day love these uniforms. I think they're great.
I like the logo too, where it's everything's the fonts and everything are all
modern.
Just more current.
Yeah.
The logo's really cool. Yeah, I like them. I'm not as much of a uniform connoisseur. They don't look atrocious. Okay.
Yeah.
With uniforms, it's either atrocious or okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So this is cool.
Okay, I take that back though, because the City Connect uniforms I get pretty impressed by with other teams. When the Astros are playing a team with a City Connect, I give grudging acknowledgement of when they're really cool.
Yeah, they can be fun. This to me, like 30 years later, finally remedies one of the biggest wrongs in the history of uniform changes.
Yeah.
Because I was living here at the time. I moved here in between the 2 Rocket championships. So my first year as a Houstonian was that run that they had in 95 from the 6th seed, beating all those good teams, Kiss of Death, Mario Ellie. That's so fun to live here for that. It's to this day, it's still one of my favorite teams I've ever rooted for. And then the very next season, after winning 2 championships, they not only change uniforms, and I don't know if this is a controversial take at all. I don't know how many of you out there from back then or even now like the uniforms they switched to. It was a complete shift, not only in like color scheme, font, vibe, fit. The shorts were big and baggy. The colors went from the ketchup and mustard and the white to dark blue and red with the cartoon rocket on the front of it and a font that was different. And I thought, in my opinion, and I feel it's this to this day, it is the worst uniform change for a team that I've rooted for, certainly, and maybe for a team that I've even just observed in the history of uniform changes. And just silly to do it after winning 2 championships. Yeah. I know that they usually do these things, start planning them years in advance, and maybe they didn't know as they're planning. Obviously, they don't know we're going to win 2 championships in the old uniforms. But those uniforms stunk. They were terrible.
The one thing I didn't understand from that video, Sean, I was a little bit confused, is that sometimes it looked like there were subtle pinstripes, and then other times it didn't.
I didn't notice. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's like a subtle pinstripe to it.
Okay.
But on the red and the white, you can see it. On the red, it's like from a distance, you can't even tell that there's pinstripes until they get up close on it.
I am going today, Seth. Amy and I are going to go down to Toyota Center. They're having a big pop-up down there today with all the new merch and with all the Rocket Legends signing autograph. So we're going to go down there at lunchtime. I will report back to you on this pinstripe. I got to watch the video again.
Okay.
I didn't notice that.
You didn't notice the pinstripes?
Well, I didn't. If I did, it didn't bug me or anything like that.
No, and that's what's interesting about it, because the pinstripes have been pretty polarizing at times. And this is from a distance you can't see them, but then they go up close. I'm like, wait, is this a different? Do they have yet another version of it? No.
Yeah. Oh, I see. On the white one. Yeah, like those gray stripes. Yeah. And then the red one there. Yeah. You're right. And on the shorts, they're the pinch. I guess it didn't. I was so happy to have the color scheme back.
Yeah.
Of the yellow and the red. Yeah, no, the pinstripes are distinct. Okay. I'm not wild about the pinstripes, but they don't ruin it for me.
Well, no, you say they're distinct. I feel like I think they're way more subtle.
They're way more subtle than the uniforms that I just said I hated so much.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So it's weird. It's almost like they did an homage to they're going back as an homage to the ketchup and mustard, but don't forget the pinstripes.
Don't forget the cartoon rocket.
We don't want you to forget the pinstripes.
No, overall, I really like these. I just like having the color scheme back, and I'm with you. The font. There were people a little upset that they didn't just go straight back to the same exact font they had in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I kind of like it. It's a little more modernized. What I also thought was interesting, too, about the video, Tari Eason is one of the players modeling these uniforms. He's a restricted free agent after these finals are over. I just wonder.
Let's read into that.
Well, right?
Well, it's like with the Texans used to be, who's not on the
season tickets.
On the season tickets.
That was fun.
1 year, what? Oh, well, Dwayne
Brown was not on it 1 year.
Wasn't on it.
He was holding out.
That was telling, yeah.
Yep, he was holding out, and then he got traded that season. That's what sucks about not having the physical tickets in your hand anymore. We don't get that topic each year.
Yeah, it's funny when you said you didn't notice the pinstripes at first.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the picture of Reed Shepherd, and once you see them, you'd always see them.
Yeah, you can't unsee them.
But the first couple times I had looked at it, I didn't notice them at all.
Yeah.
So I think that's the right amount of pinstripe.
Yes. Yeah. It's the fact that you had to send me to the video a second time to look at them tells me that I can't get angry about them. Can't get angry about it. So good job by the Rockets, making up 30 years later, making up for the worst uniform change in history. I hated those. My Astro best and worst. See, you mentioned the Space City for the other teams. Did you like the first Space City uniforms the Astros had before this? The version they have now is the all white. Did you like the ones that were I really busy and dark blue?
I thought there was too much going on.
Yeah.
I haven't been super crazy about either of the Astros City Connect uniforms.
So the white ones they wear on Mondays this year, you're not crazy about?
I like them better, but I'm not. It's just there's other teams. I like one bold color or uniform color more so than white or anything.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I've learned over the years I'm a big cream uniforms.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that it kind of just feels old-timey.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, you didn't know whether they were cream or they just didn't have the budget for laundry.
Or they were doing money
I was like, all right, I don't know. The money wasn't the same back then.
I respect
Those
this
might just
team.
be dingy more so than cream.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think it was the White Sox have like a really cool cream City Connect.
Oh, do they really?
I think if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. The City Connect ones I don't like are the Boston Red Sox green ones. And I know they're doing it for the Green Monster. I just think that the Red Sox wearing an all-green uniform is stupid.
Oh, no, the White Sox are the one. I couldn't figure out whether I liked it or not. The White Sox have the Air Jordan ones.
Oh, yeah?
They've got the ones that look like a Bulls jersey, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Except I don't like the color of them, but I don't like the uniforms, but I kind of like the nod to Air Jordan.
Yep. People weighing in. Hey, Sean and Seth, yes, we hated those Rockets blue unis with the clown shorts, exclamation point. There's people calling those uniforms pajamas because they were so baggy and big.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of – that was an older team too. So in that day and age in the mid-'90s, there were a lot of college teams going to the big baggy shorts, like the Arkansas teams, the 40 Minutes of Hell Arkansas teams, the Fab Five. The Fab Five kind of started up the really baggy shorts. That's what made it look stupid for me with the Rockets, was a team that had 35-year-old Hakeem Olajuwon, 35-year-old Charles Barkley, 36-year-old Clyde Drexler, Kevin Willis. They looked like divorced dads trying to look, in their 40s.
Slopping around the household.
They looked like they were trying to be in their 20s.
Well, and it was also, though, too, with Barkley, you look at, highlights of him from his early years in the NBA, and he was wearing the shorter shorts and everything, and he was a little bit more of a slender dude. I don't know if slender's the right word. But by the time you get to the Rockets, he looks like a guy who's not just wearing big and baggy, but also wearing pinstripes because it might have a slimming effect.
Yeah.
But it doesn't when they're big, when they're huge white pinstripes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the slimming effect you're looking for. If anything, it highlights the bulbous contours of your body.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday, just rolling along here. Weigh in. I am curious what people think. Not about the old uniforms. I am curious what people think about the ones that they unveiled yesterday. I'm anxious to go see the merch today out at Toyota Center. All right, coming up next, listening to more Myles Garrett fallout from up in Cleveland. And with that, I want to thank J.J. Watt for something.
Oh.
And I will thank him for this coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. You'll thank me for telling you to call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been in an accident that
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I've been still listening to the fallout of the Myles Garrett trade. I've been listening to our colleagues up there going through the 5-stage brief, the Kubler-Ross, Seth, the anger, the denial, the anger, the bargaining, depression. I forget the exact order. I think that's the order, actually, and then acceptance is the last one. And I think they're credit the guys that I listen to up there, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, some of the others. I've been listening a lot just because that's been the biggest trade of the last few years. And they are gradually getting to acceptance. But they brought something up interesting this morning, and I've compared the Myles Garrett trade in terms of just the magnitude of the player and what he's meant to the organization on the field, certainly, to if the Texans had traded J.J. Watt in his prime, when he was coming off of his third Defensive Player of the Year in 2015, but the team is so bad that you've got no choice but to trade your best player and get a haul back in return. There's a lot that would have devastated the city if they traded J.J. Watt in his prime back in the day.
Yeah.
And so one of the things they were saying about what's going to be really hard about Myles Garrett getting traded to the Rams is the Rams are considered the Super Bowl favorite. There's no team that's on prime time more than the Los Angeles Rams this season, including their first 3 games of the year, I guess, are platform games. They're playing in Australia to start the year. I think their next, at least according to these guys, their next 2 games are on national TV. So this whole Myles Garrett thing, if you choose to watch, because it's the only game on, is going to be right up in your face.
Yeah.
If you're from Cleveland. So this is what I wanted to thank J.J. Watt for. I want to thank him for signing with a team that was never going to get 7 primetime games. A team that was never going to be in primetime the first 3 weeks of an NFL season.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. they're gonna have this. This is like your girlfriend leaving you for Timothy Chalamet right before the NBA playoffs.
That's exactly what it is.
You couldn't have just left me for Jim who sells insurance or something. No, she had to leave me for Timothy Chalamet, and you're a huge NBA fan,
yes,
and you're watching the playoffs, and you just see Timothy Chalamet and your ex-girlfriend.
Oh my God,
all day long.
That's exactly what it is, man. So yeah, I just wanted to.
And you like Danhausen too.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to thank JJ for back in the day, because I think even when he unveiled what team he was going to, I think it did catch us off guard a little bit that it was the Arizona Cardinals.
The assumption was he was going to go ring chasing,
right?
Right. And that's not what he did.
No.
He just kind of looked in what was the best situation for him, what was the best offer, all of that.
Human monies, yes.
Human monies,
yes. Yep, absolutely. So thank you, J.J. Watt, for signing somewhere that was never going to put that team on national TV as often as the Rams are going to be on national TV this coming season. And they're scheduled for 7, but Seth, we know, they could get flexed into more. There's no limits now. they used to have they used to have guardrail. They had much stricter primetime rules. I think the max was 5. Everybody had to have a Thursday game. A lot more socialism back in the day.
This is something I don't know if I would even say if Ireland, because it would just feel too much like you're carrying water for the team.
Yeah.
But if I were in Cleveland, I might feel this way. At the very least, even though Jared Verse isn't as good a player as Myles Garrett, Jared Verse is a very, very good football player. And I do think Jared Verse, I think he fits. He's more of a personality fit and more of an AFC North fit in terms of type of football player he is than probably. So for whatever consolation that is, he's unlikely to reproduce Myles Garrett's production. Now he does get pressures at about the same rate as Myles Garrett. Doesn't get without having to deal with as many double teams and everything. And there's still upside. So I think Jared. I love Jared Verse, the football player. I do think he's a better fit for the Browns, the city of Cleveland, and the AFC North than Myles Garrett was.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how much solace they take in that.
It's funny you say that, because as I was listening to them up there, they were pointing out, Ken and Anthony, that they've taught now. They've now been, they've had OTAs, so they've been able to, there's players now on the Browns who have spoken to the media since the trade was made, and they were pointing out, Carson Schwarzenegger didn't seem all that moved by it. You know, they were pointing out
the loss of Garrett.
The loss of Garrett. Yeah, like they didn't. Like, there weren't a lot of guys, you know, crying in their beers over it.
They asked Schlesinger about it, and he said it piqued his attention, but he was more worried about trying to get his slice right because he was out playing golf, and he was he had a really bad slice that day. Turned with slice.
I hadn't heard that.
That's what the caption said.
Yeah,
I don't know what he actually said.
Okay.
So that's what.
Just the caveat.
Let's say at the very least, people are trying to set that out there.
Well, and it was funny too, and I think this backs up your point about just the cultural fit of Garrett. And you're not diminishing what he is as a player. Obviously, he's a fantastic football player. But Ken Carman made a great point. I should have pulled the audio where he said, "Hey, can I just have one request? Because we're going to pay Jared Verse at some point here in the next few years if things go well. He's going to get his $100 million contract. Can we not have dinosaur cupcakes at the press conference for the extension? Can we not have little dinosaur figurines?" For those who don't know, Myles Garrett, big dinosaur enthusiast. He wore a dinosaur T-shirt to his press conference in L.A. earlier this week. But
if you're asking, hey, is that some new band I don't know about? No. Actual dinosaurs.
Actual dinosaurs, yeah.
He's, like any fourth grader he's deep into dinosaurs.
Apparently, Myles Garrett's press conference when he got his new contract last year was like a third grader's birthday party.
Yeah.
And Ken was like, can we not do that with Jared Verse, please?
No, and I think that's where there's always that, or there's often that dynamic with a star player. I think there have always been a lot of Browns fans that kind of wonder. It was like, oh, yeah, he's awesome, but I don't know. So, and it's very easy for them to lean into that now.
Of course.
I mean, you're losing one of the best defensive players of a generation. Yep. You're very, very unlikely to replace that production. If it were any other team than the Browns, this is the tough thing. If it were any other team than the Browns, I would more be full bore endorsing the strategy and the compensation because I really like Jared Verse as a football player. Yeah. The problem is you've already tanked once before with this GM.
Yeah.
So, it's hard enough to go through one cycle of tanking or resetting with a new GM, and you just keep telling yourself, all right, I think Luno might actually know what he's doing. Hey, look, at least in baseball you have a AAA squad. Hey, look, the Astros are winning all kinds of minor league championships every year.
Yep.
We can see it. You've got the same GM here who's whiffed completely on trying to reset it the first time around, but you're supposed to trust him now on being the guy that's going to trade away your best players. It's just that's a hard ask of a fan base.
Well, especially when the salvo that indicates that, oh, no, we're resetting this thing is trading the very prize that you got for the first tankaroo.
Yeah.
Like your crown jewel in that 2-year 1-31 stretch was Myles Garrett. And now symbolically it's crazy. This is how you
if you're building the Great Wall of China and you're one of the people that died doing it, and and the first guy gets buried down on the first layer, but you're the second guy coming in. And you're like, okay, I'm going to be part of finishing this, and you're looking at the corpse of a guy who was just buried in the Great Wall of China, and it's only like 3 feet high. Then you're like, we're going to finish this thing, right? We're going to be I'm going to be part of me on top of we're like, oh yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah, no, you're not going to get buried 3 more feet.
Yeah, that's what the current Browns are like. They're going to be buried on the second or third foot of the Great Wall of Cleveland.
Great Wall of China, yeah. The Great Wall of Cleveland, yeah. So this is how you know it's a big trade. When other head coaches that aren't even in the same division get asked about it. This was Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions getting asked yesterday about the Myles Garrett trade.
Your first reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, good for them. They've won it now, right? I had none. I mean, he's a hell of a player. Verse is a hell of a player, and they're 2 totally different players. But that was what they felt like they needed to do, and good for them, man.
They've won it now.
They've won it, yeah.
Campbell's got so many good grumpy old man quotes already just from this offseason about how OTAs don't matter.
Yeah.
And, the pajama, guys out there in their pajamas, all of that.
Yeah,
and now, like the preseason hype of, they've got Myles Garrett. They've won it, huh?
Well,
it's been a little annoying, Sean. You and I both listen to a lot of podcasts.
Yep.
And when you start listening to some of the smart guys nationally and everything, but they just almost take it as a given that, well, of course the Rams are – they don't take it as a given that the Rams are going to be in the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, but that's how they talk about them. Like, well, clearly this is a year where, yes, they're the favorite and nobody else should even be considered because look at how incredible they are.
It's like they forgot how football works.
Forgot this last season. You see a lot of Seahawks fans who are really pissed off because if it's Nate Tyson, some of those guys, Robert, what's his face there, Robert, anyway, because they've got a national following.
Mays?
So
Robert Mays.
Robert Mays. Yeah. I like looking at the comments under their videos because it's usually pretty smart comments and everything. Sure. But it's a whole lot of Seahawks fans that are like, man, every time the NFC West comes up, you guys will talk about the Seahawks for like 10 seconds, and then it's pivot over to the Rams and how incredible they are. And I have a hard time acting like the Rams are just going to roll their way to the Super Bowl when how many times have you heard about a team that's so awesome except the reason they couldn't make the Super Bowl was because their special teams aren't good? Like, what the hell is this? Wait, whoa. Unless you've talked about how teams have been led to the Super Bowl by their special teams, then I don't want to hear about how, well, if their special teams were just better, they would have been in the Super Bowl too. Like, no. Yeah, that's not allowed to be like the one little minor blemish that otherwise you're the perfect football team.
All right, Payne,
that's a big deal, man.
It is.
How good are you if you just simply couldn't make the Super Bowl because you have too many gaffes on special teams?
It's one of the three phases, okay? There's three phases of football, and special teams is one of them. You're right.
I seem to recall the Seahawks putting up quite a few points against them, too.
I do, too. Yeah, that's true. They did. They scored a lot of points on that defense. Well, they need Myles Garrett, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. A former NFL defensive player, rank the Texans defense. And also, let's circle back to Matt Burke, defensive coordinator. Talked about Will Anderson Jr., what's his ceiling, and the whole notion of trying to manage Will out of practice from killing things out there. We'll hear from the Texans DC in the next segment coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans QB in his play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, there we go. My headphones were turned down. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. Hey, one quick correction. I mentioned the pop-up that the the Rockets are having today with all the new merch, all the new ketchup and mustard merch that they've got. It's actually at George R. Brown Convention Center. I said Toyota Center. It's at George R. Brown. And it's cool.
Close enough.
They got same neighborhood.
Figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll find out when they get to Toyota Center under my advice, and it's not there, and then walk over to George R. Brown. So yes, it's at George R. Brown. So that'll be fun. Looking forward to buying some new Rockets merch. So Logan Ryan, former defensive back with the Patriots and the Titans, was on a podcast and was ranted around the NFL, and here's where he's got the Houston Texans.
No secret, we're starting here at number 1 with the Houston Texans.
In the playoffs last year, they looked like the 2000 Ravens. If C.J. Stroud played a little better and didn't turn the ball over, they could have went to the Super Bowl easily with how dominant they were. Their bookend pass rushers. You talked about Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. You look at the secondary, right, with Stingley and Lasser. You have one of the highest paid corners in football, a great duo there. You have a great pass rush duo. Then I look at the linebacker, Azeez Al-Shire, right? That's balance at all three levels. Look at their rankings. Obviously, first in yards, second in points, takeaways. It's not going down. They were able to retain all this stuff. And also, I love Jalen Petrie. He's their missile. And I talked about the identity. Texans are a defensive team, and D'Amico Ryans, their head coach, is a former great defensive player and a better head coach, right? So this is a defensive team. Why start at the bottom of the list? We can just go right to the top. Obviously, Houston Texans, there's a no-brainer.
Okay, he brought up Petrie there, and I don't think it's a hot take or anything that for somebody to come out and say the Texans have the number 1 defense right now. People in Seattle might argue with people with Houston about it, but I think those are the two clear-cut. Go ahead. Yeah, that's it. I wonder where the Rams are. I'll have to go look at the defensive power rankings since the Rams added Myles
it's a good question. And I think Denver kind of floats around in that same neighborhood.
Yeah, Denver 100%. Yeah. They kind of fell off in the second half or like in the back stretch of the season. And you know what? Ben, do you have that Chris Long audio of talking about Alec Pierce? Hadn't you sent that to Ben?
I did. Yeah.
Oh,
do you want to play that here?
Yeah, just because he mentioned Petrie. You didn't have it later in the show prep, but
I did show prep. I just didn't get to it. Yeah.
This is another little dose of positivity about the Texans defense. This is Alec Pierce, hateable, loathsome Alec Pierce of the Indianapolis Colts talking about the first hit he took in the NFL.
When you play Houston and you're running a dig, is that a little nerve-wracking?
So my first game ever was against Houston, and I ran a dig, and I got it was like a backside of RPO, and it was Petrie right there. He hit me so hard, my face mask bent. It was funny because on the sideline, I was trying to take my helmet off, and I think they just thought I was messed up because I couldn't take my helmet off, and I'm like...
So he bent the sucker in?
Yeah, it hit my face mask, and it bent, and that's why I couldn't take my helmet off. I was trying to get this thing, but I think it was stuck in the face mask kind of pinched it when it bent. But I was sitting there, trying to take it off, and they're like, oh.
Dog, he's got to be one of the hardest hitters in the league. And then he puts that big-ass bonnet on, dude. Yeah, bro.
I like calling it a bonnet. A bonnet. That was my favorite part of it. Yeah,
it is funny that Chris Long and to a degree Alec Pierce are their processing of Jalen Petrie wearing the Guardian cap is it takes this already dangerous person and makes him even more dangerous.
No, that's what, remember we said it was like in a movie where the badass gangster also sucks a lollipop.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where there's such badasses that get away with something that would make anybody else look soft.
Yeah.
But Jalen Petrie is the guy who walks into a room, you owe him money, and he's sucking a freaking lollipop. And you're like, oh no, this guy's really psychotic.
Yeah. The funny thing is, that was also Jalen Petrie's first game in the NFL. They were both, it was in 2022. That was the tie in week 1 of the Lovie Smith year. Remember that? When everybody's mad at Lovie that he played for a tie?
Semi-win.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't a tie. It was a semi-win.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. And Michael Irvin, ladies and gentlemen, yes.
I was trying to place it because he's had a couple. I mean, one of the most iconic hits of this decade was against Rashee Rice with the Chiefs. That one was, what was fun about that one was the entire nation piled on because
Sunday
they
Night
loved
Football.
that it was Rashee Rice.
And it was on prime time.
It was Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
And it was Rashee Rice. There were so many good GIFs and memes about a collision in traffic and all of that.
It was great.
Yeah, it was great.
It was great. Yeah. So that was Jalen's first game also. And that's a great clip from Alec Pierce talking about that.
Can you imagine being Rashee Rice and just sitting in your jail cell right now, and all of a sudden you hear somebody walking down the corridor, and you think it's a guard, and he's clanking his nightstick against the cells as he's going on, and all of a sudden you hear the footsteps slow, and he turns and he looks up, and it's Jalen Petrie in a Guardian cap.
Oh, dude,
freak him out, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, PTSD for sure. Back to the original cut we played with Logan Ryan talking about Texans being the number one defense, listed all the reasons why. That's the thing, and he compared them. That was the big thing, Seth. He compared them to the 2000 Ravens, which we know was a Super Bowl winning team. That's the thing that I think bums me out the most. It obviously just bums me out the Texans not getting to the Super Bowl last year. That would have been amazing. I guess the details off of that it bums me out about most is that had they won a Super Bowl, that would have been a defense that would have gotten talked about alongside the other great defenses that get brought up in these conversations every year. It almost feels like that's the one thing. You do not get brought up in these great defense conversations unless you win a Super Bowl. The 85 Bears, the 2000 Ravens, the 2015 Broncos. Those are the defenses that get brought up because they were in large part because they were the catalyst for those teams winning the Super Bowl. Those are three teams. Those are the three that come to mind immediately because you got the 85 Bears, which were all about the defense and Walter Payton. You got the 2000 Ravens, which was all about the defense because Trent Dilfer was the damn quarterback. And then in 2015, you had the Broncos, where Von Miller was the MVP of the Super Bowl because Peyton Manning couldn't throw the ball more than 10 yards down the field.
Well, the 2013 Seahawks also.
It's another good one, yes.
Yeah, that's Legion of Boom. They win the Super Bowl. You got a rookie quarterback. And, like Russell Wilson's game at that point wasn't going to be anything that was going to drive them to a Super Bowl. Right. He did some really good things, but it was their defense that led them to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, and if you think about it, it could have been, if they had been able to pull it off, it would have been one of the most iconic victories in his Super Bowl playoff run up to the Super Bowl history. If the Texans had somehow won that game against the Patriots, as your quarterback is throwing 4 interceptions in the first half in those weather conditions, that against the runner-up MVP, that would have been incredible. But credit to Drake May, he made some incredible throws in that game.
He did.
I mean, the booty touchdown was it was Booty, right, in the end zone in the second half?
I think I know Diggs caught one. There was one in the corner. It was probably Booty. I thought
that was Booty.
Yeah.
Because Stingley had gotten the whole
I think it was
a couple plays before.
Yep, I think it was Booty.
That was, if you go back and watch that was an incredible pass.
Yep.
That was really just a beautiful pass by Drake May.
Yep.
But that's what it would have been. Yeah, it would have been a really iconic moment in victory and a run up to a Super Bowl.
Well, no question, because they ended the season on a 9-game winning streak. So that's so you're continuing that into the postseason. It absolutely would have been. The crazy thing about that Patriots game is the only turnover that the Patriots scored off of was the pick six. The actual play that was a turnover. The Texans bowed up on defense every time CJ threw an interception. And the Patriots offense went back out there. The problem was the other possessions, there were just busts on defense. I mean, the Patriots' very first touchdown, Kalen Bullock overplayed a ball on a 4th and inches, and I forget who the receiver was, but caught it and took it to the house. So yeah, that was a bummer. And I just hearing that into the 2000 Ravens, I'm like, oh man, you win that Super Bowl last year, and that's the conversation that defense is in. It's in a conversation with all-time iconic defenses. So maybe it happens this year. We'll see. Will Anderson Jr., big part of that defense. This was Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, yesterday, saying this is what he thinks Will Anderson Jr.'s ceiling is.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be the last person up here to put limits on Will Anderson. So I don't know that there's limits. I always hate to say like he's the best or the most of anything. There's a lot of good players in this league, in this history, and I would challenge anybody to tell me there's somebody working harder than Will. Maybe there's people working as close, but I would challenge anyone to say that anyone's working harder than Will Anderson. And so to do that, coming off the year he's had, coming off the contract he just received, I do see some elevation. Again, we have some different faces in the room and some young guys. So from a leadership standpoint, really being intentional and proactive with some of those guys to help get up to speed on the reps and the style and what we do. And, he sets the standard definitely in that room and for our defense. And so it's a joy. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is you worry about sometimes is, okay, are guys reading their own press clippings and all of that? And I think that's one of the other valuable things about having Will Anderson as one of the leaders is that he's been indoctrinated into not reading the rat poison, not taking the rat poison. He spent those years with Saban. He very much understands that satisfied no matter how lofty you've gotten or what you've accomplished or anything. And every time I hear one of the guys on defense talk, I really do get the sense that they're kind of disappointed that they weren't better than they were last year. They say stuff that if we as radio hosts said it, our listeners would be accusing us of just being way too negative. So it's nice. It's nice when the players say it because you can cite like, oh yeah, look, they need to improve. They need to improve on the number of explosive plays they allowed. How do I know? Because that's what Aziz Alshire said. That's what Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, said. Like that's what the guys on the defense are saying.
Well, remember I had that conversation with Aziz where he was saying after the regular season's over that the first team meeting, D'Amico was, they had coughed up the lead in points allowed.
Yeah, by 0.2
by
points
0.2 to the Seahawks, and Aziz made it sound like D'Amico was talking to them like they were the 23rd ranked defense in the league or something.
He said, yeah, you guys think you're
so
something
great.
Special.
Yeah.
Like here it is. This is what this is. We're not gonna lie. They entered that year with Matt Burke talking to the team about the all-time scoring defenses and showing what the bar is, you know. So it's not something they hadn't talked about, and they relinquished it in a game versus a rookie quarterback where you could make excuses by some of the guys who weren't out there or guys who didn't play in the second half, but when it comes down to either just mental errors that yield some big plays, that's still on you, you don't just brush that off as, well, yeah, it was a meaningless game in the last week of the season. So yeah, D'Amico does a really good job of keeping them hungry.
Yep. Here's one more from Matt Burke. A big topic at OTAs has been Will Anderson and the effort he puts in and the fact that he wrecks plays and wrecks everything else. So how do you manage that? How do you manage Will Anderson Jr.'s motor in practice?
Did you ask Kaylee? I don't know. You have to ask him more than me. He doesn't mess up my practice. That's what I want. I don't. I think we held him out the other day, didn't we? I don't even know. I don't know if he practiced the other day. So, I think it's hard. I think Will specifically, but just in general, again, we want we don't want to train bad habits for our D-line and our get off and the way we approach it. And I think Will doesn't know any different. I think he doesn't want to backslide or take a step in the wrong direction. So, when you tell people hey, kind of half speed this, or it just doesn't register for him. And there's a part of it that we don't want to build bad habits of those guys, because sometimes if you're not in your stance and locked and loaded to get out and explode, that's creating bad footwork or that's creating something. And I think Will is such a believer and a convert in that he doesn't want to do anything differently. So it's on D'Amico to make sure that he's controlling it. It's just, I'll give you a little leverage. There was a play the other day, I can't remember, we were in the high red or something, and Will rushed off the edge, and there's just a fine line of when you're pulling off. Again, we don't want to be near CJ or be around the quarterback, and so Will kind of walked it back, and D'Amico looked at him and was like, hey man, it's all right, we're good, we get it, tempo it down a little bit. And so the next play, he was we use the word shadow technique sometimes. We just want to kind of shadow the blocks and kind of fit it up. And so Meek was like, hey, shadow it. And Will kind of made an inside move and sort of stopped, but just kind of kept walking like this. He was trying to show, I'm still going to get through there if you really let me go. So he kind of slowed it down, but still kind of made sure he got through the line of scrimmage. So I think he's trying to find his balance in that, but at the end of the day, we don't want to take away what his superpower is, and that's it. So it's fun for me to coach. Again, you have to ask some of the other guys if they like doing that or not.
It reminds me of that one of the two Prefontaine movies. Remember that weird era where, like, all of a sudden there were two movies about Steve Prefontaine within 6 months?
Cross country,
the cross-country runner. Get Judy on the horn. I want to talk some. I want to get your daughter on the horn. I want to talk about some cross-country running.
That's what the audience wants.
But there's a scene, I think it's in the one with Jared Leto, where he's like doing some charity event and he's racing a little 10-year-old kid, and at the very end he's like he's neck and neck with this 10-year-old kid. He's jogging alongside him, and then in the last few feet he bursts ahead to win.
You gotta still win.
That must be sure this kid knows that he wasn't actually going to beat him.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's the kind of psychotic behavior you need.
Yes,
in your great athletes.
That's Will. I'll shadow it for a little bit, but I just want to make sure everybody knows.
I like those. Those are my favorite clips from like basketball camps and everything, where somebody, an NBA player kind of lets a guy have some success. Kid gets a little cocky, and you're like, oh, all right.
Third row. Yep, third row. That's great. That's great. Let's put Will on the practice squad so he can just go 100% all the time. That's what somebody just texted in. No, he's not going on the practice squad. $50 million practice squad guy.
We're not out there during. Like they never allow the media out there during the really important parts of practices. I'm curious. Most teams in the NFL.
You're talking in the regular season.
In the regular season, yeah. Most teams in the NFL during the regular season, you have the offense go against the scout team, the defense go against the scout team. Tom Coughlin would always want at least a couple periods where it was ones versus ones.
Yeah, stay sharp, right?
Yeah, and I always I doubt they do that anymore, but it was one of those things you'd always kind of grumble about it because you knew how people did it on other teams, but I appreciated it, moving on in my career because I do think it made you that much better. It was actual real competition.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
And now it's, last year it was like the defense in training camp. It was ones versus ones, but really it was the defense versus the scout team.
That's what it felt like.
And they weren't running the cards right. Sometimes you get, so when the scout team during the season, a lot of times you're running the other team's defense, So the opponent's defense. So they just put up cards of what you're supposed to do.
Right.
And that's when you start to get a feel for the kids that really aren't going to make it. It was like they can't follow a line on a card and do that on that next play. Like I don't know how to pick a playbook, man.
Yeah.
He's really talented, but he doesn't know how to follow an arrow on an index card.
Oh, my God. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, let's circle back to the Astros from last night. There was something very stark about yesterday with the Astros. There was a reminder of kind of where we're at with them right now. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will return to the field after. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Slowly hit towards short. Triolo to second for one. The Pirates turn a double play to take 2 out of 3 in this series. Well, the Pirates win this game 5-1 and continue to play good baseball. They've won 5 of their last 6 and are now 34-29 on the year. The Astros fall to 28-36.
Kind of a weird series with the Pirates. If you told me before the series that the Astros would lose 2 out of 3, I would not have been surprised by that. The Pirates are a much better baseball team than they've been the last several years. But if you had told me, Seth, before the series, the one game they would win would be the game that Paul Skeens pitched in, I would have said, okay, well, that's I would not have predicted that. By the way, the score in that game was 11-9 because you chased Skeens in the 5th inning and you had a comeback. You scored 6 runs, all with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th to come back against the Pirates closer, by the way, who's pitched well this year, Soto, and that you would come back and win that game. So it was a weird series. It was just from that standpoint. I'm not surprised that they lost 2 out of 3, unfortunately, but I'm surprised at the game that they won. And thank God they had that 8th inning comeback. I mean, how are we feeling if they get swept in this damn thing?
Right. Yeah, and especially when on a night where Arrighetti looks like a mortal, and I guess that would be the thing that a lot of our listeners have said this morning that as I contemplate yesterday, I'm thinking about more and more is just, man, they've got guys like Kai-Wei Tang who have done a really good job, but, man, it does seem like whether it's Kai-Wei Tang or Lambert or others that he just sometimes leaves them in too long.
Yep.
And that you try to take a good thing and turn it into an awesome thing a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
And I just don't we're not there yet.
Tang especially, like the 2 in this series were obviously Burrows in the first game. You're winning 4-2 in that game, leaves him in for the 6th inning, and then the whole thing just goes to hell. And then you bring Abreu in, and it becomes an even bigger disaster. So there was that game. But Burrows is a guy who's pitched routinely not routinely, but he's had a couple 2-3 starts this year where he has pitched into the 7th inning. Burrows has stretched it out. Even in some of the games where he hasn't pitched all that well, he's still able to eat some innings for you. So I can, leaving Burrows in is obviously was the wrong decision. You lose the game over that. But I can't, with hindsight, because he has pitched, he has thrown 95, 100 some odd pitches in games this year. Tang was the big one for me. It's like, okay, he's still a guy who's just a few starts removed from being a bullpen guy. Mm-hmm. So leaving him in last night may not have been obviously it was a bad decision. The game got out of hand with him in there in the 6th inning. So yeah, it's just as positive as Payne and Pendergast have tried to be, because we are the show that reset the season.
Damn it.
On May 18th at the beginning of that Rangers series, and going into last night they were 11-7. Which you're on somewhere upper 90s in terms of games. If it's a 162-game season, there are still these stark reminders that, this is a team that could flip either way when it comes to how June and July unfold. They pick up a guy off the street, Lamont Wade, and he's batting 5th for you. Hey, welcome to the Astros. You're batting 5th.
Yeah, I know. This is the world we're living in right now.
Yep.
That you've got guys making their first appearance as a catcher. You've got guys that are randomly batting 5th in the lineup.
Yeah.
And ever since we reset the season, they're on pace for 94 wins.
11-8. Yep.
In that fictitious season.
Yep.
And they've won some series against bad or mediocre teams.
Mm-hmm.
Against the Pirates and the Brewers, it hasn't looked so good.
Got to take 2 out of 3 this weekend from the Athletics. This is where you're starting to get into a point in the season. I know we're only 2 months and change into the season, but you start to look at what the Astros record needs to be in order to win 90-something games this year. What their record needs to be the rest of the year. They were at 6. They had played exactly 62 games as of a couple of days ago. They had exactly 100 games left in the season, and in order to win, somewhere in the low 90s in terms of number of games, they have to go something like 63-37 the rest of the way.
This is where the expanded playoffs in every sport. I'm not a huge fan of it, and I get it. It makes sense. It makes things more interesting at the end of the season. All of that, but in baseball, I do feel like baseball's the sport where in-season trades matter the most. And the fact that it allows teams to delude themselves into thinking, hey, we're almost right there. We're almost a playoff caliber team.
Yeah.
It annoys me. It annoys me. I think there's more teams that need to be making hard decisions to be either sellers or to stand pat or whatever that don't make those decisions because, all right, now we're stuck in this bind of, man, we our fans want us to make a push. We'd like them to think, but in reality, we know we're actually not that good. But we're one series away from being a playoff team as a 500 baseball team.
It's a great point. I mean, there's fans out there that look at the standings and don't even care that the Astros are 3 games out of the wild card right now. They would rather. There are fans that, and I don't necessarily feel this way just because I like more baseball. If they make the playoffs, even if it means you get a wild card series, I like chasing something as opposed to going backwards. But we see them on social media. I talk to them when I'm out and about. There are plenty of fans that are like, for who, for what? So we get the last wild card spot with an 81-81 record. Why? So we can get our heads handed to us for 2 games and that Jim Creighton won't be honest with himself about where this franchise really is right now?
And that's the thing with baseball compared to the other sports, too, is that you have a better understanding of what your future is just by looking into the crystal ball that is your farm system.
Yes.
So that's where I think I think there's a lot of fans that more understand that dynamic that, man, all right, cool, you might be a playoff team, but what are you trading away to maybe be a playoff team in a league where half the damn teams make the playoffs anymore? Or at least that's the way it feels. It just feels like it's a wasted sacrifice.
Yeah, I think we touched on that Jeff Passan article earlier in the show where he goes through very early what the trade deadline situation is going to look like for all 30 teams, and he went deep on the possibility of the Astros trading Jeremy Pena, who come this offseason will be in the same situation Kyle Tucker was in when they traded him to the Cubs. 1 year left on his of team control, probably a big arbitration number in the somewhere in the 20-25 million range. That's always the funny thing about people treating the whole team control thing like it's cheap the whole time. No, if it's a good player, it gets expensive that last year of arbitration. It's essentially like the first year of what the new contract would look like. So Passan touched on that, but also acknowledged that it's going to take a lot for Jim Creighton to be a seller at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and that's where I don't know if I'm just fence straddling or not. I'm not banging the drum demanding that you have a huge sell off or anything. I just want to be careful about just not. I just want to be careful about going into a second year of saying, well, hey, look, anything could happen. Just look, if you start playing that parlay game, and all of a sudden you're buying at the deadline. I wouldn't have for it if the Astros don't end up making a June and July push the way they did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, sure.
That was at a point where this team's they're doing something we didn't quite expect.
They did last year too. It's just that they completely cratered at the end of the year. So that's history under Joe Espada says that there's a run coming here at some point in the next few weeks where they actually do win, 14 out of 12, 14 out of 16 or something like that. That history tells us that's coming. And they're getting guys back. They may be equipped to go on a run like that once they get Hunter Brown back, once they get Jose Altuve back. Hader's back. Loperfido's down in Sugar Land right now. So, yeah, once they get everybody back. John Gruden, totally shifting gears here. John Gruden had Ricky Williams on his YouTube show. I've not watched it yet. I only saw this clip pop up. I enjoy John Gruden interviewing people because it's really just him marveling at his guests the whole time. But he had Ricky Williams on, and I had no idea that this is where Ricky Williams was in terms of what he's doing professionally now. But he revealed, to me at least, that he is a professional astrologer.
Now you've been out of football 15 years. What are you doing now?
It's going to sound crazy, but I'm a professional astrologer.
No way.
Yeah. That's what it's what I do for a living. And it sounds crazy, but if I broke down what I did on a daily basis, it wouldn't seem that foreign to you. The analogy I like to use is, in football, I say a coach would never imagine going into a or a playbook, a game plan, and a scouting report. But when we go through life, we don't really have that. We're just trying to figure it out on our own. And after I retired, I started studying different stuff because I was curious about life. And I met this woman who started talking to me about astrology. And we talked, and I was like, this feels like a playbook for life. And that's the way I approach it.
What do you do, man? You just look up in the stars? You have computers?
It's a computer.
What the hell do you do? I don't know.
Everything's on a computer. So I'll meet someone and I'll ask them for their birth information, where they were born, the date, and the time. I get that information. I put it into a computer, and the computer software spits out a chart of what the sky looked like at the time of their birth.
You are deep, man.
Yeah.
I love the Gruden
to astrology.
Yeah,
you are deep.
That's
Gruden
is a meathead, dude. It is. I love that. I just love that. So
Only there were a way to have a playbook for life without consulting the stars. But that's the thing; it's impossible.
Right.
Without consulting the stars, you actually have zero. There are no other ways to actually have a playbook for how you should go through life. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I didn't know. I knew of astrology, obviously. I did not know that there was an astrologer profession. I didn't know there was professional astrologers. No, I didn't. I mean, not where you sit down and say, this is my job. Yeah. I mean, is it like fortune telling?
Yeah. You didn't know it was a profession?
No.
Don't you remember the infomercials and everything you used to see on TV?
I just never dawned on me.
Astrologers.
Oh, okay.
Nancy Reagan had one.
She did?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, not a huge, I don't know, what percentage of the job force is an astrologer.
Right.
But, yeah, there's people that bilk people out of, make a lot of money by being astrologers.
What were the most famous ones on the infomercials? Do you remember?
So there's,
is that Miss Cleo? Was she an astrologer?
Miss Cleo might have been a palm reader.
Okay.
I think if you lump it all into either astrology, palm reading, all of that type of stuff.
I know there's
mystical
people.
types.
Yeah, I know there's people that are into the mysticism of everything. I know that. I just never knew. Ricky Williams is talking he hands people a business card and it says astrologer on there. And
that was actually one thing when you remember when my dad was selling 1-900 numbers? Not lewd 1-900 numbers, but for businesses and such.
Yep.
One of the guys that he was selling that was interested was an astrologer.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to do. My dad wanted me to. And I was 14 years old at the time. Wanted me to write a bunch of astrology so we could have somebody do do a script of what. So somebody would call 1-900 number, punch in whatever your sign was, and then they would do it. So I actually learned a little bit about astrology.
Okay.
And there are people who claim to be doing all this.
Yeah.
And then we went and we pitched this guy, and this guy he couldn't have been less impressed by the astrologies that I had written.
Really?
He didn't know that it was me. I'm just sitting there listening to my dad make the pitch, and he's like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And I'm in my head, I basically plagiarized it off of your in your
mind, that's what you were thinking,
Yeah, and it wasn't even my dad was telling me, okay, this is the business, this is what he does, this is how, so you want to get to know about and learn about his business, and then you want to, when you make the sales pitch, you want to show that you're touching on the same things he does and everything. So I basically kind of just loosely reworded things that he had written and or said in some of his materials, and he's scoffing at it. It's like the dumbest stuff on earth.
Really?
And he had to explain why his was so much better and everything. And I'm just sitting there biting my tongue.
How close did you come to telling him to go die?
Oh, no, I didn't have the confidence for that. And I knew, I was sitting there next to my dad. I wasn't going to botch that.
How old were you?
My dad was in deep to a lot of investors, at that point. So I was 14.
You were 14? You got to go on the sales call with the old man.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then had him destroy my dad, my astrologies.
Yeah.
That were basically just rephrased versions.
Where people were calling upset. And
my dad had to go to the hospital for something. I was left alone in the office to field calls from angry investors and customers who hadn't gotten their product or weren't getting a return.
Right. And that was when you told them that they were.
When a guy from New York was like, "What are you guys? Do you guys even exist?" And I said, "Oh, we're a corporation." Yes, sir.
I've heard that story. I've heard that story 10 times, and I laugh every time.
Holy crap, we just discovered something. This is why I hate phone calls so much.
Man.
I think I used to be okay with making phone calls until that summer in my dad's collapsing business when I I had to man 2 weeks. Taking nothing but angry people the whole time.
Yeah, no.
And I felt awful about it. I knew that, look, I could have told those people they shouldn't count on my dad.
Right.
But so I'm sitting there like trying to, oh boy, it was rough.
That's terrible. That is terrible. All right.
Well, maybe old Cliff had consulted an astrologer. He wouldn't have gotten himself into that.
Possibly. Yeah. 1-900-ASTROLOGY. All right. I want to hit college football for just a second. I love the moxie of this particular head coach, even though he's not a head coach that's super popular with me. And also, if this guy gets to play this year, something's wrong. We'll tell you who we're talking about. Coming up next, we got Take a Mania coming up at the top of the hour. Stay there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is Jay
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Friday. We'll do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. This was at Big 12 spring meetings. It was either earlier this week or maybe late last week. But it's been kind of sitting out there. Texas Tech has been very topical throughout this offseason. They're coming off the best season that they've had possibly in their history. They made the playoff last year. Didn't play all that well in the playoff, but they made the college football playoff last year. We know Joey McGuire got a lot of run for Coach of the Year. They're investing a lot of money in that football program, and Brandon Sorsby is supposed to be their quarterback, but he's in a bit of hot water with some gambling stuff right now. We'll get to that in a second. This was Joey McGuire on the heels of Steve Sarkisian throwing some shade at Texas Tech, saying that, man, if we played a certain school in Texas's schedule, we could go undefeated also with our 2s and 3s against their schedule. He was, of course, alluding to Texas Tech. Here was Joey McGuire saying, hey, man, Sark, put your money where your mouth is.
I've actually talked to Keith Patterson.
Hang on, let me pause for a second, Ben. He's talking about week 1 of the schedule. Texas Tech and UT have Abilene Christian and Texas State on their schedules. So Joey McGuire is trying to come up with a solution to have Tech and Texas play each other instead of those two teams.
I've actually talked to Keith Patterson and I've talked to G.J. Kinney, and they're willing to take our games, and Abilene Christian will go to Texas State. We'll buy our contract out of Abilene Christian. I'm sure, because Texas has got a lot of money, they can buy their contract out. But I do know there's a lot of Red Raiders that will help them buy that contract out if they don't want to. And they can come to Lubbock week 1, and, we can figure out if their 2s and 3s can win this conference. And, I know a lot of people are going to say a lot of stuff about me or about us. We didn't score in the playoffs. That's obvious. You can take a shot at us for that. We didn't score in the playoffs. The last time we played Texas, we got beat 57-7, and he played some of his 2s and 3s. They kicked the crap out of us. But, I know he feels really good about his team if he's making those comments. And, man, we would love to play the University of Texas week 1 in Lubbock.
I love the fact, and I was very critical of Joey McGuire last year during the season because he was taking shots at Notre Dame when Notre Dame wasn't impacting Texas Tech at all in anything, and he's just taking shots at that. That's probably more of a personal thing for me. I love the fact, Seth, that this isn't just, hey, he caught wind of something Sark said, so now I'm going to sit in front of my microphone and talk trash to him. He's already reached out to the ADs at the other schools on the schedule to try to arrange the buyouts of everything.
This is it's a brilliant move in that when you're the like underdog. Where are they in the preseason rankings? Like 9th or 10th or so.
Who, Texas Tech?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're a top 10 team.
Yeah. But, still not ranked as high as Texas. But that when you make the challenge that for a variety of reasons Texas wouldn't accept this challenge that have nothing to do with them being yellow. But when you're the one who makes the challenge, you get to be in the position of, accusing Texas of ducking them. Yeah. Oh, you're ducking me, are you? You're ducking me. You're afraid? What are you afraid?
Well,
and there's probably 29 real valid reasons for why Texas wouldn't or can't do this, and it doesn't make a lot of sense in a lot of ways. I condone these tactics.
Oh, I 100%
approve of them.
do.
I don't just condone them; I approve of them.
Yes, yeah, no, it's hard for me not to approve of them when I'm a wrestling fan. This is classic WWE type stuff. The biggest thing the Texas people will bring up is not some sort of fear of Texas Tech. It's we play Ohio State the next week.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to back.
I forgot. Yeah, that's their second game.
Two top 5 teams.
Yeah.
From last year, at least.
But it's still, but for the Texas Tech fan base, for the Red Raiders, they get to beat their chest and say, you're scared.
Yeah.
You see, you're scared.
You're yellow.
And it doesn't make any sense, except that I am wholeheartedly in favor of it.
Yeah.
Beat your chest.
Oh, no.
They're scared.
No, this is what makes college football different, is you can do stuff like that. You theoretically, you could, if you teams that I suppose, get that game scheduled if you wanted to. College football is the wild, wild west, man. Like NFL's got
especially these days.
NFL's got very organized free agency with contracts. College football has free agency that is just chaos.
Yeah.
It's
Arch Manning might be starting for Texas Tech come week 1. Who knows?
Yes, that's hilarious.
I mean, it could happen.
It's hilarious.
It's very, very unlikely, but theoretically, it could happen.
Are you surprised that? I'm not surprised Texas Tech is trying to get Brandon Sorsby eligible for this coming season because he's a really good quarterback. For those who don't know, Brandon Sorsby transferred to Texas Tech after this past season. He was the quarterback in Cincinnati. Before that, he was at Indiana. So he's been at 3 schools now. And at each of these schools, he's got one thing in common. He's placed a lot of bets on a lot of sporting events.
Yeah.
A lot.
You know what? I feel like we're in a weird place right now, as social mores change and everything. In one generation, something that's perfectly acceptable was like the worst thing you could have done a few generations ago. We got women out there showing their ankles all over the place.
That's
Can you
true.
imagine?
Never used to happen.
They've been scandalized back in the 1800s.
Yep.
So I think with gambling, with Sorsby, the thing that jumps out at you is the number of times
sheer volume,
bet or whatever. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, to place that many bets, you would have had to have been on the phone with a bookie and doing all these things. Where I think that I don't know if there's like a consensus feel on the scandalousness of it anymore. When in reality, a lot of some of the scandling. The gambling scandals, it's been all right. I mean, the kid was on his phone a few times doing something he shouldn't have been doing, but I don't think it doesn't carry the same weight that it used to because it's so much easier to do. Not that it makes it right or anything. I just think there's more people that can kind of. You can shift your perspective just enough to say, yeah, it's cool. We're good.
Yeah, I think the issue for Sorsby, obviously, is not just the volume of bets, but the fact he placed 40 bets on Indiana when he was a student-athlete there. And he was red-shirted, so he wasn't impacting these games. And supposedly, according to him, when eventually he did get elevated and he was playing in games, he didn't bet on Indiana.
Yeah.
And that's easy enough to go track, I suppose. But he was using accounts from the family members were sort of their names were on the accounts. He's wiring money in between states, which that opens up a whole nother thing. He kept gambling all the way. He transferred to Texas Tech in December. He has yet to take a snap for Texas Tech. He's still gambling while he was at Texas Tech. He went to rehab for it for like a month because he got caught.
Yeah.
And so his hope is that – so the NCAA has already ruled on this, and they've said you are ineligible. The Texas Tech is appealing that ruling. Separately, Sorsby has lawyered up and hired a law firm to represent him to try to get an injunction against the NCAA, and his defense is a mental health issue, that this is a mental health issue. This wasn't me. I was making millions in NIL, so this isn't me trying to get over and make $100, shaving points. This is something that because of the phone aspect of it and because of the addictiveness of gambling, this was a mental health issue. That is a slippery slope if he gets the injunction on this thing. And you get guys that really are gambling for nefarious reasons that then try to make it a mental health issue down the road. The precedent is very slippery slope right here.
How are you as a gambler? How do you feel about being put at a disadvantage by guys who might be betting on the futures on their team with all of that inside information?
I've always you mean do I feel like I'm going to get there's some bets that I've made
even without somebody. Okay, so the thing is, there's the one level which is point shaving. Obviously, nobody likes that,
right?
For obvious reasons. That's still really, really, really bad.
Yep.
But just by having some inside info, perhaps on who's injured or whatnot, and just so you take the or maybe a guy who has an injury, that he's 100% healthy. So you take the over on one of your teammates.
Yeah.
That's a guy that's got an edge that the gambler at large doesn't.
The gambler at large doesn't.
So how do you, as a gambler at large, feel about that?
I think that's been happening since before gambling became legalized.
But just in way more volume now, though.
Well, it's way more volume, but at the same time, there's more oversight too. Like it's public, so it's. Yeah, I've always accepted the fact that there's some sort of chicanery, just a sprinkle of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just enough chlorine in the pool. Like, oh yeah.
Well, the other part of it though too is as far as the old school. The thing you would worry about is when a guy's a gambler and he gets into debt to the mob.
Yeah.
And that's people are putting pressure on you to shave points or whatever.
Absolutely.
I mean, the anonymous online casino that's based in Bosnia or whatever is unlikely to come after your kneecaps.
Right.
So there's probably less danger of guys having the screws turned on them by organized crime. Yet at the same time, the sheer volume of people that might just be in a little bit of debt because of their gambling or something that they're incentivized to shave points.
The outlets that you're talking about, if it's online, you probably need to give the money to them up front that you're betting. You use a credit card, but it's when you're doing it's when you're betting with a line of credit that you get in over your head. Which doesn't mean they don't use their credit card. They owe Visa, instead of owing Bruno. I can't imagine.
The bankruptcy courts are kinder than Bruno.
They are. They definitely are. I just can't imagine Brandon Sorsby playing in college football again this year with this. That's a dangerous precedent to set, my opinion. All right, Take a Mania. Try to take down Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. All his analytics takes currently hold the belt right now. We've got a few challengers. We'll see if anybody takes down Kenny Atkinson. We'll do that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I think you have to DFA Brian Abreu. I really do.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is time. If that's old Mr. McMahon's theme music playing in the background, you know what time it is. It's time for Take-A-Mania.
Sean, this is the one thing I look forward to all week, every week. Is most of the time, you know how I feel. I feel like C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
I hate everything in my life.
Yeah.
What's that, CJ?
I hate everything in my life.
Okay, we gotta be very clear right here. That was a clip of CJ saying, "I hate everything in my life being so public."
Yeah,
and we're doing him dirty right now.
But we're going to use it moving forward. Thusly,
we might use it. We might use it for us. We had a listener suggest a benchmark segment using that particular.
I hate everything in my life. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
We're going to have to give the disclaimer every time, though.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Every time we play this.
I hate everything in my life.
It's funny because he said it with a smile on his face.
I know. He was. It was just context. It was when he was asked about his haircut.
Yeah.
That was the topic.
And he was specifically saying, I wasn't depressed. I know people thought I was depressed, but
I hate everything in my life.
Yeah. It's so public. It's so public.
All right, let's get into Take-A-Mania.
Let's get Take-A-Mania. All right, here is a Take-A-Mania. If you listen to the show, you know what it is. We do it every Friday at 9 o'clock. The bad takes of the week, trying to take down the champ. The champ carries over week to week. This is the current reigning, defending Take-A-Mania champion. This is Cleveland Cavaliers head coach Kenny Atkinson telling us after Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, in which they were trailing 3-0 in games at the time, that they're actually really up 2-1 in this series.
Analytically, I think we won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's an expected score, and we won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but
No, I'm not.
There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like man up. So take that later. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling, I have this feeling, then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are, and I think last night it was, the expected score was like 1 point or 2.
Okay, we're good. I just want to make sure we got expected score in there.
It honestly, it was like I used to do my stat nerd Seth would be, that was one of the things we actually care about the expected wins and say, like as if actual wins mattered or something. You idiots out there where actual wins matter. But the best part about it was him thinking that the sports writers were confused and didn't know what expected stats were.
Yeah.
As opposed to the reality, which is they were confused as to why the hell he was saying what he was saying.
Why are you doing this?
Like, why are you... Yeah. Why are you walking up to the dictator and telling him he's fat?
Exactly right.
You're about to get beheaded, man.
Yep.
You're about to win Take-A-Mania.
So that's the champ. That's the champion right now. Okay, so here are the challengers. Let's start with Jason McIntyre, who of Fox. He's Colin Cowherd's co-host. He has his own podcast. He had Rich Ornberger on there, former offensive lineman. Two of them were chopping it up about football and other stuff. Jason McIntyre asking, do you really trust billionaires?
So it's funny, you said, do you trust management? And I would say, Rich, do you trust a lot of billionaires? Because I here at Fox, there's a lot of coaches have come through. Yeah, the billionaire owner told me this, and then midway through the season, changed his mind, and I get screwed and I'm fired. Like, I try not to trust a lot of billionaires. I know a lot of guys, Elon Musk, whatever he says, you got to listen. I'm going to pass on that one.
He's definitely trying to be Cowherd there.
He's trying to be Cowherd just by invoking a billionaire or
and
something.
And even at the end, can't you hear Cowherd saying, I'm going to pass on that one?
Yeah. The problem is I can't fault him for trying to copy what Cowherd does, which is he'll kind of make a broad statement that isn't actually true, but uses it as a premise for the rest of his argument. Cowherd's brilliant at doing it.
Yep.
But, saying like, a lot of people A lot of people say you should trust billionaires. So I'm like, all right, okay, I guess, okay. Certain
who are these
certain
people?
Parameters, yeah. But no, it's not good enough. Not good enough because I know he's got a.
Okay.
He's got another one coming up.
He does.
Better.
Yeah, he does. Right here. Talking about C.J. Stroud and how the Texans, he says franchise tag.
So remember, C.J. Stroud is under contract through next year, 2027.
Yep.
And then in 2028, the Texans might franchise tag him.
Yes. Yeah, and here's McIntyre on how he would handle things as a GM for an NFL team if Stroud were his quarterback.
Do you think I'm a franchise tag Stroud and there's a great quarterback class coming up? I'm going to go take one. And I'm going to keep drafting quarterbacks every year so I have insurance. Because, Rich, honestly, Dak Prescott, I think he was the highest paid quarterback or one of them. $60 million a year is his average salary. Did the Cowboys make the playoffs the last 2 years? No. And you're going to say, well, it's not Dak. Well, yeah, it is. He made so much money, you can't have a great roster around him.
Okay. Yeah, no, you know what, though? None of it makes any sense at all. Even if he did think the franchise tag was, like the fifth-year option was the franchise tag, that's still next year. You're going to draft a quarterback this year and then see what you have in C.J. Stroud and just keep playing it out on into the franchise tag because he said year after year after year. The second year of the franchise tag for a quarterback gets really expensive.
Yeah, very expensive, yep.
I don't know. I can't.
I think he was just all over the place there.
I can't. I would honestly. It would feel kind of cruel to give him Take-A-Mania. I don't think he's all that bright.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him that he's just out there floundering all the time whenever Colin Cowherd isn't in studio.
Okay, so this sounds like a no on this one too.
No.
All right. Okay, this next one, if this were to win, this would be the first ever Take-A-Mania champ that doesn't have an actual word in the transcript. This was, I really just wanted to play this again, if I'm being honest. This was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander after Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, in which Chet Holmgren only had 4 points on 2 shots. Chet Holmgren took 2 shots the entire game. So the question, as you'll hear right here, is asked of SGA is how do you get Chet more involved?
What are some things you think you can do to help get Chet a little bit more involved offensively?
Yeah.
Okay.
The is the one that was
is
good.
Great.
I wonder if I feel like in his mind he's going through a checklist and thinking about all the things they did try to do, and I'm like, no, well,
didn't work. Didn't work. Is that's what's saying in
Maybe
his
he started thinking of ways they could have gone all Tanya Harding and Wembanyama. I don't know. The first gut instinct probably would have been like, I don't know, abduct Wembanyama.
Right.
Maybe that's how we get him more involved. I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah, that's not even a particularly bad take by him.
No,
but it's fun.
I was just trying to find somewhere to play it again.
Bad answer. He should have had a better answer or an answer at all, but not Take-A-Mania.
Not good enough. Yeah, that's good. All right. Kenny Atkinson holding up. 3 challengers in. He's holding up. All right, now we're getting into some heavyweights here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to this one first. Let's do it. Let's keep it in the order we're in. This is Rich Paul. This is LeBron James's agent and longtime friend. So keep in mind, the biggest argument in sports, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? Is Joe Flacco elite back in 2012? And MJ or LeBron? Which one? Anytime you host a national show, I can tell you, if you just need something for a segment, MJ or LeBron?
MJ versus LeBron.
So we know what Rich Paul's motivations probably are when he has this wild-ass take on the Michael Jordan Bulls teams with the Scottie Pippen dynamic.
The same. Right? They're just not. Right? Scottie Pippen rings, those 6, they're not the same as Michael Jordan's.
Right.
They're not the same as LeBron James.
But they're pretty good.
But they're good. They're good. If there's some sidekick rings,
I think Scotty's rings are just the same as Michael Jordan's. Why not?
Because he won the best player on the team.
Yeah, but he was the most impactful player on the team.
I get it.
What do you mean he wasn't?
Listen, I get it.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6.
Sure,
could be.
Who knows? But
could be.
But if you
replace
Scottie, but replace Scottie Pippen All-Star. No one does it without another All-Star.
No,
Replace him with another All-Star. He's going to win more than one.
You can replace him with another All-Star, But just because it's an all-star don't mean it's Scottie Pippen.
No question. I'm not saying
right.
6. I'm saying, but you're going to win some.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
This got a ton
so horrendously bad.
This got a ton of attention.
Yeah, of course it should have. It's one of these. Sometimes somebody will have an argument so bad that it's hard to argue against it at first because it comes so far out of left field.
Yeah.
And it really, what you have to go back to is the crux of what he argues is that Scottie Pippen was the most impactful player on that team, while also conceding that Michael Jordan was the best player on that team.
Right.
So, well, then what the hell does impactful mean?
Exactly.
It's just there's no adjective you can use that supersedes what Michael Jordan was. Yeah, the best player on that team, the most impactful player on that team, the most influential player on that team is always going to be Michael Jordan. I was willing to hear him out on LeBron versus MJ.
Yeah.
Like, okay, a million different arguments you could make in that argument.
Yep.
But that was about the worst one you could have possibly chosen. And it also, you know what it does too? I feel like this is one of those ones. If Scottie Pippen was listening to it, he might at first be like, "Oh yeah, cool. Where's he going with this?" And then be like, "Oh, all right, man. Oh, not like this. Not like this, Rich Paul. No,
Maybe.
no.
I don't know. Scotty might be all in on that.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah. But
all right, you know what? Usually, I give people the benefit of the doubt if they're defending or a family member or something. But because Rich Paul is so desperately trying to stump for his benefactor, the most impactful person in his life,
Easily.
LeBron James.
Easily.
Yes, new Take-A-Mania champion.
New Take-A-Mania champ. You are pinned, Kenny Atkinson. So I was actually going to throw something else in, but when I could tell you where your decision was going, I'm like, I don't even need to do this. But the fact that, at least from what I saw of these clips, and I haven't seen anything to the contrary, there was no point where there was pushback on Rich Paul from the guys sitting there, Max Kellerman or the other guy who was sitting there, to say, okay, well, what if you took Dwayne Wade off of LeBron's 2 Heat championships?
Yeah.
What if you took Anthony Davis off of the COVID championship that they won?
Mm-hmm.
What if Kyrie Irving wasn't there? Kyrie Irving hit the biggest shot of that series.
Yeah, like who has ever done it? You know,
solo.
That LeBron did it solo in all of those.
Yeah.
When the entire deal with the Heat was the fact he had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
They were ganging up
in addition to LeBron James
because LeBron couldn't win one in Cleveland because he was by himself.
I think the crux of his argument is, well, LeBron never had a Scottie Pippen, so it's more impressive.
Yeah.
No, he had Scottie Pippens. They were just different. He had. It was kind of like the Trinity. You got to wrap your head around somehow. Well, there's multiple different people were his Scottie Pippen.
Yep. All right, we got 2 more. Rich Paul, new champ. Congrats, Rich Paul. You're the champ of Take-A-Mania. Here's Damon Amendolara, formerly of Infinity Sports Network. He's on Sirius XM now. He got a hold of CJ's holding up my bargain on the edge comment, his holding up my end of the bargain comment, CJ's. We've gone through that ad nauseum on this show. And I think Seth and I both internalize it differently than Damon Amendolara does. Dave, you and I have both thought, and you made the case first.
I didn't think he was talking about he specifically had already said he wasn't his agent's going to handle the contract, so he's not thinking about the contract. My job is to play football. That's what he was talking about.
And improve, and I'm holding up my end of the bargain on that. Damon Amendolara thinks that CJ is much more dug in for contentious reasons.
Nobody's ever had 5 INTs and 5 fumbles in the same postseason. He just did it. After that, to say, I've done my part for an extension, oh, no, you haven't. No, you haven't, because we can all agree on this. Had CJ Stroud just been a little bit better, let's just say he wasn't a disaster. Let's just say he was pedestrian. Let's just say he didn't firsthand try to give away 2 games. The Texans could have easily played in the Super Bowl. They could have easily played in the Super Bowl. CJ Stroud was essentially the reason the Texans didn't play in a Super Bowl. And he has the gall to say, I've done my part. Man, that's a guy that doesn't get it. That defense holding up their end of the bargain. D'Amico Ryan's D holding up their end of the bargain. The guy that isn't, you, CJ, you should have played in the Super Bowl.
Damon Amendolara sounds like somebody who just read the caption and didn't watch the video.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, or his producer gave him something and said, hey, this is the synopsis of what he's saying there. This is going to be a rare one, Sean. I don't know if we've done this before.
Okay.
Damon Amendolara is a very good solo host.
Yeah.
He can do a monologue and stay interesting and do it very smoothly.
Yeah.
I cannot vault that take of his, which had at least 29 cuts in it.
Yeah.
They edited the hell out of that to get rid of pauses and everything.
Yeah.
When he's better than that. Whoever's in charge of his social media account made him sound like somebody who needs heavy editing.
Yes.
Because as you know, when it comes to the actual broadcasters, it has to be a bad take but well delivered, and that thing was butchered up by way too many edits.
That's
That's all I could listen to as I was listening. I know Damon Amendolara could have given that same spiel with 0 edits.
That's right.
What are you, some 16-year-old trying to start an account out of your basement?
Yep.
No.
All right, so that's not win.
That's not Take-A-Mania worthy.
That does not win.
Like whenever Stephen A. makes Take-A-Mania champ, it's unedited.
It's
you know,
smooth and
it's
unedited.
a stream 30-second clip from Stephen A.
Yep. All right, let's get this last one in here. As Rich Paul basks in the afterglow of winning the Take-A-Mania championship, he's got one more challenger. Ironically, from Cleveland, which is where
good one.
Rich Paul is originally from. This is Ken Carman, co-host of the morning show on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. This is from a couple of days ago. They were talking about how the Browns, with Todd Monken and now having made this Myles Garrett trade, sending the message that they might be rebuilding, that this could be a one-and-done head coach. Folks, a name very familiar with Texan fans.
So I already saw some of the stuff over the last couple days after the Myles trade of, well, now do we have to worry about Todd Monken being a one-and-done guy? Like that Benjamin Albright guy said, think of David Culley. I'm going, that's the exact situation I'm trying to avoid. I'm not just trying to hire guys for a one-year thing and then just get rid of them and then find another guy. Yeah, I get it that it worked with DeMeco Ryans. I get that it's working right now, but I don't want to go through that. I don't think the Texans wanted – they shouldn't have wanted to go through that. That's part of the reason I don't like the Texans, because it's just ass backwards and they fall into things.
Hey.
Easy.
Hey, man.
Easy.
Every good team falls ass backwards into a few things.
Thank you.
And the Texans haven't even done anything with their ass backwards stuff yet.
Yeah.
My argument is
wait till we win a Super Bowl and then see how much
wait till we fall ass backwards into a Super Bowl, fella.
That's right.
This is the problem, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so as every team has to, everybody has good luck, everybody has bad luck.
Right.
My one big point about that was, okay, they didn't fall ass backwards into DeMeco Ryans. Nope. One of the big advantage they had there specifically was that, well, everybody else in NFL media was just trashing the McNair family. DeMeco Ryans was the one top coaching candidate that year who actually knew the McNair family.
Yep.
And so the McNairs, by virtue of not being how they had been painted out to be by the media at large, they had an advantage in getting DeMeco Ryans there simply by being whoever they are,
right.
and however DeMeco Ryans thinks of them.
Right.
So I don't call that ass. And then the part of it is like, look, we know what the original sin is with the current Cleveland Browns. It's that you very actively, in a non-ass backwards fashion,
tanked.
Tanked, but also went after Deshaun Watson.
Oh, yeah.
The Browns very consciously, very intentionally went after a guy whose issues were known.
Yep.
This was not, they didn't trade for Deshaun Watson and then all of a sudden find out about all this other drama.
Yep.
They with eyes wide open, walked right into that mess.
Okay.
So sit there. Don't try to sit there and talk about the team and the Texans that actively and consciously dumped Deshaun Watson off on your team.
Yeah.
As somehow being the having great luck in the matter.
You are Take-A-Mania hot right now on this thing, man.
I can't let my own personal agitation. Affect my job as a juror in this. As the only juror.
Why? You say oftentimes you yourself need to be entertained by the take in order
what was the first part of his take? Was the David Culley part?
David Culley part, yeah. There's talk out there that Monken could be a one and done, a la David Culley.
Yeah. I'm torn. You know what I'm torn between is that teams do fall into stuff ass backwards, but I think the biggest things that people look at with the Texans is having ass back. Like I think they assume that the Texans just fell ass backwards into C.J. Stroud instead of Bryce Young, even though that's more of a debate these days.
Yep.
Rich Paul. There's that one. Yeah, Ken Carman, new champ.
Ken Carman, new champ. All right. Take a Mania champ, Ken Carman. Ass backwards.
Yeah, it's the ass backwards part.
Your ass is backwards,
me.
Kenny. All right. All right.
Is that, you know what? That's because if you start trying to act like the Browns don't get any lucky breaks or anything, you sound like the kid who said who's constantly getting in trouble, and each time he gets in trouble, he's just like, "Oh, I just can't win."
Right. You make your own
luck. You
luck.
can't win when you're trying to siphon gas while you're on probation. Right? Yeah. Sorry about your bad luck and getting caught siphoning gas.
You're on fire today. All right. Hey, we got a visual of something at OTAs yesterday for the Texans that has me, and I think a lot of Texan fans, super stoked. What is it leading to? Who knows? But we'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Yeah, speak of the devil, bad luck, good luck, it happens. As it does in sports, it happens in
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All caps. They just traded the reigning Defensive Player of the Year with their ass straight forward.
Yeah, I know. Like, they're doing everything. You can blame everything you want on bad luck, I suppose, or discredit anybody else's advancements with good luck. But over time, these things tend to balance out.
The best point, the best you had talking about that from getting all heated on it was like, hey, everybody falls ass backwards into something.
Yeah.
The Spurs fell ass backwards, and by definition they did. It's a lottery.
Right,
Victor
right.
Wembanyama,
like, what do you do with your good breaks? Are you prepared to take advantage of your good breaks when you come by them?
That's what it's about.
The Browns have had one of the best defenses in the league over the last few years.
How's that worked out for them? Yeah.
You're going to credit everything to good and bad luck? Right. Do they deserve no credit for building that defense, or was that all just ass backwards falling into good luck?
That's how you become a champion at Take-A-Mania, with stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, real quick before we get to Tank Dell, I feel like Seth knows, there's a text message, I feel like Seth knows a guy who got busted siphoning gas on probation.
Yeah, I do. They weren't on probation.
They weren't?
I added that to it.
Oh,
but they were a couple of brothers I know.
Okay.
Brothers, like biological brothers.
Biological.
There are a couple of...
Careful.
A couple of frares I know.
Frares!
They got caught siphoning gas.
Yep.
And it was one of those things where you don't hear about siphoning gas as much as you used
What's
to.
the penalty for that?
They were in high school, so they got probation or something.
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't have priors, but I think that I guess a lot of gas cans have locks on them now, but not all of them.
Not all of them.
No, you know what? Almost all of them you got to open from the inside, even if they're
not mine. You just push it. Push the little swinging door there.
Are people siphoning less gas than they used to?
They must be.
Despite high gas
Not
prices?
to put my business out there, but I believe I have a vehicle that is siphonable if people wanted to do that to me.
You know what? I would throw this into the lump of people just don't know how to do stuff as much as they used to.
Yep.
Just like guys don't know how to do repairs around the house the way most guys used to be able to. I feel like most guys wouldn't even have a clue how to siphon gas.
I'm going to check YouTube right now. How to siphon gas.
I'm looking up chat. Are people siphoning gas less than they used to?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of YouTubes out there if you want to be a gas siphoner.
Yeah.
There's play like anything.
I would imagine like most crime though too. I mean, there's multiple things that have led to lower crime rate over the past. Trends over been like the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And I know each successive person will try to take credit for it, but it's been like a 20-year process. But one of the things now is there's just cameras everywhere.
Yep.
I don't think, like, if I'm in a parking lot, I assume there's a camera on
all
me
times
somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah,
at all times.
That people know that Big Brother's watching way more often.
Yep. Here was Nick Caserio, Texans executive vice president and general manager, on this very show a couple of days ago when we asked him, "Hey, we know there's been no specific timeline out there. We know that the answer's been, hey, things are day to day. Will Tank Dell practice at some point?"
Yes, I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability, in terms of next steps.
Okay, so now barely 24 hours later, Tank was actually doing things late in yesterday's OTAs in the walkthrough port. Really, the whole practice was kind of one big walkthrough.
Frankly, I felt betrayed by Nick Caserio.
Well, that's where I wonder what his definition of practicing was when he gave that answer to us.
I think that I know Nick at times will listen to our show, or at the very least, all those guys have people, send them things They have all the GMs have staff that'll tell them what they need to know.
Yep.
So I wonder if he's heard us talking about it, he knows that we're talking about out there in 11-on-11 drills.
Yes.
And so that's might have been what he was envisioning as well. Is that it'd be training camp before you really see him in 11 versus 11-on-11 stuff.
That's how I interpret it, especially with him just within a day after Nick said that, being out there and doing stuff with a helmet on and running around a little bit. And I think the big takeaway is, look, the big takeaway for me, yes, independent of anything Nick said on our show or what the timeline is or training camp this, training camp that, just seeing Tank Dell out there with a helmet on and shells or just his jersey and shorts running around catching a football was really refreshing for me to see out there. As someone who's a big fan of Tank Dell and a big fan of the Texans, I know it means very little when it comes to what exactly is Tank Dell going to be when the pads do go on. It was such a devastating injury, not only to the severity, but because of who it was on. He's just such a popular player.
Yeah.
It was cool to see.
And just see him out there and do that. And it was in a half-speed drill where, some people were reading way too much into it.
Yeah.
And so to judge a guy who's kind of go out there in a very laid-back drill, I guess knowing that what he's coming back from and everything, if I had to make a judgment, I'd say, yeah, that probably doesn't look like prime prime Tank Dell.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have to remember that he's going half speed.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to judge him based on that. I'm going to judge him based when I see him out there in 11-on-11.
I would judge him more now on the videos of him doing all the cutting and
that's
things
where
like
he's
that.
doing it more aggressively.
Yeah.
And but the difference with the drills, the difference between those drills and just even a non-contact football drill is exactly where you're putting your feet.
Yep.
In a agility drill, you know exactly what your route is and everything.
Yeah.
When you're adjusting to a ball, when you're coming down trying to stay in bounds, there's just a whole another level of place. It's just each step along the way, you're going to hopefully see more.
That'll be the biggest test for the knee, right? When he's put in a position where it's unpredictable as to how your feet are going to land, or you've got to make a violent cut all of a sudden to juke a guy or to create separation or whatever it is. We don't know what that looks like, so that's a great point.
One of the reasons people don't siphon gas as much anymore, Sean, is that the fuel systems where you fill it, it's just harder to do.
Oh,
so you can't carry around a garden hose and do it.
Okay,
because they're narrower and there's like anti-spill devices in there and everything.
Yeah.
So you can't. It's just harder to do.
Okay,
so that's fallen. And property crimes since 1991 have declined 50 to 55%. There's just less crime in America.
In America, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
That's how that tracks.
Yeah,
I feel like there used to be way more petty theft that I would hear about when I was growing up.
Yeah, definitely. I think
Good job, America. Steadily stealing less and less.
Let's not pat America on the head quite yet, because we're just doing it because there's cameras everywhere now. It's not like
it goes back to 1991.
Yeah.
So it started, property theft and violent crime started declining, and then there's been a big drop this century in violent crime.
That's probably the camera
with spikes
part.
and valleys and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's been a huge drop.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, I know since we're talking about unleaded gasoline, one of the big things that they figure might have led to a decrease in violent crime was when they call lead our environment.
Oh, yeah.
The boomers were growing up with lead. They were eating lead cereal in the morning.
Yep.
It really messes you up.
It does. It does.
They were, lead tongue depressors at the doctor's office.
There you go.
Hot lead massage. Instead of hot rocks, you would go get a massage and you have hunks of lead on your back.
Right. You go to the dentist and they put that Mr. Thirsty in your mouth to suck out all the saliva. What's that made of? Lead. Yeah. The text message. Can't siphon gas because of the anti-siphon installed on modern vehicles. So there you go. Yeah.
So now if you're really ambitious, though, I guess they'll drill into the through the side of the vehicle.
The real thieves have found a way.
Right,
sure.
and then trucks have to worry about it still. Because if you're ambitious, again, you go to a big truck and just siphon off a bunch of diesel. I'm going to do it this weekend. I'm going to siphon some gas.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I'm going to have the most badass mugshot.
Yes, and then have your one phone call be to the show at 6 a.m. on Monday morning while you're sitting rotting in your prison cell.
People are going to ask, what are you in for? I'm like, the old S. Hoping they know what that means. I don't know. Yeah, I'm in for S.
They're like, so we split all the other prisoners. Like, so do we torment him for this or not?
You don't even know. You never even heard of the crime that I did. Yeah.
Ken Carman fell ass backwards into being named Take-A-Mania champ, is what a text message says.
He did. He didn't even know how much luck he had.
Fell ass backwards into it. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's play one more about Tank as long as we're talking about him. Here's Nico Collins on
Tank. You know, you don't want to see one of your brothers go down, especially with a freak injury like he did. You know, but to see him coming back, you know, progression, coming back, getting his groove back slowly, man, it's definitely a blessing to see. You know, you don't want to see nobody, you know, get hurt. You know, he loved his game 1,000%. You know, he want to be out there with us. You know, so it's only right you be there with him in his corner. Continue to root him up, continue to push him, tell him he got it, keep his spirits up, 'cause that's what you need at the end of the day. You know, you need your brother right beside you, and I want him to show him that he got me. You know, he got this whole team, you know, to get him through this whole process so he can get back on that field spinning how he used to be, you know. So that's the whole goal at the end of the day.
Someone asked me yesterday, Seth, as I was out about town, they said, what leg, because Tank's had a broken leg, a gunshot wound, and now this devastating knee injury, which is, the knee injury was worse than the other two combined. And they were like, which leg were all these on? The broken leg and the knee injury were on the same. It's the left leg. It's been the same leg. The weird thing was I Googled the gunshot wound, and there's nowhere, like the AI couldn't find anywhere that confirmed which leg had the, what do they call it again? The through and through?
Through and through.
Through and through, yeah.
That was the positive part about it.
It went
was
straight
through and through.
Yep.
And I didn't like that Tank was now the Tank was familiar with the term through and through.
I hated that for him.
He just kind of casually dropped it. He was like, yeah, it was a through and through.
Right.
Oh, man.
Like,
no kid should know casually that it's a through and through.
You're somebody that's been around this stuff. Yeah, like it's, no.
You got a through and through, and now you know.
Yep. So how about that? Both the broken leg and the busted up knee on the same, that poor left leg of his, man.
That's where I'm gonna tell Tank. So you've been shot. Yeah. You know what? I did time for a 3103.
Right. Which is siphoning gas.
That's general theft statute.
Siphoning.
In Texas. Yeah. So for the Texas Penal Code, it would be a 3103.
Siphoning gas. You went and looked up what the code is for.
Well, it's just general theft is a 3103.
Right,
they don't even know. They don't even have a specific code for it because it's just so uncommon these days.
Oh my God! All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. In case he wasn't listening earlier, I just want to give J.J. Watt a thank you again for something that he did leaving the Texans. As I watched the Cleveland folks process Myles Garrett. And so we'll hit that. We'll take a look. What are we expecting from the Astros this weekend? What are the guys on In the Loop got for us, question of the day-wise? We'll do all that coming up next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will return. Preserved. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Really good point by a texter. Now the criminals just steal money straight from our accounts. They don't have to siphon gas. They just steal our money and go buy some gas with that. So yeah,
I can't. Yeah, I'm about to become a gas siphoning magnate, I think. How do I get kids to go siphon gas for me? That's how you handle it. I just want to be sitting in a coffee shop while kids bring in my siphoned gas money.
A gas siphoning kingpin is what you want to be.
Yeah,
you want to have a bunch of little gas siphoners out, and then kicking some upstairs to you.
Yeah,
the godfather of the gas siphoning.
Well, that was what. Remember what? The receiver the Browns receiver who just kept having issues over and over again with substance abuse.
Josh Gordon. Yeah,
remember the story about Josh Gordon? Because Josh Gordon grew up in Houston, right?
Yes, he went to Lamar. Yeah,
that he was like part of a neighborhood racket of counterfeit money, which you hardly ever hear about anymore.
Yeah, you don't hear about.
But he'd have to go he would go and change a $5 at a gas station and everything, and they would just have kids go out and do that all day long.
Yeah,
just picking up clean money. It was like 5s, 10s, and 20s. Small denomination that isn't going to raise the.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I go into counterfeit money or siphoning gas?
It's a tough choice.
I feel like siphoning gas is I'm less likely to do hard time for that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
they still get finicky about the currency stuff.
Yeah, that's. I think you're probably spot on with that. We'll take the weekend and think about it, and then and let us know on Monday what you've chosen, and then just let me know so I know if we're going to start interviewing new co-hosts for the show.
I got to learn how to convert it into crypto at some point.
That's right. I got
to go into my old Bitcoin wallet.
My wife is laughing at me right now. She's like, there's a safety on the gas tank now. That's why you don't have a gas cap anymore, silly, with laughing emojis at me. So I guess that I'm sitting here going, if you want siphon gas out of my truck, it's right out there. Like, no. They can't siphon it, you idiot. Yeah. Hey, I did this earlier. I want to do this again. The Myles Garrett trade has probably been, I would say that has probably been the biggest story of the week. Sports-wise, like around the NFL, certainly, and probably in the world of sports, that and the NLs. I mentioned this earlier. The folks in Cleveland, one of whom is now the Take-A-Mania champ, Ken Carman, they were talking this morning about how Myles Garrett and the Rams are going to be on national TV 7 times this year, 3 times in the first 4 weeks, I think it was, something like that. So the problem is the departure of Myles Garrett's going to be right up in their face. It's going to get talked about. It's the only game that's going to be on, so you're going to have to hear about it. That's the tough part, too, is like watching your former best player go get 2.5 sacks in a different uniform. That's always really, really tough to do. I've compared the Myles Garrett trade just in terms of the emotion that it drives up there to what it would have been like if the Texans had traded J.J. Watt at a similar performance juncture as Myles Garrett. J.J. started getting hurt earlier in his career. Myles Garrett's almost a decade in now. By the time J.J. was a decade in, he was on his way out of here. But trading a guy at the peak of his powers and then having to see him on national TV on the Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank J.J. Watt again, Seth, for choosing to go to the Arizona Cardinals.
We never really had to think about it.
We never had to really watch him except that game that he played the Texans that year in Week 7 or whatever it was.
I guess the difference with J.J. too would be there weren't as many opportunities when he would have been in his prime to trade him off of a bad team.
No.
2017 was like the bad season.
And he was damaged goods at that point. I mean, he was coming off multiple injuries.
If you take him through the prime of his career before he had the injuries, they had 2013, I suppose that would have been the year.
But you never would have traded. He was still on his rookie contract,
Yeah. Well, except that, unless it was just a ridiculous return for it or something.
Yeah.
That would have been extreme.
Yeah.
You're right, because that would have been really, really, really extreme.
Yep. And
he actually didn't know he got a deal after the 2013 season.
Yep,
is when he got the new deal.
When he got his deal, yep. That's when he got his extension.
But that was the only time while he was still in his prime and hadn't been injured a bunch that the Texans weren't a competitive football
That's
team.
right.
The Browns, meanwhile, have been miserable for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. It's
even though they made the playoffs that year, it was kind of on a miracle run by Joe Flacco, and it wasn't. They've been in a bad place for a long time.
No, they have. It's the analogy gets a little clunky there, but just in terms of like, hey, just letting the guy not watching that guy in another. It was hard enough to watch him. It was hard enough to even, I say watch him, we didn't watch him that much. It was hard enough to have the thought of J.J. Watt playing out there for the Cardinals off the grid, let alone like seeing him do it. It's tough, man. It's like like a divorce. The ex is thriving over here, and you wonder if you were the problem or something.
That's what, we said earlier. It was like if your girlfriend left you for Timothy Chalamet, it would be one thing if he was just some character actor somewhere. But all of a sudden you're watching the playoffs, and every damn Knicks game, they're showing Timothy Chalamet and your girlfriend out there cavorting around. Yeah, that would suck. That would really, really suck.
I hate everything in my life.
Thank you, Ben.
Disclaimer.
Yeah.
That's not what CJ was saying.
Oh, my God.
You know what I hate in my life? I hate that I have to give a disclaimer every time we play that.
Yeah.
Play it, Ben.
I hate everything in my life.
See, the thing is, no, we're going to play it enough that everybody will be acquainted with it.
It'll become an inside joke.
By the end of next week, we won't have to play the disclaimer anymore.
No. We'll play this plenty, though. Yeah.
I hate everything in my life.
Is that AI? No, we kicked it old school and just took it way out of context.
Edited it.
No, that's not AI. I am an unethical human being doing that.
That's right. No,
that unethical clip is brought to you by an actual human.
We just chopped off the parts that weren't funny. All right.
Speaking of unethical takes on CJ, I've got to edit this weekend. I just stumbled across. I told you earlier. I was like, man, CJ's got an SEO problem right now, a search engine optimization problem, because I wanted to look for some CJ Stroud stuff, so I Googled CJ Stroud on YouTube, and 80% of the results are from January 2026, immediately after it's all the hot takes that came out the week after the loss to the Patriots.
Yep.
And it's just, it's going to live on until CJ does something new, and not until September of this year, really.
So did you just put CJ Stroud in the search engine? Because I'm going to workshop this right now.
Yeah. So I found a Shannon Sharp nightcap video of him crushing CJ for talking about where he felt like he had made progress as a quarterback this year and everything. And Shannon's takeaway from it was that CJ blaming the defense for why he wasn't awesome this year, and which wasn't CJ's point at all. It's CJ talking about learning to play more conservatively and everything. And it's cool because our hero, Ocho has Shannon play it back multiple times, and Ocho just isn't getting what Shannon is saying. He's like, am I missing something here? I just don't. Did I miss something at the beginning? Can we play that again, Unk? And it's awesome because Ocho's not buying it.
Right.
Shannon's saying, "Is this AI?
Yeah.
I can't believe he would say this."
Oh, so
and Ocho is just not getting it.
Are you gonna?
That's one more reason to love Ocho.
Oh, he's the best. Are you gonna chop that up this weekend? Will we have that on Monday? Okay, good.
I wanted to do it justice and not ironically take Shannon out of context.
Yeah.
As I was showing that he's taking something out of context.
Okay, I just did the thing you talked about. I put CJ Stroud's name in the. There's a short of me talking about it. But this is from a few days ago. Does C.J. Stroud need to play at an MVP level? That's from our show. No, but all the main videos, not the reels.
Yeah.
You're right. It's mostly there's one.
C.J. Stroud is trash.
Yep.
Unk and Ocho flame C.J. Stroud for blaming his defense.
Yep. There's
how
one,
bad is C.J. Stroud actually?
That's the one with him crying with the word fraud on the thumbnail, right?
I hate everything in my life.
Right.
Now that's from 11 days ago, but the pictures in the film are all from the the arena battles over another C.J. Stroud failure. That's from 4 months ago.
Okay, my favorite thumbnail, and hopefully if C.J. he's taking this all in stride. We're optimistic about CJ.
No, I'm pointing out that, as far as the public is concerned, it's where did I see you last?
Right.
And,
But I'm getting a good laugh at some of these thumbnails that CJ probably wouldn't find quite as funny as we do.
Yeah.
The funniest one is CJ at a podium. The title of the video is CJ Stroud Won't Stop Embarrassing Himself. He's at a podium and the logos behind him on the screen behind him are all XFL logos.
Okay.
The mic, the mic thing. What do they call the little cube? The mic flag is an XFL logo on it.
So now, to be fair, and this probably speaks to you and I and our negative bias towards things.
Yeah.
So I go to a service I use to kind of run searches on YouTube where it doesn't factor my like what the algorithm knows about me.
Yeah.
So when I do that and I just make it an unbiased search of CJ Stroud, it comes up with a lot more of the highlights and everything.
Okay.
How bad is CJ Stroud actually with the fraud thumbnail? That's the number 4 search result.
Okay.
But CJ Stroud just lost himself millions. That's number 6.
Okay.
The Houston Texans should move on from CJ Stroud. That's number 7.
Okay.
Yeah, it's of the top 10. 6 of them are really, really negative.
Skew negative. Okay.
CJ Stroud won't stop embarrassing himself.
Okay.
And those are all from 4 months ago.
The one right below CJ Stroud won't stop embarrassing himself on my feed just says, let's talk about CJ Stroud with Matt Sims. Oh,
Yeah.
and it's Seth Payne.
It's Seth Payne.
Yeah.
That was the day I thought I was interviewing Chris Sims.
Yeah.
And Matt Sims popped up on my StreamYard interview portal. And I was like, oh, you got your hair cut. And then I realized real quickly, oh, crap.
So hold up. You had the wrong Sims right up until the moment you brought him on the stage there?
Right until he was right in front of me, yeah.
That's
And
hilarious.
then I remember, like, wait, he went to Tennessee,
How
right?
how
Okay, yeah.
how much did you have to adjust your...
A few things, but not much, because I had actually listened to Matt Sims on some podcasts about...
How was he? Should I listen to this thing right here that I got?
Yeah, he was good.
He's
yeah,
good?
He was really, really good, actually. I actually had a good time with him.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. It was just a little bit of a pivot all of a
Dude,
sudden.
he definitely has different hair. His hair's kind of spiky a little bit.
Yeah, and he's had that haircut for a while.
Yeah.
So I feel like as soon as I said, oh, you changed your hair, he probably's like, oh, crap, this guy thinks I'm Chris.
Yeah. It's
which
third
is
time this has happened today.
Number 11 result. C.J. Stroud was an abomination to football.
Yep.
Acho eviscerates Texans QB.
Oh, boy.
That was from 4 months ago.
Yeah. That was a big one, too, because I think they're both Mulligetta guys. I think that was probably a big step for Acho right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We've got John Lopez and Reginald Atatula here. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Terrific. How are you doing?
We're doing great, man. We're doing great. We're just Seth was just talking about how the search engine optimization. CJ needs an internet scrubbing team.
Yeah, he does.
You know, sometimes people are able to get things scrubbed off the internet.
Yeah.
He needs somebody. I said this earlier to Seth when we talked about it. This may be a function of him being so off the grid this offseason. He hasn't been part of any content to push all the negative stuff down on the search.
Would that have helped?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
The only thing that can
Wouldn't have
really
hurt.
scrub this is 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions versus the Bills.
That's exactly
pretty much
right.
it. Then everything will be pushed way down.
Exactly right. John, have you ever siphoned any gas back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
You
Back
did?
in the day, you had to. That's the only way you could do it. Like if you were filling a can, you got pulled over on the side of you ran out of gas on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Somebody stops, and you have I used to keep a siphon in my truck.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the Good Samaritan siphoning.
Back in the day, people actually stopped to
Not
help
really
you.
what I was referring
This is
to,
something that many new generations are not familiar with. People would stop and say, "Hey, you all right?" "No, I ran out of gas."
They don't do that anymore.
Well, I got a hose in my trunk.
Yeah.
Okay, let's siphon some gas.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah. Dude, it is the scare. It's the most anxious you will ever feel. Because I've done it probably 3 or 4 times, which may explain a lot of things. But like that first taste you get is the worst thing ever.
You got to time it just right.
You got to time it just, and you never do. You never do.
It's the same feeling of trying to figure out, trying to see if an electric fence is hot or not.
Yeah. You think, okay, I think I'll get it this time, and there's always like some gas gets in your mouth.
Oh,
tweet.
What is the impetus of this question?
How did this come up,
Did
Seth?
Seth
Siphoning
did you
gas?
siphon some gas?
We're considering whether I should become a gas siphoning magnate. I feel like there's opportunities since the cops aren't on the lookout for it like they used to be.
Well, they sell those little battery-operated pumps now, so that's always good.
I guess there's an anti-siphoning mechanism inside most gas caps now, and then also because the anti-spill and everything, it's just harder than it used to be.
Yeah.
But that's you know what I call that? entry barrier. That's an opportunity. Yeah.
I kind of got like a little chill up my spine just talking about siphoning
Just thinking
gas.
back to it.
It was the worst.
Now, Reggie's been raised in the era where the cars have the built-in anti-siphoning.
Sure, that's the reason why.
Yeah,
of course.
Well, I'm just saying, as a concept, you know, John's much more familiar with it.
I can remember being at a high school basketball game once, and it the word started filtering through the crowd that one of my fellow students had gotten caught siphoning gas out in the parking lot because that's what you had to do.
Yeah.
Gas is expensive.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like $1.27. You know, but the minimum wage was $3.35.
Yeah, and that's what, when you stole a Snickers, that's what you had to do because it cost 50 cents.
Exactly.
And I didn't have 50 cents, but I wanted a Snickers, so I took it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what you told the judge.
I was hungry. Yeah.
What do you have to say for yourself? I was hungry.
I took it.
I was hangry.
Yeah.
I coined the term hangry.
Yeah, that's right.
Snickers lifted it out of some court documents.
That's what you said to the cops right after I said, "What took you so long?" Yeah. All right. So what's the question of the day?
You heard you played, I think, the Ricky Williams audio. He's a professional astrologer.
Yeah, Seth was very surprised. I didn't know that was a job.
John didn't know it was a job.
Yeah.
I still say it's not a job, not a real job. Anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'll play the audio at 10:40. What are you, air quote, professional at?
Outside of your actual job.
I'll just give you an example. I like to kind of get you guys thinking.
Yeah.
I'm strangely really good at, if we're watching a TV show and, you know, my wife will say, "What's she from?" I always know the show that actor or actress is from. I like 90 to 95. Like,
you know their names?
Well, sometimes,
but you can name something else.
That guy is from whatever show we saw a decade ago.
He was one of the terrorists in Die Hard or something like that.
I don't know why. I don't know how.
A pro at something that's not even a job.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I can't tell you.
I thought you were going like, okay, a job we could do. Okay. I would say for me, honestly, and this is through hard experience in the matter, is I can identify a sociopath or slash like compulsive liar way sooner than other people that really need to understand this. Yeah, and you end up being the person that looks like the jerk is like, no, you don't understand. You cannot believe a single thing the person says. Yeah.
And I can vouch for Seth on that. Not because of me, not that he's I didn't know, but
he called you a sociopath early on in this relationship.
No, not that I know of. But Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
Seth was the first one on the Jack Easterby.
I see what was going on, and it was very frustrating. And I've talked to people since who were much closer to the situation who described that feeling of like, man, when you realize, oh, this person just lies about everything all the time. It's hard. They're really good at it, and they weave a web that's so intricate that it's impossible to convince people sometimes, and you end up looking like the jerk, as many people who lost their jobs with the Texans found out.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, you know what mine is? Mine is that I am really good when I'm at games, at sporting events, and they show people on the Jumbotron that are in the crowd.
Yeah.
And they're waving and they're doing their thing. I'm really good at finding them. In the stadium.
Really?
Where are they in the stadium?
That's a real. I've looked. I'm like, where are they?
I'm not 100%. Because sometimes it's where you're sitting. If they're behind you, you can't. But boy, if they are sitting somewhere that's in my view, I would be a very specifically good FBI agent. Finding criminals,
finding people in crowds,
finding people in crowds.
Face scanner.
Like I'm basically
you're a Where's Waldo champion.
I am retinal software.
Where's Waldo champion?
Yeah, when one of these wimps are whining about face recognition technology, we bring in the human face scanner.
It. I've tried that so much. I'm not good at that.
Yeah,
I'm like, who is that?
I'm really. If we ever go to a game together, you'll see.
But if there's an actor you weren't worried about, just text me. I'll say, oh, they're from blah, 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 blah.
For sure. Because there was one we were watching the other day, and I was on IMDb for like a half hour trying to find out who this guy was. So
you know what they need you for, Sean? They need you for on the broadcast. So when we're like, oh, and in the stands, we've got Thurgood Marshall, and everybody at home is like, no, that's Eddie Murphy. What the hell are you doing? Like, somebody really screwed up this.
Figgy can attest to this one because I think I told him this. I don't know. I'm really good at when we see a new employee, if they're going to make it or not.
Oh, yeah.
There are two that, and Figgy, I know you know what I'm thinking about, where I walked out of a meeting, I said, he ain't going to last.
I'm good at that, too. You know what that comes with for me is hiring people. Like, I hired and fired hundreds of people for a number of years. And you, excuse me.
Yeah.
You just get that instinct.
Yeah, I was just like, I ain't going to make it. Or, that's going to be a good job. That's going to be a good hire.
Absolutely, yeah.
What's the biggest way I could game that system?
I like this. Yes, let's make this useful for the listener.
Yeah. What are the things you're looking for? Like, what's the first thing where you're like, not this guy?
I think it's just the way it's kind of the way they talk about things.
No. I can tell you. I can tell you specifically. I'm not going to name names. But when we've had people come through the building here, like salespeople come through the building, and the first thing they do is walk up and tell us how awesome they are and how much they're going to sell.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that person is not, and I've, but let me just be very clear. We have a ton of great salespeople too.
But I'm just over eager.
I'm just using this as an example because my background before radio was in sales. So that's specifically are the ones where I'm like, okay, yes, okay, no, that kind of thing. Like, and I've got a decent hit rate. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
But that's a tell for me. If the first thing they do is just walk up and talk about how much they've sold here and
that's kind of what I like. Some of the things they say is what my tell is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't that tough though? Because then there's always the outlier. Because in sales, especially, there's some people that like in normal conversation, you're like, this is the most annoying person I've ever met.
There are, but
then there are also like their clients love them.
That's why I say it's not 100%. But I'm saying in general, like if I had to make wagers on these things, I'd handicap it. Which I'm also a professional at, by the way.
You're right. Because some of the best people we've had in sales at this company, like I learned early on, like wow, these guys, some of the most effective ones are like the least extroverted,
humble,
and like just kind of go about their job, and they check off every box and staying in touch with clients and everything, and they're incredible. But you would never guess that they were a salesperson.
Hungry, organized, humble, driven. Yes. I'll take that every day of the week.
Smart, tough, dependable.
That's the smart, tough, dependable. Yeah, a little greedy, a little selfish, a little bit of selfishness.
No, that's true.
A little bit of. I always look for people who think selfishly when I was hiring salespeople. Absolutely.
You ever siphon gas, son?
On that note, all right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a lung full of petrol to you.
I was about to say, I know I'm getting a gallon of gas here. I just know that's what I'm getting. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Hey, everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop. And they start now.
Happy Friday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Pursuant to that previous conversation from 337, John, what'd you say about Reggie when you was hired?
I said TBD.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm just kidding.
You know what? I'll take it.
I say good things. Just so you know.
You do say good things, and I constantly wipe them away because I don't believe you.
By the way, that you ever siphon gas question, that'd be a good combine question. That would be a great combine question. Like, have you ever siphoned gas? Because it says a lot about, or what was the scenario? What was the context? Are you tough enough? Are you fearless enough? I should say.
Would he drink gas for this football team?
What's an acceptable yes for that? At the combine, like it's.
Well, all the time.
Yeah, I have. My grandmother ran out of gas.
Yeah,
but
had to.
Had to. Yeah, something
siphon
like that.
gas all the time. I was just out with your car. All right, let's get going here on this Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig in the mustard and yellow cap on the ones and twos. I see you getting about stuff. Man, H-Town running very strong on this one. Bring your H-Town to the game on the text line, 713-572-4610. Get involved with the program. There also appreciation to the Mokiram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. You can get all in the conversation there. Let's jump into the Texans. Obviously, OTAs, the training activities are indeed organized, and they continue to run. We're running towards the end of them. And one of the things that was a conversation point last year in training camp and has come up again is one Will Anderson Jr., how damn unstoppable he is, how much he wrecks everything, including meetings, so on and so forth. He's just that damn imposing of
he
a
wrecks
dude.
everything.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome to have that dude on your team. Okay, fair enough. Because the coordinators of this football team talked yesterday. We had Nick Caley live on the program, but Matt Burke also talked, and he was asked a very interesting question, right? The domain of the defense is his, and so he was asked about do you possibly think about calling off the dog that is Will Anderson Jr.?
Did you ask Kaylee? I don't know. You have to ask him more than me. He doesn't mess up my practice. That's what I want. I don't. Yeah, I think we held him out the other day, didn't we? I don't even know. I don't know if he practiced the other day. So, I think it's hard. I think Will specifically, but just in general, again, we want we don't want to train bad habits for our D-line and our get off and the way we approach it. And I think Will doesn't know any different. I think he doesn't want to backslide or take a step in the wrong direction. So, when you tell people hey, kind of half speed this, or it just doesn't register for him. And there's a part of it that we don't want to build bad habits of those guys, because sometimes if you're not in your stance and locked and loaded to get out and explode, that's creating bad footwork, or that's creating something. And I think Will is such a believer and a convert in that he doesn't want to do anything differently. So it's on D'Amico to make sure that he's controlling it. It's just I'll give you a little leverage. There was a play the other day. I can't remember, we were in the high red or something, and Will rushed off the edge, and there's just a fine line of when you're pulling off. Again, we don't want to be near CJ or be around the quarterback, and so Will kind of walked it back, and D'Amico looked at him and was like, hey man, it's all right, we're good, we get it, tempo it down a little bit. And so the next play, he was we use the word shadow technique sometimes. We just want to kind of shadow the blocks and kind of fit it. And so he was like, hey, shadow it, and Will kind of made an inside move and sort of stopped, but just kind of kept walking like this. He was trying to show, I'm still going to get through there if you really let me go. So he kind of slowed it down, but still kind of made sure he got through the line of scrimmage. So I think he's trying to find his balance in that. But at the end of the day, we don't want to take away what his superpower is, and that's it. So it's fun for me to coach. Again, you have to ask some of the other guys if they like doing that or not. So
this is a tough one. It really is, because the whole, the Texans have done everything they possibly can to build up C.J. Stroud, to get him in. He's doing everything it seems he can.
In the offense in general,
and
right?
I think CJ and the personnel.
Right. C.J. ends up being the proxy for it, but the entirety of the offense. And we've gotten glowing reviews.
Yes.
At least as far as you can actually have during organized training activities when it's just kind of shirt, shorts, and helmets. But, pads are a different circumstance, right? When this thing gets fired up, and all of those gains, right? How do you build on them? How do you maintain them? Do they need to actually call off the dogs here?
Well, no, that's why it's so tough, because I think ultimately we can go back to last year's training camp and really the training camp before. The offense couldn't function a lot of times. They could not get better because they couldn't. A lot of it back then was their fault. And we'll see, how the offensive line in particular, can handle things this training camp. But that affected the whole year. That affected CJ's mood, CJ's approach, it seemed like. So do you kind of tell Will Anderson and the defense in some cases, hey, kind of take it off? I think ultimately I would say the best play would be to give him some plays off. To let the offense cook. Do a little bit of one's offense versus two's defense. Because if the same thing happens again, will the same thing happen again in the regular season?
I mean, I would sure hope not, off of the simple idea that you have a lot better talent on, at the very least, the offensive line than last year, right? I think that we all feel pretty...
You think.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can't say that definitively yet, but I think we feel pretty confident that will be the case, and that will demonstrate itself to be the case for the Texans in this upcoming season. It's hard, though, because the platonic ideal of what this is iron sharpens iron. You go up against the best. I see him on the text line already, right? How about we learn how to just block Will Anderson?
That's why it makes it so tough. I don't disagree,
right.
But
there's people that are like, don't start crying about Will Anderson Jr. practicing hard. But this is the thing that I was thinking about that made me get to a different place on this than I previously would have, right? The just in a vacuum, you go, well, just block it. That's how you get better. I want to give you an opportunity to flex a little bit, John Lopez. I know it's a little bit ago, but you played a little football. You were an athlete, so on and so forth. Do you remember what you maxed at on bench?
Oh, yeah, because I hit 300 and never could get over.
Okay, so you hit 300. You maxed at 300.
Yeah.
Did you always lift 300?
No, I did not always lift 300. That was the goal. Well, actually, 315, because I think that was the extra plate, if I'm remembering correctly.
So,
yeah,
whatever, right? You don't always work at your max.
Yeah.
But trying to stop Will Anderson Jr. is kind of working at your max, especially as you're trying to develop the muscle that is this offense and all those things. And so I think that it ends up being really tough for you to establish what you're doing, for you to find the finer points of your technique if you are like constantly dealing with Will Anderson Jr. at his peak. And it's kind of awesome that you have that. And I'm not saying that you completely go away from that. But like when you're trying to constantly lift your max, that is when you have poor form start developing.
100%.
That is when you create injuries. I know that that's not one-to-one in this metaphor that I'm building, but I'm surprised myself when I started thinking about it. I'm like, no, they do need to find. And honestly, the evidence that this is the case is in that Matt Burke quote where he's talking about how D'Amico Ryans has had little hints of, hey, Will, pull it back, not quite all the way, but like, hey, man, getting into this shadow circumstance that they're talking about. There are instances, and because ultimately, I know that Will can turn it up, and I know that the idea is nice and it sounds good to be like, hey, we always want you to go 100%, and that is the ethos that they build. I don't want to undercut that, but more importantly, I think this offense needs to come together, and you need to be able to have this time establishing a foundation for you to
Look, I think ultimately I'll fall right there with you, but kind of with that in mind, but also a different reason, because like the texter said, don't start crying about Will Anderson practicing hard. Nobody's crying about that, but the catchphrase with this whole team and D'Amico in particular is we need good reps. We need reps. Okay, you can build up to that, and I'm sure they want to face Will Anderson and the defense at its full capacity ultimately, but you need good reps. C.J. Stroud needs good reps. What's more likely to happen? Because when he said that one part about we don't want Will Anderson to create bad habits. I'm like, in what world? in what world do you see Will Anderson, creating bad habits? On the other hand, there is a world where we see C.J. Stroud in this offense creating bad habits. We want the offense to perform at a very high level. We want the offense to get better. The difference between this team and a Super Bowl is the offense improving. So I'm not worried about Will Anderson. I don't think anybody is worried about Will Anderson, quote, creating bad habits. But if you can get to that point by giving them some good reps, then maybe we're on to something and we get what we all want, and that's a Super Bowl appearance.
Right. I mean, the basic logic of it is just be better. But just think of how, that's such an anti-intellectual way of going about this. Well, just be a better version of yourself. Well, I mean, if they could do it, they would. I imagine that there's 31 teams in the league that are doing hey, just block Will Anderson Jr. It's clearly a tough task.
You block him.
It's clearly a tough task to undertake. And so I think that you have to be pretty pragmatic about this. I don't think that this is just tell Will Anderson Jr. to never give 100%. But I think that they need to be pretty diligent about the way that they go about this. And yet last year serves as some level of a warning, I think. I to try and make it seem like this is the only reason that the offense wasn't incredible last year. That would be absurd.
Yeah.
Right?
And in training camp the last 2 years, I think we could all easily point to, man, we saw this in training camp. They couldn't even get a playoff in some instances. Remember there was one, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, where there was 9 plays in a row that the offense, either didn't get a playoff or was going to be sacked or whatever. And no one is worried about Will Anderson. No one is worried about this defense. You are worried about the offense. So do what you can to help it. And by the way, D'Amico Ryans, do you not want the offense to get better? I mean, I get it's in his DNA. We are not going to take our foot off the gas. But you're also the head coach, of the whole squad.
And how do you feel about this thought that comes in that says it would be different if it wasn't most of these guys on the line for the first year in this system?
But there are a lot of veteran guys.
No, I know, but there are a lot of veteran guys that are trying to congeal and come together in this new circumstance. So towards that end, you give them an opportunity to feel this out. Right.
Yeah, to do that. No, I think that's more than valid. Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised when I was thinking through it, because I probably would have been, for lack of a better word, like a hardo and I mean, hey man, you're going to have to block really good guys in this league. But I think you work up to it, man. You really and truly you work up to it. You give yourself an opportunity, and maybe that's what walkthroughs ultimately are, what we're trying to say. But there needs to be some level of effective practice, and I think that what you're saying is probably some of it, right? Have them go against the twos. I imagine that getting this done against Dylan Horton, with all due respect to Dylan Horton, right, is a little bit different. That Will Anderson Jr. absolutely wrecking what you do, and yes, Will Anderson Jr. has to get his in this, but I think that you lean on the idea of where he has been, the ways in which that he works, the motor that he has, and understand that you're not going to, I don't think you're going to ruin Will Anderson Jr. while giving your offense an opportunity.
I mean, anybody who says that, come on. In what world?
Yeah.
In what world?
All right, we're just getting started here on a Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of fun in tow. Obviously, B. Scott will join us in the 11 o'clock hour. We always enjoy that. John Harris will join us at noon. He obviously having a lot of opportunities to get his eyes on OTA, so we want to chop it up with him. But continuing on about these Texans, we talked about coordinators talking, and Frank Ross brought to our attention the possibility of Woody Marks being more involved in special teams. Let's talk a little bit about that and coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is Jaden Higgins one of the guys?
be with us. Kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Biggie, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
In the Loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday already. It started off well. Let's see if we can make it a little bit better over the next few hours. We got B. Scott coming in the 11 o'clock hour. John Harris at noon as we have.
Okay, so
that John Harris.
That one there. In fact, let's talk about the man that he was excited about in that moment. Woody Marks.
Okay, so
that sure is right.
That's
Yeah.
right. Woody Marks. 4th round draft pick a couple years ago. Well, I guess not this year, but last year is the way to do that. And he was running back 1 at least last year, set up to be running back 2 this year. 2 of the running backs that you feel the most confident about. And interestingly enough, his name came up not with the offensive coordinator yesterday. Well, it did come up with the offensive coordinator, but also with the special teams coordinator, Frank Ross, when he was talking to the assembled media. And so let's go to Frank. This was Frank Ross talking about Woody Marks being involved with return game.
Yeah, and I think specifically you, Andrew, asked a question about kind of the depth and who's being used in kick return. And I've said a variation of this answer before where there's a lot of reps back there, and that's a pounding. And there's sometimes 2, sometimes 1 returner over 17 weeks. So who do you want back there? I want a fast player, right? But good vision, good ball security. But I want guys that can do it on repeat, sustain running through the smoke with physicality and falling forward. Receivers don't necessarily run in the trash as much as running backs. To be in our depth and as potentially a starter if he can win that job, man, that really benefits our team. You saw probably some of the better returners around the league last year just falling forward for 3 more. Can we get to that 34, 35 on a standard neutralized, everybody, the wall comes down, presses his blocks? Can a runner get skinny and fall forward? Like, those are big yards in our offense and at the gray area of the field. So, yeah, Woody's been dynamic with his running skill set. Now let's continue to master fielding the ball, running your tracks, and setting up your blockers.
All right, so first of all, Frank
pounding.
Ross. Frank Ross.
Energy.
Golly.
That pounding.
It's freaking June,
What
man.
are you doing over there?
It's June.
I'm doing what
man.
Frank Ross just
That's
did.
right.
Okay,
And then
all
he
right.
gets out and starts showing you what it's supposed to look like.
That's right. That's how you coach. That's how you teach.
I can't wait till he
You
becomes a
model
head
it.
coach.
It's June. Just wait. And
Are we on a football field, damn it?
That's right. And I've said it for a while, over a year. I think that guy could and should be a head coach candidate at the minimum.
But he's pointing to the idea of Woody Marks being
That's what we want to get to.
possibly like a starter returner. Does that change anything on how you feel about the running back room?
Yes.
713-572-4610.
Yes, and yes, because, and I asked you this during the break because when I heard that, I went, hold on. I literally said, hold on. Did Woody Marks return? Is this new? It's relatively new at worst. But I'm like, Woody Marks returning kicks, whether it's punts or kickoffs or whatever, I'm guessing it would be more kicks than punts, but the traffic and how running backs are built to do those things. And it did affect how I think about the running back room. We were talking about this yesterday, man. Like obviously you've got David Montgomery, you have Woody Marks, and then you have, I don't know really yet, and more.
You can say Jawar's name.
You can say his name, but you can't say his name per se as the third running back.
Maybe Jawar, question mark?
Yeah, maybe him. But it does affect the running back room in my view. Does it not with you? How I look at it,
It feels like it does. That's a lot of, at least, let me say a lot, but it's a decent amount of usage that you add on top of there. I do wonder, though, if maybe the split that we are thinking in that running back room with carries is not quite the split that we were or that they are at least considering. Like, is it going to be...
What did I say, 65-35?
Yeah, and maybe,
that was always in the back of my mind, man.
Yeah, maybe it is even more. Like, maybe this is really and truly David Montgomery feature back territory in a way that maybe we were trending a little bit further away from. You know, and if he's more feature back, then Woody Marks gets a little bit more opportunity in return game, while also still obviously plying his trade at the running, in the backfield in some of those circumstances. But I guess maybe that doesn't even track because you got Nick Haley yesterday bringing up 20 personnel. And, of course, he's just kind of throwing things out there. I don't know that necessarily you're going to see a significant amount of 2 running backs, no tight ends, 3 wide receiver sets or whatever. But they're thinking uniquely in that way where it sounds like they want to utilize multiple running backs and Woody Marks will get action, but then also being in the return game, especially. Well, I guess they maybe look a little bit different. It's not as much of those car crashes, violent crashes, specifically because of the change. Yeah. But it does make you wonder, like, for a dude who went to the blue tent seemingly every game, does that change kind of the usage, and does that then also put a little bit more pressure on the depth that you have in running?
I agree. I think it does change the way I look at how the usage is going to go. Let me ask you this: does it change? Because it kind of does for me. Does it change? How you would expect they prioritize running backs? Whether it's on their own, how they feel about running backs, whether it's on their own roster or maybe, acquiring something during training camp, after training camp, or something like that. I think they need more warm bodies in the running back room.
I don't know if it changes it because I think that they were already in a place where they probably needed to be looking in that way. I do wonder, though, because, again, I'm going back to Nick Caserio jumping on with Payne and Pendergast. He seemed to be pretty high on Jawar in a way that I had not understood to be the case in watching the way that they utilized Jawar. It felt like Jawar was a break in case of emergency player up until last season, but maybe that helped change the dynamic for them, helped solidify who he is, and talking about like the physicality that he brings. But I also wonder, right, like with Jawar being who he is, if that wouldn't have been a guy that they utilized in the return game instead.
Exactly, and that's why I always say watch what they do, because he might say whatever he wants this year, last year, whenever, but their actions have been not necessarily backing that up. Now maybe they feel really good this year about what they're seeing from Jawar Jordan. It's very, very much possible, but at the same time, I do think also this is good for Woody Marks. Just more touches. If he's not going to if they really feel as if David Montgomery is going to be the bell cow and they want to rely on that, hell, get him some more touches then.
Yeah, get him on the field much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in creative ways, right? That was the thing about the Woody Marks experiment's not really the right word, but experience is the word that I want to use from last season, was that it was great to see more and more Woody Marks. It felt like, hey, man, there's so many tools that are in his toolbox that you're not making use of, whether it's him getting the ball out of the backfield and some of those things. And maybe the return game is one of those things with the dude who seems to be as creative as he is, utilizing all those things. So I think you're right? I'm excited to see that. And maybe also, well, again, if we're talking about usage, Jalen Noel is also a dude where you go, I hope that his usage ticks up on the field during, obviously like regular scrimmage plays. Yeah. But that's a guy that also showed pretty damn well returning the football, and so how does that tandem work between them? And obviously, like, maybe they're doing different things. Maybe one is more kick, maybe one is more punt. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a rotation of sorts that happens within them. And as Frank Ross rightfully notes, it's rare that you're going to have one returner the entirety for all 17 plus. Anyways,
right.
But coming back to it, right? Talking about like that third running back, we're still focused on. I think that they need to always be in consideration for what is out there. Can we make this better if somebody comes free, whether it's cut down day or what have you? Like, I think that or even like, hey, a late round pick for a guy that help bolster this room. I think that was always going to be the case. Maybe this makes it a little bit more of a thing that they need to address, but I think that always was going to be something that they needed to look at.
And maybe they did bring in a couple of running backs off the street too. Maybe they feel like they have it in house, whether it's Noah Whittington or Josh Pitzenberger, the two that they signed. And I think Pitzenberger, if I recall right, they gave him a pretty good bonus too as an undrafted guy.
Yeah, but none of that stops no show.
No,
I know what you mean.
No, but I'm saying in order to get him at that bonus means he was in demand. So you had to pay him a little more just to bring him into camp.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you sound to be excited about it. I do love this, at the very least, getting a running back there, because it seems to fall in line with a lot of the things that we've heard about this particular return game, right? Like this is a return game now that, values dudes that see the game like a running back.
Protect the ball.
It opens up, protect the ball, obviously, but it opens up like a running play. So why not have a guy who, in Woody Marks, who did seem to read his blocks fairly well. And honestly, the big thing that made me feel like, oh, this is going to be a capital T thing was Frank Ross talking about that falling forward, which was something that Woody Marks did incredibly well early on into his tenure.
And for this offense, even more so. I mean, he was talking about going from the 32 to the 35-yard line, those extra 3 yards or whatever. With this offense, the way they like to just, be conservative and kick field goals and all that stuff, I mean, those yards matter. So I do like it a lot. I like it for Woody Marks. I like the fact that he's going to get more touches. But it does make me wonder about, again, not just the depth in the running back room, but also the rotation. If you need another one.
Yeah, because but I also wonder, like, how heavily are we thinking that the return game impacts him? Like, how heavily do we think that it weighs upon him within the course of being? Because again, we were already in a place, us two. I don't want to speak for anyone else, where we were thinking the split of usage between the two running backs that we feel most confident about would be something that was closer to like 60-40, 65-35. I think those were the numbers that we threw out there.
Yeah.
How much of that 40 or 35% that you were already anticipating for Woody Marks do you think has to be throttled back because of return?
Oh no, I don't think. I don't think a whole lot.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think a whole lot at all. It just. First of all, it just kind of surprised me. He's like, "Hey, Woody Marks." I'm like, "Wow, okay, that sounds good to me."
But I do appreciate him, man. Whole hog approach, man. Utilize all of the weapons that you have in here, because it felt like last year, and maybe this is specifically more to the offense, but as a team, it felt like there was meat left on the bone with the ways that they had, some talent that they didn't utilize, and it feels like maybe there's a little bit of an approach where we're going to utilize all of those pieces that we did not.
And by the way, a texter brought this up, and I meant to myself, so I'm glad I saw this. Darren Sproles is helping him now.
Yeah.
And Frank Ross was talking about, like, it's very rare that I'm in awe, of just somebody walking into the room. And so maybe that definitely is going to be helping all of them.
I can't wait to see the ways in which, because again, we might be doing too much, right? Sometimes a singular person can only do but so much to raise the tide of what's happening here. But Darren Sproles comes with a certain aura. We know what he's done all the way from Kansas State. Had to do that. The Chargers with the Eagles, all the things that he was capable of doing. What are the various different ways that we see that impacting this team? And it feels like Woody Marks would stand to be like maybe person number one to gain from his tutelage if he is. I mean, obviously not if, but when he is working with him.
I think that would be number one for me as well. And just the nuance of what Ross was talking about there, the little things that you need to do to get those extra 3, 4, 5 yards.
But if we're doing that, right, like Darren Sproles as force multiplier, how much does he help for Jawar Jordan, who is a relatively smaller back, who again maybe has a little bit more physicality than we give him credit for if Nick Caserio is to believe. How much is that is taking a Jawar Jordan that you go, maybe he's a running back 3, and going, no, definitively he is, with some of the tools and tips that Darren Sproles can help put in his pocket.
No, I think it does. I think it absolutely does.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by Ricky Williams, who's still giving us entertainment.
Still weird?
Still a little bit of an odd dude. What outside of your job are you, quote unquote, professional at? 713-572-4610. Let's answer that question next.
In the Loop.
O'Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going well. Let's have a little fun with it. Here was the question of the day. Outside of your actual job, what are you professional at?
You could be a professional at doing this.
That's right. That's right.
And it might be the weirdest thing, but you're good at it.
Yeah, something that, let's be honest,
Yeah.
not actually a job. 713-572-4610, because that's how John Lopez responded to Ricky Williams.
Not a job. Not really a
Ricky
job.
Williams talking with John Gruden, goodness gracious. Not Jay Gruden, but John Gruden. Obviously the legendary running back. Notorious maybe is the word that I should use.
I still think about that time he just up and retired, man. I remember being a kid, like, what? Watching Sports Center.
It's crazy
Wasn't he
because
like 26?
Yeah,
27?
he
was real young.
Yeah.
How far down the list of things that you think about do you get to before you go, oh yeah, he was really bleeping good at running the football?
No, that's somebody I would tell the younger kids, like, man, Ricky Williams, he retired at 26.
Right, because I think about the retirement. I think about the obviously the dress comes up.
Yeah.
Obviously you can think about the weed.
Yeah. He was 27.
Yeah. Also, I think about just him having the locks outside of the helmet.
Yeah.
Just that to me, I always think about that image when I think of Ricky Williams.
Yeah. That's a good point. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He was really good.
He was a little stocky too, man.
Really good at toting the rock.
Oh yeah.
Well,
when he came back, he was a little skinnier. It wasn't the same. But.
Rickie's done a lot of things in his life. He's been a weed entrepreneur as
sure
well.
has.
And so I feel like, I don't know if anybody was actively thinking this, but if you came up, you would be like, hey, I wonder what Rickie's up to. Apparently, this is what he's up to.
Now you've been out of football 15 years. What are you doing now?
It's going to sound crazy, but I'm a professional astrologer.
No way.
Yeah, it's what I do for a living. And it sounds crazy, but if I broke down what I did on a daily basis, it wouldn't seem that foreign to you. The analogy I like to use is, in football, I say a coach would never imagine going into a season or a game without a playbook, a game plan, and a scouting report. But when we go through life, we don't really have that. We're just trying to figure it out on our own. And after I retired, I started studying different stuff because I was curious about life. And I met this woman who started talking to me about astrology.
Yes, you did.
And we talked, and I was like, this feels like a playbook for life. And that's the way I approach it.
What do you do, man? You just look up in the stars? You have computers?
It's a computer.
What the hell do you do? I don't know.
Everything's on a computer. So I'll meet someone and I'll ask them for their birth information. Born, the date, and the time. I get that information, I put it into a computer, and the computer software spits out a chart of what the sky looked like at the time of their birth.
You are deep.
Is he now?
First of all.
Can you help me out here? I need you to go back to the moment when John Gruden goes, oh bleep, because I wonder. Do you think that John did the thing that I did, which is mixed up astrology and astronomy?
Oh yeah.
Because at first I was like, yo, that's crazy, man. He's doing the science of the stars. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
That's different.
The one that sounds like a science is the pseudoscience.
And so you looking up at the stars?
Yes. He was like, oh man, this dude's over here at like various different planetariums.
No, but astrology is the stars too. Yeah, because that's where all the... Yeah,
it is, but you know what we talking about, right? We're not talking about science work.
I thought he picked up on it. Maybe not. I thought he picked up because astrology, everybody's like, oh, boy.
All right, let's hear it one more time.
Yeah.
I want you to be the judge. Do you think that John Gruden also made the mistake of thinking that he had gotten like a post graduate degree and was working for NASA or something and did not realize that he was out here asking people for their birth date?
And that's the way I approach it.
What do you do, man? You just look up in the stars? You have computers?
It's a computer.
What the hell do you do? I don't know.
Everything's on a computer. So I'll meet someone and I'll ask them for their birth information.
No kidding.
He's like, oh, man.
First of all, John Gruden makes this 10 times better.
Honestly,
Yes.
anybody who interviews probably needs to take just a page out of his book, which is just be excited about the subject matter.
What do you do, man?
Just always be excited to find out, because that's something that was clearly there.
But my other favorite part is he says, that's what I do for a living. For a living, really? Like you go buy milk, or else you can't, unless you have some clients with your professional astrology. Really? You do that for a living?
Also,
yeah.
I was about to say, like, You get a print off the computer.
Yeah.
I feel like, what work are you doing in this part? I don't understand.
But he is a professional.
That's what he say.
He's a professional. What
so
are
in
you
that
guys?
same vein,
Yeah,
what are you a professional at?
I could not tell you how or why, because I forget things, like everybody else, But if I'm watching a show and there's an actor that you saw somewhere else, like it could be 10 years earlier, I'm like, oh, that guy was in blah, blah, blah. That girl was the such and such in blah, blah, blah. I don't know why. I just always can, even when they change their, the appearance is different and stuff, I'm a professional, tell you what else that actress was in guy. I'm a professional. The other thing I'm pretty good at?
What's that?
And it's not 100%. And maybe it's just because I cook so much. I'm pretty good at eating something and knowing what the ingredients are that they use to make that. Like they use a little such and such, or they use a little such.
Oh, there's some saffron in
it.
Sure.
There's stuff like that, and maybe that's just more experience than anything. But I'm pretty good at that.
Okay, fair enough.
How about you?
All right, so to keep this to the sports vein at the very least, I think I'm a professional at knowing when a shot is going to go once it goes up.
Mm-hmm.
Like before, obviously, it goes down.
Oh, that's long.
It's like, oh, yeah, that's in there. Right? Like now, of course, it helps, especially when you're watching like the NBA, when you're like, these dudes are incredible shooters.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, it's going to go. But I just kind of have an innate feeling to the point where I believe I am going to profess that this is something I can do.
The big test is when you know it's a miss.
Yeah.
That's long or that's off, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
like I think that is the in the Ricky Williams vein. Somebody said Ricky Williams is on that moonwater. What about you, Fig?
Yeah, I think I could be a professional cuddler. No,
that don't sound right because you were saying that you were not in the cuddling game.
I'm joking, but I think I could be I think I'm really good at peeping out accents from all over.
You do that a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes I could be sitting there talking to somebody. I'm like,
including regionally.
Yeah. So sometimes they be sitting there talking. I'm like, they sound like they from Louisiana somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, are they from New Orleans or are they more closer to Texas? And then I'm like, hey, are you from Louisiana? Yep. And I'm like, yeah, bingo.
You pick up the Brooklyn and the
the East
Bronx
Coast
and Philadelphia.
How far do you feel like your capabilities go? Like, are we just talking about the contiguous United States? Is it even that large? Like, is it just I kind of got you in the South?
Yeah, no, I think the United States. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even tell him this, but when Chris Partee was working, his Bay Area accent was kind of getting to me a little bit. I'm like, damn, am I doing the show with Marshawn Lynch? But he sounded just like somebody from Cali. But yeah, I'm pretty good with that, man. And then the other thing is I'm really good at peeping out samples in rap music.
Yeah.
Like I can hear a little piece, and I'm like, I heard that before.
That's a talent.
Yeah. No, it's a strong talent to the point I think I irritate my because I'm like, oh, that was a sample from so and so.
Oh yeah, that's Bob James knowledge. I got Bob James knowledge.
She was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, but it is one sample that got me. I did not peep this, and I think the Houston Chronicle put something out about this with Prince song "Red Corvette."
Lil Red Corvette.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Lil Troy "Wanna Be a Baller" that was the sample. I never knew that.
Yeah, that
so my mind was blown. I'm like, what? I listen to both of these songs all the time and never peeped it.
832 has a better title for what we're good at. He says, "I am also a professional IMDb'er."
On the Twitch chat, Coop DeVille said, being a dad, praying to get into the Hall of Fame with my kids of fame. All right, I like that. I like what you're doing there. All right, I would like to now pose to you for the professional sports teams in Houston, when it comes to the head coaches, what would they be pro at outside of their jobs?
So we'll start with D'Amico.
Yeah.
He would be a professional. What would he be good?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out. Because D'Amico Ryan's like...
I feel like he pretty private, man. Like, I don't even know what he into.
That's a good question.
What is he into?
I feel like he'd be a professional life coach.
That would be
Maybe
one,
that's
but that's
too
a real
close.
job.
Maybe that's too close.
Yeah, that's a real job.
I mean, is it?
Dang.
I'm just asking the questions. Joe Espada?
Joe Espada would be, well, I think Ime would be a professional complainer.
You think so?
Yeah, like you need to go talk to the manager.
No cut.
Send Ime. Send Ime if you want to talk. He's a professional Karen.
when it's time to cuss somebody out. Ime, come on. We need you. Somebody said they're a professional at spotting out celebrities in large crowds. Spotted out Derek Stingley Jr. in the Final Four crowd after the Final Four in Houston. That's tough.
I didn't even know he was there.
You just pick it. You are also a professional Where's Waldo or like Sean Pendergast.
Joe Espada, professional yes man?
Professional compliment giver? Is that what we're going to go with?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't hate that.
Professional positive person.
Yeah. All right.
Dana Brown is a professional liar at this point, man. He just be on the shows lying his butt off.
And Seth had a really good point. I'm not going to say I'm as good at this as he is because I don't think so. But like figuring out, all right, that person isn't who you thought they were.
That's a great capability. If you got it, man. That really and truly is.
That's a fraud right there. That's a fake. Yeah.
My mother was good peeping out girls like that. I bring a girl home, like, I don't care for her. Like, something about her.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, man, look how good she look.
Were you the one though that listened to your moms, or were you the one that had to go figure it out yourself?
Of course I didn't listen to my mom. I was young. I was focused on what she looked like.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I feel like D'Amico would be a professional grill master. I don't know. Look, I don't
know.
He got the head of a professional grill master, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't see D'Amico as like I'll be out here smoking meats per se. And maybe that's a me thing.
I got an apron on and all that stuff.
He looks the part.
Yeah.
He looks like he would absolutely dominate managing the grill. I
think if he was, we would have knew about it.
You know what he'd be great at? Going in and stopping house parties. All right.
D'Amico is a professional. Hey, shut all this down.
Everybody go home.
Hey, we all done.
You can't tell him no. I mean, you just can't. Not only because he's big, but he's so convincing and he has a reason, why this party needs to stop. Your parents are not home.
Somebody said D'Amico would be a great professional, run the clock out from the beginning of the game guy. All right. Okay. Somebody said they're good at predicting catastrophic or negative events. Their ex hated it. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if I'd want to be that.
That's not a fun guy to be around.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to be good at that.
That's the same thing as what Seth was talking about. Yeah. You were like, no, this is not a good guy. And you're like, no, he ain't done nothing wrong. Yeah, why are you just being a jerk? Nobody's ever going to come back around and be like, oh, so I'm so happy that you told me you were right. No, they're just going to be like, bleep you. Somebody said Nick Casario, professional loss preventions manager. Okay. All right. You're in the loop here on
He might be a professional secret keeper. He don't be telling nothing.
Yeah. Oh, that's D'Amico. D'Amico might be a professional secret
keeper. He won't tell a word.
I might be here there. All right. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, and we'll have B. Scott join us, as he always does. We'll do that next.
All right. Let's talk about, less than a week next week. We're talking the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we welcome in the man Brandon K. Scott. Oh, yeah, I think the headset there might be bugging, buddy. But he jumps in with us here in a little bit.
Right now, man.
I had forgotten until I saw him panicking.
Yeah.
I saw the panic in his eyes, and it reminded
What
me.
teammate are you, man?
A bad one, apparently.
Yeah.
It be like that
I'm
sometimes.
like, I really don't know where to go. I got a mic over here, a camera over there, but the mic don't work with this camera, and this camera don't work with this mic.
Man.
Yeah, I'm basically playing Radio Twister, literally in real time right here in the studio, but it's all good. We're going to make it work.
We will indeed. Some more people on the text line coming in with the professions. They said Lopez is a professional, actually guy.
I am not.
I don't know, maybe.
That's what you can
Mike
say a
could
lot, but I am not a actually guy.
A really good one. Somebody said I'm.
You kind of are, though.
I am not.
You're like, the best example is how it is, how he hates it is, what it is.
No, that's just accuracy.
You know what they mean, though.
No, I know what they're doing.
It's just a figure of speech.
That's not actually.
Hey,
that's just,
actually, guy here. You know it is what it is. Like, you know what he's saying.
What are they really answering? Nothing.
From the 8 through 2, they said they're a professional NFL and MLB jersey number knower for any jersey.
That's a good one.
That's a real
from
good
85 to 2010. I was like, that's a great one.
Yeah.
Just like I know this specific niche trivia. This is who I am.
So I got a couple.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I am actually a professional pawnbroker.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you've actually done it?
Yeah. I worked at the pawn shop for years. So the whole concept of buying low and selling high and honestly not buying at all, you know, like we're not taking
the best I could do for you is blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the best I can do for you is a complete insult to your intelligence and your entire manhood.
So are you a good
personhood?
Are you a go-to pawn shop with?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I like going to the pawn shop.
Or to be real with you about what's about to happen. Like, people think that they're about to go and get rich at the pawn shop, but I'll tell you real quick, like, man, look, that's worth about $10.
Yeah.
You're not about to get rich with that.
So I'm just thinking something off the top of my head. Let's say a tennis bracelet for 24 karat gold with diamonds. What are you going to give me?
Yeah, so I'm going to test it. So it depends on what at the time the prices of gold. So gold is going to be based off.
I already know he's real because
based off of the weight of it. So we're going to weigh the gold, and then we're going to actually test the gold. We got like a whole little process of how we make sure that the gold is real.
This.
What carat it is. We're going to look on the inside to see what carat it is.
Yeah.
And then the diamonds, we have like real diamond testers.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at it to see the
all
clarity and all of that.
Yeah.
And then we'll do an appraisal based off of that. So it'll just depend on the quality of the actual
I love this
jewelry that it is.
I do want to go to a pawn shop.
Yeah, no, seriously, I did this.
This might need to be a bit.
But it's not just jewelry. It could be like.
What about the laptop?
It could be
how much would that laptop in front of you?
Yeah.
This laptop, I might do. I'll do you 50 for it.
Oh, okay.
The best I could do is
$50.
And what would you sell it for?
$200.
Oh man, see, this sounds like GameStop. To me.
I want to go even though I can't even think of anything I want.
We're basically kind of like crooks, but it's all legal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of jobs that are like that, honestly.
Hey,
I'm robbing you blind.
Hey, you clearly desperate here, so we're gonna get you low as possible and sell it for high.
That's the job.
What's the other one?
But the thumps. So I came from the era of pencil break and thumps in the late. So I come of age in the late 90s and early 2000s, and around that time, things that were popular. I don't know if it was popular before or if it's still popular now, but you would play pencil break, and I wasn't as good as pencil break because that kind of depended on what kind of pencil you got. But thumps was basically the finger version of pencil break, where you strategically try to just like demoralize the other guy, right? And I was really good at that. Had heavy fingers and good strategy. I could go reverse thump and forward thump. Both are really strong. So yeah, man, I had a very well-rounded thump game.
We used to do pencil break and spoon break.
Yeah, spoon break. Yep. I was best at thumps though, which is really the real man's version of all of it, right? Using your real hands, right? And I was pretty good at it.
Okay,
I was pretty good at it.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
I would not have imagined.
Pawnbroker and thumps.
There you go, B. Scott. All right, let's go around the NFL now, where I can tell you who ain't going to the pawn shop. Jared Verse.
Oh, no.
Jared Verse, obviously the new Cleveland Brown. He is the player that goes the other way in the Myles Garrett trade. And he will wear the number 8. And apparently he ain't got to pay nothing for it. As soon as Jared Verse touched down, if you'll remember, the number 8 was spoken for. Dylan Gabriel
was being the key word in
was
that
wearing
sentence.
the number 8. But we're so used to guys coming in and all right, well, is he gonna have to pay for it or whatever? Myles Garrett apparently put a little something on Poona Ford to get 95 off of him. Apparently he just took it.
That was nice of him.
Apparently Jared Verse just took the number 8. I think it was. I thought we might have something here, and then I just looked up and he was wearing the number.
Yeah, which should tell Dylan Gabriel all he needs to know about his place in the world.
Let's go.
Yes. Like where are you? Kind of in the whole ecosystem, right? And it turns out that he's just kind of on the fringes of the roster, which is I think more of the Browns' fault than Dylan Gabriel's fault. Like it's not his fault that he was drafted into kind of a mess of what they got going on in there in Cleveland. But that is to say, like. It's Deshaun Watson, it's Shedeur Sanders, and it's kind of like just after Deshaun Watson and even including Deshaun Watson, their whole quarterback situation is a mess, and he is included in that mess. So you are definitely not bound to no number. You might not even be on the team by the time it all matters.
I'm kind of in that place, and maybe this is the something of a conspiracy theory. I think he did give him something. I think this is just for fun. I think this is kind of a gag.
You think so?
Yeah. Because you come into a new team, you're not going to just go in there and snatch the backup quarterback's jersey.
Well, I don't know if he snatched it. I wonder if the equipment manager was just like, "Hey, buddy."
But even then,
we know
but Dylan Gabriel got to understand this. We traded Myles Garrett for this dude, and this is the future.
I understand, but
this is the future of the defense.
And also, is he the backup quarterback, or is he a backup quarterback on the team?
Jared Verse deserves the number, but I just find it hard to believe that I wouldn't do it. If I'm coming into a new organization, I'm going to give him a little something, man. I'm going to do a solid.
I just came
I got
from
50 for you.
No. Hold on. I just came from Texans OTAs where I didn't recognize nobody because nobody's got the same number that they had the year before or even the numbers that they had the year before that. I feel like Tank Dell might be on his 3rd number now. Okay, Kamari Lassiter I feel like is on no less than his 2nd or
he's on his 3rd.
or 3rd number, right? So I'm looking around guys who I know, guys who have made plays in the NFL, changing their numbers left and right.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel might not even be on the team. Bruh, that's not your number.
Yeah, but the thing about those dudes changing those numbers is that they didn't get a chance to change their number until the number was vacated. Like,
but they're actual players changing their number, right? So what I'm saying is there's no real love and attachment to this number unless you're great and actually have an attachment to your number. If you're both bad and we're like kind of like, iffy about our numbers even.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel is not owed number 8. He ain't owed nothing.
Ain't no nothing.
All right, fair enough.
And that, honestly, it might be a notice.
No, I think that's the thing that I come to. Because, I mean, even dudes that are fairly lowly on the team, usually you got to do a little bit of...
That's what my point is.
It's just a point of respect where we got to do a little deal. All of a sudden, Jared Verse come through. Jared Verse, who, mind you, has not been in the league that long, comes in and just ganks that man's number.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical. I think this is all for fun.
Hopefully
so. Gave him a little something. By the
way, I feel like if you're the Browns, we don't need any more conversations about what's happening over here. Good, bad, or otherwise.
If he get cut, would you be mad if you Jared Verse if you gave him something?
It's happened before.
Man,
it's happened before.
If I'm Jared Verse, I'd give him something to his foundation or something.
Yeah, maybe.
What is that?
I give it to the foundation.
Yeah, maybe that's actually the reason to give him something. Hey, I'm gonna take care of you anyway because I know you just your career is teetering
out of pity. Goodness gracious! All right,
save this $10,000 for a rainy day. Here's your rainy day fund for number 8.
Infantilize.
Put it in your bank account, champ.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's
Did you see? I don't know if this is accurate or not. Maybe you guys can check me on this. Jared Verse had a baby a couple of days ago.
He got priorities. I didn't keep up.
Did you see the name?
Mm-mm.
Bible.
He named his baby Bible.
Bible verse.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that can't be real. Is that real?
I feel like you might be getting got by the enemy.
I'm saying this with my eyes wide open.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking if you guys can check me on this.
I did not
sound like a dad joke right there.
Well,
man.
it's
hey,
yeah.
Listen, man, I don't even want to start on this, man.
People do be naming their children stuff. However,
with the last name, it sounds like a dad joke right there.
It does, and again, I'm trying to see if there's another one right there.
Hey, look, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. When I learned that Amin Thompson and his brother's middle name
Excellency
was Excellency or Excellence,
XLNC.
I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't judge them just a little bit.
Correct.
A little bit.
Correct.
Right? It's their business, not mine. But hey, look, I get to judge, and I judged a little bit. I'm like, what are we doing?
Apparently, he announced on Instagram.
All right,
baby girl, Bible verse.
All right.
I don't want to launch into the thing.
I'm just the messenger.
I don't want to do the thing where
congratulations.
It just feels like parents should remember that children are bad people.
Yeah, that
someone has to live
their
with
life.
This. Yeah,
yeah. I had a homeboy named Jesus. His real name was Jesus,
also known Jesus.
And his name Jesus, and he's in jail right now.
God, Shem, God.
Yeah.
So Jesus.
Well, he chose that one. God chose that one.
That's how they be doing Jesus.
Yeah. He in jail right now.
He's in jail?
All right, go ahead, preach, B. Scott.
Persecuted.
I see, B. Scott.
Persecuted.
He was destined for this. All right, let's get back to around the NFL.
Mama must have been a prophet.
We talked about that trade, Myles Garrett going one way, Jared Verse going the other way. How about we mentioned? I imagine that all the tackles in the NFC West not very happy. We've heard from one now. This is Trent Williams when it comes to the Rams' addition of Myles Garrett. Quote, "It sucks." That was the extent of the conversation. It sucks. But Trent Williams has also said that he believes that 2027, that season will probably be his last. So he's going a little bit further to say that he thinks he's got 2 more in him.
You want me to paraphrase what he said? I'm getting too old for this bleak.
Yeah, but he says he's got 2 more. Like Trent Williams is not a spring chicken either.
Yeah.
And now I got to go against Myles Garrett?
Yeah,
I'm getting too old for this bleak.
Yes,
that
I
definitely
agree.
just made his job harder. Like, it feels like unnecessarily. You remember when they traded for Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers, that is, when they traded for Christian McCaffrey a few years ago? Back then, part of the logic of that was obviously you want Christian McCaffrey on your team, who would not, right? Hall of Fame, running back, all of that. But also they didn't want the Rams to get him. Like, they were playing defense as much as they were playing offense. Like, we got to get this guy, and we got to keep the Rams from getting this guy.
Yeah.
Kind of feels with a similar situation with Myles Garrett. Like, they should have been thinking the same thing. Like, man, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's play keep away. We could use Myles Garrett, and we don't want the Rams to have him.
Yeah.
So
I don't think anybody thought that Myles Garrett was available. That's the issue. I don't know how many. Well, I mean, there was teams that were obviously they were trying to call, but I don't think anybody thought it was an actual possibility. And then all of a sudden, here he goes. He is on the West Coast.
Well, that point they had the Rams had the poison pill of Jared Verse. We'll give you a young stud for arguably like literally one of the greatest.
And that came in late, according to reports. Like they were resisting that for a long time, and then finally said, "All right, we'll give you Jared Verse."
Yeah, go ahead, do that.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. Yeah, so
I also imagine it sucks just because I still don't think it happens, but even just the idea that we got out here talking about Aaron Donald and the possibility of him returning, he's like, why'd y'all do that? He was out of the game. I didn't even have to think about him no more.
Yeah, but hey, if you're Aaron Donald though, you're over there, like it's been said on social media, you're over there bench pressing refrigerators and whatnot, right? Like lifting ice boxes. You probably still feel like you could go.
Oh, I know he feels like he could still go, but I do wonder, like, what is the thing that changed from the time where you're like, no, I'm done and I don't want to do this for 2 years, to all of a sudden be like, you know what, let's get back in
doing it next to Myles Garrett.
What do you think on it?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't know
on Aaron Donald.
Yeah, no, I would want to do it. Like I'm saying, like I would at least be like going down that road, right? Like I was watching that Tampa Bay Bucks documentary on Prime, where so they get to the point where it's time to hire a new coach, right? They're kind of interested in Bruce Arians, but they don't know if he's interested, and he kind of sends the "Hey, big head" text, basically, like, "Hey, don't forget about me." Right as they're talking about it, that's kind of how I would envision this. Is like, hey, you think Aaron would want to play, and then if I'm Aaron Donald, I'm over there like, hey, I can still go. Like I would send that text to Les Snead. Like it just seems perfect. He still seems like he's in shape.
35.
They could literally win the Super Bowl. They're one of the Like whatever that short list of teams is that could win the Super Bowl, they're on it and have to feel even better about they were on it before this. And so now they're on it even more so.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit yesterday around the NFL about the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961 and how Congress is looking to actually have a hearing to have conversations about the possibility of changing this for the modern landscape of sports, as sports, paying for it has become so exorbitant. Remember we talked about Roger Goodell being summoned? Apparently, Roger Goodell sent a letter back saying that he will not be showing up.
I'm good
to testify.
I'm good
in this. The original statute was designed for quote sponsored telecasting or free over-the-air TV broadcast. So they're trying to see if there's like a way for regulators to have more oversight in this new landscape where it extends further than just like over-the-air broadcasting. Obviously, there's cable, but then also this whole streaming thing. I mean, I wanted to bring you into this, B. Scott, because we kind of fleshed out our thoughts. Like, do you think that this is something that the government will actually be able to step in and maybe make something right on?
No. The government makes something right on something? No, absolutely
anything.
Not. Especially that government has gone as of late and recently, and it's kind of just it's the worst storm of like what we need from government and what government has been able to provide. The gap between that has never been greater, it feels like, at least not in my lifetime. So, no, I do not have confidence in that.
Fair enough. But, yeah, I just wanted that follow-up. Roger Goodell, he's like, no, I will not be participating, which to me makes it feel like, okay, he knows. He knows they're on, I guess, proverbially on his ass. I don't know that they actually are, but we'll see.
Yeah.
One more thing here. I guess I should have mentioned the fact that the Rams and Myles Garrett have reworked their deal in order to increase his compensation for this upcoming season. So, like, they're doing everything to make him feel at home. But I did want to take you to this.
Back-to-back offseason.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It just gets paid.
Yeah.
Apparently being really good at football goes well for you. I don't know what to tell you.
All well deserved.
We knew that one Russell Wilson was moving away from football. I think that we're calling retirement, although I don't know that he's actually said the word retirement.
Well, he sent that note.
He did the video and everything pointed to like, I'm not playing football, but again, he did not actually say the word. I don't know what we do there. I guess he's in effect retired and we're going to work for CBS. This has sparked the conversation that I kind of want to just throw up here. Russell Wilson, Hall of Famer? ?
I actually, as much as that guy irritates me, I think he is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
I really do. 2 Super Bowls, won 2 or 3 MVPs, right?
No, he's never won.
I thought Offensive Player of the Year, whatever it was. He's
won the Pro Bowl a number of times. He won the Walk of the Year. He has not won an
How
MVP.
many All-Pros does he have?
I do not believe he has an All-Pro. Right? Like, this is the thing with Russell Wilson is maybe you can make the argument, I've seen some people do this of late, that he played in an era where there was just a whole bunch of big dogs and it was going to be hard for you to win an All-Pro. Literally, you have to be one of the 2 best quarterbacks in the league to get an All-Pro. And so at no point I think I would argue that he was one of the 2 best quarterbacks. But he has all these Pro Bowls. Obviously, there's team success. The thing that gets really tough for me is that when they are winning when they're winning the Super Bowl, it is a team that is predicated on running the football and defense. And it's kind of hard to
10 Pro Bowls
to build all of the premise of you as Hall of Famer off of that when that's the case.
Yeah, I feel like he's in that. The only thing that kind of takes him out of this is that he actually won the Super Bowl, but he did that with an immaculate defense. He's kind of in that Donovan McNabb territory for me, where it's like he's fringe, borderline. You could make the case, make the argument, but probably not. He's just like right on that Donovan McNabb cusp. Even though he has the Super Bowl and has been to 2, for me, he's on that cusp. Not an obvious no-brainer, just sort of a could go either way.
Damn near 47,000 yards passing.
And that's the thing is, it's not like he was a bad quarterback. All right,
47,000.
Yeah, no, he became a great player.
And I'm not
after
a big
the
fan.
Super Bowl.
I'm not a fan, but I think he gets in.
Yeah, he probably gets in, but he's just like he's on the. It's not just like obvious and no brainer. He'll get in eventually. To me.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. But if we're doing this, at least on the ways in which I have kind of come up thinking about in the Hall of Fame, it feels like a tough case to make. But if we're talking about just the caliber of player, and that's the funny thing is after he won the Super Bowl, in the time period where they weren't winning in the same way that they had prior, I think that he became a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
And then the time then came to actually try and get the team to lean into him being a really good quarterback. And that's when things started falling off. That's when he goes to the Broncos, and that's when it kind of all tails off.
Yeah, the question is how much do you weigh the worst of it? If you just base it off the best of it, then yeah, he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. But if you factor in everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little around the NFL. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to the man B. Scott and get his thoughts. And let's get some B. Scott's thoughts next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yep, the man is in the building. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. We always enjoy having him on a Friday here on this program. Enjoy Ivor getting an opportunity to get his thoughts.
I am trying to give Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and these offensive line additions that Nick Caserio and company have come up with, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because I think it can work. I think that there are some positive signs with the offensive line and just the idea of what can this thing look like if they do have a competent offensive line. I want to give them a chance. But then yesterday I asked Nick Caley about explosive plays and how they plan to generate more explosive plays. This also on the heels of hearing from C.J. Stroud the previous week saying that they want to implement more of the things that he's done in the past and had success with in the past and sort of bring all of these ideas together. And he'd already been asked about the relationship with C.J. by the time I got to him, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, so how are these explosive plays going to be generated? Because in my mind, C.J. Stroud wants to probably throw the ball down the field a little bit more. Without 100%. Saying that explicitly, probably wants to do that a little bit more. Seems like this offense wants to do a little bit more ball control, dink and dunk, let's be smash mouth, run it down your throat type of thing, and some, maybe some basic route concepts, but shorter route concepts. So how are these explosive plays gonna happen? And this is what Nick Caley had to say about it.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, everything, it all counts for something, right? You got to tie in, whether it's in the pass game, it's protection, it's being clean on protection, it's route depth, it's proper reads, it's everybody tied together, right? Same thing in the run game. It's hat on a hat. It's at the hat, being cleaner and more efficient in those components of the offense. And then first and foremost, before we design anything, it's who are we talking about, the players, right? It's players over plays, really, and just trying to continue to refine our techniques, our fundamentals, tie things together, and be able to put guys in the proper position. And like I said, we're further ahead now than we were at the end of the season. Obviously, further ahead than last year. So we're just going to continue to try those things. But the explosives come by doing the right thing consistently and having all 11 tied together in those things, and that's where your opportunities come. And then to piggyback off that, when you do have the ball in your hand, how can we create more yards after the catch with the ball in our hand? Is it attacking leverage, attacking entry, being able to set up defenders in the open field? Those are all things we're trying to attack on a daily basis and trying to make progress with.
So I actually don't hate this answer. I just don't know. Like, remember?
But you love it
when he goes to the part of the yards after the catch and the players? I'm like, well, who are these guys? Who are these guys that we're talking about? Who are they supposed to be? And hopefully they emerge. But I am deeply concerned about the evolution of the offense. When I heard from C.J. Stroud last week, I was encouraged, right? And then when I heard from Nick Caley yesterday, I was like, well, that kind of sounds like it's going to be a lot of what we already saw. It doesn't sound like we're trying to really stretch the ball downfield. We're trying to get yards after the catch. We're talking about, we're basically saying, hey, the guys that we had last year, we didn't really have everything that we needed to create explosive plays. He started the offensive line and sort of the route, how they were running their routes and everything. So that's him saying offensive line wasn't good enough. Well, nicely. Offensive line wasn't good enough. Honestly, what we had in the receiving corps wasn't good enough. Hopefully that's going to be better. And I hope so too. But we're more so asking about the offense itself and
Reggie
how it's going to
and
evolve.
I had this exact same discussion and wondered the exact same thing yesterday after we heard you, or day before, whenever I asked that question.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, because I was sitting there looking at Reggie going, well, that doesn't exactly seem like, hey, we are going to open it up in these ways. We're going to take advantage of these opportunities. It's like, no, players over plays means let's kind of just do what we do well. And then when you kind of balance it, and you brought it up right there, what C.J. Stroud said, like, hey, we're going to try to maybe do some things that I like to do. Nick Haley didn't really say that. He says, let's just do what we do, but do it well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and I do have where I want to give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt. It's like, okay, when we're talking about stretching the ball downfield, a lot of this comes back to like the Jalen Noel piece of it. It's like, when he says, who are we talking about? Who are these players? I think it's fair to ask, who are their explosive players outside of the obvious of Nico Collins, the reliable of Dalton Schultz, who I wouldn't call necessarily an explosive player. I would call him a reliable player, but not an explosive player. Where are these explosive plays supposed to come from, either through scheme or personnel? And don't have a great answer. I'm hopeful about it. Yeah, I want the best for Dick Haley. I want Jalen Noel to break out of whatever shell that he's been in. But I'm concerned. I don't necessarily know where this is supposed to come from.
I think the concern is fair, right? I think the concern is fair. To answer the question, at least in the way that I would, if I was put in the place of Nick Haley, the players that we're talking about, clearly number one is Jalen Noel, right? That's a dude who has speed, who showed you the capability of giving some explosive type things. You hit on another one, which is Nico Collins, who needs to be an explosive player, point blank, period. I think that Woody Marks being involved a little bit more in the passing game, especially if we're talking about catching, yards after catch.
Yep.
I think that Jaden Higgins, with some of the ways I still cannot get out of my head, how excited D'Amico Ryan seemed when he was talking about Jaden Higgins, how fast he shows, right? How very fast he is, how precise some of these things look. I think that those are the guys that I immediately look to as that. But the question that comes up for me is, if we're talking about getting the ball in their hands, letting them go and create explosive plays with yards after catch, it comes back to, are you game planning and scheming up circumstances where they get the ball on the move after having scheme creating advantage for them running away from defenders, right? Because we're not doing the Dalton Schultz sit down in a zone, catching the ball and expecting that to be an explosive. That is running your head into a wall. Yeah. That is setting yourself up for failure. Now, if we're talking about the Jalen Noel deep over route, where you're throwing the ball to him when he's got a defender on his back or behind him and he catches the ball, that is a creation of explosive. So that's the thing that I want to see within the offense. And honestly, it would have been something that I would have hoped to spoken to there. And maybe that was his way of speaking to it, but I really wanted to hear that type of thing.
It just seems like so much of the offense's improvement or success is going to be predicated, and this is obvious, but it's going to be predicated on that offensive line, the offensive line moves that they've made, and improvements specifically from these second-year guys that we're talking about. That Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Woody Marks trio, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, what are you getting from them? What's the jump or the leap that they make? And I think we all came away from their rookie year feeling pretty good about them. But you're going to need to feel even better about them if they're going to get better offensively. And then, of course, those offensive line moves. I think one of the things that we forget about, because C.J. Stroud wasn't on his tail as much and they did improve and not giving up as many sacks, they were still toward the bottom of the league, not just in run block win rate, but pass block win rate.
Right.
So they were probably, I think, worse in the league in run block win rate. But in pass block, they were pretty close to worse. It was something like 30 or, it's like it's definitely toward the bottom, like one of the worst in the league. And so that kind of, when I say I'm giving Nick Haley a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, well, they weren't necessarily all that great in either facet of the game up front.
Yeah, if you just listen to that, and ask yourself, okay, what kind of offense is this going to be based on what he said? You're thinking precision, control.
Exactly.
You're thinking being deliberate. Because there was another answer that I don't know if you asked the question or who did. He was talking about what can we do just to shorten our down and distance. He was in essence saying, shorten the chains a little bit. That tells me they're going to run the hell out of the ball and they're going to run safe passes, and that's not exactly what you think C.J. Stroud might want.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, right, how much of the idea of when we get our explosives is we're going to run the football in such a way where teams are going to have to focus more on the run, and that will create more of the space to get these explosives. Which, I mean, I'm good with that. Yeah. But it means that you have to hit every link on that chain to get to that explosive.
Yeah. Right. And goes back to that offensive line point. Like all of this just really starts up front, and we're in a space right now where we don't really get to evaluate that. They're all out there, so you can kind of see them standing together, but nobody's being physical yet, right? They're not really hitting each other yet, but you're like, okay, it's a bigger, beefier offensive line, even more talented offensive line, at least in theory. So we'll see if that is something that they're able to put in practice and translate into some success.
Just to make sure that I, cover you up, clean you up here. Run block win rate, the Houston Texans were 32nd of 32.
So worst. Okay.
Pass block win rate, they were 30th. 32. So you are 100% correct.
I was almost about to give them a little bit more credit and put them at like 27. They were 30th.
30th in run block pass block win rate. So with that, I would like to ask you gentlemen a question that is unfair because with Ken, we have not seen them in pads working against anybody in the current configuration. We don't even know exactly what the current configuration is. But with that being the case, give me your prediction for what the pass block and run block win rate, at least rankings of the Texans are. Because again, this was a question that I was asking in the midst of them trying to rehabilitate. How much is a reasonable expectation of a jump for them in production?
Man, I don't.
When it comes to this, like, is it that they're 16th in pass block win rate?
Yeah, so to give you,
because that'd be a huge jump.
Not to be too serious, but to give you a serious and honest answer, I'd have to do more studying of everybody else's offensive line.
Right, of course.
Which I have not done.
But just kind of giving a general feel.
But to have fun with this, I'm just going to predict that they go from 32 in run block win rate to like 18,
which would be a notable jump.
Yeah,
but still below average.
I mean, they kind of have to.
They have to
because of the type of offense that they want to run. And then pass block. This one is a little harder to do because I don't know if they got as good as pass blockers. But
everything was focused on the run block.
Yeah,
when it came to
this one's harder. 30 to like 23.
I actually think they might be higher on pass win rate only because of their offense, because of what we're talking about here. Get the ball out. I mean, they were trying to get C.J. Stroud to do that last year, and there were some breakdowns with that. So I couldn't give you a number per se. I mean, I could throw something out there. I'd say 25 on pass rate.
Pass block win rate?
Yeah, and 27 on run.
Oh, damn you, Reggie. You've tapped into the nerd. You've tapped into the nerd in me. I'm probably gonna spend the rest of the day thinking about it.
Well, here's the tough thing about it. There's not a way to do this either because you're gonna go and look at all these other teams that have changed their offensive lines and go, how am I supposed to gauge that yet? Right? Like there's no way to do this. My larger point is just how much of a year-over-year change can you make in an offensive line? That is what this entire thing hinges on.
I'm just mad at you because I was supposed to watch Love Island today. Like I was gonna unplug, and now I'm be looking up people's
Love Island.
Because he got
because it's terrible.
It's
awful. And there's something.
He wants to turn his brain off after a week of
I tapped in once.
It's the worst television.
I tapped in once.
It's the worst television ever created, and I cannot put it down.
And I was like,
I can't put it down.
What am I looking
at?
It's
so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad. So bad.
All right, that's a little bit of B. Scott's thoughts, and I might have accidentally ruined B. Scott's weekend. Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
There goes Love Island.
All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey man, y'all need to be tapping into this hockey. We'll do all that next.
The Drive with
work.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on this Friday. B. Scott in tow with us on a Friday, so it always makes it that much better. But of course, I'm going to pour water on this the way that the Astros seemingly did after a incredible comeback. The best game of the 2026 season to this point.
Just keep reeling us in.
Didn't quite have that last night. A 5-1 loss. Kai-Wei Tang, okay. Like, if you watch the game, he was all right. Just a few misplaced pitches. Got taken to task on, and then the offense did not quite come together the way that you wanted. So you do indeed lose the series to the Pirates. Of course, apologies to the Jones cat who was on the mound. I know
Jared Jones was throwing 100 in the 6th inning.
Yes, so I realized that he had a 10.38 ERA. We were joking about that, but like I knew that was just one game for him. He just had a bad game in his return from Tommy John. I did not know he was out here throwing straight cheese.
Yeah,
his. Was it the slider? I think he was throwing like the slider
sweeper.
At 90. Was it like 93, 95 in there?
Yeah.
He was hitting in the high 90s consistently with his fastball. I was like, this is sick behavior.
And now that's twice within the last just few days where they have gone against an absolute flamethrower.
Right. Because it was him, Skeens,
and so that's
Miz.
3, and they had the Miz.
Yeah. There was someone else.
I was there for the Miz. And
you were?
And my God, I've never seen anything like that. And so this is like back to back, basically to back, of just guys dealing. The Miz was throwing like 102 in the 6th, striking guys out in the 6th, right? And so now they're facing this. Yeah, I look, I'm pretty critical of the Astros and their at bats and how the offense is really kind of, if not falling off a cliff, definitely a lot less consistent than it was early in the season. It's a big reason why we are where we are right now. But I will give them a little bit of grace here. They've been going up against some gas lately.
They have. I have to check and see what it looks like when you start against a 3-game set versus the A's this weekend. That's going to be huge. I think you're 2 games back of them in the standings. This feels like this is a huge weekend for you.
You have to. I want to go back to the Pirates, though,
please,
because that's a team. We're sitting here talking, and we've done it this week. Well, maybe if they get some guys back, they got their closer back now, and this or that. And I'm watching this game, I'm like, that's a team that you should say maybe on.
Yeah,
because they're getting their guys back. They have some really good young talent. They have some run scoring. Yeah. They're never out of any game. And I'm like, if you're talking about it, it kind of was like a little depressing to me because we're just spoiled because the Astros have always like, they can make a run, and I'm looking at the Pirates, and I'm going, that's a team you got to watch because they're in second place right now.
Yeah,
but they've got some things working.
They're a better baseball team than the Astros by every measure, by any measure or standard. They are a flat out just better baseball team.
Yeah.
Well, period. I mean, there's some dudes that throw 96 coming up on the weekend for the Astros. Not quite the same as seeing that touching triple digits per se, but the Astros have a 3-game set this weekend. Worth noting that Hunter Brown, through his 3rd minor league rehab start, pretty solid.
He should be up.
57
pitches. He's coming up, isn't he?
Yeah.
Are we certain on that?
No, I think they're hinting.
Because I know that mid-June
was what they said.
Was it McTaggart or somebody said that you might even see him? That it wasn't him, but somebody was saying you might even see him this week.
I mean, that would
this
be
week
awesome.
Would be early.
Yeah,
that would be ahead of schedule for sure.
Yeah,
but he can't come back soon enough. I'll tell you that. But think about that though. Once you get Hunter and Spencer at the top of it. And it seems like Imai's starting to come along. Now you've got 3. You've got the
Peter Lambert, who was on the bump tonight.
Peter Lambert after that. And then Kai-Wei Tang has shown you a little bit. That gives you 5. And then if Mike Burrows can just ever get his life together.
Right.
The entirety of his life.
Get your life.
Get your life together.
Get your life.
Yeah.
What did y'all make of the additions that the Astros made? Because they brought up they optioned Cesar Salazar.
Yeah, they
brought up
Colin Price.
Who immediately jumped in and started.
Yeah.
And then Lamont Wade Jr. They get in the outfield. I found that fascinating because it felt like, and now I know that it wasn't like the best solution per se, but it felt like they were just kind of making it in the outfield. So for them to go, no, we need to go ahead and make a change right now. felt kind of notable and interesting.
Yeah, no, Lamont Wade Jr. is a legitimate starting left fielder and has been for the San Francisco Giants. Now, I'm not saying that
he was
good.
at AAA, or he was in the minors though. But
he's been there.
But what I'm saying is he's an experienced. Like the guys that they were out there trying out are all young guys who have not done what Lamont Wade Jr. has done yet. Right. You know what I mean? So they went and said, let's get it. It almost feels like, to a much lesser degree, the Jason Hayward thing a couple of years ago. Remember that when they got him?
Yeah,
kind of
very much so.
Feels a little bit like that, and I get it. I remember asking Joe Espada on opening day, "Hey, I know you said you're going to kind of platoon left field, but you don't prefer it that way, right? You want somebody to take that job, right?" He's like, yeah. Ideally, somebody takes that job. Well, spoiler alert, and nobody is taking that job.
And I just like Major League debuts. I mean, I don't know anybody that doesn't. They interview the family in the stands, and he didn't even know he was
Colin Price?
Yeah, Colin Price. He didn't even know he was in the lineup because he had a 5-hour flight delay coming from El Paso. Yeah. And then he walks in his first at-bat, and everybody's crying and all that stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, those are all
By the way,
special.
Is it Yonder Diaz also? There's some progress with him.
I must have missed that update. Are you excited about that one?
I was going to say, is that progress for the Astros?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, look, man.
Hey, don't worry, big dog. Go ahead.
Just
Are you sure?
Just take your time.
Need that Tank Dell rehab.
Yeah, that's right. Let's just, don't rush anything now.
Hey, man. You're like, hey, Yanni, your glands look swollen, man.
Yeah, man, you look a little peaked.
Come on,
you look a little flushed.
Your face look a little puffy.
Just get a little rest.
Yeah, go just take a nap.
You know what? Give me that bat. Don't hold the bat. Just give it to me.
I know I'm going to burn in hell.
You know it's hot outside, right? You should just stay in today.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yonder Diaz. Plan is for him early next week to get back playing with the Space Cowboys.
Okay, so he got a little time. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Take your time.
Enjoy Sugarland.
Space Cowboys could use you.
There's some great stuff happening in Sugarland, big dog. Hey, man, game 2 of the NHL Stanley Cup Stanley Cup final, rather.
Yeah.
Again, a banger. We get overtime as the Hurricanes had gotten a lead late in order to try and level it at 1. The Vegas Golden Knights end up scoring late in this game. Then you go to OT and the Hurricanes ultimately win. There was a real questionable call that would have put the Golden Knights up late in the game. That also went into it. That there was a challenge that to see if a goal was scored, and then ultimately when they ruled against them, the challenge was then ruled a delay of game, which is a wild thing to have. It's like that is the ultimate stakes on a challenge. Either you win it or you are now in a penalty circumstance. It obviously went negatively.
They should do something about that.
That is somebody needs to do something.
Something doesn't feel right about that.
I think it was a very particular circumstance where they had already kind of had a debate about it. So for you to then go challenge it feels the game. That doesn't feel right. It still feels wrong that I'm using an official portion of the game.
What I'm saying.
And I can still get a penalty behind it. Either way, this has been fantastic sports to watch.
Man, so I hate that I missed game 2. I was doing Olympic podcast. And when I say Olympic, I'm talking about high level, gold medal level podcasting with my guy Jackson Gatlin.
Oh, wow.
On the Locked On Rockets podcast. We did 3 episodes in one sitting.
Dang.
So we sat there for 2 hours and talked, but I realized, man, I'm missing this hockey, man. We making this money, but I'm missing this hockey, man. I want to watch the hockey. So I missed game 2. I say that to say I missed game 2. But just based off of the strength of game 1, I knew that game 2 was going to be fire. I missed it. I looked up and saw it was overtime. Reggie just described it perfectly. If you're not into hockey or haven't been into the Stanley Cup,
you don't have to be. That's what people need to understand.
You don't have to know anything.
You really don't.
To be able to appreciate the back and forth.
And I, by the way, the 2 things I checked in for the first time this year were hockey and Love Island. I don't know what that says. But
you're becoming more diverse. I like it. I like
the 2 things I checked in on.
Expand your horizons,
were the Stanley Cup Finals and Love Island. But I was thinking about this because remember how everybody was. Remember how everybody was in.
I remember.
I spent too much time with my granddaughter.
Yeah.
Remember how everybody was into the USA Hockey versus Canada. You didn't need to know a damn thing.
Yeah.
And you were all in it. That's what I was saying. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, that's what got me into this. Yeah. If it wasn't for that, I don't think I'd be here now, at least even checking my phone as I'm trying to figure out how long we have to be able to catch any of the rest of this game, too.
Yeah.
It has been really good. That first game was just back and forth. The Carolina scores 2 goals. Vegas scores 2 goals. And so it's I forget how many lead changes they had, but it was an incredible back and forth. And then this game just felt like it was the perfect sequel. So I'm hoping this thing goes not just tied 1-1. I'm hoping they keep trading wins.
That's all I want. Give me 7 of these. Carolina was really fun. They now transition to Vegas, which I imagine that barn's going to be really good. And Lopez, I know that you checked in on a few things. I know you also didn't check in on this one though. The Battle of Texas goes final. The University of Texas Longhorns softball team is now back-to-back champions after getting a 4-1 victory over Texas Tech. Tegan Caven, I don't know if I'm saying her name correctly, but she has been incredible in this, or she was rather incredible in the series. She ends up being able to close it out with the save in this one. And, just really, really good for Texas to get yet another championship in that vein.
Didn't check on it unless you count alerts on my phone. I did put an alert
You had
out.
alerts?
I put an alert just for yesterday. I wanted to just kind of see how that was going because it's Texas and Texas Tech. I just wanted to see how it was going.
Yeah. I mean, that was the coolest part about it.
Yeah.
Was that either way a Texas team was going to win.
Man, Tech is spending money.
They are.
In every sport.
They want to be good at all sorts of hell. They're spending money in sports. They're spending money on lobbying because all of we haven't tapped it deeply into this, but what's happening in the college sports space where they're trying to get some legislation done, it sounds like big old Ted Cruz, my boy, your booster from Texas Tech, got him in his pocket, and he is really trying to affect some change that could really shift the college football world.
How about lying Nick Saban?
Nick Saban getting out here clutching his pearls about people getting paid is crazy.
Money. Yeah. Wait a minute. Let's go back a little bit here.
Seriously, you of all people, Nick Saban of all people.
Come on, man. Also, remember that old segment? Come on, man.
Yeah.
I was like, come on.
Also,
man.
didn't expect Texas Tech to ever become the institution that's at the forefront of politics and college sports.
Only takes one big billionaire.
Yeah, it's you know what the through line is?
Didn't see it coming.
The through line is money.
Yeah.
Only takes one big old billionaire.
Who knew? I did not.
That's right. Mind you, 6 days to the World Cup. I just want to give you that countdown as well. B. Scott, I always appreciate you joining in with us on Friday.
Love it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, keep doing that good work. We love when you top in with it. Another dude who always does some good work as we continue on the program, John Harris, Texas All Access. He's on the broadcast for your Texans. He's been out at OTAs when we haven't had as many opportunities. We'll tap in with him and see what through his eyes next.
In the Loop. Come on. Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to B. Scott for jumping in with us, and also more appreciation to you rolling with us on a Friday. Hope it's going well. 713-572-4610 is the number to text as we turn to the Texas Mattress Makers hotline to talk to our guy, John Harris from Texans All Access. You can hear him every weekday here on the program. You hear him on the Texans broadcast. He is a dear friend of us all, and he is a football sicko, which is why we love talking to him. What's happening, my man?
What's going on, Reggie? Hey, where'd you go in Italy, by the way?
I hit 3 spots. We hit Florence, San Gimignano out in the Tuscan countryside, and then, of course, big old Rome.
My daughter, I think, was there the exact same time you were. She went with a friend of hers she was turning 70. And she wanted to have a birthday get-together in Rome, so they went for 10 days. She's the makeup artist for Jennifer Garner, and she's just a wonderful woman. Took my daughter. They went to Rome. And then in typical Rome fashion, she ends up having this little rom-com meeting with this Italian dude named Alberto. And so kind of get to know each other one night, and Alberto says, asked about her parents, and she said, well, my dad works for the Houston Texans, and he smiles, and you get this big look on his face, and he goes, DJ Stroud, and I was like, oh, okay, DJ's worldwide, man. I mean, this is good stuff. So Alberto was very proud of the fact that he knew CJ Stroud, and my daughter thought it was a funny story, so she told me, and so she had a great time in Rome. I can imagine you had a great time there, my man.
All right, so John, we're gonna let you go for about 30 seconds here.
We got to reconnect. The connection is acting up a little bit, and we want to make sure that this works out perfectly. But I want this to count, John Lopez. I did not bring up Italy. I want this to be noted.
You know what? You're right.
Thank you.
I'll give you that one. You start talking about other things. Well, we can revisit this.
I didn't do that. That was my guy, John Harris, being interested in my life. That was not me bringing that up.
Yeah, and when he first said, my daughter, who I know is obviously young.
I was wondering if she would have been
in the entertainment industry, went with a friend to celebrate her 70th birthday. I was like, a 70th birthday with your daughter? Like, that's kind of an odd couple.
And also, I'm like, why didn't I get the heads up? We could have linked up out in Italy. That'd have been fun. But I'm very excited to talk to John about some of these OTAs. Obviously, you can't get to too much of this because, we're talking about pads and not being on and so on and so forth. But I'm so interested in, John, in, your eyes on the ground, especially because I know that there aren't pads, but depth at defensive end is something that I can't shake. And so there's a lot of names that are out there, but who was flashed early on within the context of what this pass rush is?
Well, great question, Reggie, because I don't know that they've really had anybody you go, yep, that's the guy. Like, that's the number 3 guy. That's the guy that really kind of stands out. I think the biggest thing is, Dylan Horton is the guy to me that, I don't know the right way of saying this, but it's almost like Dylan has to kind of grow on you a little bit. I think people want to see all the sacks, and they miss a lot of the little things that Dylan does. He gets pressure. He sets the edge really, really well against a run, and you look up at the end of the game and go, man, you know what? Dylan's 15 to 20 snaps were pretty good. But I don't think Dylan's going to be that, like a, Von Miller type where you go, God, did you see that rush? And it's like, yeah, the one rush was great, but he failed to set the edge. He didn't do a good job with the run. That was the only pass rush that got to the quarterback. So I feel like Dylan is really a guy that he isn't going to flash. Now, Dominique Robinson will. Dominique Robinson is athletic. This guy can jump out of the gym. He can run. He's a former wide receiver that they converted to a defensive end. And his bounce and his get off are tremendous. Now, he's got to work on his rush game. He doesn't really kind of have a rush plan. That's kind of the way it Bears. It was like very athletic, but still very raw.
Hey, John, can I ask you something about Dominique? Because for some reason, I keep thinking back to Darrell Taylor last year, who felt a little bit like that athletic guy. Do you have any in why it didn't work with Darrell Taylor, and maybe what's the difference with those two year over year?
Yeah, I think Taylor just when he got hurt, I think it was early in the season. I'm trying to remember when it was. But I feel like when Daryl got hurt, it just opened up more opportunities for Barnett. And then it opened up more opportunities for Dylan. And then by the time Taylor was ready to come back, those guys had really kind of gotten the rotation set the way they wanted. And at the same time, Nico Autry came back. So they're like, all right, well, where are the reps going to come from Daryl Taylor? They get him back out on the field, and they realize, well, you know what? This isn't the way we thought it was going to be. My guess at that point was, Daryl Taylor was like, look, I think I might have an opportunity to go somewhere else, maybe ask for his release or whatever it might be, and then, bygones be bygones, and he went somewhere else. But I think that Taylor, early in OTAs, early in minicamp, even early in training camp, I felt like, ooh, this is going to be good. I think he's going to really fit. Then when he got hurt, it just kind of sent everything sideways. And they kind of went back to, all right, well, we got Derek Barnett. We got Autry who do some different things, inside, outside. And then we've also got Dylan Horton. We're good. When Taylor comes back, we'll see if he can incorporate himself back in. And it just never happened. So I do think that that's a position where they will look and they will want to try and find somebody that can add to the mix, whether it's one of these veterans that, will take not a hometown discount, take a discount. Hey, look, you're going to play 15 plays a game. You're going to do the Nico Autry thing. We're not going to pay you $10 million a year. Pay you those 10 reps, those 15 reps you give us. You're going to end up with a sack probably every other game. You're going to end up with 8 to 10 sacks, and you can really impact games. And every time we get to the playoffs when we really need it, you're going to be in the flow, and away we go. I just don't know if any of those guys are willing to say, yeah, I'll take a 1-year, $7 million deal to kind of run behind Daniil and Will, or to run with them on third down. So I don't know if any of those guys are going to be willing to do that, especially if they feel like they still have got good game left. So I think it might come down to, hey, how far Dylan Horton? How far has he come? Can they make Dominique Robinson the rusher they think of? And then a guy that you probably shouldn't forget about, who's just gotten better each year, is Solomon Byrd. He's been on the practice squad, but he's got natural rush instincts. He's just been stuck behind some really good pass rushers. So maybe this is that opportunity in training camp to say, hey, look, I can rush better than the other two guys in front of me. Maybe I should be that third guy. So it's his third year. We've seen before with the Texans, guys that are undrafted free agents step into the void and end up making a name for themselves, and maybe that's what Solomon Byrd's able to do.
All right, John, I think there's a little bit more of a glitch here. Figgy just sent you another link, so why don't you hop over there? I think it's on our side, so we'll get that. But I do want to ask you a question that goes back to your coaching acumen and your coaching days, if we can do it. So let's get to that here in just a second.
Yeah, in a second. I'm fascinated by his perspective on it. I guess I had not thought enough about Darrell Taylor and when he was hurt. But, yeah, I feel like there's still somebody from outside when it comes to the pass rush with this Texas team. But I guess it makes sense that, nobody has really shown anything early because there's not much opportunity. But it's going to be a place that I'm going to be watching very intently, obviously. But your next question, where are you taking this?
The blowing up the offense thing that we've gone back and forth with. I think it's absolutely it's going to be good perspective from John Harris. I mean, because they've set up C.J. Stroud in every possible way to buy into the offense, to be successful with the personnel, the running backs, the running game, except one thing. And that one thing has been Will Anderson Jr. particularly, but the offense and the defense in general, blowing up the offense. Pick your poison. Do you think it's going to be Will Anderson and the defense? No, just get better, or do you want the reps from your offense to be able to succeed?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, and I think the equivalence that I made was just that you don't max out, or you don't rep your max weight whenever you go to bench, right? You have something that is lighter so that you allow yourself to build the muscle, you build the technique, so that when you do need to get up to the max, that you are capable, that you've built up the capability of doing that. And it feels like, especially early on with this offense, building up their capacity to run the offense, you probably need a little bit less of the Terminator himself wrecking what's happening here. That's where I've kind of come to with it.
And I think where I'm going to land, as much as I get it, hey, iron sharpens iron, as they like to say. You want to keep blocking Will Anderson, see how that goes. And I get it. However, you need reps. D'Amico Ryans has talked about that specifically. You need reps. So I think ultimately I'm going to land with, listen, man, I get what Matt Burke said. I get what he said. Like, you don't want to get into a situation where, maybe he'll lighten up a little bit, he being Will Anderson. They can take their foot off the gas a little bit. And Matt Burke said, look, I don't want to, create those bad habits. In what world do you conceivably fathom Will Anderson creating or falling into some bad habits? None. There is no world like that.
I'm also very intrigued from like an on-the-ground OTA perspective of what the Keelan Rutledge snapping has looked like just what it's physically looked like. Because obviously you're not having the full melding of snap and physicality with it, which that changes it, right? I'm going to snap the ball a little bit different when I know a split second after I move that football, I've got 300 plus pounds on top of me, right? I think that's going to change it a little bit, but I'm very intrigued to see what the actual physical snapping for Keelan Rutledge looks like, because you cannot take for granted that portion of it with a rookie center. And I'm not going to lie, I was kind of shaken when Nick Caserio was asked on these airwaves with Payne and Pendergast about like what the difficulties are with a first-time center, and then he goes into all sorts of different things and does not talk about like the actual portion of it. So I'm very intrigued to see if we could get that like eyes-on perspective of what that has looked like early on.
I agree, but again, yesterday it seemed like he was taking more, and it's just OTA, so he is taking more snaps. He being Rutledge. So that
is the way you have to go about it, though. Like you just have to give him a whole bunch of snaps.
Absolutely. Right? Clinton was talking about it yesterday. It doesn't do him any good at this point, especially right now. To sort of mix and match on the interior offensive line. You want him to be center, he needs to take center snaps.
Like it feels like it has to be a pretty heavy distribution between him and probably still Jake Andrews. Like the fallback.
I think that'd be it.
Like obviously Evan Brown has gotten a little bit in there, but I would probably put him as a distant third when it comes to getting him reps. Obviously you want him to have an understanding of the offense, but I think you could either have the opportunity to have Keelan Rutledge up there. I know that you have, who else do you have in there that can snap? Fibechi and Weewu, that's cool, but I don't think that we're talking about the possibility of him starting, so I wouldn't have him doing too much. And then Eli Cox, that's nice. But I think if we're being we're being real about it, like those are 2s and 3s when it comes to the ceiling there. I think that when you talk about the possibility of starting, I want to give Keelan Rutledge every chance, and I want Jake Andrews to be capable of understanding where the offense has progressed to in case Rutledge isn't capable of really holding on to the center spot just to start.
Did Evan Brown ever?
He did. I think it was 2 days ago. It was I think it might have been Cody Stutes who was saying out there from the field that it was Keelan Rutledge and Evan Brown taking a majority, if not all of the snaps with CJ particularly. Obviously, you have Jake Andrews taking snaps with other quarterbacks in that moment, but it was those two a couple of days ago specifically working. And it seems like, again, you had yesterday Keelan Rutledge doing that. So it seems like they do a pretty good job of rotating in guys to work with each other. At least that's what it felt like last year. They got a better space of that. Continue to find that, but definitely the Keelan Rutledge is obviously he's the first pick. Like, he was your first round pick. Like you need to invest in making sure that he's able to establish himself in the way that you want to.
Absolutely, he absolutely is. The reason that you drafted him was to play center, so he's going to play center, and I find it's been kind of fun. People wondering, should he? As Show was saying yesterday, he better play center because he's a draft. I think he flat out is. And then I heard Seth this morning talking about, well, he'll have the advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean, he's never taken an NFL snap, so that doesn't mean he's necessarily there. He's going to be your center.
I really want to fight the phone line right now because another thing, these are obviously very important things to get, like a hands-on, eyes-on perspective. That's what we were hoping to get with John Harris. But another thing is, I just wanted to be able to juxtapose, am I making too much of how effusive D'Amico Ryans was in his praise of Jaden Higgins?
Right.
Because I think that's something that you can see in OTAs, right? Obviously, the trenches stuff is
the
really
speed,
tough.
the size.
Those are things that should
in and out of routes,
right?
That kind of thing.
Those are the things that it feels like you could probably be able to tell, like, what is the jump that you can actually physically see. And obviously, we don't have the good fortune of being out there because they're always working while we're on air.
Yeah,
that's the thing that I really am excited for because if we're talking about the possibility of having C.J. Stroud having targets, feeling like he is well surrounded. That is the biggest opportunity for growth. It's obviously they're looking at the possibility of year-over-year growth outside of, I guess, David Montgomery, right? That's the other one. But the opportunity of giving C.J. Stroud another bona fide weapon, it is the possibility that Jaden Higgins takes a big step forward. And by the accounts that we've heard, it sounds like it. I just wanted to match that with physical and a visible sight out there at OTAs.
I did get running a couple of routes,
but it looked good.
And Sean was talking about, and Sean was talking about it this morning, like, oh boy, and I'm like, I don't disagree, but it's like,
okay. So do you find yourself trying to pull yourself back?
I find myself getting excited about it too.
Okay,
but telling myself to temper that, because it's just inherent. It's just a natural instinct. Like, oh wow, look at him, he caught a ball. He had a helmet on. I get it. I get excited about it too, but we still do have to temper that a little bit.
I feel you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans. Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, back in the loop. All right, so everybody calm down. This is not a political confession.
Uh-oh.
I just want you to know that up front. I just want you both. I want you all to know up front. Nothing to do with politics. Nothing with politics. I love the way Reggie literally backs his chair up away from the microphone. However, how'd you like to be Don Jr. right now? How'd you like to be Don Jr.?
What happened?
So the president is going to Game 3 at Madison Square Garden. And maybe Game 4. Couldn't go to his son's wedding, though.
That's rough.
That's the part.
Although I feel like, and this feels weird, and this kind of is counter to usually the way that I operate. I feel like if you Don Jr., you got to understand. When was the last time the Knicks was in the finals, dog?
That's what I was like. You're probably going to get married again. No offense.
Because, El Presidente, he from New York.
He
a Knicks fan.
And I'm like,
he knows it ain't been since Willis Reed in 73.
Hey, Don, there's too much stuff going on in the world for me to go to your wedding. I'm going to catch this Knicks game, though. I'm going to catch this Knicks game.
Hey, since they won it.
Hey, let's localize it a little bit. Let's say your son, I know all of your kids are married, but let's say something happened and he getting married again, but it's the day of the Texans in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And married again is an important part because this ain't his first wedding.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think, let's be honest, that's a factor in this. If you got a homeboy and he's like, hey, man, getting married again, and you're like,
I can't make it.
But the Super Bowl, though?
Yeah. You had a chance to go to see the Texans in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I will not be there.
Well, that's a trick question because my son wouldn't schedule a wedding during football season. He's smart enough
look
to
at
know.
you trying to get over on the
He's
system.
smart enough to know better than that. But that was one where I was like, wait a minute. Didn't he not go to his kid's wedding? But I'm going to go ahead and catch this game. I was just like, how'd you like to be that? How was that conversation going?
You think it was a conversation? That's cute.
Well, it wasn't a conversation.
The way that man kicks it as a president, he's like, I am deciding to do this because I can. And honestly, in this instance, agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Catch the Knicks over your son's wedding?
This is rare, man. So I get it.
I don't know if I do or not.
These are my confessions.
I am going to be entirely honest. I want to force all of our Sports Radio 610 hosts into enjoying the World Cup. Like I want to make sure this happens because I think that it could very easily go where people aren't invested in this, and I would be damned if that's the case.
Yeah.
Like I think I might put together. I think we might need to do like a
watch party.
No, maybe actually.
Outing?
I think we need to do a draft. I think everybody needs everybody needs nations.
Okay.
I think we need rooting interests. We might need entertainment purpose only dollars on this. I want to make sure that like the World Cup fever is on this station, at least amongst us watching it. You know what I mean?
I love this simply because I've said for decades now it is the best tournament on the planet. Oh, what about the NCAA? No. Yes. I mean, it's up there, but it's maybe number 2. But the best environment, the best atmosphere, the best tournament on the planet is the World Cup. And I think this is where you're onto something. If you just get a taste, if you just get a taste of it, I think you're going to be in. No?
Yeah, and so and even if it's just, because we've all been in various different Olympics or whatever, right? Which just came through. We've watched it and like gotten excited, and then it goes, and we're like, I'm not gonna go watch curling ever again. I don't care if they have the American Championships on TV or whatever, right? Yeah. I just need them to be in for this portion of it. I want to have the camaraderie of that. So I kind of want to put together like a pool maybe where we draft it. And maybe I think I might need to do this in a very particular way so we don't end up with like certain people being like, oh, my clubs are gone. You know what I mean? I think we might need to have like tiers.
Yeah,
where
more than one.
You get a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team and a tier 3 team, and we'll see who gets to win it out. Just off the strength of, I would like to hear, like, I want to hear Clint and Sean talking trash across from
I
each
want to
other
hear
because
Clint
they're
talking
clubs.
about, like, Curacao. Or something.
Yeah. Like, that's 100%.
You know, that Curacao back line, Chief.
What's my guy on the back line?
What's my guy name?
What's my guy's name with the header? That's what I want.
That would be gold right there.
I need it. I need it badly.
Oh, we need a Clint breakdown every week.
Ooh, if I could,
we need to program that.
I don't think that I could get him to do it, but it'd be so hilarious.
We have to. Clint on the World Cup.
You know, Clint ain't doing
He
stuff
gonna
he don't
say
want to
there's
do.
no way in hell, Chief.
No,
Clint
we
ain't
need
doing
it.
what he
We
don't
need
wanna
this
do.
in our lives.
And I'll need $1 million, Chief.
Like that's, you know what? I might pay for that.
Yeah.
I might slide him a crisp bill every time he does it, just to get him to watch a match and break it down in his comment parlay. That would make my life.
Yes, that is. I think we stumbled onto something here.
Okay,
We need
all right. I'm gonna keep workshopping this, but I need it. I need it in my life. We're next week, 6 days away.
Yeah.
So I gotta confess, I think CJ should have worded something he said a little differently. I ain't talking about the held my bargain up thing. I think he said that just fine for Lopez. But so the Texans posted a social media video, and I want to say it was like a little sign there, and they was kind of weighing in on it. And the question was, would you rather have the ability to speak to animals or know every language in the world? So after practice, I guess they giving their answers, and this is what CJ had to say.
I want to know every language, so when I go to the nail shop, I know what they're saying, because they be talking crazy. I just know it. But if I can talk to my dog, I would want to talk to my dog.
So I hate that he said when I go to the nail shop, man, because they trying to accuse my man of being Jared McCain out here.
Yeah.
So I'm like, come on, man. Like I'm sure he was talking about like a pedicure, manicure, stuff like that. I hate that he said when I go to the nail shop, because now they trying to throw them Jared McCain allegations at him. And so
all the things he could have used as an example for why he wanted to know every language in the world, he goes to nail shop. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just like,
I hate.
Could have used another example there.
Honestly, if he would have said manicure, I think,
nobody.
They'd have been on him regardless.
Yeah.
I don't
CJ
think
Stroud
so.
is just there, dude.
Yeah.
But everybody was in the comments like nail shop, nail shop. I think if he would have need petty or something like that.
No, I think
know
I'm with Reggie on this
You
one.
got some people that won't do a mani or petty, but I think nail shot just come across way too.
I'm just
here. It is. There it is. 713. My bleeping quarterback is talking about his fingernails. Dog, he was walking out. He was walking through the stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, of all the
this
things
ain't
you
that
could
big
have
of a deal.
because the right answer to me, anyway, the right answer is know every language. As much as I would love to be able to talk to animals, but know every language, because you can basically anywhere on
a lot
the
of
planet.
people said talk to other animals.
I know.
By the way,
I'm not gonna lie.
I saw the video.
I was judging my ass off at all those people. I was like, okay, so all the things that you can make happen, and you in here talking to your dog.
Yeah.
Honestly,
and look, this is me saying.
And here's the thing.
I talk to my dog just fine.
I don't think people consider enough. Are you sure your dog likes you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think people consider this enough.
Sometimes my dog look at me crazy. I'm like, what is he? I wonder what he's thinking about. Right?
Like, you are the person that houses him and feeds him. That don't mean that he kicks it with you.
Yeah.
Like, he might not actually like.
I mean, you're wrong, but I get your point.
Okay. All right.
My Gibson loved me more than life itself.
And you have that plausible deniability because he can't say it himself.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to know everything.
That's what I'm saying.
Not that he loves you, because he loves you. But,
and you know what?
But like everything your dog is thinking.
Yeah, it might just be that he likes you a lot, and then sometimes he calls you the B word. Right? Like, that might ruin this a little bit.
Yes. But to know, like I said, you're right, Figgy.
Yeah,
like
it wouldn't have came across as crazy. He wouldn't have got the Jared McCain allegations if he would have said,
right,
whenever I'm getting a manicure,
or just to be able to travel the world and communicate and be able to bridge those gaps and all that. That's the right answer.
Yeah.
Or go with, I want to go to the World Cup. And I want to be able to talk to everybody there, but not nail salon.
Don't say nail shop, man. I never I get manicures once in a while, probably once a year, twice a year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to the nail shop. I'm saying I'm getting a manicure.
Yeah.
Or a pedicure.
I still don't think that shifts it. I feel like the people that are going to be up in arms about him getting his fingernails.
You still got some dudes that feel like that's a little suspect getting the manicure.
Sure.
But I think it come across crazy. It come across a little different when you say nail salon.
Yes. By the way, shout out to D'Amico Ryans committing to the bid, because he was like, "Oh yeah, talking to different people. We could continue to bring people together." And I was like,
"That's what I'm saying."
I knew one answer was gonna. I knew one person was gonna give the right answer, and I knew it was gonna be D'Amico, and he did not disappoint.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, this has got me. I don't know why. The Chicago Bears, now the Indiana governor, it's just about a done deal. The Chicago Bears are going to be moving to Indiana. That one just hit me different. I'm not a Bears fan, nor have I ever been. I'm not an Indiana guy, nor have I ever been. I mean, nothing against either one of those.
Both of those are sad existences.
Yeah.
And I say that actually with very little judgment, right? Yeah. Bears fans will tell you themselves that they have lived through a world of hurt.
Right. But
and that's Indiana. You know
what I'm saying is, I get that teams are moving to the suburbs. It's just what the Texans eventually may, I might not have a problem with. The Bears moving to Indiana. The governor just tweeted something, "Help me welcome the Chicago Bears to our great state." So it seems like it's the Bears have issued a statement. McCaskey, it doesn't seem like it's a done deal at that point, but now it kind of seems like it's a done deal except for the ink drying. Northwest Indiana is where the Chicago Bears are going to be playing.
I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds crazy. The portion of Hammond, Indiana is basically like 45 minutes from where you're talking about. Like it's just a suburb.
That's my confession. It just hits me. Indiana?
You're right. It does hit
Indiana?
It does hit your ear bad. But in all reality, right, like Houston doesn't, really a lot of Texas doesn't get the feel because it's such a big state. So many cities are right on the borderline of states to where one of your suburbs is technically in another state. This is just another one of those.
Don't you fly into Kentucky when you go to Cincinnati?
Correct.
Yep. Yeah.
Most of everything fun to do in Cincinnati is actually in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And honestly, as a guy from Cleveland, we never looked at Cincinnati as being in the same state. It just felt country.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, like I said, the Texans may well move to the Woodlands of Sugar Land or Cypress or wherever eventually. And I don't think it'll hit me. The monsters of Hammond, Indiana?
So Indiana going to have 2 professional teams.
2 stadiums, 2 NFL stadiums.
Yeah.
It just hits different, man, when you have like one of those legendary, old school organizations.
So how far is it from Chicago?
It's about an hour.
About an hour? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad. Fans going to still travel.
Well, they're still calling it Chicagoland. No, man, it's Indiana. No, man.
It's just trying to say, like, the greater Houston area, right? Like, that's what they're trying to
make Austin.
How would you feel if the Texans moved closer towards Louisiana or just in the border of Louisiana, like right inside?
That'd be further, though, because, like, then we're talking about, what, like an hour and a half, 2?
It wouldn't be that much further. It wouldn't be like Beaumont's about a little over an hour from here, and that's pretty dang close to Louisiana.
Close to Lake Charles or something like that.
Yeah. That'd be weird. This is a weird one.
It is.
It's weird, but it's about to be more normal.
The money talks on it.
Because you're going to have other teams like, hey, if you don't give us what we want, we moving out.
When you say it's about to become, this is the normal.
Yeah, it's happening.
Right? I was talking about it with B. Scott just a little while ago. You look at the Braves, right? When they moved from, Turner? In Turner Stadium, Turner Field, rather, in the middle of Atlanta, out to Cobb County. They moved outwards a little bit towards what they feel is, the demographic of their fan base. What have we've seen this in other places as well. I think this is happening right now in Dallas with some of their teams. Like, there's just
they're moving. They're all moving out.
Yeah, everybody's moving out to these places. And what have we talked about? It's one of the things that you kind of see with the Texans out at Bridgeland is you go to a place where you can create a mixed-use development. You're basically becoming a real estate entity where not only do you have your event center, but now you can have all this land. You can do mixed-use development, and that's what they're trying to do here as well.
Yeah,
it's no different. This is the new name of the game in sports in order to be able to make more money and line your pockets more.
And be able to do more around the NFL organization.
Right, because the money that...
And I think that's ultimately what the Texans are going to do. I mean, I just feel because everybody
trying to do a mixed-use development.
Yeah, because everybody is,
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the conversation points. Used to make a very interesting look in there at Reliant Park. Currently, it's called Houston Stadium for the World Cup circumstances, I guess. All right, that's a little lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I have a question for you here, John, because there's some more news in the world of like sports media. Is there a point at which ESPN loses its status as like the tastemaker in sports? I kind of want to dig into that next.
We finally have a little more Sports Radio 610. Join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys spending a little time with us on this Friday. Hope your Friday is going pretty well. Before I get into what I teased here, John, I don't know if you're seeing kind of the conversation that's happening on Texans Twitter right now. There's a lot of people up in arms about like the possibility of what you do if C.J. Stroud is not, like if there is a parting of ways that ultimately happens. This was a conversation that came up on a podcast that I was actually on Monday. And the conversation stemmed from the idea of, okay, but let's even go to the eventuality. Let's get into the end.
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, the decision has been made that C.J. Stroud, you'll move on from him. How do you even go about trying to replace him? And so people start, there are things thrown out, and the idea is it's like, all right, who are the quarterbacks that might be available? Someone like even a Baker Mayfield. And people are really wringing their hands about that. How does that hit you? Like because I know Baker Mayfield right now is in the
there's some contract stuff going on
because he and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are kind of at an impasse when it comes to contracts, to the point where Baker Mayfield himself has said that the idea of an extension is far away, right? Is nowhere near close. Not anywhere close is the words that he used, and he won't negotiate once training camp begins. So, this is going to be another season where Baker Mayfield doesn't get a negotiation, and maybe he ends up in the offseason as a very gettable piece.
Yeah.
But obviously, this is a little bit of a Rorschach test on how you feel about C.J. Stroud, because I think there's a lot of people within the fan base that goes, so why would you even do that? Why would that even be a consideration, even if you had decided that C.J. Stroud was not the way that you go?
Look, I actually think, and this isn't necessarily, something that I've been told, it's just something you kind of feel and understand as you're around, the team and people around the team. I feel like there's a real sentiment that they would kind of like to have a guy that is not, flashy per se or the big time. I think there's a sentiment that
someone who's a little workmanlike, I guess, for lack of a better word of saying it.
Davis Mills. I think there's a sentiment in that building. Now, they may be dead wrong, and I think they are, but that says for what we want to do, for how we want to play, Davis Mills might be the better fit. So I'm thinking the reason I bring that up is because that's the template. That's the the character of type that you want in this offense if they're going to continue to do this.
Right.
So something, either him or development of someone like him, or another quarterback like him. I don't think Baker Mayfield is any part of that.
Yeah, it feels like there's three lanes of options. Again, this is in the eventuality that things, worst case scenario has happened with all, which I don't feel like that's the case, and it already feels like the early arrow is pointing away from that. Right? I'm going to make it abundantly clear as we have this conversation. But if you're in the worst case scenario and you're going to move on from C.J. Stroud, I imagine that's a trade scenario where you're bringing stuff in. I think there's three options. One, you swing for the fences and see if you can go poach someone like a Joe Burrow. Is there a possibility that Lamar Jackson might be available, right? Does it come to a head with someone like a Josh Allen right there where he becomes disinterested or disillusioned there? That's the highest minded of the shots. It just feels very unlikely if that's the way that you go, especially when you consider all the dues that you've paid, right?
You look like you want to say something about this.
I'm just thinking about that. I agree with Reggie. I think that's the unlikely part of it, but I think the more likely is we got somebody here.
Yeah.
That's even a fourth option that I wasn't considering, right? The idea that Davis Mills, you just go, hey, we're handing this over to you. We know that it's a lower level of play, but we think it's steady enough and go with that. I think another option that's there is probably the one that fits in with the Baker Mayfield line of thought is, can you get another guy who is somewhere in that just capable starter range that you're definitely not paying to the heights of, on that super high second deal, but you're paying, like a starting quarterback in the league, and you hope that he comes in and gives you starting quarterback quality. I think if you move away from C.J. Stroud, the fourth option that I'm going to put is the one that you would do, which is, at that point, you take what you have gotten in whatever trade that you would have been done to send C.J. Stroud away. You package that up, and in a draft class where it's supposedly a more robust quarterback draft class, you go and get a next guy. If for no other reason, then you are playing a style that is supposed to be defense and running forward. Not to say you don't need a quarterback to execute. Clearly, absolutely you do. But the idea is that this is a little bit lessened the amount of, or the barrier for entry for the quarterback. And the biggest thing is the whole conversation is salary cap circumstances.
Sure.
You'd be playing with the rookie contract there, and I think that would
you
be
can
the
sign
whole,
more guys. And
that would be the whole
defense
swing there,
and
right?
such.
Like you get the benefit of rookie contract in that circumstance.
But I think that ties in with what I'm believe. I'm not saying again. It's not like I've heard this or that. You just kind of catch a vibe. I think that ties in with the win now window. Tells you need a veteran. You need somebody smart that knows the offense. Fair. That's been. So I think you prefer probably Davis Mills, and with those assets, go get the next Davis Mills, but better.
Okay, so of the 4 options that we laid out there, again, in the eventuality that everything goes horribly, horribly, terribly wrong, C.J. Stroud is no longer the quarterback that this Texas team wants. How many of those seem like ones that you'd be okay with?
Joe Burrow.
Just that highest level, right?
Not even Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, to be
honest.
Well, let's look. How's this offense going to suit them? Now I know they have more swag and they've got more pelts on the wall, but if this is what they want to do, this is run the ball. We heard the coordinator yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, what about those explosive plays? Well, catch and run. That's basically what he said. Joe Burrow is the only fit of the elites.
Yeah,
he's the only one. You're not gonna. You tell me Lamar Jackson in this offense?
I just want to see Lamar Jackson.
Well, we all do. You tell me Josh Allen in this offense? They're bent on not changing the offense. Nick Caserio's offense is what they want to run, and they're not going to change it. The only one that of the superstars, Joe Burrow.
And so I think the larger point of the experiment that's supposed to come out is there's not a lot of really good ways to get better than C.J. Stroud or get an answer on the other side of it. And that kind of is the impetus for the thought process. Is like, okay, what are you actually doing if you get to that place? Now, if you get to that place, you would have to answer that. But these are things that also help you decide how you make those decisions with C.J. Stroud going forward. But yeah. I thought it was interesting, and I know
that's a nasty conversation.
I feel dirty.
I get it. I get it. But we here, man.
And that's what Texans Twitter is talking about, huh?
Yeah, it's a Friday in early June, baby.
You know what? It's not unfair. We don't know how it's going to play out.
No, I get it.
Nobody's predicting it.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
But man, I never thought we had this conversation this early like this.
This is where we are, Fitty.
And we're also early on this conversation right now. But as you're like thinking ahead, and with clearly this being a year that has some level of I'm going to use this as a litmus test for, right? Okay, what is the on the other side of that litmus test? Think of the eventualities of what could possibly be there, and allow that to add into your decision making matrix. I think that is 100% fair to think about what are the answers on the other side of this decision if you do indeed make it. You know what I mean? And even if that decision is still at least a year away.
No,
I will say the team is outside of that position, I feel like the team is pretty much together where they cook somebody in.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard for people to listen to us?
Why? What they somebody?
From the 346, y'all sound like chuckleheads. They're not getting rid of CJ. Y'all are giving up on CJ. All these. What are you like? Did you not hear any of the qualifiers?
Maybe he just tapped in or something. Maybe he just tapped in the last 30 seconds.
A second ago.
He's a hater.
I just qualified it a second ago.
He's one of those guys or girls.
Oh, look at you being inclusive. I'm very proud of you.
I am inclusive.
So yeah, okay, but yeah, that is the conversation that's there. And honestly, I'm surprised that some people are finding it such a difficult circumstance that there's a possibility they can move on from CJ. I don't think it's likely. I still think that CJ Stroud is a good quarterback. We've seen the capabilities of what he can do, even if you go into the depths of what he did this last season, even if it does not feel like it was incredible. He was a pretty damn good quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think the idea that there's not a contract done continues to leave that up for a possibility. And I think it'd be unfair for us to not consider all of the possibilities of what is there.
Do you think he's going to ever get into training camp if it gets a little later, contract still not? Because I guess it's still possible he gets a contract. It still is. Yeah. But it gets into training camp, he's gonna mention it. I think there is.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is a conversation that we were having when he first steps up to the podium at OTAs, and he says
that up to my agent.
Leave it up to my. I believe him in that.
He held his bargain up.
His edge of the bargain.
And I go back to J.J. Watt, who was much more beloved, much more proven, much more everything. When it wasn't until training camp he kept saying this. Well, it'll take care of itself, etc. His first big contract, and then middle of training camp he finally went. commercials only pay so much. I think that was his line. I think that's the line that JJ used, and I can see it happening. Yeah.
And look, they're putting together one of the best circumstances that they have for the Texans when it comes to circumstances around him. I think that there's easily the point that you could take where CJ Stroud goes, I know I'm going to ball out.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be able to rake them over the coals, so to say, when it comes to the contract conversation on the backside of what is going to be an incredible.
No, there is a payback here. Like if it happens in such a way where he has no control of it, they don't offer what he wants, they can't accept what they offer if they do offer anything. Where if he balls out, he's going to say, all right, let's start at 60.
And at that point,
and he would have
entirely justified.
That's the whole Jerry Jones thing. Right
where we're starting at 60 is where we're starting.
Yeah.
I played the game last year.
You know what? I'm feeling 65-ish.
Right. What y'all think? It feels like I'm
feeling 6-7-ish.
Coming to America, it's like, why not go for a cool $1 million? Why not go for a cool 65?
Why not? No,
sure.
And he will have earned it.
That's right.
He will have earned it. Like, he had to put up with, kind of playing the slow game and not getting the deal, and then he shows up. All right, we're starting at 60, man. That's where we're starting.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's play a little game of Would You Rather when it comes to the Texans and, honestly, all around Houston sports. 717-610 if you want to play along. We'll do that next.
The Drive. play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Quarterback talk. It gets the people going.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here.
All kinds of different directions.
Everywhere. Every which way.
Are we getting cussed out?
Oh,
you not. You made it out. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
Nobody's cussing you out. You good. Don't even worry about it over there.
Somebody cuss him out.
713-572-4610
I'm sure they will,
if you
man.
would like to cuss
I'm
out
sure they
Big
will.
Oh, man. All right. Let's do a little Would You Rather on a Friday. Feels like a fun thing to do.
Yeah, man. Who wants to play a game?
Play along, 713-572-4610. We always appreciate when you do when we have these games. John, take it away.
All right. Would you rather Keelan Rutledge start at center game one or Tank Dell 100% game one?
Ooh, this is actually a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Really? It was hard for me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's Keelan Rutledge. I think it's the physicality. One, if he's starting day one, especially because of the amount of different options that they have, it means that he's grasped the position. Two, it completes the full overhaul of the offensive line into one that is big, physical, imposing, and we know that he can move people. Like the guard portion of it, the big physical part of it is the part we know. It's the handling of the offense and snapping the football that we were worried about, which if he starts, he has that. And two, I believe heavily in the three wide receivers that are most likely to play, especially early on, which is Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. I would love if you have a Tank Dell in there, but we've already had conversations about how does it fit if and when he's ready. Obviously, I'd love depth-wise for him to be there in 100%. Yeah. But yeah, give me the Keelan Rutledge, the one that is more tied to the offensive line, which is tied to all the success of all of the offense, and ultimately then all of the team.
Figgy, Keelan Rutledge start game one or Tank 100%?
This is actually really hard for me,
it's really hard
like,
for me,
I know,
too.
salute to you, Reggie, for making it so easy, but, man, this is tough, man, because I was really considering Tank Dell, but on the other side, I'm not sure what type of Tank Dell we going to get.
Yeah.
100. If you could say the old rookie.
I said 100%.
Okay. Are we getting rookie Tank Dell?
All I'm saying is 100% healthy.
That's what I'm saying. You can be 100% healthy, but not be the same person.
Yeah.
So, I guess to keep it safe, I would say Rutledge start at center. But I really am considering because they made other moves on the offensive line, so I think it will be better overall. Be like, and if I could get a Tank Dell, I think that would be a game changer.
Yeah.
But I guess to keep it safe, I'm going to go with Rutledge at center.
I think we're going to be, in a weird way, unanimous, even though I don't feel very good about it either, because here's my counterpoint.
Really?
I'm going to end up with,
he has to start.
No, I say I'm going with Rutledge.
But you don't feel good about it?
No, I don't feel good about what I'm about to say.
Oh.
If Tank Dell is not 100% game one, you got big issues. You got big problems.
About Tank himself?
About Tank himself and the receiver room. And, you're more optimistic, and I think this is what influenced your decision about some of these other guys. You know, whether it's, Higgins or Noel or whomever. And that's your optimism, and you may well be right. All I'm saying is they haven't done it yet. I mean, they haven't done it to the level they need to.
Well, I mean, they've done it a little bit. Higgins had
to the level they need to, is what I'm saying.
I think that there's the question that I'm bouncing back and forth on because, we're looking at this wide receiver room and seeing what does the depth look like, what's the variability of talents that you have in there. But then also, it does seem like this offense is going to have more than just wide receivers involved here, running backs involved in the pass game. Specifically, right, the idea of Brevin Jordan as move tight end, or even Marlon Klein in routes. Like, how much do they factor in where you're going into like 12 personnel with 2 wide receivers but 2 tight ends? Yeah. And you might not even have Tank Dell on the field in some of those circumstances, even if you
see. I'm not banking on the Brevin Jordan.
I'm not banking on it, but I'm just saying there's a lot.
Like
more
if he's there, I'm good with
there.
it. But I'm
hold that thought.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot more permutations of different ways that
we've been doing this for a few years with Brevin Jordan.
Yeah,
right.
But again, though,
I'm gonna see if I can get him some bubble wrap for training camp so we don't do that again. You know what I mean?
The thing about it is, though, if Tank Dell's not ready game one, then we're going to have to be sitting here having conversations about, well, that might be it.
Figgy, we finally got someone that's close to this. They said Figgy wants rookie Tank Dell when University of Houston Tank Dell is an option.
All right. Would you rather Will Anderson Jr., now I'm talking about training camp.
Yep.
Or mini camp, whatever, but training camp. Will Anderson Jr. take more plays off during 11-on-11s at training camp? Or the offense go more 1s versus 2s?
I'm going to go with Will Anderson Jr. take plays off. And that's kind of sick because it's less of him getting work, which sounds like a bad thing, right? You want to continue to groom him further into being possibly the best defensive player, maybe best player in the NFL. You want to continue to push that iron sharpens iron and everything. But I still kind of want the full extent of that first-team defense applying some level of pressure. Yeah. I just don't want everything blowing up all the damn time. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I'm trying to avoid. 1s versus 2s is cool, right? But I think that then what you're talking about with some of these wide receivers.
How good are they really? Are they really getting the work they need?
Right. I said that some of that midway point I'm trying to straddle. So I think that it's just get Will a little bit some plays off here and there.
Yeah, I agree with Reggie on that one, man. Like, hey, save this for the season. And Will Anderson, I know he's gonna be there when it's time to be there. So let's just focus on the offense a little bit.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be unanimous two in a row. And the mic thing is, as much as Matt Burke, I get what he's saying with the, you don't want to create bad habits or fall into bad habits. You don't need to worry about that with Will Anderson.
Well, I think that there is some, to be fair to Matt and D'Amico and the entirety of the staff, there is something to be said, and we've talked about this in various different other circumstances. They are maybe more than any other football team in the NFL really about what they preach.
Of course.
And so anything that you can do to kind of undercut that message gets a little bit dangerous because does the whole house of cards fall if you start?
But we're talking about Will Anderson. That's my thing.
No, I know, but the idea that hey man, we're iron sharpens iron. We're pushing all the way. Like, do you undercut that message if you're pulling them? I understand that is a concern that is worth having.
But isn't it worth undercutting that message a little bit if your offense gets the reps it needs? That's my thing. If the offense can't run, efficiently in training camp, what are they accomplishing? No,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And
I just wanted to bring that point
up.
I
think I trust Will Anderson a lot, where I'm like, all right, I think you proved yourself.
All right, Figgy, would you rather Brevin Jordan have a fully healthy season? That's why I told you to hold that thought. Or Foster Moreau?
I'm going to say Foster Moreau, man. I think, look, I like Brevin Jordan. He's a good dude and all that stuff, but he been here for a minute now, man, and it's always the same story.
Yeah,
and I know he had some breakout game, the breakout game during the Browns in the playoffs, and salute to him for that. But I think I'm kind of a little bit, man.
Foster Moreau.
Yeah.
No, this is a particular type of tight end that maybe in theory, like Marlon Klein could be as well, but I don't know that I have that for certain. There was one guy that Will Anderson Jr. made mention of when it comes to like adding that physicality on the edge. It was Foster Moreau. And everything that they've done offensively, I know that we want the passing game to be good. We want them to have explosives, and I'm not trying to, sidestep that. But everything they've done this offseason is in service of being able to run the football.
Yeah.
And so I want that Foster Moreau who can add in that ability to block with bigger personnel as well. Because, again, you don't want to have to live in the land of jumbo like Nick Caley was talking about yesterday.
That's exactly why my answer was going to be Foster Moreau. You just led right into it. We've seen Blake Fisher at tight end.
Oh, I should have known this was going to be a Blake Fisher choice.
We've seen Blake Fisher at tight end. Give me Foster Moreau, fingers crossed for Brevin Jordan. All right, this is a little bit off of necessarily what we usually do on Would You Rather. You saw what happened last night with the hockey puck hit who was it in the face?
I can't remember. I'm going to go back and find it.
Yeah. Would you rather get hit in the face by a hockey puck off of a shot or a baseball off of a batted ball off the bat?
This is would you
and both of them in the face?
In the face.
This is
would you rather get hit in the face by a hockey puck off a shot or a baseball off the bat?
I mean, what's the point?
Is death an option? I'd rather take that.
Just take a pill.
Yeah.
It's like would you rather get shot in the front or the back? I don't see the difference here, man. I'm having a real tough time because I'm like,
I ain't gonna lie, that's a tough one, man.
I wonder why.
Usually you can find some me at least. I usually find some small differentiator. This feels like the same exact. Like there's just. You know what the only differentiator I'm finding is like maybe getting hit by the baseball because I'm not on skates. Right? I don't also have to try and figure that out. Like
you
that might
fall
be
on ice.
That might be the only differentiator, and it's not really good enough. This is awful.
It was. I think I'll take the baseball. The hockey puck has those edges, man. It has those sharp edges, or relatively sharp edges, and you fall on ice.
I'm over here like any, many, money. I guess I'll go with the baseball, too.
Yeah, I'm going to go baseball on this one.
Yeah, both of those are tough. Both of those are real nasty.
I just thought it would be fun to say that one. I got some more for you guys, though. How about this is a tough one for me, too. Keep Mike Burrows in the rotation or keep Brian Abreu in the bullpen.
Oh, that is hard.
Hey, let's go back to the previous one.
Let's go back to the hockey
I might have an answer for that one.
Oh, man, this is tough. I think... At first I was gonna go Burrows, and the idea is there are times when he is fine, but this has just gotten.
Has there been? He eats up innings.
Yes, and there's also that portion of it, but there's also like, hey man, the game could be over before it starts with that circumstance, and then also if you had her that does not go well and you have to pull early, then you're starting to eat into your bullpen, ruin further starts in a way that you don't necessarily with the dude out of the pen. Also. You might have a dude out of the pen get a little nasty, and then you just have to go to the next dude out of the pen. It does not seem to hurt as much. So I think that you can mitigate some of the problems with Brian Abreu still being in your pen. And this feels like it's so much more about the reliever versus starter than it is about these two dudes. Because I think if you just ask me, who do you feel better about, the answer is Burrows. I think the answer to your question, though, of keeping Burrows in the rotation or Brian Abreu in the bullpen, I think it's Abreu, oddly.
Wow. Figgy?
Yeah, I was going to go with Burrows, man. I think, to me, I mean, it's still tough losing a game in the eighth inning because of Abreu and anything. But to me, I feel like it might be a little worse when you're already out of it, man. I think I'd rather try to get somebody else in there for Burrows.
I'm going to go the other way on this one. I would much rather have Brian Abreu out of the bullpen because when he messes up, you usually fall behind in the game. You usually end up losing that game because it's the eighth inning or whatever, and if he screws up, you're going to lose that game. When Mike Burrows screws up, you can say, hey, let's go ahead and get him out of there. Let's go ahead and pull him early. Neither one of these are good options. I think both of these things should happen.
Yeah, it does feel like it feels like the Brian Abreu of it feels like we're closer to finding some level of resolution there, right? Obviously, Hader's back, looking pretty good. I still feel like the Miguel Eola experiment that's happening with them moving him into the pen is good. The only thing that scares me about that is you go who is just now becoming a reliever and then throwing him into major league circumstances of relieving. That's a scary proposition to some degree, right? You don't know what that additional pressure in what is possibly more high leverage circumstances, what that does. But it feels like you might have some answers there. It seems like you're just a little bit further away from being able to make the move on Mike Burrows.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe about a week or two, depending on how Hunter Brown, who had his third rehab outing and looked pretty good, was it 5 and a third?
Yeah.
With 50-some pitches, looked pretty decent. So, and we know what he is when he's going right. So he just needs to get himself back healthy.
All right. Would you rather Spencer Arrighetti have a second half? I know we're not even really that close, but we're bumping up on July. Would you rather Spencer Arrighetti have a second half like his first half, or Christian Walker?
This one is, you did a good job. This is really bleeping tough.
Let's go back to the hockey puck and baseball conversation.
Still want to talk hockey puck.
No, I like this one better. I don't want to go to the hockey puck and baseball. I'm good with this one. I just need a second.
Yeah.
This is tough because Spencer Arrighetti, like, if you can manage to keep this going, you need to catch games. You need to get games back, right? Like, let's just start there. You need to win games in order to get yourself back closer. And if you have Spencer Arrighetti going and you have Hunter Brown, we are back to closer to where you were when you had even the likes of like Fromber and Hunter Brown, right? When you have two guys in your rotation that you go, those 2 days, we have a high-level chance of winning the baseball game, which is going to be necessary. You need to win probably at a 2-1 rate at some point down the stretch here. And so, like, that would get you a lot closer to that. But the Christian Walker of this, he's been steady.
Yeah.
He has been steady Eddie when it comes to your lineup, and that is so incredibly useful. And I'm guessing that if you're asking this, that means that if I don't select that person, there's a possibility that this goes the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
And how many of the guys hitting-wise do you feel good about? Like, if there's more, right? Obviously, you have Pena, who you feel good about. Altuve is soon to return. Yordan, I don't think that he's going to slump, and he stayed healthy to this point, which feels great.
Who knows with Cam?
Cam Smith, there's going to be some ebb and flow there. I think that's inevitable.
Yeah.
But like that's not a crazy amount of names, but that's a decent amount of names to where maybe I can deal with the ebbs and flows that Christian Walker might have.
Yeah.
I think I'm going Arrighetti.
Would you rather Arrighetti have a great second half or Christian Walker?
I would probably say Arrighetti. And maybe I might be thinking about the future, like, okay, I'm not punting on the season and anything, but I'm like, dang, if they get some pitching together in that rotation, I'm like, he might be definitely a number 2, like for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would probably go with him.
I think I'm going to go Arrighetti as well, and the biggest reason is the only path to consistency and consistently winning, I think, is pitching. We've seen how this team can hit and still lose. I mean, they did it a lot during the early season. They've done it here recently, and they've won because of their offense here recently as well. But I think the only consistent winning this team can do is with pitching. And you mentioned it. Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, who knows with Imai, what's going to hand up there, but it's trending well. You have Arrighetti. Well, that's 4 before to Tang and any other possibilities. Obviously Peter, not Brady, Lambert is pitching today.
I appreciate that, though.
Yeah.
Yes, he is pitching today. As you start off a 3-game set versus the A's, a very, very needed 3-game set versus the A's as well. You can make a lot of hay. You can make up a lot of ground by getting 2, maybe 3 wins versus the A's. That's real presumptuous to say to get the sweep versus the A's, but hey, put it out there in the ether, see if it comes back to you fulfilled. Hey, somebody on the text line wants to throw in a would you rather.
Sure.
Would you rather have prime Arian Foster or prime Andre Johnson for this offense right now?
Oh, Arian Foster all day. All day. Given what they do. Now, me personally, I would run something else and I'd throw Andre Johnson the ball. But like for what they do, oh boy, man, put Arian Foster in this offense?
You said that kind of quick though, man.
Because it's an easy answer. For this offense, this Texans offense.
No, I get that. Yeah. I was just thinking about prime Andre Johnson on this squad too, man.
And you say this Texans offense. The offense changes when you have Nico Collins and Andre Johnson across from each other. Like
yeah, but they're going to run the ball.
Sure.
Hey, Andre, run a little 5-yard out.
Sure. You're not wrong. However, when you look up and you go, wait, that dude's over there? That dude's over there? We throwing a football, damn it.
Yeah.
We're throwing the football. And the other team is sick.
Yeah.
Because, like, what do you do? Who do you double team?
No, yes.
And then also, right, maybe you do this. You start trying to double team those dudes out there, and maybe the box is lighter. Now we could really whip your ass up the middle.
I think for this offense, Arian Foster.
I have talked myself into Andre Johnson. Me, prime Andre Johnson.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm choosing Andre Johnson, too, respectfully.
Y'all are both choosing with your heart.
Respectfully,
I didn't just lay out the reasoning for you?
Because your heart told you to.
Okay. All right.
Somebody said, I'll take the puck and the baseball and lose both Abreu and Burrows.
There's no way you believe that. There's no way you believe that.
Take a back-to-back hockey puck at 97, then a baseball at 97.
It is that bad, though.
By the way, you're going to be smelling colors at that point. Come on now.
By the way, I think I did see the dude that got hit with that hockey puck. It was like 87-mile-an-hour slap shot to the face.
God,
that
is crazy.
Dog.
I guess that's a little would you rather. I don't know. It's not supposed to feel as painful as it did today, this game. But yeah, appreciate you guys playing along on the text line, 713-572-4610. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a list of the sweatiest cities in America and where do Houston rank?
High.
Plus, Reggie, I need you to help me something with this tease. I need you to say Alameda Mall is the best mall in Texas.
I'm afraid of this. Alameda Mall is the best mall in Texas.
All right, and I will explain why I had you say that.
I'm very scared of why he did that. Next.
In the loop.
I think you have to
Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So once I moved to Houston, I totally just don't know when it's summer or not.
Yeah.
Like, is it technically summertime or not yet?
No, not yet.
Was it later this month?
Pretty soon, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, officially summer.
We already hit Memorial Day.
Is it last Memorial? Memorial Day is the unofficial.
Let me see what the summer
What's
solstice.
the official day?
Summer solstice, June 21st.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, but we only got 2 seasons, and it's summer.
See,
and then that little bit of winter.
See, in the Midwest, you know when it's summer. Yeah. Like it's like, all right, it's summertime. It's a feeling. It felt like I felt like it was summertime back in March.
It was. We came out of not
early summer.
Yeah,
we had not summer, and then we had summer.
Hey, your days late February. It felt like summer. So I say that to say I came across this list. Somebody reported a ranking of America's 80 biggest cities from most to least sweatiest.
The sweatiest cities.
Yeah. I want to know who got paid for this, right? Somebody is at some publication, and maybe not for long, but somebody has sent some publication where one of their responsibilities that they were getting paid for. Just go ahead and put that together for me.
Yeah, so I'm going to just do the top 10. 7 out the top 10 are from Florida.
That makes sense.
Very believable.
That checks.
Yeah, so I'm going to go. Where do you think Houston is ranked in this?
Houston's got to be up there, man. An incredibly humid city as well.
And the reputation, too, I'm going to say 3 or 4.
Okay.
Miami's 1?
So West Palm Beach is 1.
Okay.
Miami is number 2.
Yeah.
Fort Myers, Florida is number 3.
Forgot about Fort Myers.
We're not going to be top 5, huh?
Yeah.
Honolulu, Hawaii.
What? It's not that hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I've never been there before.
Me neither. You got the big money over there. You the Honolulu king.
I mean, it's warm.
I would assume people be sweating over there.
Yeah.
Melbourne, Florida is 5.
Who? All right, this has got to stop.
Is this an actual?
You got to have a
Melbourne.
Oh, Melbourne. Yeah,
Melbourne in Florida.
Yeah.
They ain't got no dot.
Yeah.
You ain't pulling up no map where the dot says Melbourne,
There's
Florida.
Melbourne, Florida.
Don't know where. Yeah. Where in the general vicinity of the state?
Aren't West Palm, Miami, Fort Myers, and Melbourne? Aren't they all like within?
It's the 80 biggest cities.
Oh, okay.
Number 6 is Tampa.
Okay, fair enough. Tampa was sweaty when I went. Man.
Yeah. Number 7 is Orlando. They get pretty sweaty there.
That's only at the theme park.
Damn, they got all 7 of the top 7, huh?
Yeah. 7 of the yep. Actually 6 of the 7.
Honolulu, you said.
Yep. Yeah. Number 8, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Yeah, that checks out.
Okay, so we got to be right in here because if you got New Orleans, it's not a crazy deviation. The two.
Yeah. Number 9, Houston, Texas.
There we go.
I'm kind of glad we're underrated.
Yeah. And number 10, Jacksonville.
We should be top.
Gross.
We should be top 3 or 4.
I think so. I haven't been to all of these places. I only been to Florida once, but man, Houston could get really, really sweaty.
It gets really sweaty.
Yeah. It was welcome to the league when I moved here. I'm like, man, dog, I had to move because I drove here and I had to move. I lived on the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was, I want to say June. It was in June, moving that stuff up them stairs.
Oh, baby.
Man, I was sweating in places I ain't no sweat. I was dehydrated.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, this is awful, man.
Speaking of welcome to the league moments, did you hear Alec Pierce recently talking about I don't know if this was specifically his.
When he got his face mask busted?
Yeah. He said the first time they played the Texans, Jalen Petrie hit him so hard that his face mask bent. He couldn't get his helmet off because it was bent.
Yeah.
He might Jalen Petrie might be a first ballot Hall of Famer of hits when it comes to hits.
Yes, dude.
Because I feel like that's like the 5th NFL player that
and
said
all was legal. Mostly all was legal. Just
every time somebody mentioned the time they got rocked, his name always pop up. Man.
Honestly, those
He's
are
always
the best
on
players.
the scene of the crime.
Those are the best players. The hood ledger, for lack of a better way of saying it, right? The guys who maybe they're acknowledged widely, maybe they're not. But you go and ask a player, and they're like, "Oh, you know who was one of those? Do you remember? Is it Derek? I think it's Derek Wolf. Used to be an offensive lineman.
Derek Wolf.
I don't remember if that's his name specifically, but I know it's Wolf. But he's one of those dudes that when you go into a locker room, you go, "Who's the strongest dude in your locker room?" They go, "Oh yeah, this cat."
Yeah.
Right. That's the guy that you want to be. And I feel like Jalen Petrie is very quickly becoming like, who's the hardest dude who hit you the hardest? Oh yeah, Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, in basketball terms, I would say like the hood legends is got to be White Chocolate.
Oh
Jason.
yeah.
Because I saw somebody online trying to criticize him, like, "Oh, look at how many points he averaged."
Yeah.
Y'all keep praising him. I'm
don't
like,
understand.
no,
Yeah, you don't get it.
Man.
It is not about points.
Don't look at them 11 points a game and all that stuff. No,
it's not about points. It's not about assists.
You gotta watch him play.
Yeah.
This ain't even a real player, man.
You had to be there.
Yeah. So, by the way, the least sweatiest cities, if you're interested, was
Anchorage.
You said who?
Anchorage, Alaska.
No.
Okay.
That's not on the list. It was Colorado Spring.
That makes sense.
Denver was the runner-up, followed by is it Spokane?
Spokane,
Washington?
Spokane, Washington.
Boise, Idaho, and Albuquerque, New Mexico.
That's a little bit of a surprise.
Dry heat, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe they were right about that dry heat thing. I never believe them. When it's a dry heat, I'm like, is it hot or not?
It's not the heat.
Is it hot?
Yeah. So, congratulations. We are top 10. And
I like that. Actually, I'll take it, even though we know better.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Reggie, are you from Texas?
I am. I'm from Houston, Texas.
All right. And another question. Have you ever been in a fight?
I have been in a fight before.
Okay. I think you might want to kind of dust your knuckles off a little bit.
Oh,
man,
wow.
Because I think somebody is looking for you, man.
Oh, you don't want to hear those words.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody's looking for you.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about Reggie, man. I think so I ran into this video on Instagram, and I think you really need to be careful because this person is really looking for you.
Hey, Reggie from Texas, you count your mother days, bitch.
Hold on.
Wow.
So I'm out here in Houston, and we was like, man, let's go to the mall. So I go across this man page. His name is Reggie from Texas. And this said,
Alameda Mall is the best mall in Texas.
it's a 3-story mall, and they got Ruth Chris inside. Boy, when I pulled up, let me show you the bullshit. First off, we pull up. The grass ain't cut. That should have been my first. I should have knew then. When I saw that grass wasn't cut, when stores start with a number, then like 363 or some dumb. We walk inside. I'm talking about it looks dead immediately. Crickets. What's some of the little balls of tree branches that go across in the desert? Yeah, them bitches run through them.
Tumbleweeds.
Then we keep going. Obviously, you got the stores that sell the worst clothes. The worst clothes. Flea market level. When I tell you, bro, it's leaking in the mall. Like, they have buckets of water. Buckets, trash cans, catching the water coming from the ceiling, bro. The only thing in that motherfucker they had a Foot Locker. I know they ain't making rent. I don't know what. They got to be something dope out there, bitch.
Reggie from Texas, man.
Dude, he's coming after you because of that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Apparently, Reggie said, hey, Alameda Mall is the best mall in Houston.
And that's what set him off.
Yeah. But all jokes aside, though, I guess it was somebody named Reggie from Texas on Instagram or TikTok
that was saying that you got to get to the Alameda Mall.
Yeah. It was an AI image in the back where it looked all uppity. It looked like a nice mall. He said, Alameda Mall is a great mall. You got to check it out. Got this.
Hey, man, if you can't do your Googles ahead of time, that's on you. I'll fight for the honor of Houston. I don't care.
I was just cracking up.
Catch me outside.
I was just cracking up when he said, Reggie from Texas. Count your days.
When's the last time you were in a mall?
In a mall?
Yeah.
Ooh, relatively recently, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because I went to Memorial City Mall.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Biggie?
It been a minute. Been a minute. I think, I'll take that back. I think it was last month. I decided, it was after the show. I'm like, let me go in the Galleria. And I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of sad in there now. It's a bunch of stores.
Even the Galleria?
Yeah, remember in the Galleria, they used to have that Starbucks, I think on the middle floor.
Yeah.
That Starbucks was gone. I'm like, oh, Starbucks getting up out of here.
Even they got The gallery.
It's still got some stuff to it. Let's not play too much.
It's cool.
It's taking a step back.
It's
but it
definitely
used to be the absolute exception.
I went to the food courts and they had that, just like the dude said, it was like a little toys with a Z on the end.
Yeah.
With all them little fake toys, the little Power Wheels and all that
the
stuff.
Knockoff.
In
they
the
got
food
Hot
court,
Wheels.
where the food court is.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, I didn't even want no food in the mall, man. I was just kind of going around like, dang.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a damn shame what they did to that dog, man.
Hey, Reggie from Texas, you count your mother days.
You don't want it.
You don't want it. How do you know? How do you know?
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, don't you laugh too hard either, man.
What did I do, man?
I heard you.
He on you.
I heard you was out here wilding too, man.
What did I do?
Hey, so I ran across this clip. It was actually a news story, and this is I just can't believe you, man.
A cross-country United flight from Houston had to turn back to the gate because investigators say a man snuck onto the plane, and it all started with a suspicious boarding pass at TSA. Court records say this guy showed up to Bush Airport early May 18th and went to the Terminal C checkpoint. Investigators say he was staring at his phone and had trouble getting that boarding pass to scan, so he was escorted to another TSA agent, had his photo taken, and was still allowed through security. After roaming inside the secured area and failing to scan a pass at one gate, investigators say he later waited until agents at another gate were distracted for boarding and walked down the jetway onto United Flight 469 to Los Angeles. On board, a passenger says he seemed unsure about his seat. Then he started bouncing between bathrooms, at one point even giving the fake name Mr. Lopez. Flight attendants checked the manifest, realized he wasn't listed. The plane had to return to the gate. Everyone had to get off. Law enforcement and an explosive detection canine swept the aircraft. The flight ended up being delayed about 3 hours. Investigators say his boarding pass was missing key info and the QR code appeared to be forged. United employees said that his reservation was canceled for no payment. He is now wanted on a felony charge.
Damn, Lopez, what you over here doing, Mr. Lopez?
Must have been my cousin. I don't know, man. That's no joke right there.
It isn't, right? Like, it's scary when you consider the safety aspects of it.
Yeah.
However, I can't knock him for trying, man. These cost of flights are crazy. He was like, maybe I can make this. And he got a lot farther.
He went through a lot of hoops. Yeah.
He got a lot farther than I could have imagined.
I'm shocked he got that far, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny because my favorite movie is Home Alone 2. And I'm always cracking up how he just got through the airport so easy, where they were just like, okay, go on in. I know that was back in the day. I know that was back in the day, but I'm like, man, but he got that far and actually got on the plane.
Yeah, and clearly had planned several different ways of gaming the system.
And that would have scared the mess out of me if I was on that plane. Seeing somebody going back and forth. But, damn, Lopez, you got money to get a flight, man. What's wrong with you, man?
You got all the flight money, man.
It was another Lopez.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to our engineer, the best damn engineer in the world, Andy.
There you go.
Andy.
There he is.
I told Andy to come in here for this segment so we could praise him and just salute Andy, who do a damn good job around here. Today is his last day. He is retiring.
Look at that.
Retiring for the second time. Am I right?
Yeah, second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so congratulations, and just want to say we really appreciate you. You've been doing this for 4 decades, man.
Yeah.
You've been all over.
75 was my first on-air job running American Top 40 and the public service shows on the station KRLY, which now is, it's 93.7. It's not even that same color.
Dang.
Yeah.
So you played Casey Kasem.
Casey Kasem. It came in on 3 discs, and you put in those old transcription Gates turntables. You had to go back at least a full turn, otherwise you would get American Top 40.
So Andy, I got a couple questions for you before we send you off into I guess your second retirement.
Okay, Vic.
Are you retiring for good this time, man? Because you retired the first time.
Do we need to actually save the cake for later?
The only reason I'm asking this is if you decide to come out of retirement again, you got to come back here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be going nowhere else, man.
No.
Are you done for good?
I'll need to fit on that
Oh,
one.
wow.
Oh, man. Just don't go nowhere else. You got to come back here,
That's
man.
right.
You're
That's
Tom
right.
Brady.
Yeah. I was trying to think what football player has been in retirement and out of retirement, in retirement, out of retirement.
Yeah, I think you would be the first.
Yes.
So, give us your favorite Houston Oilers story.
And there's too many of them.
Yeah,
there are tons and tons. But as we were talking earlier, Bum Phillips was on our crew, and every place that Bum went, it was like treated like royalty. I mean, people would line up outside of our box and go, "Hey, Bum," and then they would bring him little refreshments that he would consume during the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess one of the weirdest stories, it was a funny story for us, probably not for Bum, but up in Cleveland, we were at the old Municipal Stadium, and you're on the roof, on the roof of that place, in a little Quonset hut thing. And Bum had his cerveza, and he also had a spit can.
Oh,
and
I see where this is going.
In the third quarter, he accidentally chugged back the spit can instead of the cerveza. And that was it wasn't pretty.
What did he do?
He just coughed a little bit. He didn't throw up. Or
There were
anything.
no expletives?
No. Bum was pretty reserved there until
good.
off air. But and then of course, off air is a little bit different. And then my favorite thing also is when he broke into, when the Oilers finally had a lead and didn't blow it in the fourth quarter, he would break into "Good night, Irene." Good night, Irene. And he would sing that, and it was pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
So, again, congratulations. I got to get you out of here on this, though. We need to get your world famous weather report.
Oh, the weather report.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weather going on. I pulled up the latest forecast discussion.
Excellent.
And of course, there's a lot of moisture, for tropical moisture in our area, and especially up right like the northwest part of town right now is under a flash flood warning. So they've had like 2 to 4 inches of rain in an hour, and all these training storms from the tropical moisture is funneling over there. So the rest of the day is up to about a 60% chance of thunderstorms, and tonight it comes in and it alleviates once the cooling and the atmosphere calms down a little bit, and so overnight it'll be down. But then tomorrow, Saturday, unfortunately, it's going to be another wet one. But I'd rather have it wet than sitting at June 6th, June 5th, and 100 degrees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
So
how about that?
Yeah.
I can get it better.
Thank you. But I appreciate.
Congrats, man.
I say this sincerely. I'm working with some of the best pros in the business right here. I mean, I appreciate you guys so much.
It's likewise, man. Like it's been able to be able to tap into such a long lineage of radio through you, and the excellence therein has been one of the pleasures of my life. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Reg. Thank you, John. Thank you, Figgy. And we'll miss you guys, but we'll be listening.
You're darn right. Yeah, that's right.
And I expect
no
Buccos.
Don't do
that. Don't do that. I think they won last night for Andy.
Yeah, 5-1.
All right, Andy.
You was at the game too, right?
Oh yeah, we were there. We were there. Real quick, funny story. Not a funny story, but my wife called me before I went into the stadium because she couldn't go to the game, and said, "Do you know where we were 2 years ago tonight?" And I said, "No." I said, "We were at the Cardinals Astros game." And we were sitting in right field, right behind, on like second row. And that night, Mauricio Dubon was interfered with by a fan who was protecting his little child that they had in the lap, and he reached over to bat the ball. And that morning, Seth and was talking about it with Sean. And I come in and said, hey, I was at that game. I was right behind that guy last night. Yeah. So we had that story. My second or third day here working at the building was like talking about the Astros Cardinals experience with the fan interference with Mauricio Dubon.
That's awesome, man.
Appreciate congrats again, man.
Congrats,
I appreciate it very much, and sincerely thank you all very much for having me.
Yeah.
The pleasure's been ours.
Yeah.
The pleasure's been ours. That's how we conclude yet another fantastic edition of the mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. is when you catch it on these airwaves. If you find anything mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig to do that. All right. Again, salute to Andy for an illustrious career of over 4 decades, man. Incredible.
Hall of Famer, right
really
there,
and truly.
man.
Really
Absolute
and truly.
Hall of Famer.
All right. Coming up next, we get ready to draft the weekend before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio shared I pray Texan to be in his
Gold. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to all the people that were involved in today's show. Thanks to B. Scott for jumping on with us in the 11 o'clock hour. Appreciation to John Harris for hopping on, even if the phones did not fully cooperate. And, of course, a big, big thank you to our guy, Andy. Weatherman Andy, as people refer to him as this is his final day working at Odyssey Houston, usually helping us sound good and everything, getting a chance to kick back, relax. We will miss all the great Oilers stories of yore that he brought to us. And you, obviously, for rolling with us on this Friday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive in here in just a moment. But before we do that, we got to draft the weekend. And there's a lot of fun stuff on this weekend to select from. I don't know who drafted last week. Obviously, I was not here. I was in Italy. In your face, Lopez. However, which one of you gentlemen would like to go first?
Go ahead, Figgy.
All right, I'll take yours, Lopez. I'm going to go with the finals. I'm going to go Spurs versus the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, we need to talk about that a little bit. You know how I feel about game twos? It's over. If it's over. If
whoever wins this game.
Did you feel like the Knicks came out a little rusty in this?
I don't know. The Spurs have been taking an early lead in every game in the postseason except for this one. I think they might have had like an early lead, but then the Knicks were up like 7 or 9.
It seemed like the Knicks getting stronger, man.
Yeah, they are. They seem to be playing together so well. But they had the first quarter lead, I think 7 or 9 in the first quarter, and then got close by halftime. Spurs up 14 in the third. I thought the Knicks came out pretty good. The thing about their scoring, and Kat was talking about this, their scoring is always going to be in spurts. The Knicks, it just is. I know a lot of teams you can say that, but theirs is. But no, if the Spurs win game 2, then we're on to something. If they lose, I think that's a wrap. Ultimately.
Yeah, it'd be real tough for them to navigate that. So it's right. Yeah, this is a really dire game for the Spurs. I think that for them, the shooting should be a lot better for them in game 2 after game 1. But we'll see how it goes. Because again, the Knicks have been pretty good at playing this Spurs team, and Jalen Brunson didn't have a great game on the early part of it. He did have a good game, all things considered, right? He continued to initiate offense for guys, continue to make it tough. But yeah, if he has one of those meteoric games, that could be really problematic. All right, I will go ahead and select one of these baseball games that's coming up on the weekend. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and give me tonight with Peter Lambert on the mound. Go ahead and start this off really well versus the A's. This is a huge series.
Yes.
For them. An opportunity to really make up some ground, and obviously we don't want to look at it through this lens, you could lose ground and very quickly be in a circumstance where you're forced, likes of Jim Crane and Dana Brown, to have to come to terms with the possibility that probably out of your bullpen you're going to have to sell some guys.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that. You're right. Huge series. And Jack Perkins on the bump for the A's. Decent enough season against Peter Lambert. Again, also decent enough season. So get a good start to this. And then that leads to my pick, which if you're going to guarantee me the Spurs win this one tonight, then I'm picking Sunday. If they lose, so I guess I'm waffling.
No, go ahead and pick Sunday. Game 3. The Spurs are going to win, and then game 3.
You think the Spurs are going to win?
I can see it I mean, like I said, I think that they'll shoot a lot better.
All right, well, then I'll pick Sunday. I'll pick Sunday because tomorrow's baseball game might have been my pick if I don't think if the Spurs didn't win tonight. Let's see what he got.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but I'm kind of taking the thunder from Figgy. Figgy, what would you take?
I'm gonna see what this Hurricanes Golden Knights game.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't watched any NHL at all this season, so I guess it'd be the right time to check it out, right?
Definitely the right time.
I'm not gonna lie. There's technical difficulties. I didn't hear what you said.
You didn't hear what he said?
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
He's gonna watch hockey.
Good.
He's gonna watch hockey.
You still having issues with
took that off the table, but I'm glad. That we're
you still having issues.
I'm gonna be texting you all during the hockey game. And be annoyed. All right, now I don't want to watch hockey no more.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something that is you should have known that I was gonna do. World Cup Thursday. There's a lot of friendlies.
Oh, are you going to go?
Ready for it?
You were thinking about going.
No, unfortunately, I won't get a chance to go out to College Station for Argentina, Honduras. But there is actually one that's going to be televised that I think is very important. And this is actually tomorrow, Saturday, 1:30 p.m. The U.S. is taking on Germany. And I think that is going to be a really intriguing matchup to give us a little bit of insight into how prepared the U.S. is headed into this tournament. This is the team that they've got some talent, but it really feels like Pochettino doesn't know how to use them and what's actually going to be good with them. And so you're going to come up against a really good team here.
Yeah. Look, I hesitate to say this because I've been down on Pochettino and the USA. They've been playing pretty well lately, their last couple of outings.
They did look really good in that last outing. Who are they playing again? So I'll have to recall. And
I'm really looking forward to Clint's weekly World Cup review.
Yes. We appreciate Deanna Modelisa for the opportunity to crosstalk. I said that I would love nothing more than for you to just give us reviews in your own words of World Cup matches once we get into this.
Yeah.
Well, that would require me to watch them.
I know.
You need to watch them. If you watch them, you'll get into it. I promise you.
I don't doubt that, John Lopez, but when was the last time you had a 2- and a 4-year-old in the crib?
Oh, that's a good reason. That's a good reason.
And a wife that is experiencing some sickness right now.
Oh, no.
When was the last time you
John, I don't know if I agree.
You don't think it'd be fun?
I don't know that it's a guarantee that Clint would sit down.
I think he would.
Oh, that's her, clearly.
And if he just watched it, he'd get into it.
I think he would. It's
not just a regular World Cup. Maybe if the U.S. were in the World Cup final, he may be.
I'm in on that.
But if it's, hey man, just sit down and just jump in there and see. Germany versus Honduras. I don't believe he's doing it.
I have fought this fight for decades. I'm a big fan. Reggie's a fan. When you watch them at that level, the passing alone, people have asked me, what's the difference? What's the difference between, Premier League soccer and like what we see, on a regular basis here? No offense. And then World Cup is even more. Like their passing is precise. The athleticism is incredible. And then the environment, it's just you will love it. You will love it.
Yeah, the passion is going to be high.
I agree with you. It does not always hold me though.
Yeah,
and that's fair. There's a variety of talented squads in there.
It's a lot like a baseball game. You gotta have a lot of time on your hands.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour proposition.
That's the one thing I know it's going to be about 90, 95 minutes. I know how long it's going to be.
Yeah.
I can't watch just non-U.S. matches,
and that's the thing. I was wondering if we do a pool, do you think that would bring you in?
And I'm a sports nut.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
I think I'm gonna put together a pool so that everybody has some,
maybe
nations.
For the most part.
What kind of pool we talking about?
Like an NCAA tournament
Let's
pool.
Go.
Well,
Africa Cup, let's get in there, Dirty
I know. I want pot away. I want pot away on my team.
Like Germany versus Curacao.
No, like that.
I ain't got it. But
no, I'm saying, but you got if you've picked, let's say Germany, you're gonna be watching like an NCAA tournament pool is what I'm saying. You don't know anything about some of these college teams.
I watch. I'll get the results. I'll check the scores.
All right,
I gotta have something that in those sports. I gotta have something that reels me in.
Right.
Like I feel bad. I heard you guys talking about hockey, and Brandon has adopted this. And I generally can get into it. My give a F's for hockey this year has gone straight to hell. I don't have it.
It's tough when you got other stuff, but if you just sit down and you're like, I'm just gonna watch this.
I generally I told them I was into the Panthers, winning 2 in a row.
Yeah.
And Connor McDavid and a really good team against the best player. I was into that. I have it.
Hey, I like them.
I don't know
what's
happening.
What are you
doing
over there?
Hey, y'all like them right
Got
there?
some new
I just
shades?
picked up. Yeah, I just picked up.
Clint's bag. I don't know what all he got in there. He pulled out some stogies. He pulled out some brand new.
Stogies are from Michigan.
Yeah, I got some Michigan.
We never lit up.
Some Michigan stogies that we never lit up.
It's gonna be a show now.
I don't think you're allowed to do that in here.
Today.
Well, it is a Friday.
Don't go ahead and smoke this joint out now.
It is a Friday. No, we can't do that. Well, last time we had a little old fire alarm go off, hell, I was scared my life was over. I was trying to call and talk to my kids, man. Tell my kids I love them one last time. Yeah, no, I had to pick me up some shades, man, you know. First shades I purchased since being blind, and I didn't realize until after.
Are they prescription?
There you go.
Oh, okay.
No, they're not. I didn't realize. After I walked out of the store, I was like, that's kind of a dumbass move.
Oh, you had the option and you just didn't think of it.
I had to give me some prescription sunglasses.
Yeah.
Change it.
Well, I like these so much. I thought, shoot,
I'm going to take them.
Yeah, I got excited.
It's worth not seeing?
Well, this is going to be pool glasses. It's going to have to be, you know what I mean? It's going to keep me from having to check my phone all the time. You know, even though I told him the other day I did pull the old man. I finally threw in the towel. I cut that old font all the way up.
You got the big font.
Have you gotten readers yet?
Oh yeah, the ones I have are those, what do you call it, bifocals, where I don't need anything long distance, but my it just went south. Since I got these
last year, man.
Since I got these glasses, not these I have on, but my bifocals. Since I got those glasses, my eyesight's gotten worse again.
Oh yeah,
like it's continuing to go downhill.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's Father Time's a bad man. He's gonna catch you at some point.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm telling you, man.
It's really it's come for you about the last year.
Yeah, he's coming for me.
He didn't give you a warning. He just popped up wearing them. Glasses.
I feel like Clint gave him a real good run in the first half. There.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. I'm not giving up though. I'm not giving up.
How old are you?
48.
Okay, well, you beat the clock by a little bit. 45.
By a little bit of hell.
45 is when I went.
Oh, you're talking about glasses.
I had to start getting those readers.
I mean, it was
glasses portions isn't for me. It clipped me at 15. I got this right knee though.
Yeah, that'll do it too. That'll do it too.
All right, fellas.
You got to stay active, boys.
Yep,
I'm trying, man.
That's where I'm struggling with, and I feel bad for the majority of my life. I judged people very severely that didn't stay active and all this kind of stuff. And no excuses. Don't matter how many kids you got. Don't matter where you work. No matter what your daily life is like. Boy, I really gave people hell, as y'all could imagine. And now I've got 2 little kids, and
you're like, I don't feel like it.
A full-time job, and I'm 48. And you go, boy, I was a real asshole. I was a real jerk, man, to several people.
From the soccer thing, I want to attend. That feels. I've always hockey is different in person. Like, what was it? Who was it? U.S. and was it U.S. Mexico here at NRG?
Yeah,
I wanted to be there.
Yeah, you should have.
I watched it and we were into it the whole way, and I was like, man, I want to be in the house for one. It may not get me to turn to it.
Yeah.
Croatia and Honduras or whoever.
Yeah.
But I want to be there.
I ain't never heard of Honduras. I bet they got a good squad.
Now,
Honduras.
You know what might be it? I think it's the 20th when the Netherlands has their match here
against Japan.
I don't remember who they're playing, but I know they're doing their orange walk, which they do they get the bus and everything, and they just everybody in orange walk to the stadium. Doing something like that, joining in, I think that might be one of the things.
It's cool, man.
Possibly the ugliest language in the world.
Oh, Dutch. Yeah, Dutch. It hits you weird.
Oh, that's rough. I mean, it's hard when you. I played in Amsterdam, so I lived.
I bet you had a lot of fun there, though.
Oh, I had a lot of fun. Absolutely. Yeah. But boy, when you
tell us about a couple of things.
Share with the class.
I didn't smoke or pay for anything, so those kind of stories aren't going to be any fun for anybody. So, if it came my way, it was free. At least financially.
Yeah.
But yeah, boy, it's hard, man. You get one, you're like, boy, she's cute, and all of a sudden she starts talking. You're like, whoa, good gosh.
Can
I get past this?
That is.
Is it that rough, huh?
It's rough language.
Yeah.
It is. Gentlemen, excited for a Friday show. Lopez, I'll catch you after the weekend.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Slid on over to Moroccan. They're not so harsh.
Oh, I see. I don't know enough about the Moroccan language. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, she was speaking English.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciation again to Deanna Model Lisa for the crosstalk. You're listening to KLTAM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and the drive is whole. As T. Mill, he is fighting. He's got his glasses on, and when he walked in with his glasses on, you knew he wasn't 100%. But he's going to fight on a Friday. Deep breath. You knew he was in a rough place when he went 4 for 4 and didn't show. I believe T. Mill's best bet. He goes 4 for 4, and not just a run of the mill 4 for 4. It was touch and go all the way to the end, especially would win 7.5 that you had at 26. It was touch and go, and he could not pull himself together. He could not drag himself in on a Thursday, so he was in a rough spot. But he has made it in today, and the people are really pushing for another best bets of the NBA Finals. It's got to be finals. You can't go baseball.
100%.
And you've got to re-up on there. You said Thursday or Wednesday would be a pivotal day, and it was. And you went 4 for 4. Now you got to. I don't think you're. I think you're still under, right?
Yes, we're like 53, 54% success rate this week. Yeah.
So he's still under. He needs a big Friday. So he is.
We'll do it for the people.
Yeah, he's back in the saddle again. Someone texted in on the text line. Here we go, Ron again begging for tickets. LOL. Listen, I'm not going to beg for the soccer tickets. I think there are some people who really genuinely probably would like that more than I do. Now, if they were offered, I would take it. This one I will not seek out. I do want to be in the building for it. I wouldn't mind being in the building for it.
I got a feeling that urge of wanting to be in the building for it is going to somehow get to a point of asking for at least 5 tickets.
No. Well, 5, five would be the number. But
no, I don't know. I think you'd have some kinfolk in town. Probably go for 8. I think 8's a good square number.
They don't need to have anybody in town. I think there's a couple people.
You can get to 8. You can get to 8 without flying people in.
8 or 10. Yeah. No. I feel like there's some people like Reggie. Really seems like he needs that. Lopez seems like he needs 10.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying the right things right now, but again, I feel like if it really gets down to it, and you and your people want to go, I don't believe you and John.
Oh, I do, man. That's soccer. They need it, man.
I don't know, man.
They need it, man. I don't. Yeah. I'll catch you the next one if it's offered to me. I'll say saying the right thing. All right. It's a Friday here. We'll have a good time in here. Did it again, Tyler. Almost stopped over there for that frozen appletini. But I didn't.
You better get you one this weekend.
I think that's what I'm going to do when I get off work.
Yeah, I think you ought to ease over. What'd you say? It's about 15 minutes out of the way?
12, but this during these times, it's the traffic that hits. That traffic,
well,
man.
if it's the right way, like for me, when I leave here, if it's the right way, I mean, it can actually. It may even speed up my time. Now, assuming I don't go in there and flavor taste every taste test every drink in there.
When I went last week before work, it was 12 minutes away from here.
It's the opposite direction from your house, right?
Yeah, and it was. But when I got there, it's 12 minutes from here. Today it was 27. I don't know, some traffic or whatever.
Yeah,
somewhere that stopped, and that stopped me.
I think it's worth your time.
Easy on the team.
I think it is too.
It's Friday, man. You've been talking about it for a week.
Come on now. Come on, you ain't gonna slow me down.
I can tell you really want it.
I do, man. I just want to sit back and watch the Spurs and the Knicks with my apple tea, my frozen one, extra shot.
Isn't that on brand? Hey, what'd you do last night, Ron? I sat back watching Spurs and Knicks in that NBA championship game with my frozen apple tea.
Soft serve. Hey, man, there ain't no chance.
Only way it can be more, Ron, is if you got it for a deal, like on sale or something.
I'm gonna try to get that. I'm gonna try to get that shot, that extra shot.
That happy hour price.
The other part is this was thing in weight loss. There's not a chance in hell that thing makes it to the house. There's not a chance it makes it to the portion of the sitting down and watching the Knicks Spurs game. What I can do with a drink and a frozen, like a slush, what I can do with a drink is like sad. It was
nice.
Like I remember.
How do you fight the brain freeze?
I power through it, man. I'm used to it, man.
I think here's what you ought to do, big dog. You ought to. I know Andy, man. Weatherman Andy. Last day, I know he's got.
He's got to get in here.
Well, yeah, he's got.
Joel's already calling for it. Joel's calling for Weatherman Andy.
Well, we've got to. I know he's got an old 6-pack ice chest down there. You probably don't need it at the house. I think you need to just get that ice chest, and I think you ought to bring get you 2. Drink one on the way. Put it in the ice chest. Make sure you get your bride one. Put it in the ice chest. I think you ought to surprise her with one.
I could do that.
See there? I mean, I just think that's what you ought to do. And that way you get 2, and you get one on your drive, and you get one at least for about 2 minutes of the Knicks Spurs game.
I don't know if I want to spend that much, but I hear you. That's
golly, see? I mean, that's a good Friday.
That's a good thought.
I mean, that is worth every penny.
That's 3 of them, man. That's
you know how much Courtney would appreciate that?
No, if I got to get a second one, that's.
Well, you're worried about the price of the one you're going to drink.
The second one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's all right. I mean, yeah.
I'll pitch you in $5. I'll pitch you in $5 for the Hugleys.
All right, Tyler,
for the frozen Hugleys.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I guess I did go 4 for 4. Sure, I'll throw in.
So now you don't have an excuse.
Just kidding, man.
And
I'll tell you, I'm telling you, man, that I don't know. Some of you all aren't as familiar with Quick Trip, but Quick Trip, boy, there was a Quick Trip that I would stop off by the job. I'd get off the air, Quick Trip right there. Damn, I go in there, I get the 32 ounce. I'm suicide mixing it all. Pound it before it even pulled to the garage. That was what. When I start talking about weight loss, the doctor was like, "Hey man, you got to come off them drinks.
Got to give up them Quick Trips, man.
Drinks, man. That's what's killing you." All right. Speaking of what's killing you, Joe Espada. Can I? Because he listen. I know I've talked about the captain, lieutenant. He's dropped
you
down.
Start my Friday with this
Major. He's dropped down to private.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Joe Espada. Yesterday's game, yeah, they lost 5-1. They lost the series. That's fine. There were two things that happened yesterday that I know Astros fans, this is hard for you to hear. But the worst thing to happen for the Astros is for them to make the playoffs. I know that sounds nuts because to me, and I said this to Tyler, the number one thing that has to happen is that the Astros move on from Dana and Joe. That has to be the number one thing that happens out season. And the fear to me is if they somehow Hunter Brown came in here and would do something that he's very capable of doing, which is pitch at a Cy Young level, and this division can continue to be this division, and the wild card in the AL is a struggle, and they somehow go on a run, and Jordan continues to go nuts, and they fool around Clinton, they make the playoffs.
I'll see you in October.
That one makes it more difficult to move on from Dana and Joe. And to me, for this team and this organization to get back to being a consistent, great team that we are accustomed to seeing, those two have to go. Two things happened yesterday. And we're gonna hear Joe's silly ass in just a second. But two things happened yesterday. One from a perspective, how can your team building and your roster construction, I know they have some injuries, but Lord knows if Carlos Correa was healthy, somebody wouldn't have been in the lineup because of your roster construction. Right? Somebody wouldn't have been in the lineup. You would have had to sit somebody down. I know there's some injuries, but for you to be able to take a look at the Chicago White Sox AAA team, that Charlotte Knights ball club, and you say, hey, Lamont Wade Jr., you're 250 average and 7 homers this year. We want you. And not only do we want your ass, Tyler, we want you today. And not only do we want you today, we're going to slide you right in the 5 spot. That man came to the 5. He has not played in the majors this year. Did not make the team.
That was a no-brainer.
And yes, it was. God, that was perfect, Tyler. That guy, he comes in the 5 spot. Cam Smith, your triple, your 3-run, 2-run triple that gave them the lead yesterday. To hell with that. How about that single, that RBI single with 2 outs you had earlier? And to hell with that. No, man. I know that's got to be telling your young guys that you traded for that you need. Hey, man, we like what you're doing, but, man, we got to put Lamont Wade Jr. up there. His parents are going to be here. And then that's you, Dana. That's you, Dana. There's no way in hell that this team that's supposed to be trying to get to the playoffs and compete for a championship can go and find someone in Chicago's farm system that has not played all season to immediately come in and be in the 5 hole. Can't happen. Can't happen, Dana. Can't happen. Not enough injuries for it. And then Joe. Tang has just started being a starter. He's got 6 starts on the season. You're in a 1-0 game. Gotta have it, Tyler. Gotta have it, Clint. Enters the 6th inning. How many times has he pitched past the 6th? Not much. Enters the 6th. Double right off the bat. Anybody go get him? Nope. Next hitter. Single. RBI. Now it's 2-0. Somebody want to go get him? Nope. Ryan O'Hearn, come on up. 2-run homer. Anybody want to go get him? No. Still leaving him in. Now it's 4-0. What happens next? Another single. Now you go get his ass. Come on, man. Those thing going in. I know it's the Pirates. That's a microcosm of what we were looking at from those two guys. Those two have to leave for this team to get better, and they can find themselves and trick their ways to the playoffs. You can even sense it happening, and then it would be hard for Jim to fire those two guys. That has to be the number one thing.
I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, I've been talking about how silly his lineup moves are and his pitching moves are from jump. So I don't disagree with anything that you said, Ron. The one thing I can't get with is missing the playoffs. Like, if you can get in the playoffs, my squad's got to get in the playoffs. I know what you mean, and I know where you're going with it longer term, but I got to get in the playoffs. But yeah, there's nothing more on brand than for this team in a terrible ass division and really in a bad American League for them to climb their way and get into somewhat of a respectable position, and then somebody think that, boy, Joe did a great job. Joe and Dana did a great job getting us back out of here. I couldn't agree with you more on that.
They make the playoffs, they're probably going to stay.
Man, that is a painful if, ain't it? God dang.
Listen, here's Joe yesterday. His explanation. Here's Joe talking about what he saw from the game in Tang.
Yeah, he did look good. I gave up that first run, that one run in the first, cruised through 4, and then that fourth inning, that sixth inning, just that home run, right? I feel like it's a takes the blow, takes the air away from you when he's people on base. But threw the ball well, and we ran into some pretty good arms. We couldn't do much offensively.
Shove it up your ass, Joe. You got to be kidding me.
I'm glad you've reached your wits' end with Joe.
Hey, my man said, well, it's just that home run. No, man.
It's not ideal.
It was the whole thing. I have it memorized. The inning before showed us. You love this line. The inning before, Tang was leaking oil. He gave up a walk. He then gave up a hard hit double and then a hard line out and a double play. That was the 5th. Hey, Joe. All right. All right, you're going to run him out there. Cool. You're going to run him out there. But it's 1-0. I just watched you do this, and I know that you're not stretched out completely. And you're maybe my 5th starter. I'm not about to keep you in here. So when we come right out and Brandon Lau leads off with a hard hit double, got to get him out. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Next guy comes up. Nah, man, I think he's got it, guys.
Give him one more. Give him one more hit.
Give me one more. I'm thinking, no way he's gonna Mike Burrows this. Give me one more. RBI single. Might want to go get him? No. Anybody even want to go talk to him? Nah. Why not? Because you know why? He is working with a catcher he doesn't know who's making his debut as well. Right? Anybody want to know that? Then what are you going to do? Let him hit a home run. Game over. Good God almighty.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Good God almighty. I know. I hear what you're saying. But of all else, for this team and organization to get back, those two have to go. If they fool around and allow, as you've said last year, allow Jordan, Hunter, and Joshua Ronald Hader to be great, which will have nothing to do with either one of those two. Nothing to do. Both of them were here before all of them got here. Would have nothing to do with both of them. Can drag them through this division.
It's a long season, man.
Can drag them to the playoffs, and then them jokers continue to stay here.
Proud of my guys, man. Told y'all we'd pull with these guys. No. These guys got heart, man.
The number one priority is to have those two roll.
It's a long season, y'all.
I don't disagree with you. Just as a fanboy, it just is. It's painful to think no playoffs.
I know it.
Again.
Yeah, I know it. I can't believe this.
Save Joe.
Lamont Wade Jr. came in in the 5 spot.
I'm gonna tell you.
How does that feel, Cam? How you feeling out there, Cam? Can we get a mic in front of Cam? How's your confidence level, Cam? Some guy off the damn streets that couldn't make the Chicago White Sox. Coming up next. I'm still fired up, and I blame this next segment on Clint. There was no Clint should have told me to leave. He should have told me to leave. He should have told me to leave before he played this yesterday. And I listened to it, and I'd listened to it 17 times since you played it.
Back-to-back bangers on a Friday, T-Meal.
And it has annoyed me even more. Damn it, Will Anderson. We'll discuss that coming up next.
You guys good?
We have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will return to the field.
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, there are some who agree with you, Clint, who would want them to make the playoffs. I understand how it sounds. And then there's someone said, I agree with you, show. F the playoffs. We need them going. Tyler, could you imagine Dana making the playoffs? If this team came back and made the playoffs? I mean, we think he is arrogant and into himself now.
Oh, God. Great point.
God.
Dude is God's gift to baseball and seeing talent out on that baseball diamond, apparently.
They pulled this off. Yeah, just stay the course, boys. I told you. Yeah, I told you. Here it is. I told you exactly what would happen.
It sucks to suck.
Yeah. All right, Clint, you played this yesterday. I had to really process listening to it. And then I went and listened to it again. And I heard the morning show guys, Payne and Pendergast, talking about it, and they played it. And it's this is coming from Matt Berg. And listen, I love Will Anderson. I really do. I think he's a great player, and he seems like Clint, just a good dude.
Mm-hmm.
Just a good, decent dude, a dude that you would kick it with and loves his family. And listen, everybody's not perfect. And this must be the equivalent of his gap, like Michael Strahan. This is his blind spot. And it's getting worse. And I feel like now they have just created an animal and just let him go. And now this has just become a thing. If you all missed this story from Matt Berg talks about this deal where Will Anderson has this unbelievable motor and can only play at one speed no matter what we're doing, whether we're in pads, we're in dress shoes, we're in just going over the game plan, doesn't matter. Here is another story that people seem to just find hilarious around here. Another story of Will Anderson going over the top and overperforming when he should be.
Did you ask Kaylee? I don't know. You have to ask him more than me. He doesn't mess up my practice. That's what I want. I think we held him out the other day, didn't we? I don't even know. I don't know if he practiced the other day. So, I think it's hard. I think Will specifically, but just in general, again, we want we don't want to train bad habits for our D-line and our get off and the way we approach it. And I think Will doesn't know any different. I think he doesn't want to backslide or take a step in the wrong direction. So, when you tell people hey, kind of half speed this, or it just doesn't register for him, and there's a part of it that we don't want to build bad habits of those guys, because sometimes if you're not in your stance and locked and loaded to get out and explode, that's creating bad footwork, or that's creating something. And I think Will is such a believer and a convert in that he doesn't want to do anything differently. So it's on D'Amico to make sure that he's controlling it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and D'Amico also even told him, hey man, back off on this one.
Yeah,
back off on this one, boss. We're just doing a little shadowing. Just doing a little shadowing, man. Just kind of going over to see what the play is. Won't you back off? What we'll do?
A little penetration.
A little hard inside move on somebody for no good reason. Some hard, quick inside move on someone. And Clint, listen, it is clear this is I don't know if it's a joke to him. It's clearly his thing now, but that one was your coach clearly told you, hey man, back off here. We're doing a drill. This is not the time for you to come in here, and we know you can beat Blake Fisher. We know you can. This is not the time. And he cuts and does an inside move when your coach specifically told you not to. And it's like becoming a thing right now. And it is, to me, it is this. I mean, this is, I don't know why this is really annoying me. Like it should. It's really annoying me because this is even different than, like, I'm cool, man. You want to go out there, hey, man, we're in pads. You're going up against Braden Smith. You're going up against Blake Fisher. You're going up against Ursary. Yes, that's going to make each other better. We're doing one-on-one pass rush drills or run sets or whatever. We're doing that. Hell, we're in 11-on-11. Please watch my quarterback. But we got on pads, and you're going to do this and walk by and touch my quarterback. But I get that. No, we're in a damn walkthrough.
Yeah.
It just told you. I mean, we're just doing a shadow, man. Don't let it. And you're like, okay, I got him. It's like my son Nicholas. Hey, Nick. Hey, man. Seriously. Leave Lauren alone. Stop messing with her. Okay, Dad. Like winking at you. Like, all right, I'm gonna go do it anyway. Here. Okay. I'm just. It's like what is this? Like why? Like, and then it's clear that this has been handled with like laughter and a joke, and he thinks it's that. But if it's like, hey, man, somebody sit down and have a serious. By the way, I don't think someone should have to do that with Will Anderson. But clearly, we've reached the point where this is like some sort of a joke or something to him that I can't believe. It's clear there hasn't been a serious sit-down conversation with him.
Well, I think the most interesting part of all of me is kind of where we went with it yesterday was like the defensive coordinator literally saying, oh, yeah, it's up to D'Amico to manage that. You know what I mean? Like I mean, maybe this is the old head in me. I would have loved to have a front row seat to, like, if what's the O-line coach's name again?
Cole Popovich.
Cole Popovich.
He probably gets pissed.
By day 3 of training camp last year, any and every offensive line coach I've ever had would have had it out with the D-line coach. Now, I don't know if Cole Popovich wants any of big boy. I've seen old big boy training a little bit. I think he's a former player. But there would have definitely been some dog cussing going on. The most interesting part of this whole dynamic is like, and it doesn't surprise me because I think you got a bunch of yes men, but the fact that this is one of those extreme. Again, I think last year during training camp, just the overall pressure that was being applied was more extreme. At that point, Nick Caley should have stuck his chest out and said, what the hell are we doing? Right? But this is one of those where, I mean, the thought that people literally say, yeah, man, that right there is up to the head coach to manage that. That is wild. Because you're talking about, I know people will call you crazy for being passionate about it or whatever, but you're talking about, I would argue that is one of the top 3 or 5 most, like, that's on a board in a team locker room or team meeting room. Take care of your teammates. Be smart. Stay up. Know the team working out. That's part of every good team. Every team that gets really good work and you don't have guys that are disruptive all the time. Like, that's part of it. To now just laugh and giggle about it is and nobody be passionate about it at this point is fascinating to me.
Yeah, text line coming through, Ron, there's no way you play football. Well, Clint played in the NFL, so that's we can take that. But I did play football, and every Friday we were in shell. We were in helmets, jerseys, and shorts, and that practice was different than the rest of the week. Why? Because we were in helmets and shorts, and it was an understanding that we're not coming bats out of hell, going 100%. While we're walking through the game plan. And we just didn't go 100% when people didn't have on pads. And I played D-line.
You probably got in trouble for it a couple times, didn't you?
Jesus. No, I mean, come on, man. Like, we can be hard. Although you practice how you play, you practice how. Stop. We can all. Can you notice nobody else has stories like this? Again, and they got a bunch of nuts over there. And when I say nuts, I mean it in a good way. It's insane. I've never heard Aziz do this. He tries to take people out every Sunday. I've never heard Azeez with this problem. Ever. Kamari Lassiter it's got to be killing him that he can't hit these guys. Nobody wants to hit more on the team than him. Never hear this problem with him. I bet my man D'Amico said, "Hey man, Will, chill out, man. We're shadowing. Got you, boss." That's what he did. Got you, boss. Now wait for this one, Blake. Just picking on Blake Fisher like that.
Oh, Blake. I'm telling you, again, on this same topic, one of the most fascinating things about camp is going to be, it's one thing to sit over there and do, hell, even Titus Howard, but it's one thing to sit over and do like Blake Fisher like that. It's going to be, I can't wait if they unleash the hounds like they did. Yeah. Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, even the young cat, if he is cut from the cloth they say he is. I'm interested to see how long they just put up with it. If it does become a problem, how long do you just put up with it before somebody gets frustrated and has a problem with it?
Man said, I'm going to do this inside move. So I don't know what possessed him to think that. What possessed him to think that? Coming up, Game 2, huge game. What are you most excited for in Game 2? And, yeah, man, I've been messing with Clint about him getting old. I feel like I'm getting old too, Clint. I feel like things that I used to do all the time now I frown upon people who don't know what happened. I just felt real old earlier today. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time. My man Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. You got to have them in your life, man. Your responsibility if you own those big, beautiful, valuable.
specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back to The Drive as we are live and all intact here on a Friday. And text line coming through as we the epidemic of Will Anderson is continuing. Show you're missing the point. This is the mentality the coach wants. He wants to be delicate on how he handles it. Well, the coach told him himself. The coach came out. The way it started is the coach came out last week and said, I gotta pull him out of practice. I gotta take him off the field so we can run offense. There was some keying in that, but then there is some, we can't get stuff accomplished because this fool won't stop. Again, do you think I think all of them could ruin that practice if they wanted to.
Hell, we watched them do it last year.
We watched it when they got their pads on to do it last year. Now we get this. Now the coach is saying that D'Amico went to him and said, "Hey man, chill out, man. We're just doing a shadow drill. We're just doing a shadow drill," and he's doing it anyway.
Well, but Ron, here's the deal that everybody listening needs to understand is we've had 2 or 3 players comment on this. We've had it's literally questions to damn near every coach and every player in the media. It's clearly extreme. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you believe it all, just let them cut loose and it doesn't matter. Don't worry about the quarterback. Don't worry about the tempo of practice. Don't worry about how disruptive it is. Don't worry, you cut back and we're trying to work a zone play and you penetrate all of a sudden. You just blow up the whole picture. So when my coaching staff is watching the film that afternoon, it's hard to tell who's doing what and who's right and who's wrong because your ass has done disrupted everything, right? So never mind, it's just a wasted rep. But regardless of where you're at and how you feel about what's going on, it's clearly something that every player in there that's talked to the media damn near has commented on. So it is a tad bit out of pocket. Whether you think it's okay or not, that's up to you. But it's a tad bit out of pocket relative to what typically goes on. I'll put it to you this way. It's out of pocket relative to the way the guy that's opposite him, who is one of the most productive and one of the highest paid defensive ends in the game, approaches those kind of things.
Or the middle linebacker.
Right.
Or the corner. So, or Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, it's just counterproductive. Again, it's from an organization and a team that is take care of each other. We're going to out-prepare. We're going to prepare better than everybody else. We're going to be smart. For a team that really hangs their hat on that as much or more than any other team out there, to have your best player, your biggest leader, your highest paid player be that dude in those moments is an odd thing.
Yeah, and this latest story that Burke told was the worst. Because that one you said to hell with D'Amico.
Yeah.
He just told you to stop. You said to hell with him. No, I'm good. Or I'll have some fun with this one. It's wild. Yeah. Yeah, it is wild because Matt Burke just talked about it yesterday. Like you said, Clint, this is about the 5th time.
Yeah.
They ain't got no pads on. Ain't nobody practice. Because you want to be Lawrence Taylor. Not no pads on. All right. Game 2 tonight. What are you most excited to see in terms of, especially between the 2 stars in this series, right? Game 1, we saw Brunson really close and come up big late, but neither one of them played well at all, really, offensively until the very end. What are you more excited to see? Because you would imagine both of them bounce back.
Well, I think it's typically coming into this series, it was all about Wemby for me. It was all about, the alien and obviously I love the way he grinds. I love the way he just constantly passes the buck to his teammates. And so coming into it, it was I'm rooting for the Spurs. I'm rooting for Wemby, and I get joy out of watching the dude play the game. But I was quickly reminded of Brunson, and Brunson, I guess it was last year in the playoffs. There were some similar moments, obviously not in the finals, but there were some similar moments where he was taking over games, and I'm just not a Knicks fan, so I don't watch a ton of it. But I was quickly reminded of this guy that people on Twitter are talking about, the small guard, can't make it, can't do this, can't do that, yada, yada, yada. And then to go watch him take over a game late like that and win it was impressive. And so it's a lot tighter question than I thought it was going to be. And
it is something watching the underdog, kind of the underdog feel of.
Well, there's just something.
Brunson.
There's something sexy about Brunson's game. There's something about. There's just something about that. Now I don't know how it's going to be affected again. With Wemby, roaming the paint and all that. But there's just something about the dude that has to do a little bit of extra, and he somehow gets it done. 90% of the time. But to create a little bit of space and then shoot the floater and there's something about that for me is more fun to watch. I like the story. If we're just talking about basketball, just the skill that individual player possesses, I would probably go Brunson. There's something about that high arcing shot from the a little bit of a fadeaway from the elbow that's just nasty.
He's 6'2" with all of these athletes all on the floor. Like there are times you look at him and you might say he's maybe the least athletic out there and the smallest one out there, but he gets his shot off. He gets his space, creates his shot all the time.
There's something about, and it's more, I think, more obvious. It's easier to identify in this game, in the game of basketball. There's something about, for me, the guy that has to think his way through kind of how he's going to get that separation and how he's going to attack. Like Wemby, as fun as it is to watch, he's one of them guys that they're just throwing it up. I think I may be able to inlet pass to they're just get it up close. And I mean, if he's got his eyes on it, he's going to get his hands on it. And it's literally just an attack the rim, which is beautiful. But there's something about, for me, watching that almost like poetry in motion type deal with Brunson that is. Coming into it again, I thought I would have answered the question Wemby, no doubt, and I believe I'm leaning Brunson at this point in time.
Yeah, it's still for me. How I love watching greatness, and it is absolutely Wemby, and I think the pressure that he has now on him because they lost game one, and because he played the way he did.
Yeah,
and we know he is a dominant defensive player. The most dominant defensive player this year, unanimous defensive player of the year, did not show that in game one, and he shot 6 for 21 and struggled. And right after the game, we know people hear these guys, and Shaq and Charles repeatedly have been talking about he didn't play well. Don't look at those numbers. Don't look at that 26 and 12. He did not play well. He did not play well. Shaq on him. I don't want to see you shoot 9 threes. I don't want to see. I think there's a lot of pressure on him, and I love to see how great players rise to the occasion. And it feels like this is a night set up for Wemby, the guy that we were looking at differently. We're looking at this is the face of the league now, right? This is a different feel. How do you bounce back from game one? It's there. Nobody out there should be able to hold him. Nobody out there. He should be able to, and I want to see how Spine reacts to everything that is happening.
Yeah, from that viewpoint, it is hands down Wemby, right? I mean, it's you're in your backyard, first time in the playoffs, everything you mentioned, and you didn't play well in the first one. Are you going to answer? Or are you guys gonna fold up shop here? I mean, because you go down 0-2, good luck. But yeah, from that perspective, from just the overall matchup and game and series and what happened in game one, it is no doubt Wemby. I mean, this is a monster moment for the young fella to even this series at 1.
Yeah. No, man, it's gonna be a fun ride to see tonight. But Brunson, man, it's almost like the underdog versus like Wemby, David against Goliath, and the underdog or the smaller player was able to prevail. And we'll see what happens tonight with Wimpy. Someone texted in, Will is the anti-Allen Iverson. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe all of the rest of them are soft too. They're all suckers too, since we don't hear this from the rest of them.
Yeah.
I don't know what Aziz was thinking. He should have just laid out Tank yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, see, test that leg.
Yeah, you're right. Test him. Just take him out. Text line, you must have just played D-line because you just fat. Your mama.
Quick
starters.
feet, though.
Yeah, quick feet.
Small ankles.
Had me a sack in the state championship game.
Small ankles.
I ain't got small ankles. I got regulation ankles.
I bet you spatted him joints.
I got regulation ankles, baby.
Is that my boy Ron?
I'll tell you right now. Hey, come on in. I will leave your ass on the ground. I promise you.
Hey, you got a bad knee, man.
Oh,
hey, Father Time is on your ass. You got a bad knee. Don't do it.
3 technique. Let me get that outside edge. I promise you. I will show you.
Get that outside shoulder of a guard.
I will show you why my fat ass played D-line. I promise you.
Hey, you 4-point stance?
I'll tell you, man. I was 5'9". Is the only reason why I got offers from Graceland.
Hey, 4-point stance? You 3-point that joker?
I'm three. They try to force me into the 4.
Hey, you can get underneath some pads quick now.
Telling you, nah, man, I'm quick, man. I can still do it right now.
Hughley came in the game. Hey, use the D lineman with the edge player mentality. You don't get skinny. Get through there.
A swim move out of this world, Jack, where you got out your stance. Telling you, man, I put them away. I promise you.
Did you perfect it and walk through?
Oh, perfected it. Nah, man. Talking about you never played D-line. Man, they got on shorts and jerseys. And this dude's going like he's a bat out of hell and nobody can put their hands on him. So, in a walkthrough. All right, coming up. Nick Caley spoke about something with this offense, explosive plays. How important is it for this team to really improve upon that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the loop.
I think you have to DFA.
diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. 1 hour down here on a Friday as The Drive is not only live but completely whole. Tyler is in here. What would you say you about 90% today?
Oh, yeah, at least. For sure.
90?
At least.
What were you thinking, Clint?
72.
Damn.
I was thinking San Diego.
He hadn't said it. 302 is the first time he spoke today.
That's
on the mic.
True.
Even though that would take him down a notch, he does have maroon on his feet and on his back. Like his coordination today is
I mean,
top
that's
notch.
not. I mean, he could be 30%. He's gonna pull that off.
Well, I mean, it just told me he at least looked in the mirror. He felt good enough to look in the mirror. So, yeah, I'd go about 72.
Said 90. He said 90 at least.
He said 90.
Yeah.
Must be busy back here.
Not overly. I do feel like a day after one of these migraines I get, I'm a little slower to the jump.
Yeah, man. Get your good cereal in. It would help.
A good cereal.
Tyler's an avid cereal.
I am. It's my go-to late night snack, usually.
In morning.
When the Uber's down, you go to cereal? What's your cereal?
Are you a big bowl? Do you have like a bigger bowl than normal?
No, I try to keep it normal bowl size.
Bowl, finish the milk, equals 2 bowls of cereal.
I do always finish my milk.
Well, you put that first bowl, boom, fill it up with milk, eat that bowl. You got enough left to second bowl, and then you got to scrape. It's pretty dry them last 2 bites, but you cleaned it up. What's your go-to cereal?
Man, I have a lot. Lately, what's been in the pantry isn't my go-to, but I had a bowl of Frosted Flakes the other night. That's what we got now.
20 years.
Go-to is probably like Apple Jacks.
I mean, that may be a never. I think I've had Apple Jacks once in my life.
Maybe Cocoa Puffs.
Cocoa Puffs never run in junior high, I think.
I don't know if I'm not a big cereal eater. I don't think I've ever had Apple Jacks.
Really?
I've been stranded somewhere where I didn't have many choices in those little boxes of cereal. Remember when they sold those little boxes in the little 12 packs?
Yeah, that Apple Jacks.
I think I may have hit an Apple Jacks back then. I've definitely tasted them. Not an Apple fan of anything really, other than a real apple.
I'm a big cinnamon guy.
Oh, come on!
I'm a big apple teeny.
I'm a cinnamon toast crunch.
Oh yeah,
cinnamon toast crunch is a classic.
I mean, I don't think I've had any cereal other than cinnamon toast crunch in the last 10 years.
I think my favorite is still the
probably 20 actually.
The old Reese's Captain Crunch.
Oh, Captain Crunch, yeah.
The peanut butter Captain Crunch.
Man.
Yeah, those are.
Oh, peanut butter Captain Crunch might be my.
That's good, man.
That holds me in.
I'm not huge on the Reese's Puffs, believe it or not. I love all things peanut butter chocolate usually, but I don't really like those that much.
Did they change something about Reese's?
I haven't had
Reese's Pieces.
I haven't had it in a long time.
I've gone Reese's Pieces a couple of times recently in the last, let's call it a month. Been
like
disappointed. Just disappointed. Used to, I'd get a bag of Reese's. Like I'm not a big candy guy. When I did, I'd break down Reese's with my choice every now and then. I mean, it was really hit the spot type good. Last 2 times I've done it, I feel like I'm gambling a little bit, and I feel bad for doing it, and it just doesn't hit the spot.
That's interesting.
So much to the point, Tyler, where last time I bought like a bigger bag. What do you call those? Like a
family size.
Family size, and I left a good chunk of them sitting in a cup holder until they melted enough where I had to throw them away.
That's weird. I just had some Reese's Pieces recently. That's a candy I really like and tasted
the same. They didn't hit for me like they used to, so I quit them.
A text line coming in. Great choice, Tyler. Apple Jacks for sure. Top 5. My favorite, Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows.
With marshmallows.
Never had Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles milk afterwards maybe a top, but not Fruity Pebbles itself.
I didn't even know they made it with marshmallows, but
I think
like
maybe this gentleman adds them. I don't know.
It gotta be. I've never heard of that, but okay.
Top 3.
That's
Top
cool.
3. Your top 3.
I'm not a big
What
cereal
about Rice
eater.
Krispies?
I've had them. They're okay.
with sugar back in the day? Oh, boy. Out of Dad's sugar bowl? Not these little packets like we have today?
I think Honey Nut Cheerios is probably in there.
It's a good one. Your cholesterol thanks you as well.
Thank you.
It's a good bit right there.
Probably Cinnamon Toast Crunch along with them. The Captain Crunch peanut butter.
That's my number one.
That's my number one.
It'll tear the roof of your mouth up, but it's delicious.
Yeah, I don't even need the milk with that one. To be honest with you.
With the peanut butter one?
Yeah.
You go dry.
I can. Yeah, I can.
I can. I can. And I will.
This is the reason I'm not a big cereal. I'm not a big milk drinker. Never have been. So I will either pour the second bowl like you did, or I'll pour out the milk. I don't like milk by itself.
Really?
Never have.
Come on, man. It's good for your bones, Chief.
I'm not saying it's not. I hate it. The taste of milk by itself. Yep. Like the people like, oh, let me get some milk and cookies. Yeah, hey, I'll take the cookies.
Ooh, gotta have it with Oreos.
Yeah, I don't drink that.
You ain't knocking back that Santa's milk when you get done putting that stuff under the tree, huh?
I make that same face Tim Allen did when it was lactose. Like that. Can't do it, Doc. Can't do it at all. All right, Nick Caley. Nick Caley spoke yesterday to the media, and I really wanted to hear what he had to say about this topic, because the Texans last year, Clint, before we hear from Nick Caley, because I'm really intrigued to hear what you thought he said, because there is a real Nick Caserio kind of vibe that he gives in this. But he was asked about explosive plays. And I knew it felt like the Texans weren't great when it came to explosives last year.
You did a little digging, huh?
And then you look at it. Last year, the Texans finished the regular season with an explosive play rate, and that is 15 yards or more. Plays that are 15 yards or more of 9.1%, which ranked them 31st in the NFL. 32 teams ranked them 31st in the NFL, right? Well, that isn't shocking when you see that they were ranked 31st and 32nd, or 31st and 30th in pass rush or pass blocking win rate and run blocking win rate. So, I mean, all that kind of comes together. And the thought is, how important is explosive plays? Now, look, you don't want to be 31st in the league, but this team isn't built upon the explosives, right? There are other teams that are built upon the explosive, that explosive plays is a big part of their offense. But how impactful and how important is it to this offense? Here's Nick Caley talking about creating more explosive plays.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, everything, it all counts for something, right? You got to tie in, whether it's in the pass game, it's protection, it's being clean on protection, it's route depth, it's proper reads, it's everybody tied together, right? Same thing in the run game. It's hat on a hat. It's miking it the proper way, okay? It's getting a hat on a hat and being cleaner and more efficient in those components of the offense. And then first and foremost, before we design anything, it's who are we talking about, the players, right? It's players over plays, really, and just trying to continue to refine our techniques, our fundamentals, tie things together, and be able to put guys in the proper position. And like I said, we're further ahead now than we were at the end of the season. Obviously, further ahead than last year. So we're just going to continue to try those things. But the explosives come by doing the right thing consistently and having all 11 tied together in those things, and that's for your opportunity. And then to piggyback off that, when you do have the ball in your hand, how can we create more yards after the catch with the ball in our hand? Is it attacking leverage, attacking entry, being able to set up defenders in the open field? Those are all things we're trying to attack on a daily basis and trying to make progress with.
Clint, combined to what you saw last year, and we see the numbers, and you hear him speaking now, it's year 2 in the offense. He knows his players better. You're thinking of what you just heard him speak about when it comes to explosive plays that this team needs to improve.
Well, the one thing that when I've heard it multiple times now is how he goes down the list of basically just saying if guys protect well, we'll get explosives. If guys get a hat on a hat, we'll break some runs. I think that is a very vanilla, elementary approach to answering that question, right? Which is what this offense is. So I don't necessarily like the answer, to be honest with you. I do wonder how much how much of what we saw, the lack of explosion last year, how much of that was first year, baby steps, weren't ready for type of stuff, and how much of it was we're just not going to be an explosive offense. I think if you look at how the Texans attacked really all year last year, I think there's certain things that offensive coordinators, play callers, play designers can do that create explosive opportunities. And in those categories, we talk a lot about it. Whether it's what personnel you choose to play, knowing that you don't have, two of your top three tight ends. Do you all of a sudden go with the sixth offensive lineman, or do you go with another wide receiver, a Jalen Noel, and get him in the game and get him touches, right? They choose to go the sixth offensive lineman. And so I think whether you're talking personnel, you're talking about, the shifts, the motions, and kind of how you attack that. Like, they use motions and shifts here more for the run, condensed formations to block the edge, receivers traveling into the backfield, snapping the ball, leading up on that safety that inserted himself. Like, they are more like in tune to that's great motion, that's great design, than creating something in the pass game, an opportunity in the pass game for a Woody Marks type of player, or getting a Jalen Noel touches.
Or like they did against the Chargers last year. They got 2 touchdowns that they created.
Sure.
That were big shot plays. I think 75 yards to Higgins, and then and Noel got a big one. We just didn't see a lot of that.
Yeah. That's I think it's throughout a season. It's when you've got a guy like Nico Collins and you got a guy like C.J. Stroud. Nico's going to get a lot of attention. So if you can protect it, you're going to be able to get guys over the top. If you got time for Nico to step on a safety's toes, that safety's probably going to bite, and you're going to be able to throw the ball over the top. The question is, do you get the time to do it, and can you execute it in that moment, right? Those are all kind of within the scheme type of plays. I guess where I'm going with it, to answer your initial question, is I don't think this team is ever going to, or even cares to, finish in the top half in explosive plays.
It's got to be better than 31st, though, right? They got to have a better percentage.
Well, I think there is. I don't remember the number, and hell, it may have been D'Amico that said it. I don't remember the comparison or the stat that they threw out there. There is a if you win the explosive play count in a game, you're X% chance to win it, right? The chances if you win in that game go up significantly. It's not quite if you win the turnover battle that everybody's been talking about since the invention of football. Like, it's not one of those, but there's a correlation between explosive plays and winning games, and that's on the offensive and defensive side. If your offense is creating more than your defense is giving up, something like that. There's a correlation is the point. I don't think the Texans view it as, well, our defense isn't going to give up very many, so our offense doesn't need to create very many, right? So I just don't think they're going to talk about doing things, and their way of talking about getting explosive plays is, well, if everybody uses good fundamentals and good techniques and we get a hat on a hat, then maybe we can bust a run, right? If everybody runs their route and from a timing perspective is where they're supposed to be, and if we can protect the quarterback, then maybe we can throw the ball over the top. There's that approach. I don't think is going to generate, relatively speaking, to other teams in the league. I don't think it's going to generate as many explosive plays. But yes, they've got to be better than 31. No doubt about that.
This team and the way they're set up, they don't need to be the Bengals. The Bengals have to be top 5 probably for them at their best to really compete the way they want to with explosive plays. And they've got the personnel and the want to do it. I just think, Clint, when you look at it, man, 10, 11, 12, 13 play drives to consistently try to sustain that, you got to just have some easy layups in there somewhere. Like some easy layups. And the part is, you can look at some personnel and feel like it's there to have. But I do like what you kind of hinted towards there, and that is, there's not anything wrong with what you're saying, Nick Caley. If we get a hat on a hat, we block it well, and everybody does their job.
Yeah.
We hit it. But that's not what all these other coaches are doing, though. They are also creating potential big play stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Look, they're. I mean, I guarantee you, like Cincinnati, if they're playing an opponent and they got a safety on the other team that for whatever reason, maybe a great player, but when the ball's snapped in certain coverage, he buries his heels. He doesn't backpedal. I guarantee you, in the first series, Jamar Chase is going to run a 4.3 40 at his ass. And dip him and run right by him. Now, I don't know if they're going to complete it or not, but they are going to make that defensive coordinator go, whoa, hold on now. Wait, they clearly onto something. We better be careful now. Get back in your back pedal when the ball snaps. You know what I mean? That is not – I don't believe that our team approaches it that way. I don't believe that is a priority. I believe it's more about the not making mistakes and being where you're supposed to be and blocking who you're supposed to block than it is.
There's got to be more.
Let's put the fear of God in these suckers.
Yeah, the way we get big plays, and I'm not saying that he's going to give everything away, but the way you get big plays got to be more than just, I mean, we hit it, we block it, we do it right. And
yeah.
There's got to be something like, you can just think of teams. Denver. What's the cat's name?
Cortland Sutton. Oh, yeah.
Mims.
Marvin Mims. Yep.
He's not one of their top guys, but it seems like Sean Payton has something in every game that is maybe dedicated or dictated to him or the Harvey kid to make a big play. Yeah. Like maybe it's a screen or something we kicked out here, a reverse, a whatever, to get a chunk play that is designed for that. Yeah. Not just, hey, man, we'll put – no, we're literally making this play in hopes that it is – a big play, not just, hey, man, we blocked this thing right. We're going to spring David Montgomery.
Yeah, well, we're never – you bring up Denver, and I love you're right. The interesting thing with Denver is, like, to put it in perspective, this is an extreme, obviously, but, like, clearly when you – I don't know if I've been hit too much or what, but I don't remember many, like, the details of many games, back last season. I do remember the whole game just going, Sean Payton and Bo Nix have had to have a conversation of, hey, we're just going to take as many shots. I'm going to call, and we're going to take as many shots as we can against this defense. Stay upright as long as you can and see if we can hit one. If we hit 2 or 3 of them, the game's over. Yep. Like that was clearly – like that approach, you're never going to get out of Houston. With Nick Caserio and Nick Caley, you're never going to get that approach. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just telling you that's the different mindsets that you have, and that's why one team, one team that goes out there and is all gas, no brakes, is probably going to have more explosive plays than the teams that are a little bit more conservative and trying to work the clock and run the football and establish the run and complete 70+% of their balls kind of deal. That's typically not conducive to having winning the explosive game.
All right, coming up, some big news. Big news to let you know that it's just come across. We will tell you that coming up next.
I got some big news for you before we get to whatever Ron was talking about right there. Some big news. It ain't just coming across, though. It's been across. Orchard, y'all. If you're looking to sell your home, hell, if you're even thinking about it, Orchard is the way to go. It's a no-brainer. You got
concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
All right, we got some breaking news. What you got, Tyler?
Some good Astros news on a Friday in Houston.
Some good ass.
Yeah, that's
I didn't know
right.
where he was going with that until he hit Strohs on the end of it. Okay.
Look, good ass, huh?
Good ass news and good news. The Astros, they have reinstated the Stro GOAT, second baseman Jose Altuve. He is officially back, being reinstated from the injured list. And a corresponding move for the Stros, they have optioned old D's nuts to Zenzo to AAA after last night's game. But Tuve is back for the Stros.
Damn, we lost ZD.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you lose Lamont right there?
No, they just brought Lamont in, man.
I know, but I mean, Zach's been a guy that they've been trying to force him on us for a minute now. Why wouldn't you?
Well, I guess the force is no longer with him.
The force is no longer with him.
Well done. Look at you, my young Padawan.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
You're a Jedi in training, basically.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Knew it. Yep, and he is batting fifth in the lineup. Jose Altuve, yesterday really? Lamont, and now today.
No, is he really?
Yeah, he's batting fifth. Pena, Alvarez. Alvarez is in left field today. Okay. Alvarez in the outfield. And Walker, Paredes, and then Altuve. Followed by Cam Smith, Jake Meyer, Allen, Vasquez.
I like the lineup.
That's close to it. I don't know about Nick Allen. Paredes is the DH today. Maybe Paredes played third base. And I know I've messed with Bryce or Trammell. Trammell had another big double off the wall, like right now. Or I guess, as I've said, like I don't see it as some other, but Joey Loperfido may be close, and maybe he's the one that's inserted in that outfield spot, and they can roll. But that it feels a lot different, doesn't it, Clinton Tyler? To that you get Pena, Alvarez, Walker, Paredes, Altuve, then Cam Smith. That feels
bigger.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
By the way, what's that? Is that? Am I wrong on this, Tyler? Is that a grade 2 oblique?
I believe that's right. I'll double check, but that sounds like the right report. Yeah.
Grade 2 strain?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Does that mean it doesn't come off the bone?
I mean, I think it's. I mean, this feels quicker than some of the others.
Kind of like your ribs?
Yeah. This feels a little quicker than some of the – mine come off the bone. Mine's a little bit too tender at times. But here it's Yainer Diaz, oblique, continues baseball activities. And his oblique happened feels like a while before Altuve's. Yep. Continues baseball activities. Altuve found himself back here.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're rushing Yainer back.
You know what? But that's silly, guys. I know you've been disappointing, and he's better than who. That's a better option. At least 1-2 punch at catcher than the kid they had up here yesterday. Whoever that is.
Big C. Oh, Big C?
Whatever his
That's
name
Big
is.
C.
Colin, whatever his name is. That's better. I know he's been disappointing, but Lord, better than that. I don't know. But he is he had the oblique, got injured before him, and he isn't back. But if you just missed it, Jose Altuve, he is back. Zach DeZenzo is going back to Sugar Land. He was able to miss that El Paso trip, so he is back in Sugar Land with the Space Cowboys with Jose Altuve. We talked about it. We said maybe he could be back as early as did he? He never even took a rehab start.
Nah,
he didn't go to the hooks.
It's like Wolverine, man.
Yeah, he did that BP session and he is back with the big league club. So there it is.
Really happy.
Good for him. Altuve back in real quick. Other news. Ronel Blanco. He and Hayden Wisniewski are still kind of coming back from the UCL situation. Tommy John, they are in West Palm Beach. Hunter Brown made his third rehab start last night, went 4 1/3 innings, 57 pitches in AAA Sugarland, so he is building himself up. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits with 4 strikeouts. Christian Javier made his first rehab start on Wednesday night, AA in Corpus. Able to record 2 out, 8 pitches.
That's not a good number. It's not a good combo, is it?
On some stuff.
Working on some stuff. He didn't even get through an inning?
No, I didn't make it. 28 pitches, though.
That tells me that shoulder may have acted up again.
Yeah, I think he gave up some runs, too. Lance McCullers, Bennett Sousa, they continue their advanced throwing sessions. And as we said, Yainer Diaz continues baseball activities. And Braden Shoemake, who just went on the IL, he is in West Palm Beach beginning his process. So that is the latest from an injury front. But Jose Altuve, which is huge, is they're getting closer. I didn't know that he'd be back this soon.
Mm-hmm.
And as we said, it makes that lineup look completely different with him. And now really it looks like Hunter Brown is close, Clint. That is kind of the last stand, the last major one, unless you count Yainer, but the last major one there where you're like, all right, now they're close to having their team.
Yeah, if you get Hunter Brown back and obviously with Altuve back, Pena back, Jake Myers back. I mean, and I know Jake has been, for whatever reason, I mean, we treated him like he was untouchable for several years. Now all of a sudden he's rotating with Taylor Trammell. But get those guys back, and all of a sudden, I mean, you got to look. I know the next couple of weeks I think are real big for the Astros, but if you can't turn, kind of stem the tide and start to turn this thing in the right direction, once you get those two guys back here pretty quickly, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah. We'll see. So they're getting their guys right. We were just talking about this Texans offense and their lack of explosives last year. And maybe that was in part for what they had to endure with their tight end position. And maybe we haven't made enough of that with losing Brevin Jordan so quickly before the season started, and then losing Cade Stover in the opener, how much that changed what they wanted to do. Here is Nick Caley speaking about the importance of the tight end room. And, Clint, we're looking for ways that this team can improve and have production. Maybe this is the spot. Here is Nick Caley.
Yeah, well, I am a little bit biased there because my background with tight ends, but you remember it is important. I think you always want to be multiple, and to nobody's fault, last year, we got thinned out pretty early with Brev prior to us ever getting to the season. Cade goes down in the fourth quarter of the Los Angeles Rams game for, call it, 2/3 of the season, and we're in the jumbo world a lot. So, we want to be multiple. We want to have balance, 11, 12s, 13s, 20, etc. And I think that's always good to be able to do those things. So that's important. And we've got a really good group of receivers. We got a really good group of backs. We got a really deep room at tight end now, too, and we're healthy. So it's been a lot of fun just trying to mix those groupings here and evolve that.
One, I think clearly their plan had to change at the tight end position last year with everything they had, and almost pushed them, as he said there, going more with the sixth offensive lineman. Outside of Schultz, and Schultz had a really good year, 82 catches, 777 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But outside of that, Stover, 12 for 76, no touchdowns. I don't know if you remember Brendan Bates, Tyler, but he had 2 catches for 23 yards and no touchdowns. I don't know if you
forget.
I don't know if you remember Harrison Bryant, but he had 2 for 7. So I don't even know where he can eat for that. But he had 2 for 7 last year. Clint, do you think with the new group?
Call Byron, he'll tell you.
Yeah. Applebee's. Old mini bundle Byron. But with Schultz, at Foster Moreau, they love the rookie Klein, Brevin Jordan, and Stover hopefully coming back, and whatever Blake Fisher's going to be. Do you get a sense that this is a place where some of that production, some of that offensive spark can come from?
Yeah, assuming they stay healthy. I think there's a real chance that there can be a spark created from the tight end position. I don't doubt that. Whether you're talking the run game and a Foster Moreau type player, along with a Marlon Klein. Maybe he comes around like being a second-round draft pick. You would think that he's closer to being ready to play than maybe a fourth or fifth-round pick. So Marlon Klein may be able to get in there and get in the mix in that run game piece. And then when you look at the pass game, I've said this before. I think Dalton Schultz. If I were Dalton Schultz, I would be hell bent on having a career season. I don't even want to come off the field unless I have to. Like this whole monitoring everybody and saving everybody. And I think this offense. I've said it a million times. I think this offense. When you get Dalton Schultz rolling early, this offense is tough to stop. When you don't, for whatever reason, it's hit or miss. But I think that is one thing that when you get him rolling early, it is an indicator that I don't know if it's CJ seeing the game well or if it's the fact, okay, now they're focusing on him, so Nico's got to get some touches and the run game maybe I don't know what it is, but I think there's a correlation there. And so I think it starts with Schultz, obviously. But the Foster Moreau piece is very interesting, and then you move quickly to Marlon Klein and Brevin Jordan. Those pieces there are really, really fascinating to see kind of how they fit in. Are they ready to play? Can they stay healthy? What does Foster Moreau's ceiling look like? How can he really help this team or not? They definitely added bodies. They definitely got more dudes. They definitely have more potential. Now, what can they bring out of them? We'll see.
Yeah, they barely had 100 yards from anybody else at the tight end spot. Yeah. They potentially could have more of a 1-2 punch, whether it's, Moreau, Klein, Jordan, or at least combined. I would imagine that we could see more from that.
Well, look, I think.
And CJ likes to use that part of the field. He likes to use his tight end.
Yeah, well, if you can go, your hand in the dirt, kind of attached to the tackle tight end, and you can really work Foster Moreau and Marlon Klein there, and let Brevin Jordan and obviously Dalton Schultz work kind of that H, kind of a hybrid type tight end. I think that's best case scenario. Now, if you can keep everything for the first month of the season and kind of let things unfold, and can Marlon Klein play? How good is Foster Moreau? Can Brevin stay healthy? Can Nick Caley get him the ball and actually make it worth your while to work on all the things that Brevin Jordan needs to work on? Like the problem is there's guys get hurt so early and so often, or guys just can't play. Like the guys that you sent, that you mentioned, they had to sign last year. That you really don't ever know who can do what, and even what Nick Caley can do, to be completely honest with you. So keeping all these guys healthy for the first month of the season and kind of letting this thing unfold, I think, is big. But they definitely got options.
Yeah, that could be a group where we see an uptick.
Yep. Should be in a big way.
You're right, should be. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the finals. 5 things you need to know to get ready for Game 2 tonight, and we'll continue as we ride here on a Friday, right here live on The Drive.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will return to the field after Nick Casario's appearance on Payne and Pendergast.
near you. Book your free first class today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive on a Friday. Coming up here in just a second, 5 things you got to get ready for Game 2 of the finals. And be looking a little bit later, T-Mill's best bets. Game 1, T-Mill went 4 for 4 on these hoes. Sorry. T-Mill went
I like that.
Sorry. Somebody might call the boss on me. Actually, T-Mill went 4 for 4. And he's got more NBA Finals bets coming up a little bit later on, around 5:35-ish. So stay tuned for that for T-Mill's best bets today. I did want to answer this texter, Clint, as we were talking about Texans' explosive plays. I think you're missing the point, the texter says. If you watch the team last year, that offense could control the time of possession. They're able to march down the field almost to the 30. The problem is they didn't have the ability to punch it in, i.e., the running game. With this offense picks up as the ability to run the ball, and then they punch it in and score touchdowns, control the clock to win. Yeah, I think you're missing the point. It becomes more difficult if that's what you have to do all the time to score. I'm not saying that isn't going to be helpful. That could be good. It could. Some of the times is, can they score before they have to march it all the way down to the 30? Defenses seem, as you know better than I do, Clint, tighten up when there's less field to work with. And it makes it harder to score. And you knew you struggled in the red zone, obviously, last year. It would also help some of these games not to be 19-16 or 13-16 or something like that if you can have easier ways to score.
Yeah. Look, they've got to be better than they were last year in the explosive play department, any way you slice it. There's no doubt. But to the texter's point of, this team is never going to be, I think, in the top 10 in the league. They're just not there. You would like to think so with Nico and CJ and, you'd like to think you could pop some runs of 15 or more now that you put all this money and in investment into the offense, David Montgomery. But the reality of it is that's just not what they aim for, I don't believe. In football lingo, sure, they're going to talk about it. People are going to refer to it. You got to be better, but they're not going to work on being better at explosive plays. They're going to work on being better fundamentally, technically, being where you're supposed to be, yada, 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 quarterback reading it right, getting the ball out, and then the explosives will come if you do that at an extremely high level. So we'll see if they can execute that way.
Yeah. Just that's a hard
life to live.
Hard life to live, double-digit play series, like every time, 10, 12.
Well, if you are one really good up front and can run the football the way that in a top 5.
I was going to say it feels different if you got Lamar and Derrick Henry behind you. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. If they can run it the way that they have built this team to run it, if they can run it that way, then there are going to be some opportunities. You're going to get some one-on-one outside with 6'4", 220 on both sides. There's going to be some opportunity. The play action is going to be nasty, right? But they, again, as I said when we talked about this a month ago of how good does this run game have to be, if this run game is really good, like if the production matches kind of the investment that they've made and the commitment they've made, then you're going to have a beautiful thing because you're going to get a bunch of one-on-one. You're going to get a bunch of soft corners on Nico so you can throw the quick game. You can get opportunity to throw screen game. You're going to get some cheap and easy completions for CJ. The over-the-top game is going to be really nasty, but it's all predicated on being able to run the football the way that they hope they can run the football. Yeah. And if that happens, I think the explosives will uptick in the run game as well as the opportunities outside. But I think it's probably going to take them some time to get to where they're running it as well as they want to, and I personally don't believe that it's going to be as good as I don't think it's going to be good enough to really lean into it the way they hope to.
We'll see. We'll see what happens there. All right, the NBA Finals get rolling tonight. Game two. The Knicks lead in this series 1-0. I believe the last time I checked, Tyler, the Spurs are a 6.5-point favorite in tonight's game. 5 things you want to know or want to get ready or get you ready for Game 2 of the Finals. All right, fellas, which team star, obviously Wemby and Brunson, needs to play better for their team to win? Who needs to play better for their team to win?
Oh, I think it's Wemby. I think we got a taste of better, or let's call it really good, Brunson. It was late, but we got a little taste of Brunson in Game 1, and that's how they won that sucker. I think it's Wemby. I think the supporting cast is really, really good, and I think they left a lot to be desired Game 1 as well. But the truth of the matter is I think in order for the Spurs, to have a chance now that they're down by down 0-1 in this series, I think Wemby's got to play lights out. I think this is a series where, and you can argue last series was that way with SGA, but this is a series where I think you're gonna get even on down nights like we just saw. I think you're gonna get 30. I think you're gonna get high 20s, 30 plus out of the superstar. You can't. There's no way the Spurs can counter that if they don't get good Wemby.
Yeah, I think it's just different because I thought Wemby had more help than Brunson did. I would have trusted their guys.
Yeah.
But after kind of seeing Game 1, Wemby is big because not only does Wemby affect the offensive game, I think if Wemby is playing at his best, he affects Karl Anthony Towns. And Karl Anthony Towns on the other side was a big key to why the Knicks were able to win. His 18 and 12 and toughness and rebounding and everything, was a big key. Really, if you look at the full stat line, understanding that Wemby's going to get more shot attempts, there's a sense you could look and say that Karl outplayed him, right? He just shot it more, but he at least played with him. And Wemby affects Karl Anthony Towns. So I'm with you. I think it is Wemby. All right, the Spurs others will match up in this matchup. They'll be better than the Knicks. They'll win the matchup of the others. In Game 1, the Knicks, outside of Wemby and Brunson, the Knicks scored. Obviously, they win the game. They outscored the others of the Spurs by 5 in Game 1, and that wasn't even all of it. Josh Hart, big impact on other things outside of scoring. You think the Spurs others will be better than
I do. I think the Spurs respond well to losing Game 1. I think they come out tonight and play well. And like I've said many times, obviously it's Wemby is what this thing hinges on for San Antonio. But when you look at De'Aaron Fox, Stephen Castle, Vassell, you look at Champagny, all these guys, When they're shooting it well and they're playing comfortable and they're in rhythm, I think the Spurs are unbeatable. And I think we see that version of the Spurs, and particularly the others. I think we see that version tonight.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility. My bold prediction tonight, Josh Hart, you have 20-plus tonight.
Josh Hart, 20-plus.
He had 3
That's your guy. That's you and Trey's guy now.
Well, I think the adjustment for the Spurs is some way it's going to be, let's see if Josh Hart can beat us. I think they're going to leave. They potentially may put Wemby on him and just let Wemby sit in the lane, and then let's see how many threes you want. How many threes you want, Josh? How many you take them? I think he'll hit some. So I think this is going to be a game where Josh Hart shoots a lot because that's what the Spurs are going to try to dictate. So I think Josh Hart has a big night. You think this one, and we'll see potentially in T. Mill's best bets a little bit later, you think this is a close game, or you think somebody wins comfortably tonight?
I think it's tight. I think this is going to be a little different series than that Spurs OKC series I was tuned into, where it seemed like every other game was the other team was was winning comfortably. Yeah, I think this, and I know that look, the Knicks ended up winning winning comfortably late, but that was a hell of a run down the stretch. I think we're going to see 6 or 7 of those kind of games. So I think it's tight down the stretch.
If somebody does, if it does get away, I think it'd be the Spurs pulling away. Because I think a big start here tonight is the Knicks are going to have to withstand this initial punch. I think the Spurs are going to come out and try to throw a big haymaker, and they got to hold up. I remember one of those OKC games. I believe they ended up losing. They came out 15-0 on the Thunder. I think they ended up losing the game anyway. But they're going to throw a big punch. I'm with you. I tend to think this comes down to the fourth quarter. But if somebody gets away, it will be the Spurs. All right. Because they have taken over San Antonio. Which famous Knicks fan you think has been spending the most money in San Antonio this week? Fat Joe, Tracy Morgan, or old Timothy Chalamet?
Man, I'm gonna go with the one that I just firmly believe is in the street still.
I feel like this is easy.
I mean, I think it's Tracy Morgan.
Got to be right.
I mean, I just think like he ain't trying to impress nobody. I mean, it ain't one of those, hey, I've never been. I mean, he's been there, done that. I think he just is true blue. I mean, I think he just is. I just think he enjoys it. I don't think smoke bothers him in a low ceiling smoking joint. I think he's okay with sucking that secondhand smoke in. Like, I don't think there's any disappointing.
See, I think Joe and Timothy are going to have some real good dinners.
Yeah,
and like go to a nice. Yeah. But I think Tracy's going to do that too. But then I think you're right. I think Tracy's liable to pay for it.
I feel ain't no doubt. I feel like Fat Joe and Timothy Chalamet are guys that I would back in my running days would have never ran into. I feel like Tracy Morgan. It wouldn't have shocked me if I'd have ran into him multiple times in one day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hot spots
because he's been there since what?
I mean, San Antonio ain't got but a couple hot spots. It ain't like you got to work real hard to find where the big names are at.
They played Wednesday. He been there since Tuesday.
Oh, he's got him a waitress in a couple joints. He's already set up the door, man. Hey, when I come up, it's just cars I'm in right here. Now don't be bull jobbing. Don't make my security guard come up here and talk to you. Now I'm gonna be up here. I'm gonna be in there about 11:30 now.
I think he's I think it's some people texting in Fat Joe. Nah, I think Joe's not running as hard as he used to.
Yeah, the thing is with Joe is if Joe's doing it, I don't think we see him.
Nah, yeah.
Like I think Joe's an upstairs back room kind of guy,
or just he's got his spot.
Fair,
and bring it.
No,
Tracy's
I think Tracy's out there telling jokes.
Yeah,
I think he's out there telling jokes.
He's telling something. What you got coming up?
All right, man. Let's play a what if, man. I know a lot of people. Look, I hope CJ works out. C.J. Stroud does not have the year that he hopes to have, and the Texans got to make a move at quarterback. There's one guy out there that I see on social media that folks are pretty split on, man. I'm going to tell you who that is, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Is Jaden Higgins one of the guys that you look at that potentially take steps, Clint?
in Hawaii.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm going to put y'all on something. I'm going to put y'all on a little something, boys. All right. Dirty's Daily today, Friday, 6/5/2026, is brought to you by Roe. Y'all know what Roe is?
And a boat?
Charles Barkley does.
You can row in a boat. Roe is also, I think, is of something. I think it's the eggs of something as well. I think it's a food. You can eat it. It is a clothing line, boys, and it's leisure wear, and it's at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And I'm gonna put y'all on it because, one, it is priced so nicely. But I'm gonna tell you, it is the softest. Ron, it is the softest.
I've run into it.
I got the shorts on now. I got several of these tops. I got this blue color in the whole, like the track suit with the top and the bottom. Tyler, I'm telling you, man, softest. I mean butter.
I've checked.
I mean butter. Great fit. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all go get it. Powered by Roe Leisure Wear. I don't know if it's really leisure wear or not. I mean, it is. I know it is. I don't know if that's how it's categorized as, but that's exactly what it is. Go check it out at Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's back on that, that little aisle back there where you can save a little money. You get behind Nike, you get behind Adidas, you get behind Under Armour, back behind it back there. You in the middle, kind of inside Magellan, and it's.
I've run into it.
I'm telling you, man, it's well worth it. Well worth it. Fairly priced. Good to go. Talk about fairly priced. There's a quarterback out there right now, Ron, and I think people in Houston have started. They've started the conversation of the what if. The what if C.J. Stroud doesn't work out in Houston? Would this be a guy that turns you on a bit? And I think you start looking around the NFL. There's only a handful of guys that could potentially be available, and none bigger now than one Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield right now is in a little bit of a contract dispute with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It could get a little hairy down there. He's got 1 year left. It's time for them to extend him, or risk obviously him hitting the free agent market next year. He's due to make, I think, $27 million. I think he had a 3-year. Maybe it's a 4-year. I think it's a 3-year, $100 million deal, and somehow he's got $27 million left on his contract this year. Here's Baker Mayfield talking about his situation in Tampa and where it sits right now.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, regardless, we've built roots here in Tampa. We love the community. We love being here. They've embraced us, and we enjoy being here and obviously going to raise kids here. But, contract stuff, it's happening, it's starting, the talks and whatnot, but not anywhere close to what, we were thinking. So would love to be here long term. And as of right now, that's not exactly the case. But I'm under contract for 2026, and the guys in that locker room, the staff know that I'm still going to be me. I'm still going to do everything I can to help this team win a Super Bowl, and that's, to me, that's the priority. Everything else will take care of itself. Obviously, yes, I would love to have a long-term deal done, but they know my deadline is as soon as training camp starts. We're not doing any contract stuff. It's all ball. So it's not up to me when that gets done by. But so hopefully before that. If not, it's still gonna have a good year.
Like that thread out the door. Right?
How you like that? How you like that? If we don't get it by the time training camp starts, we're deals off the table. We're playing ball. It's all about ball at that point. I don't know how smart that is. I mean, I like it. I don't know how smart that is. But there's a chance that things could fall apart in Tampa Bay for Baker Mayfield. I think Baker's been really, really good in Tampa for Tampa. I think he's been, you look, I think you can, depending on whether you like Baker Mayfield or not, you can paint a picture statistically, definitely with advanced stats, where he's been really good. And then you can also paint a picture with stats and advanced stats where he's been bad, and he's been 16th or 18th in the league in these turnover. I mean, in these stats that matter. I think he's been pretty damn good in the playoffs for his team. And so for me, it comes down to, whether you think Baker Mayfield would be a good fit here in Houston, Ron. I think, look, I hope C.J. Stroud works out. And I know it's tough. It's difficult for some people to even have this conversation. But I'm just curious out there, 713-572-4610. Baker Mayfield, if things don't work out in Tampa, does he interest you in Houston? Again, assuming the CJ thing doesn't work out, just put that aside if you can for a minute. Does Baker Mayfield interest you in Houston, knowing how this team's built right now and what you need on the offensive side?
Well, I mean, listen, I think he's a good quarterback and a winning quarterback that a team, depending on how they're situated, can win a Super Bowl with. I think he's that type of quarterback. So if you're in need for a quarterback, looking for a quarterback, I think Baker Mayfield would absolutely fit. And if you're in need and looking for a quarterback and you have what the Texans have with their defense and some of their skilled spots, I think Baker Mayfield would be a quarterback that you would look at. I'd certainly take him over Davis.
Well, you just drive by on Davis, huh?
Well, I'm just saying if those are the options, like if we're looking at that.
Well, I mean, I think that's a whole different conversation. If Davis is ever the starting quarterback here, it's either injury or this team has just decided that they can win with less at quarterback and spending money elsewhere. I mean, that's just no knock on Davis. That's just where the team is going to be if they make that decision. A Baker Mayfield move is we need a starting quarterback in this league that's a difference maker. Yes, that when the game's on the line can put the team on their back and go get it done. Is mobile enough to make plays with his legs. And I think the big piece that I've said this before, a lot of people, kind of poo-poo it, minimize it. I think the big piece with Baker here that if it ever were to happen would be that moxie, that leader, that get in your face mentality that he has is the exact opposite, I think, of C.J. Stroud. And if they were to move on from C.J. Stroud, if he were in a position where he didn't play well enough to keep the job in Houston, I think they would, without a doubt, be looking for that. And in that market, with that level of quarterback, veteran that's willing to sign a 2 or 3 year deal at that point in his career, there's just not going to be many other than Baker Mayfield that are going to bring that to the table. He is a Texas guy too now. He's a Texas guy.
What are thoughts about Baker and his get down with this group?
I think it's needed. I mean, I think it's. I think that this offense, staff and team, I think they need somebody with that get down. I think they need somebody that'll get in your face. I think they need somebody. We've been talking about it. We talked about it a little earlier. I think they need somebody that isn't going to sit around and go, "Oh, that's the head coach's job to manage Will Anderson." I think they need somebody that would say, "Damn, Will, slow your ass down, man. We're trying to get better on this side of the ball." Like I think Baker possesses that, and I think that's exactly what this offense is. I'm not saying that Baker's the answer, by the way. I am a Baker fan. I'm not saying Baker's the answer. This conversation has evolved to that, Ron. I like the question, and I think D'Amico would embrace that.
That's what I was going to say. So you think Nick, D'Amico, and let's say Nick Caley's still here, you think that would be something that they would embrace, they would like?
I don't know if Nick would. I don't know if the Knicks would. I think D'Amico would. I do. I don't. Now look, ain't none of them going to embrace the risk taker, the flying by the seat of your pants.
Yeah,
I mean, there would have to be a level of, hey man, we gotta limit some things, off, of the risk taking that maybe you bring to the table. And you got to play within our offense, but I don't know that Baker would have a problem with playing within the offense. But again, I said this yesterday, and we kind of laughed at, went back and forth about it. Like I think it would be good in Houston if Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud weren't always seeing eye to eye. Like I think it would be good for C.J. to come into his own and be able to check. I mean, not check, but you know what I mean. To kind of, take ownership and have maybe a little bit of a problem with things that aren't working the right way, the way that he wants them to work. And I think that would be okay. And again, I hope what we've seen from CJ this year in just a brief little media outing, I hope there's a little bit more of that moving forward. And what I'm talking about Baker bringing to the table, I think CJ, if he brought it to the table, it'd be a game changer for him. But yeah, I think they would embrace the personality. I don't know if they would embrace the style of play.
See, I'm concerned that enough of them in there wouldn't embrace it all. I'm concerned that they would try to change portions of 30, which would be 32-year-old Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I think they would try to.
Well, the interesting thing, I think they're going to try to change anybody other than Davis, who's just stiff as a board. But they're it is interesting because this is all speculation, right? If CJ doesn't work out, right? At that point, you've been through 2 offensive coordinators. You've had a Rookie of the Year quarterback that's as gifted as anybody. No matter what happens to CJ this year, nobody's going to say physically, dude's not gifted. I wonder at that point, what's the mindset of the quarterback position? Like I said, do you just go with, hey, we're going to pay Davis $10 million a year and let him be a guy and we know what we're going to get out of it and just hope we can defense our way? We can defense our way to the and we can our system and nothing outside our system way to a Super Bowl? Or, hey guys, look, we're on. We got a Sam Darnold this thing, man. We've got there's only 2 or 3 options out there. Who's the best? Do they bend a little bit on what that looks like? And I would just like to think, and I know again it's speculation and it's way down the road if it ever were to happen. I would just like to think if we were in that position and that were available, that they sure enough would entertain it.
Yeah, I think personality and the ability right now, we'll see what else. But what we've seen of this group, personality and the ability to, how do they use it? Buy in to what because I'm trying to in my mind is, hey, we need your ass to come in here and do what the hell we want you to do.
Yeah.
And they need some of that. And that don't sound like Baker.
Well, that's the no, you're right. But that's the interesting thing to me is this is a, let's call it a successful company, 12 win playoffs, great culture, extremely high floor, but can't get over the hump. You need that guy that comes in and sits around that table in the conference room and goes, like we got enough guys that sit in that conference room and go, boy, I just can't wait to be a part of this, man. Yeah, man, I just can't. Well, I've heard great things, man. I just can't wait to be a part of this, man. Show me how to be a professional, man. Show me how to lead. Teach me how to lead this thing. Like, to me, this organization needs somebody to sit down and go, hey, this has been great, but I'm not going to sit down and be a yes man at the table. I don't know if the quarterback is that guy or not. I know CJ to this point has not been that guy on the offensive side of the ball. I don't know if they ever go that route, but I personally believe that that's what this team team needs.
And I would definitely think they hold and value the quarterback spot higher than others. Like,
you think so?
Diggs is different than the quarterback,
right?
Coming in and buying in. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of quarterbacks, when we're on that train, I'm not going to try to bring this quarterback to Houston to replace CJ. So everybody relax. But have you boys heard or followed at all what's going on in Cleveland?
Yeah, I just don't know what Dylan Gabriel's doing.
Hell, what's he doing? He ain't got no choice.
I mean, I don't even know why it was a thing.
But no, I don't think he was even. I don't think he was even told. I think he just walked when Verse walked out on the field. He was in 8. This is a number deal, right?
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel's number 8. The quarterback they drafted last year. Backup quarterback started 6 games last year. He's wearing number 8. They make a trade for Jared Verse, and he's on the field. Apparently, Jared Verse walks out number 8. I'm just
the Ocho.
Right. So it's like, okay, this is all. This is when I first read it. I thought I got by a parody account, which I may have, but there was legs to this story. I thought, this is so Cleveland. So here's the deal. This is where Cleveland's at, right? So apparently Verse got the number, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't think that Dylan Gabriel's been offered any money to get the number.
Yeah.
All right?
It's fine.
So So he takes so Dylan's just got to take a back seat. I would say mad disrespect for a guy that you could potentially be depending to lead your team in the huddle, but okay, right? Not that he wasn't going to give the number up, but just the process is just like, holy cow, right? Well, quarterbacks in the NFL have to wear 0 through 19. The only one available right now in Cleveland is 14, and that jersey's retired, an old Cleveland Brown player. So now somebody else is going to have to change their number.
Let's come up off.
So how would you? Hey, how
as
about
long
this?
as Jarrett Verse gets 8.
No, but yeah, no, that's going to happen. That's going to happen no matter what.
That has happened.
My point is, Dylan Gabriel should have caught a little money. Here's the interesting part: does Dylan end up having to pay for his number? Like not the 8. He's going to give the 8 away.
No.
And does he have to end up paying to get somebody's team number that he can get?
That's wild.
So he can be legal.
They didn't scooped all of them up.
I mean, can you imagine that? That is the most Cleveland thing I've ever heard in my life. To botch a jersey, like, hey, Verse, man. I mean, even if the team won, hey, we'll pick it. Hey, give Buddy, man, give Buddy 25. Give him a new Tahoe or something, man.
Taylor Green gonna have to come up off that 15.
Is that what he got?
Taylor Green got 15. Shador and Deshaun are good.
Is that 2 and 4?
Quinshawn Judkins got 10. They're good. Isaiah Bond, you might have to come up off that 16. Denzel Boston probably going to get 12. KC Concepcion probably going to hold on to that 17. Jerry Judy's got 3.
Well, they got some dudes out there.
Yeah,
don't
man. Well, we got 2 15s here. Tywin Wallace is in 15 as well. Cedric Tillman, you might have to come up off that. Some tight end named Joe Royer, you got 18. You might have to come up off that.
What number was Dylan Gabriel in college? He was 8 in college, wasn't he?
He was 8, yeah. Get to this defense. Who we got down here in the singles? Who else we got here? We got 2 10s out here, man. Dylan just going to have to.
He's just going to double up.
Quincy Williams got 5.
Does he? I mean, you can't stay doubled up in 8, though, right?
You just stay doubled up until it'll work itself out.
Until they cut some guys.
There'll be some more. Just work. Just sit there in that.
So you think Dylan Gabriel should hold out?
Well, no, I mean, Dylan should just be all right with any number he grabs.
If I were Dylan, I'd go out there. I'd stay in 8, and every day I'd go out there and stand right next to Verse as much as I could.
It's 88.
Every picture he gets with 8 in it, I'm gonna be standing next to him and say, I'm in it too.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, but that's just the most Cleveland thing to do. Hey, man, just give the kid 20 stacks and get the hell out of the way, man, and let him be the quarterback. At least there's a respect factor. You can't walk in and just punk me, man.
Jarrett said, "Hey man, I ain't got paid yet.
I mean, I wonder if
I
the team
got you 20 stacks. I think the Cleveland Browns think to themselves, no, you can be punked. You can't go ahead and sit down in the league.
Oh, clearly they don't give a rip. They pushed a superstar out there with their quarterback's number on.
Get on out of here.
That is great. Yeah. Could you imagine sitting out there if you're Dylan Gabriel? I mean, you feel. I mean, I don't know if you feel great about your job, but you feel at least like your number's all right. And old buddy comes.
No,
the newest number.
Dylan should have known his number was not all right.
The minute that trade was
as soon as the trade was made. Just like that dude who was wearing 95 from the Rams knew his number wasn't all right. Now, I don't know how much he got paid. He's a starter. Coming up, news from the Astros. Huge news from Altuve and other news when it comes to the injury front. We'll let you know about that, the latest with the Astros coming up next.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are bittersweet day. Sad. Tyler Clint, The Drive, was going to be joined by our guy, Weatherman Andy, for the last time. I see Joel Hernandez on Twitch has been asking for Weatherman Andy. Andy is retiring. This is his last day here at Odyssey, and he's decked out. If you've been out to remotes, you've seen Andy taking care of us time and time again. And we're going to miss you. We love to bring Andy on periodically to give us a weather report, because I've learned on this show that if you want to know the weather, you find a white man north of what?
Oh, yeah. You find an older white man, you want to know the weather or the traffic, he's got it figured out.
He's got it nailed.
He's got it nailed down. The older, the better. Andy learned at a young age, man. Andy learned at a young age, and so, it was natural to him just to hit that weather.
All right, Andy, one last time, baby.
Last time. Well, of course, we got deep tropical moisture all through our area right now, and that's going to run all the way through the end of the week, through the weekend. And right now, there's still a flood advisory out for Fort Bend County around Sugar Land, Richmond.
That's me, right? Okay.
And that lasts for another 20 minutes or so, because we've reached almost 4 inches of rain out there with training thunderstorms. And that's going to be diminishing tonight as the atmosphere cools and settles into a benign pattern. Then tomorrow it'll start up again once that moisture rush comes in from the Gulf. So about a 60% chance tomorrow, highs in mid-80s. So it's June the 5th, and we're not experiencing 100 degrees. But that's on the board. Next week, a big high-pressure dome builds over the Texas again, and we move temperatures back in the low 90s, 93 degrees toward the end of the week. So weather is always changing, and turn around, don't drown, and it is hurricane season, and the best advice anyone can give is be prepared and not scared.
I like it, Andy.
I'm both, Andy.
Well done.
It was last time.
Well
my
done,
favorite.
Andy.
My favorite part is that Andy is a fella that says June the 5th. It is June the 5th. June 5th. June the 5th, baby. Andy, we appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you guys. I mean, you guys are number one, very professional, very, very cool, and I enjoyed working with you guys so much. And Tyler the same way.
Well, I don't know about Tyler so much, but we'll see. Hey, we hopefully we'll still see you at the. Again, you won't see Tyler because he doesn't get out much.
You get out there at Talliard's, if we work in there. I mean, that's
don't be one of them friends now. Now, don't be one of them friends, Andy, where we got to come to your backyard just to see you. Now, you may have to travel a time or two.
I can still. I don't care. Whenever whenever Clint breaks one of these microphones, I'm still going to be waiting to see Andy standing outside that door, waiting for the break.
I'll be watching the YouTube feed, and I go, "Oh God,
Clint's got to get one more in. Come on,
we're going to have to start submitting tickets, Tyler. I can't just call on Andy anymore.
Break one more. Andy's sitting there waiting to come in. Man, we appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys. Sincerely, you guys are the best.
Appreciate it, man. Tell wifey we said hello.
Yes,
hopefully everything health wise, that knee gets better and everything's good. And go and enjoy your bride for what time you got left.
We'll do it. Go and enjoy your
bride. Guess they're not opening up the roof over the weekend based off what Andy just told us.
No. Well, actually, tonight is fireworks night, so
they got to do something.
They'll have to make some. But by that time, most of the rain should be done.
There we go. Weatherman Andy.
Just in case the Astros are listening. The fireworks guy with the Astros listening.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right, Andy. We appreciate you. That's a guy right there holding it down. His last day in the building, last couple of hours for our guy Andy. All right, some news coming out of the Daikin. The Astros are bringing back their guy. I mean, this is quick. A speedy recovery. I think many people thought he'd be out a lot longer than this. especially when you look at the other that have had this injury, the oblique injury, as we talked about Yiner, he is still not back. But Clint, if you've just joined us, Jose Altuve, he is back. He is back. He is back in the lineup, and this lineup looks a lot different right now. He is not only back, but he is back, and he's playing second base.
Is that your music I hear?
I hear it is music. I mean, I think Jack Black would probably say, I don't know if that's your music. I think Jack would say this is his music. But
the showman.
Thank you. Left oblique strain, he is back. Grade 2 left oblique strain, he is back, Clint, and in the lineup, batting fifth behind Paredes, and it really makes the lineup look a lot different tonight. Pena, Alvarez is in left field. It's been a while since it feels like he's been in the outfield. Walker, Paredes, Altuve, Cam Smith, Myers, Nick Allen, and Vasquez is the lineup tonight. And boy, it does. It looks a lot different when you have him in that lineup working in the 5 spot. So Alvarez will have some help from one of the other greats. That is, Altuve is in this lineup now.
Well, like you said, I think adding Altuve, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, adding Altuve to this lineup just makes it look, I know it's just one place, it looks significantly longer, and it makes it appear to be more difficult to navigate. Because, look, you talk about Altuve in the 5-hole, Cam Smith in the 6-hole, Myers in the 7-hole, Allen, and then Vasquez, as you said. I think that back half, you don't get to those Sugarland cats until – at the very end. So, all joking aside, man, this is big to get Altuve back. Hunter Brown's next, and see if we can't get hold and make a little bit of noise here.
Yeah, again, Altuve back from that grade 2 oblique strain. Other news with him coming back, Zach DeZenzo is been optioned back down to AAA Sugarland after last night's game. So he goes down to make room for Jose Altuve. Other moves as well, when you look at what's happening with the Astros, they Hunter Brown, he threw a rehab start with AAA Sugarland. He was out in El Paso, and he threw 4 1/3 innings, 57 pitches in El Paso, and allowed 1 run on 3 hits and 4 strikeouts. So he's getting close. Christian Vasquez had an outing in AA Corpus where he was able to go 2 1/3 and 28 pitches, not a full or 2 outs. He was able to get 2 outs there, and not a full inning. 28 pitches he threw there. So we'll see where he is. He's getting closer to be back. Hunter Brown, that feels like somebody that's building up to get close, get through 4 innings plus, and then Yiner Diaz, the other one. He's got the oblique strain, and that's what we're talking about, Clint, is he had the same injury that Altuve had, and obviously people heal differently, but he had his injury before him, and he is just now to the point where he is just continuing baseball activities. So that may seem like he may be a little wild, but they're starting to get guys back. Altuve back a little earlier than expected, and then Hunter Brown looks like he is on the way back. Maybe another start for Hunter Brown, and he'll be back with this team.
Hey, the heck with all that. I want a little Braden Shoemake. Is it Braden?
Yeah, it's Braden.
I want a little bit of that right there. West Palm Beach beginning therapeutic exercises, man. A little therapeutic exercises.
Like meeting out there, that maybe a little not as hot as it is in Houston or Arizona doing your thing. So that is the latest. The Astros are starting to get a little bit more healthier, but Altuve back in this lineup. Somebody didn't text in, Tyler, boy, I'm getting nervous. I hope they ain't bring him back too early. I would say this is a different staff.
I'd like to think they're more than cautious, especially with a guy like
this. Why would they be put that in my head now? I mean, this does feel a little quick for the oblique.
He'll be all right.
Injuries have been a problem going on 3 plays.
That used to settle me when you would say, he'd be all right. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't anymore. No, it doesn't.
Hey, look, this is less about Altuve and more about, hey, man, we're up against it here. We can't patient guys at this point. I mean, we gotta risk it, man. And if it doesn't work out, we'll just fire Joe and Dana.
And the staff again. Chandler Rome starts it as medical marvel. Jose Altuve makes a quick return. Patrick Creighton.
The X-Man.
That just makes me nervous.
Yeah, that
makes the medical marvel with these guys. All right,
He's the same bloodline as Wolverine. Apparently.
I want to go and say this is the new staff, but they also let Jake walk back up there and swing again after.
Well, this is not good. After checking on him.
Yes. After checking on him, and he went back in there and swung again and had to come back out. So that is the latest there. Altuve in the lineup. Hopefully this can help them start to make a run. All right. This is happening more, and I think the latest of this coming from the Texans, the latest of this is the worst of anything. Yes, this has to stop. Has to stop. Who's going to stop it? I don't know if they have anybody that can. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hurricane Preparedness Day.
pro.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Weatherman Andy. Last day in the saddle. It's good to go out when you still got, you're
on your terms.
Your terms, and you can still go. And Andy could probably still do this job for another several years.
Oh, he'll probably do it.
He's going out. He can still do the thing, not being forced out.
I mean, not only does Andy keep us online and keep us rolling, I mean, he gets that clap. He gets that clap going now. Gets that crowd going with that clap.
He does.
When we return. Yeah. Hey,
riding now.
Promo guy, get your ass up and get the clapping now. Yeah, he gets it. He gets it rolling now. Wow. Old school Weatherman Andy.
It is.
We forgot to get the traffic from him.
That's all right. He gave us enough weather. And he threw in a hurricane
season.
Yeah, it's hurricane season. All right.
Be prepared, not scared.
I like that one. This is a deal where I think a lot of people feel a certain way on it. It really is annoying me. I've expressed it. This is the latest.
Is anybody else as annoyed as you? I'm just curious. You've been listening.
I don't think so. I think Nick Caley should be.
Oh, yeah.
I think C.J. Stroud might be.
Fair.
I think Blake Fisher may be over it.
Hold on, really
this is 2 years for him.
Just no ability to say anything.
No, not a chance. No, you're a tight end.
So disrespectful.
I am. And what we're talking about is the whole. To me, Will Anderson just time and score, basically. Having the acting as, and I believe he's acting. I don't believe him. I believe he's acting as if he only goes one speed, acting as if he can't ramp it down a little bit when it calls for. Nobody's telling him not to go hard and set a tone when it makes sense. All right, you can set a tone in your helmet, your jersey, and your shorts. That set a tone doesn't have to mean that we're putting people in danger or we're going 100%, especially after your coach tells you. And I'm curious from you, Clint, because we heard Matt Burke with another story. Matt Burke with his thoughts about this entire situation. Here was Matt Burke when he spoke to the media about Will Anderson and this motor issue.
Did you ask Caley? I don't know. You have to ask him more than me. He doesn't mess up my practice. That's what I want. I don't. I think we held him out the other day, didn't we? I don't even know. I don't know if he practiced the other day. So, I think it's hard. I think Will specifically, but just in general, again, we want we don't want to train bad habits for our D-line and our get off and the way we approach it. And I think Will doesn't know any different. I think he doesn't want to backslide or take a step in the wrong direction. So, when you tell people hey, kind of half speed this, or it just doesn't register for him. And there's a part of it that we don't want to build bad habits of those guys, because sometimes if you're not in your stance and locked and loaded to get out and explode, that's quicker. That's something. And I think Will is such a believer and a convert in that he doesn't want to do anything differently. So it's on D'Amico to make sure that he's controlling it. You know what I mean?
All right, there he is. As he's going and talking about his ability to not go half speed, his ability to not be able to contain himself and control himself in certain drills, and even to a point where Matt Burke told a story in which D'Amico came to him and said, "Hey man, we're doing shadow here. Hey, back off a little bit. Back it off. We're doing shadow here." And instead of backing it off, he takes a hard inside move, and is silliness to me. I know I'm frustrated. I know it frustrates me. I'm not ready to kick Will Anderson off the team or anything. I just think it's silly, and I think it is something that could lead to an injury of some sort. I've gone off on them. What's your feeling as somebody who's played in a game and everything that you're seeing that this is continuing? Like it almost feels like a joke.
Yeah, I'm shocked that it's a laughing matter. I'm shocked that it's even such a thing and laughed at, that it's being questioned to every player and every coach that speaks. You know, this is, and it's, you know, it's fascinating to hear people say like, oh, that's a D'Amico problem. He needs to manage. You know, D'Amico can manage that one. I'll leave it up to him. Ha ha ha. You know, that's just wild to me. I think, you know, what we're talking about, and I know people that have maybe they disagree, but every locker room I've ever been in and every team, good, bad, or indifferent, that I've ever been on, you know, there was an understanding. There was a professionalism. Let's put it that way. Let's call it that. You know when you go hard, know when you're shadowing, take care of each other, don't do anything stupid. It's not funny, right? I mean, it's such a like, here's the 5 things in this offseason that we're going to do. Here's the 5 things in training camp that we're going to do as a team. Is we're going to take care of each other. We're going to be professionals. We're going to stay off the ground. We're going to do all these things. We're going to be smart. And everything that we keep hearing about Will goes against those. And every coach I've ever spoken to would have that on the wall or would preach that to his team. And this team is one that preaches that constantly. And so the part that baffles me is it's a lack of professionalism by Will Anderson. I know a lot of people don't like hearing that because he's a $50 million a year guy, but it is. I mean, at some point, you know, you got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of the guys. You got to be able to give a look. You got to, like what Matt Burke's talking about. There is nothing in an OTA that Will Anderson can do that's going to put in his mind, boy, well, week 4, he's not going to get off the ball the right way or they'll get off the ball good.
His motor is not going to be slowed up.
Yeah, so, I mean, these guys have gone to an extent of making excuses and like, I mean, really just blowing smoke. Now, look, I know a lot of people have never been in that locker room. A lot of people have never experienced it, so they just take it and a story about it. But the reality of it is you know, as the defensive coordinator, for you to say, "Oh, well, I'm just going to leave that to D'Amico. He can handle it. He can manage that."
You have to ask Nick Caley if it's messing up his practice.
Yeah, that's like if I'm Nick Caley, the one thing you better not ask me is that. Like, I'm hot about it, and everybody should know I'm hot about it. It's an interesting dynamic, to say the least, with how this thing has grown legs and has been talked about so much to where it's.
You think so? You've been in it. You think it's something that
I think Larry Allen would have snatched his ass up,
really,
and said, "Hey, man."
That's what I was going to say. You think the offensive side, your experience?
I think Eric Williams would have snatched his ass up. I tell you, I think Wade Smith in this type of scenario would have snatched his ass up and said, "Hey, man, come on." I mean, and I'm not saying that anybody. This isn't hey, I'm a vet and you need to slow down and you need to half-ass. I mean. Everybody knows the player you are, man. Everybody knows what the defense is capable of doing, man. Everybody knows what we're made of. Like, I think that we're talking about, you know, now that it's such a coach thing that the coaches think it's funny and it's not going to. Now maybe nobody will say anything given that, but it's that obvious of a kind of like just a professional. You know, not respect ain't the right word, but just a shared professionalism of, man, in these moments, we're going to ain't nobody going to an OTA practice to make sure they get off the ball. Especially when you're a $50 million a year guy and the best thing you do is get off the ball. Like,
no pads on.
They let Will do that, so it doesn't surprise me that Will does it. And there's nobody on this offense to date, I think, that's gonna push back. The O-line coach, I've seen O-line and D-line coaches literally so close to each other and mad at each other they're spitting on each other. Not literally, but yes, literally, but not spitting, but talking and so mad at each other over this kind of thing that I thought they were gonna fight. And these cats, the interesting thing is there's so many what appears to be just like yes men, like I can't help but you know, put this in that category of like the fact that your offensive coordinator, your O-line coach, your D-line coach, your defensive coordinator, your defensive-minded head coach, your quarterback, your right tackle, your tight end that are all involved in this, and all of them think it's funny.
Well, I don't know if I don't know if it's funny, but the coaches, I mean, the way they've approached it, like I feel like there has been some. Yeah, I'm kind of taking it as a joke laughing with D'Amico, but I think he's dead serious. I think there's a part of him like I got to pull his ass off of practice. We just heard Matt Burke just saying that cut. We had to pull him out of practice. Like that's stupid. We're at OTAs, but it's just
it's a stickler for me because as a former quarterback, there's nothing worse than in a walkthrough scenario where somebody underneath your hand and you hit a helmet. I mean, there's nothing worse. I guess the only thing worse is if you do that and it breaks his thumb. You know what I mean? Yeah. I guess that's the worst thing. But like that's the kind of thing you're flirting with here.
Text line coming in. If Will Anderson keeps blowing up practice, how will the offense know what's working and what doesn't if they can get to the playoffs?
And then there's that. But that text right there tells you Will's mentality is not just Will. What we watched in training camp last year is that is from the top down.
And for me, like that part even doesn't bother me as much. And I hear what you're saying. Like, all right, man, maybe they need to chill and go against the two so they can see some stuff going. Will in full pads and we're going like that. Watch my quarterback, please. I'm cool. You're going hard.
Yeah, I would just avoid it all.
With that, I'm just saying, but watch my quarterback. Please do that. My thing is, bro, we got on helmets.
As Andy said, it's June 5th.
We got on helmets, man. We ain't got no pads on. What are you doing? Coming around the corner like he's wrecking practice. What are you talking about? You know the plays. You know what's happening. You're getting off and coming around the corner on people and getting in the space of the quarterback. Come on, man. We're doing a walk-through shadow drill, and you're doing a rip inside on somebody. It's a walkthrough. What are you doing? Like, come on, man. Like, hey, man, we got on full pads. Have at it, Hoss. Like, it's all yours. We got on helmets.
You done got yourself
you see 57 Blake Fisher across from you. You're like, yo, here we go. Come on, man. Just it does, man. I just don't understand it. And now it's like, seriously, now it's a joke. I mean, D'Amico said, hey, Will, according to Matt Burke, hey, Will, just chill out, man. Just a shadow drill.
Hey, if I was a
just chill out.
If I was a GA out there, I'd get ran off practice. That's how bad I think it is. You know what I mean? Like I could sit there. I wouldn't have lasted a week last year. And if I was in that coach's program where I get to go. What is that? The Sproles is in. If I was in that little coaching program, if I was in that, like I would have I'd bite my tongue for 2-3 days, but it would, you know how I am. It would eat at me until I had to say something. D'Amico, man, what are we doing? Hey, Miko, I know this is your team, and I know I'm just a visitor, man. What are we doing here?
That's like it. I'm sorry, it's fake hustle.
Oh yeah, I agree.
It's fake hustle. Stop. We're in the play. Hey man, we're on the playground. Will you don't have to set screens. Stop, man. We're just shooting around, man.
Church league.
They're setting screens in 21.
It's Will. Open gym at church league, man. Relax.
Come on, man. We're playing 21, man. You ain't got to set screens. Calling fouls. Get out of here. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros. They got a big series as they play a West Division foe, the A's. We'll get you ready for that. Pete Lambert Day, and let you know all the latest news with the Astros. And as Game 2 gets going, Nick Spurs will get you ready for that as well. And a quarterback, this could be something in the offseason, all that. And we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Summer is here, baby. Everybody's out of school. Vacations are rocking and rolling. The roads are becoming more and more dangerous by the minute, y'all. Look, each summer, fatal accidents increase and reckless and drunk drivers flood our highways. Unfortunately, I know it.
Now Gold. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. The latest is, hey, we're all back together here, and a lot happening in the sports world. But let's start with your Houston Astros as they prepare for a big series at home at the Daikin to face over the weekend. And after losing 2 of 3 to the Pirates, this is an important series for them trying to get back in it. And they got really good news to go along with this important series. After a speedy recovery before the game, Jose Altuve, who was out with a left oblique strain, he is back in action and back in the lineup for the Houston Astros, which is huge, Clint. For you, obviously there are obvious reasons of Jose Altuve, but what does this do for this lineup and this team, adding him back in it?
Well, look, I think it lengthens the lineup, obviously, with one guy, but it appears that it's a little bit bigger impact than that. I mean, now, you know, with Altuve coming back, it's one less spot in the lineup, one less spot in the field that Joe Espada and or Dana Brown, whoever's making the decisions, can try to get creative with this lineup. Obviously, you're not going to hit Lamont Wade Jr. You're not going to bat him in front of Altuve, so you eliminate that from the equation with the Astros. But all joking aside, it looks like I love the lineup tonight. Altuve's hitting 5th. I'm sorry, I don't know if you were going to mention that or not, but he's hitting 5th. And then you've got Cam Smith, you got Jake Myers, you got some pieces that we've seen them commit to significantly over the last handful of years or this year, and it just makes sense. So Altuve's back, and some of the what I would call silliness seems to be minimized and not in your top 5 in the lineup. So I like it.
Well, as you said, he is batting 5th in the lineup. We'll give you that lineup here in just a second. The other piece of that is he's batting 5th and playing second base tonight. Yeah. They could have easily put him as the DH
Don't
tonight.
ease him back in.
No, man. They at least in most medical teams, you would say that is a good indication, as we talked about with Tank Dell, that they would have him on the field and the potential of having collisions out there. You would normally think that's a good sign that they're allowing him to play in the field too, not just swing the bat. Hopefully that is what it is, but he seems to have healed from that rather quickly. Just as a all right, get it out there.
Side note,
just as a contrast. Yainer Diaz, who has the same injury, he's just now doing baseball activities. He doesn't appear to be close right now, and he had an oblique injury that occurred before Altuve's did. So that is the latest. This, along with this move, Clint, Zach DeZenzo, these nuts. Sorry. He's been optioned back to AAA Sugarland after last night's game to make room for Jose Altuve. Another update here, this coming from Joe Espada. Joe Espada said that the Astros will discuss the next steps for Hunter Brown, who made his 3rd rehab start yesterday. By the way, he went 4 1/3 innings, 57 pitches, and did pretty well, allowing 1 run. But did not rule out the possibility that Brown's next start could be in the minor. So it does look, by what he has done, 4+ innings. All right, they got him into the 5th. And then now, you know, what people are saying there, it looks like he is extremely close to getting back with the big league club. And that to me, I think, with all the injuries, has been arguably the number one injury for the Astros that they've needed to get back. And so it's close.
The good thing is he's coming back to Spencer Arrieta, who's pitched well. Peter Lambert's going tonight, who has pitched well. We'll see if he can keep that rolling. MI looks like he's turned the corner a bit. And so he's joining a crew that has improved significantly since he left. And hopefully adding that big gun back to the rotation. Hopefully it's that juice that you need to make a run here, because they're on borrowed time. It's got to happen sooner rather than later, and that may be the last spark that you can bank on.
Yeah. Lineup tonight. We told you that Altuve is in the 5 spot. Lineup tonight: Pena at short, leading off. Alvarez, he's in left field. It's been a minute since he's been out in the field. He's in left field. Christian Walker comes behind him. The DH tonight is Isaac Paredes. We told you Altuve's batting 5th and playing second base. Cam Smith, who's starting to come on a little bit, he is in right field behind Altuve, with Myers in center. Nick and Christian Vasquez is catching tonight with Big Pete Lambert. As you said, Pete Lambert, man. Got to respect Pete Lambert. I think once people start getting healthy, going to try to maybe potentially push Pete Lambert out. Again, just like we talked about with Homer Mike, Pete Lambert, he is fighting for his rotation life too, right? He can really put pressure.
He's a little steadier midway through, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's fighting
he can
a
put
little bit of fight.
If he rolls out here with a quality start tonight, Clint, based off what Homer Mike has been doing and some of the others, like. He's gonna make it very difficult for them to remove him,
no doubt,
from that rotation once Hunter Brown gets back.
Yeah, he's one of those. Peter Lambert's one of those. All right, you got my attention.
Yeah.
Right now you got my attention. What are you going to do with it? And so from now on, boy, if you start stacking, continue to stack, not start. You continue to stack outings where you give us a chance to win a game. This organization is not in a position to overlook that. That's for damn sure.
The Tangs, the Burrows, and the Peter Lamberts. They every time they come out and pitch right now, before Hunter Brown is there, this is a big step, big opportunity for them. Over the weekend, it's Peter Lambert pitching tonight. It is Imai tomorrow, and then Homer Mike as the game on Sunday. So see if the Astros can come up with a big series against the Oakland A's, who are ahead of them right now in the standing. Damn it!
5 o'clock fire.
They're not in Oakland anymore, Tyler. No one is in Oakland.
They're wanderers. Yeah.
In Oakland.
Like literally?
Is there do they have
closest would be the Warriors.
Do they have a team? Oh, they're in San Francisco, damn it. I'm not giving it to them.
Yeah, Oakland does not have a team any longer.
Not one.
I bet they got a couple of them AAU teams you go to fight all the time.
They haven't slipped into they don't have a soccer team. They don't have a women's soccer team. They've just lost all of that.
Thank your government officials, Oakland.
I think they neglected all of them, and the A's is the last ones to bounce.
And they said, all right, man, we out. Doggone it. All right, NBA Finals tonight, and be listening for T. Mill's best bets, as he was hot. All right, 4 for 4 in Game 1. Game 2 he was really hot in Game 1. Game 2 tonight, he'll give you his best bets, and I'm certain the NBA Finals is very prevalent in that. Game 2 tonight, Clint. Knicks lead the series 1-0, obviously, after winning Game 1. They've won 12 straight playoff games thus far. They're trying to come in to take a stranglehold of this series. The Spurs, however, a 6.5-point favorite in this game. That's 2 points more than in Game 1. In your mind, how do you see this game going?
I think the Spurs bounce back. I think Wemby plays significantly better, and I think that supporting cast handles business and is the better supporting cast than what New York brings to the table. So it was an impressive first outing on the road for New York, getting Game 1, no doubt about it. I think it proved to the world that the East may have been the East, but the Knicks are Knicks, and they're for real. And now we know we got us a series, and I think San Antonio takes Game 2 at home, and we go back with a 1-1 series in New York.
Yeah, I think that's what I want. I want a really competitive, fun series, and I would hope that most of them are like Game 1.
Yeah,
I think we're in real trouble of getting that if the Spurs don't win tonight. I think we're in real trouble of getting that if they don't win tonight. And I am just really intrigued to see, Clint, how Victor Wembanyama bounces back from this. He's had to sit here since Wednesday, the game ended, from everybody. Kenny, Charles, Shaq, everybody talking about his play and how he needs to pick things up. And he is now in a different – I think he is now viewed different. This step that he has taken to where he seems to be the face of the league, that means, like, there's more pressure on this. And let's just be honest. People coming into this series felt like he was the best player in the series, and he had the best team. You can't go down 0-2 at home.
That's right.
Right, and you're 6 for 21. And I look to see major energy coming from Victor, and I think everybody else feeds off of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I find myself, as I've told people on these airwaves, I've told people I'm rooting for the Spurs. I've stroked them for 2 weeks now. I mean, it is fun to watch. Like, I got to admit, I mean, I'm still Texas and still Spurs. I want to see the Spurs win it, but I like the New York Knicks a little more than I thought I did. One reason I'm interested in this series is because it wouldn't kill me to see the Knicks win the damn thing.
If you could take some of the fans out of this,
yeah.
Then you'd be all right.
Yeah, I mean, but I like Jalen Brunson is a super likable player, and you. I'm just talking about in general, but then you add the size thing that everybody's always talking about, and just stylistically, boy, he's fun to watch. And then I've never been a big cat, like not I didn't Karl Anthony Towns, not that I disliked him, but I just never was a big fan. The whole history with New York and representing them, and for him to win a title and be a big part of it, especially if he can continue to play the way he played in Game 1, that's a cool ass story too, man.
Well, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. As I age, and Tyler, you'll feel this once you cross, I think, 38 to the 40 years.
How old are you, T?
35.
Nailed it.
35. That's right. That's my wife's age. I guess I know that.
Like the emotions can really hit you easy. When you start having kids, the emotion can really the emotion where you start them tears start bubbling up on you out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Man, he was on that Inside the NBA afterwards, and he was like, they said, man, how were you feeling going into your first finals, Game 1? And he was like, I just had a calm. He was like, I felt like my mom was like in the building.
Yeah.
I felt like she was sitting in the stand. And I said, God. I'm sitting over there. I heard it in Ernie's voice. Ernie, I said, God.
Yeah, I don't need to get any older to feel that kind of thing. I'm an emotional ass fella, as you two know, but yeah, I'm already there with you. That kind of stuff gets to me all the time.
That got me. There is something about the Knicks of the Dallas Mavericks had Jalen Brunson and just didn't see it.
Yeah.
They basically gave him, almost let him go. They also had Luka and clearly saw it and let him go too. But they had Jalen Brunson and didn't see it, and then the Knicks take him, and he turns into this. And the Timberwolves had Cat and thought they got to move out of the Cat thing. Somehow chose Rudy, but they got to move out of the Cat thing and wanted a more physical player, and they got Randall, and some of it was money too, but they move on from Cat, and Cat was kind of talked about as kind of a lesser player. And those two guys go over there and, I know the Knicks have been good and they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, but damn, it feels like they just became a great team out of nowhere. Yeah. Like it just happened out of nowhere. And maybe great's a little quick right now. It's gonna be right on time if they win their 13th straight tonight, finals game. But no, they're a fun, interesting story to look at right now as well. But for the sake of the series, I think the Spurs need to get it done tonight. All right. De'Aaron Fox, come on, man. Know what the hell this is, what you're about.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Buccaneers, they may be in it here. Baker Mayfield told reporters in regards, or at least he brought up his thoughts in regards to potentially getting a new deal. This was Baker Mayfield. He's really good. Baker Mayfield in where their contract situation is with the Bucs.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, regardless, we've built roots here in Tampa. We love the community. We love being here. They've embraced us, and we enjoy being here. And obviously, going to raise kids here. But contract stuff it's happening, it's starting, the talks and whatnot, but not anywhere close to what we were thinking. So would love to be here long term, and as of right now, that's not exactly the case. But I'm under contract for 2026, and the guys in that locker room, the staff know that I'm still going to be me. I'm still going to do everything I can to help this team win a Super Bowl, and that's, to me, that's the priority. Everything else will take care of itself. Obviously, yes, I would love to have a long-term deal done, but they know my deadline is as soon as training camp starts. We're not doing any contract stuff. It's all ball. So it's not up to me when that gets done by. But so hopefully before that. If not, then still gonna have a good year.
This guy's good, man. Started things off. We've laid roots in Tampa.
Yeah.
Got our kids, raising kids here. Want to go to school here, and love it here. But just want to let you know, man. Y'all got to about this training camp. And training camp hits, I don't do no negotiation. That's not up to me. Listen, he signed a 3-year, $100 million. These contracts come up quick. He signed a 3-year, $100 million contract in which he got 33 per average a year, which is really low now at that point. I mean, that's what Sam Darnold went over. 11 players, Clint, are above $50 million, starting with the highest of Dak at 60, and then Jalen Hurts is at $51 million, and there are 9 others in between those two. Baker Mayfield, 31 years old. He's been to 2 Pro Bowls in those 3 seasons with Tampa, won Most Improved Player, led them to 2 playoffs, led them to nearly getting to the NFC Championship game against the Lions in year 1. Do you think he is a $50 million a year quarterback?
Oh, man. That's a lot of money. You know, it's hard for me to go there, man. But yeah, I would probably say so. Look, he's played really well lately. I think his game has fit Mike Evans in that group really, really well.
Who's not there anymore.
By the way, he's not there anymore. I do think, love or hate him, I think he is the undisputed leader on that offense. I think he's the mouthpiece of the offense. And you know, he's played well in Tampa. So I would say the timing's right for him to flirt with 50. Absolutely.
$50 million quarterbacks, Clint. Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Burrow, and Prescott. Now the ones just right behind him, Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, which that isn't real, and because it just keeps getting more. They just put him in signing bonuses, but and Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold are the ones in front of him. Yeah, it feels like if he's getting a new deal, and the beauty with him is it doesn't have to be long, right? This can be 2 to 3 years at his age, and then you can kind of get out of it. Baker's got a chance to really make some real money over the next. Baker might have 2 more contracts in him if he does them short, and if they can do him at 50 something. Like, yeah, I think he's in a space where you start looking at the Purdy's. I think he's been more valuable than Purdy to his team. I think you can argue he's been more valuable than Trevor, Jordan Love to this team, and at a shorter deal. We're seeing Matt Stafford get 55, basically 1-year deals almost rolling through. So that is the latest there. Baker Mayfield, I get the feeling that him and Tampa get something done.
I would think so, but that far apart thing's kind of scary for him.
It's far apart, and him to put it in there. He ain't stupid to put that in there, but I don't know where they're going. You think Jacoby Brissett's got a good spot. I don't know where the hell they're going after him. All right, coming up, Nick Caley spoke about something that has to change. The Texans are 31st in the league on offense in this category. It has to change. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next.
Well, I'll tell you what.
after Sports Radio 610.
Fives powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tequila sounds good. That does.
Hey, I just remembered I got that cold watermelon in the fridge, Chief.
Bet it doesn't sound better than an apple teeny to you, Ron.
Hey, man, I'm about to check how far am I away from.
For the record, while you're checking your little Google map, map over there.
26 minutes.
Hey, please tell me y'all put salt on your watermelon.
I mean, I have before. It's not a need.
I do not do that.
But I have. I mean, yeah, I've done it.
I mean, I made Tyler.
I know a lot of folks do. But
that may be the most disappointed I've ever been in you.
Really?
No way.
Pecan pie?
No way. Between the video games and me and the hours I keep at night, this is not the most disappointing.
What was the soul food
your
that
health
you?
is about? I mean, I'm more worried about you.
What was the soul food that he had not heard of? Was it collard greens?
Greens. Yeah.
It's pretty. Yeah.
That's Baytown's own right there.
I'm just telling you, man. That's north of the tracks. I'm just telling you.
We're off Showlander, baby.
I'm just telling you. I got zero interest in watermelon if it ain't got salt in it.
Zero.
I mean, I'll eat it.
Sometimes it's cold. It's a hot day. That is a
cold watermelon cold watermelon with some salt. I mean, come on, man. I'm fixing it. I got me 5 little salt packs too that go with my watermelon.
When I told you we were out this weekend with them, it was hot as hell out there. Them softball tournaments.
Yeah.
AAU indoors this weekend. We were out there. That was a big treat walking around. The
watermelon?
That watermelon.
Hell
a lot
yeah.
of kids had that watermelon.
Cold watermelon? I bet you had some parents over there with a vodka bottle stuck in one of them old watermelons too. I know them old softball mamas.
Yeah, they probably were.
I know what they're up to.
Yeah.
I know Courtney's over in the middle of them. I'm drinking them vodka watermelons.
Game 3 or 4 in, man. I'm with him.
You know what the best summer treat is for kiddos that my grandma had us eating all the time in summers is frozen grapes.
Well, those are very good.
Tremendous.
Yes,
my wife introduced those to me. You believe that?
Yeah.
40-plus years old, never had a frozen grape. My wife introduced those to me.
Great treat.
Never thought about it. But I'm going to tell you, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh here, Tyler, but if you don't eat salt on your watermelon, man, I just don't know.
You're not backing off of that, are you?
I just don't know, man. I mean, 713-572-4610. I mean, can you eat watermelon without salt? I mean, I know you can, literally, but I mean,
continue to roll in. It only goes boneless wings.
Who, tea? You talking about tea?
Yeah.
And them little bitty beers?
It was just one time.
If I get wings, I get bone in like 99% of the time.
Just that Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks, I get the buffalo tenders.
He was really trying to move the needle that day, man. Tenders in a tiny beer.
The buffalo sauce at Twin Peaks is very good, and I like their tenders.
We had Byron here the other day. We thought maybe you two could probably split that meal.
Yeah, Byron, probably.
Did you happen to hear that segment?
Oh no.
Byron's meal.
He can't. He get
my man went 8-count nugget, fry and what was it? Dr. Pepper? No, lemonade.
Lemonade. He said that
was his lunch.
He said that gets him uncomfortably full. He said if he ups it from 8 to 12.
No. He said if he ups it from the 3 strips to the 4 strips, it makes him uncomfortable.
No, he said the 8 makes him uncomfortable. He said the 12 is like Thanksgiving for him.
Then he went on to say he can't eat the 4-strip meal from Chick-fil-A. He's got to eat the 3. The only way he can be comfortable.
And when I go to Cane's, I just get the 3 strip. I said, yeah, that's what Nick gets. He's 6.
Yeah.
Then we found out he goes to McDonald's and gets the mini bundle.
Damn.
Which is a double cheese. You probably get these two, a double cheeseburger.
A mini double.
The mini double, the Mac double,
like a slider.
The Mac double, and 4 nuggets, a small fry, and small drink. He said that's his McDonald's order. By the way,
I hope he doesn't order that when somebody's in the car.
Rolling in Tajín watermelon is better.
Okay. Nah, not better. Not better.
I definitely don't.
I can get down with. I think I may have had that before.
My man's said salt and pepper on watermelon. I am taking a step to get
hit the pepper.
It's not a steak. What are we doing?
I can get down with tahini though. I can put tahini on anything. But the salt is better. There's no doubt. There's just something there.
Well, I mean, you haven't tried the tahini, so I don't know.
I think I have. I think there was a I went to Cap's mom's Mama Helen's 75th birthday. I think
it was,
and it was she is a Hispanic lady. It was a heavy Latino event, and one of the items on the fruit table was watermelon with tahini sprinkled all over it.
Mm.
And I thought it was really good. I actually went back for seconds and thirds. It's what I ate that night.
Did you? But you go salt every time.
Yeah, salt. Yeah, no, man. If I'm just gonna have it on a day, tahini, I can't eat tahini every damn day. I mean, my gut already bubbles half the damn time. I can't do spicy tahini every day.
Well, pick and choose, I guess. It is. Pick and choose, I guess. Yeah. It should be.
I'm always safe with the old clear salt. Just
clear.
Just a little sodium.
Yeah, a little sodium. All right.
I can't wait. Hurry up and get to this damn break so I can get my watermelon, man.
Well, let's take our time here, man. What do you think? T Mills best bets. Let's go. Hey, as we said, game one, my man's was 4 for 4.
Mm.
And I mean, he was right on it too. The hook got you twice, right? On Cats.
Yeah, the
rebound, and then Vic's points.
Yep.
Now you had blown through that fourth quarter. You blew through Jalen Brunson's there, and then you called it. You said you thought the Knicks were going to win outright.
I did say that.
And but you got them at that. You teased it up to 5.5, but you still got that. So T Mill's best bets. You can find his bets on at T Mill Real Deal, where he'll have them there. You can get those right now. He's on a heater right now when it comes to the NFL Finals, the NBA Finals. He is, although still 5 for 9 on the week. That's all right. He needs a big Friday here.
See, there was no reason for that.
I have to be honest. He's 5 for 9. He just needs a big day, another big day to continue it. All right. What you got? What's your best bets for the finals tonight?
Yes, 3 picks for Game 2 tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs down in San Antonio. Much very similar to the first slate of picks we did for Game 1. First pick for you, the Knicks and the points. As Ron's been saying, the line for this Game 2 is holding pretty strong at 6.5. I once again teased that number up a point. I'm taking the Knicks plus 7.5 tonight. Would not tell you to bet the money line like I did last time. Not sure the Knicks leave San Antonio up 2-0. 2 player props. They were also 2 fellows we saw in the first slate of picks. Game 1, Jalen Brunson. Not points this time, but over assists. Over 6.5 assists for Jalen Brunson. And then Wemby, the alien. Not points for him this time either, but rebounds. Over 11.5 rebounds for that tall-ass alien wearing San Antonio Spurs. Those are your 3 best bets.
That's interesting. You went away from the points. I bet those numbers were high.
Wemby's, I know, was the same this game, 27.5. So I didn't want to touch that, running it back with the same line after I hit it. I cannot remember what Brunson's was. It may have been like 25, 26.
That's a high number. It feels like he is going to shoot himself to give himself enough opportunity to do so. That's interesting. 11.5 rebounds.
It's just so close to the damn atmosphere. I feel like he should get over 11.5 rebounds every game.
Yeah, and he got 12 in the last one, I think.
Yes.
The Knicks are just a really good rebounding team. And at least, Josh Hart got 15.
Yeah.
Like he's 6'5" to go along with Cat's 12. So, but not a bad bet. So, all right, at T Mill Real Deal is where you can find it. He's got the Knicks plus 7.5, Jalen Brunson over 6.5 assists, and over on the rebounds from Wemby. The assist with Jalen Brunson, that's pretty good because I feel like they're obviously going to pay extra attention to him, and he may have to give it up. We'll see if they can shoot around him. All right, that's T Mill's best bets as we do each and every night. Coming up, we'll let you hear what Nick Caley had to say on quite frankly, when you're 31st in the league at this, it's a problem. And it's a problem that needs to get corrected. We'll let you hear what he's had to say about it. We'll discuss that next.
In the Loop.
DFN Brian Abreu. I really do.
Insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is it's Friday, it's late. think it's not going to get me in trouble, but I have Taylor not hitting me like it used to.
Dude.
Is it just?
I was having this exact thought like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I just as if you're on YouTube, Clint is banging out another salt package on his watermelon. But, like, she is still.
Even better, I just love where this conversation's going because I think I may have been. I think I'm going to be coming over my way of thinking.
She is beautiful.
Yes.
And good, and she is still everything. It is not.
It's not how it used to be.
Like it used to be. I see her pop up like, damn, my God, Earl, good job for you, Earl Watson, whoever's made that stop.
Well done.
I don't know. It's just maybe I've seen her more, or what. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but that Joy Taylor just doesn't punch you the same way that it used to. I just literally was just looking at her.
I'm with you. Something's different.
I ain't seen her lately. She fell off.
It's not that she. I don't think it's that she fell off. It's just I don't know. It's just.
Well,
she's still strong. I mean, it's.
What happened to her?
I don't know what it is. It's not. It's just in. It's not. It's like she's still strong, but.
I mean, is she still just putting it all in your face every day on social? I mean, is that?
I mean, I don't know if she's putting it all in your face.
So maybe now y'all don't. She's getting a little more wholesome.
She still does her workout stuff. She's not changed. I don't know. Even when she's, as you put it so eloquently, putting it all out for us. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's just staying power. Because, I mean, if you, like when I first, got a hold of Joy Taylor, I mean, we're 20 years in a game almost with Joy. 15, I mean.
That's longer than I would have thought, but you're right.
Well, I mean, especially she was in Miami doing radio, but I mean, that Undisputed run where she first got like going over there on FS1, that was a long time ago. That's for
Tyler,
Skip
what is it?
Shannon.
Can you pinpoint what it is for you?
I really can't. I'm not even trying to be hateful to old Joy or anything, but lately I was just having the thought. She didn't get me all revved up like she used to.
I hate to say I told y'all so.
I don't even remember you said that. Coming up behind us, someone who does get Tyler revved up, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will hold it down tonight. And Patrick Creighton and Paulie Kittens again.
Paulie Kittens in the building.
There's Paul Gallant as well. There's Big Perk towering over everyone again. Just looks so strange next to him. Get those two guys a box or something. I mean, my God, that's what I would want.
I think you should get them all 3 chairs.
Yep, that's good. That's it, too.
I mean, that Wendy'd probably have a hard time standing up on that box without getting laughed at. I mean, we finally got them suits fitted down to where they fit him now. He lost all that weight.
He lost all that weight.
Yeah, big boy suits.
Yeah. Paul Gallant with Patrick Creighton. And our guy, Mid-C, OC Bass, he's on the 1s and 2s tonight as they've got you covered. So a lot going on with them. They'll also have the postgame show as the Astros are taking on the A's. Pete Lambert on the mound. They'll get you caught up on the postgame show as well once that comes to an end. But Area 45 tonight following Texans All Access live and local until 11 o'clock. All right, Nick Caley spoke about this team creating more explosives. And before we hear from him, Clint, for this particular team, the Houston Texans, right, they're built differently than other teams. For this particular team, how important is it for them to get this number up from their explosive play rate, and that's plays of 15 yards or more? They're at a 9.1%, which ranked them 31st in the NFL. How important is it for this group, how they're put together, that they raise that number in a major way?
Well, if you just say generally raised, it's extremely important. I mean, I think there's a correlation between playing winning football and explosive plays. I don't remember all the details of it, but there's a correlation there. So you got to be better than 31st in the league in explosive plays if you're a competent offense. Just period, regardless of your. They've got to get better. They've got to at least get up in the middle of the pack. And I think they can live there. The thing is this team is not. They're always like at best. I think they're going to be middle of the pack. This is not an offense. This is not offensive minds. It's not an offense stylistically that is schematically trying to find ways to get explosive plays. I think they're more concerned with running the ball, staying ahead of the chains, eliminating negative plays, getting the completion, protecting the football than they are applying pressure to a defense and getting explosive plays. Now, they'll take explosive plays, but at the end of the day, they're never going to be in the top half, but they damn sure can't be 31 or 32 of 32. Yeah. Like that obviously can't get it done.
Here was Nick Caley and his thoughts on creating more explosive plays.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it all counts for something, right? You got to tie in, whether it's in the pass game, it's protection, it's being clean on protection, it's route depth, it's proper reads, it's everybody tied together, right? Same thing in the run game. It's hat on a hat, it's miking it the proper way, okay? It's getting a hat on a hat and being cleaner and more efficient in those components of the offense. And then first and foremost, before we design anything, it's who are we talking about, the players, right? It's players over plays, really, and just trying to continue to refine our techniques, our fundamentals, tie things together, and be able to put guys in the proper position. And like I said, we're further ahead now than we were at the end of the season. Obviously, further ahead than last year. So we're just going to continue to try those things. But this come by doing the right thing consistently and having all 11 tied together on those things, and that's where your opportunities come. And then to piggyback off that, when you do have the ball in your hand, how can we create more yards after the catch with the ball in our hand? Is it attacking leverage, attacking entry, being able to set up defenders in the open field? Those are all things we're trying to attack on a daily basis and trying to make progress with.
All right. Listen, we heard a lot there from him, and before we kind of break down what he said, it feels like this is more of a just let these bad boys come within the offense, as opposed to like being real creative and trying to force some big plays and explosive plays. But I would just say, for me, is I agree with you. They don't like that. This team is not built to a space where they need to be in the top 15. All right. Because now if they decided to do that, boy, that is it would be nice if they did that. Because the thought of the Houston Texans being able to play with a lead or a multi-score lead, and then they get to do what they do best, that would be huge for this team to rush the passer and then those ball hawks on the back end. But they got to get some easy stuff. And when you have C.J. Stroud and you have Nico Collins and you have some big receivers, you got some guys, it should be better than first in the NFL. That should be better. And they should at least get close, into the top 20 to me, Clint, because just going for 10, 12 play drives, and you don't have a boss-ass offensive line up to this point right now where it's just like, all right, man, third down and 3s and 4s, we know it's a shoe-in for us to get. Because with our creativity, with our OC, our offensive line. But they just have to get some easy layups, some easier stuff for them.
Well, they got to get better, and the truth of the matter is if they run the football as dominantly as their roster construct on the offensive side of the football would say they need to justify what the moves they made, then the explosive plays will come. You'll get one-on-ones outside with 6'4", 220. You'll get one-on-ones outside with one of the best receivers in football. And I think those will come. If you're running the ball that well, you'll get several more in the run game as well. Here's the reality of it, though, Ryan. To my man, now he fire hosed us, but my man was asked about explosive plays, and he somehow included getting the right mic point, identifying the Mike linebacker the right way. Like that tells you where his mind is and what they're working on. This is a very elementary Let's get a hat on a hat. Let's play with really good technique and fundamentals. Let's make sure we point out we all know and communicate well who the Mike is. That ain't got nothing to do with no damn explosive play. And at least it shouldn't in your answer in a press conference about explosive plays. I mean, he finally got there talking about attacking defenders in space and stuff. That's actually what you want. Hey, we want to run the football well enough to where we can get one-on-ones with Nico Collins in space and he can attack defenders at will. We want to get the run game running well enough to where we can get Nico Collins on the toes of the safety kind of deal, so we can get him over the top.